Chapter 1. The Woman Without a Name Beneath the Snowstorm. In the year 547 of the Yangon calendar, on the 25th day of the 12th month, the last rays of the setting sun cast their gaze over the grassy expanse of Kuhai County, located in the southern border of the Qi state, before succumbing to slumber as night fell. The wind howled, and snowflakes danced through the air like salt, blanketing the landscape in a shroud of white, draping the mountains and trees in a silvery attire. In a short while, a thick layer accumulated. Eventually, this snow transformed into feathers, swirling chaotically with the wind, carrying the scant starlight into the unfathomable abyss. In the southern part of the county town, on a narrow path leading to a small river and dense woods, a figure gradually emerged, struggling to pull something through the falling snow, making its way toward the town, leaving behind an elongated trail. It was a young man, his complexion resolute, features defined, yet his skin bore a waxy pallor, appearing to be around 21 or 22 years of age. He was wrapped in a deerskin coat, stuffed with tattered rags and dried grass. Despite his seemingly bulky appearance, the heavy clothing was evidently inadequate against the ferocious snowstorm. In truth, the youth's lips had turned a deep shade of blue from the cold. Should anyone approach to observe closely, they would notice his body trembling incessantly, while patches of exposed skin had begun to crack. What he was dragging was a woman, barely clinging to life, placed upon a small wooden cart. Her body was marred by numerous wounds, bloodstains alarming to behold, her thin garments offering no defense against the biting cold. It was the height of winter in the Qi state, the river frozen over a normal person attired, as she would not survive a mere quarter hour in such a tempestuous storm. Yet, curiously, the woman, concealed beneath the snow, still exhibited faint signs of life, her chest rising and falling weakly, breath escaping her nostrils. The young man trudged onward, pausing intermittently to rub his hands together, leap in place to shake off the accumulating snow, and check if the woman was still alive. Upon stopping for the third time, he crouched beside her, leaning close to scrutinize her chest, when the battered woman suddenly opened her eyes, her indifferent gaze shifting to him. The youth felt her scrutiny, but remained unfazed, his expression neutral as he spoke. "You would do well not to misconstrue my intentions as lustful otherwise. I shall leave you here. Our chance encounter amidst this storm is an act of great mercy. Should you regard me with the malice of a scoundrel, I shall ensure you rest in this icy snow for 3 months." The woman remained silent, not uttering a word. He proceeded to exhibit his own frostbitten, red and stiff hands, his voice quavering as he said, "I can no longer feel your breath. You remain silent, and with your eyes closed, I must observe your chest to ascertain if you are alive. There is still at least 5 miles to return, and with the snow sealing the mountains, the path is treacherous. I do not wish to drag a corpse back." After a prolonged silence, the woman weakly inquired in a voice reminiscent of the dead, "Where are we going?" The young man, surprised that she could still speak, hastily resumed pulling the cart through the snowstorm, responding to a dilapidated temple a mile outside the county town. "Though it is unbearably cold there, with the walls and bricks leaking wind, the snow cannot enter. Last month, I pleaded with Hunter Zhang for quite some time, and he agreed to let me use the treehouse outside the county town for the winter. Though his words were harsh, he effectively saved my life. Otherwise, amid this heavy snowfall in the Qi state, I would have frozen to death after burning through the last of the firewood in that broken temple. I must fetch the key from him shortly." Pausing, he asserted firmly, "I cannot bring you to the treehouse. I lack the strength to haul you up there through this storm. You will have to stay in the temple, and I shall return to check on you in the morning. If you survive, good. If not, I shall bury you wherever I find suitable, having done my utmost." The woman fell silent amidst the storm until, upon catching sight of the outline of the small temple in the distance, she weakly asked, "What is your name?" The young man hesitated briefly before answering ambiguously, "When Chao Sheng." She inquired further, "Where is your home?" Panting, he replied while straining to pull her, "I am not from the Qi state. I am a refugee, without identity here. Most of the time, I cannot enter the county town and reside in the dilapidated temple outside." Within his home, the woman stared at his back, her eyes momentarily unfocused, at times dazed, at others alert, until she finally closed her eyes and ceased speaking. Once they reached the dilapidated temple, both were covered in a layer of snow, resembling snowmen. As when Chao Sheng had described, The temple provided shelter from the snow, but not from the wind. The night was bleak, with the wind sharp as a blade of night spent in such conditions could very well lead to death. He forcefully pulled the woman from the cart and placed her behind a half-ruined stone statue, where the wind was somewhat gentler. Noting that she had fallen unconscious, he gathered some dry grass from a corner of the temple, disregarding the dust and dirt, and spread it over her. "This is all I can offer. May fortune favor you," he said, casting a final glance at the exposed brick seams in the corner, hesitating momentarily before turning to leave. Outside, darkness enveloped the world, and the storm raged on, the chill penetrating the night like a white ghost reaching into the marrow of one's bones. One Chao Sheng gritted his teeth, ignoring the fissures on his hands, and plunged headlong into the tempest. Having traversed this realm for 3 years, he possessed nothing, not even the identity of a Qi citizen, condemned to the status of a refugee, expelled from the county town. Whenever the officials patrolled, these refugees were barred from entry. Only on the 3rd day of each month could they enter the town to petition for the identity of a Qi citizen. However, Kuhai County was a small border town, and according to Qi law, the annual quota for accepting outsiders was limited, primarily granted to individuals from other nations, often requiring a bribe of silver or goods to turn a blind eye. As a refugee, one Chao Sheng, having crossed into this realm, was destitute, lacking even a single coin. How could he possibly offer a bribe? The outcome was predictable. He was relegated to the outskirts of the town, unable to set foot inside. Despite his regular attempts to appeal at the county office for a Qi citizen's identity, each time he was met with rejection. Eventually, the county magistrate, weary of his persistence, laid bare the terms, 10 taels of silver. If when Chao Sheng could procure that sum, he would be granted a legal identity as a Qi citizen, along with a residence in Kuhai County, allowing him to labor alongside other citizens from dawn till dusk. Alternatively, he could endure 3 years as a refugee, and if he survived, the magistrate would agree to grant him the identity. 10 taels of silver were beyond his reach even in this small county. It was a sum unattainable for someone of his status. Unless one hailed from a prosperous family, even 5 taels would be a stretch. For the past 3 years, mere survival had been an arduous struggle. During the bitter winter 3 years prior, it was an old black dog that had led the frostbitten when Chao Sheng to the temple hidden among the withered branches, sharing half a bowl of unfinished scraps, enabling him to endure that night of relentless snow. The dog's owner had ventured into the mountains in search of medicine for his ailing mother, only to be claimed by a monstrous creature, never to return. Since then, the black dog had continued to make its daily pilgrimage to the outskirts of the county, waiting for a familiar figure, undeterred by the elements. The dilapidated temple lay along the path the black dog frequented. With the passage of time, the 3-year period was drawing to a close, and on the 3rd day of the coming month, he would finally obtain the identity of a Qi citizen from the county magistrate, liberating him from the daily struggle for survival. The most pressing concern now was to endure this preemptively arrived, fearsome snowstorm. Chapter 2. A quilt against the snow. No matter how arduous the path, one must traverse it. When Chaos Hen understood that he had no retreat, battling through the relentless wind and snow, he left behind a trail of indistinct footprints, resolutely advancing until he reached a small wooden cabin in the southeastern outskirts of the county town, where an elderly couple resided. The cabin's windows were sealed with animal hides, obscuring the faint glow of an oil lamp within, and regardless of whether its occupants were asleep, when Chaos Hen knocked forcefully on the door, the sound quickly swallowed by the howling storm. After several vigorous knocks, the frost-laden door finally creaked open. A pair of dark, wrinkled features appeared, belonging to Zhang, the hunter, who regarded one with a cold glare and scolded, "What time is it? You can't sleep, and you expect others to?" Before one could utter a word, the hunter tossed him a deep blue cloth, within which lay a key. "Thank you." One managed to stammer the first syllable before the door slammed shut again. He gazed at the closed door without hesitation, turning to venture into the distant darkness. Having walked a few paces, an elderly woman with silver hair lying on a quilt in the dimly lit cabin spoke up. "Old Zhang, why must you be so harsh? That boy is not a bad person. He has suffered greatly these past 3 years and has not stolen from anyone. The treehouse is empty. It wouldn't cause any harm." Zhang added some fuel to the stone stove without responding to her, his voice booming as he cursed. Damn it. This heavy snow fell suddenly, and tomorrow the mountains will be sealed. We won't be able to hunt. I'll need a pickaxe to break the ice on the river and see if I can catch 2 fish for some soup. The old woman, well aware of her husband's temperament, continued, I know you're troubled. Life has been hard lately. But that boy mentioned his 3-year agreement with the county magistrate is nearing its end. Once he becomes a citizen of our chi state, he will have his land recorded, and he could become self-sufficient, perhaps even help us with little matters. Zhang abruptly turned to face the woman, his tone urgent. 3-year agreement? Nonsense. What sort of man is County Magistrate Lu Jinsher? Do you truly believe in that? Only that fool outside would buy it. Without money. How could he allow the refugees in the county? Ridiculous. Bah. He spat into the fire, his voice heavy with foreboding. Just wait and see. That foolish boy won't survive this winter. If I were 10 years younger, I might lend him a hand, but now. We are like clay Buddhas crossing a river, unable to save ourselves. After listening to Zhang's harsh words, the old woman fell silent for a long while before asking, what if we moved back to the county and lent him this cabin for the winter? Zhang remained silent, the firelight illuminating his aged face, shadows dancing in the creases of his skin. The old woman looked at him, suddenly taken aback, unable to find the words, and closed her weary eyes with a sigh. They had chosen to move out because their previous home was too far from Zhang's hunting grounds. In their youth, Zhang, strong and robust, could walk dozens of miles without a breath. However, now both were over 60, and with her failing health, Zhang had built a cabin in Xintian to make the return from the mountains easier by at least 20 miles, facilitating hunting and firewood gathering while caring for her. The winter roads were treacherous, especially this year with heavier snow than before. Returning to the county would almost be tantamount to risking her husband's life. In recent years, her leg pain had worsened, making it difficult to walk, let alone work in the fields. Zhang had taken good care of her, and though they struggled to survive, she understood the gravity of their situation. Listening to the snow softly falling outside, she couldn't help but think of their son who had gone off to war, burying the quilt, sighing deeply. At that moment, when Chaos-En managed to reach the treehouse, his hands were nearly numb, but fortunately, Zhang had left a wooden ladder. Had it been a mere rope hanging down as before, he might not have been able to ascend. Exhausting all his strength, he reached the door of the treehouse, cautiously retrieved the key, unlocked it, and tumbled inside, quickly locking the door behind him. In an instant, the wind and snow were shut out, and one felt a sense of revival. As he fumbled around in the dark room, he suddenly froze, incredulous, his hands brushing against something in the corner, and at last, he confirmed it was indeed a quilt. Although worn and tattered, with several holes, it was a lifesaver for when Chaos-En. Having known Zhang for 3 years, he had not expected this rugged old man to remember to leave a quilt for him in the treehouse. He dared not remove his clothes, but took out the dry grass from within and wrapped the quilt around himself. As he felt his stiff body gradually warm, one muttered to himself, a hint of pride in his voice, Heavenly Lord, you thought I was dead, but here I am, alive. In just a few days, on the 3rd of next month, I will be a true citizen of Chi State. With land and a home, life will surely improve. The more he spoke, the more excitement crept into his previously despondent tone. A long-lost smile returned to his face, but it quickly faded as a sudden thought crossed his mind. A flash of sharpness in his eyes that vanished into silence with time. As night deepened, the weary when Chaos-En gradually succumbed to sleep. In the wilderness, devoid of rooster calls, he awoke the next morning to the soft morning light seeping through the door crack. Startled awake, he disregarded his discomfort, stretched his limbs, and opened the door slightly, squinting to adjust to the brightness outside before returning to the room to stuff the dry grass back into his deerskin coat, then concealed the key in the treehouse before leaving. Typically, only Zhang would visit the treehouse, so there was no need to lock the door, nor was there a need to carry the key. Losing the key outside would create greater trouble for him. Although Chi State lay to the south of the Four Kingdoms, summers were hot and winters cold. Once the heavy winter snow fell, it wouldn't relent easily, and before spring blooms, it would only grow colder day by day. After departing from the treehouse, when Chaos-En had to attend to his livelihood for the day, with no snowfall during the day, He needed to make the most of this time. However, before that, he had to visit the dilapidated temple to check on the peculiar woman he had found in the mountains, to see if she was still alive. Chapter 3. The great fire consumed her surname after the heavy snowfall. The path became treacherous. Fortunately, the treehouse was not far from the dilapidated temple, and it did not take long for Wen Kaosung to arrive there. His intention was simple. If the woman had perished, he would hastily find a place to bury her. It was not spring or summer, but the harsh winter. Regardless of the troubles the woman might possess, a simple pit dug in the ground would suffice. For after a night of snow, all traces would be erased, leaving no remnants behind. The reason he chose to rescue this peculiar woman, who was covered in wounds, stemmed from the fact that he saw a flicker of life still lingering within her. He could not help but feel a pang of compassion, for he too was living in a state of despair. In Wen Chaosung's eyes, he could meet his end at any moment, tomorrow or the day after. A sudden illness or an unforeseen accident could claim his life. The world was rife with cultivators who could harness the energies of heaven and earth, refining their bodies and spirits. Though they could not summon the winds or ignite the seas, their power was formidable, far beyond the reach of mere mortals. Yet, such things felt distant to Wen Kaosung. He dared not imagine them, nor could he afford to. His only thought was to survive, and it was precisely because of his fragility that he held life in such reverence. Upon entering the temple, Wen Kaosung pushed aside the weeds behind the stone statue, preparing to retrieve the woman's body. To him, it was clear that this woman should not survive. Her fate was sealed. However, as he cleared the foliage, he was met with a pair of cold, indifferent eyes. She had endured a night of wind and snow. For reasons unknown, he found himself captivated by the light emanating from her gaze. The moment she opened her eyes, he was struck by the overwhelming scent of death and blood. Perhaps it was not entirely accurate to describe the situation in such a manner, yet upon meeting her gaze, a profound intuition arose within him, that this woman had taken lives, countless lives. Yet, the terrifying aura of murder in her eyes faded swiftly, returning to the vacant expression of the previous night, devoid of vitality and filled with despair. I somewhat regret saving you, Wen Kaosung candidly confessed. The wounds on your body are all inflicted by blades. I may not be a person of the martial world, but I can discern that these marks are not from the same weapon. A person like you must undoubtedly be accompanied by trouble, and significant trouble at that. The woman did not respond. Her breath was faint, as if she were contemplating her fate or waiting for death. Observing her silence, Wen Chaosung's brows knitted slightly, and he inquired, "What is your name?" This time, the woman lifted her gaze to meet his, hesitating for a moment before replying, "A Shui." Wen Kaosung was taken aback. "No surname?" Her voice was low and almost introspective as she murmured, "I once had one, but it was left in a city. A fire broke out there, raging for 7 days and nights, and my surname was consumed in the flames." Wen Kaosung could not fully grasp the meaning of her words, yet he understood that the woman before him either suffered from mental instability or bore a hidden story. However, such matters could be set aside for the moment. If she were to die, it would simplify things for him. He would merely need to find a pit in the snow to bury her. He had little interest in the tales woven into her existence. Now that she had not perished, he was at a loss as to how to proceed. "What are your plans now?" Wen Kaosung asked casually, implying that she should leave this place. His food was hard-earned, especially in winter. An extra mouth to feed might mean a day less for him. He had no desire to share with a stranger of unknown origins. However, now that the woman still lived, if she lingered and eventually succumbed before him, he would subconsciously feel responsible for her death. Though he could indeed commit such an act, it would weigh heavily on his conscience. The best outcome, for now, would be for her to depart. When posed with this question, a Shui's eyes wandered for a moment before she distantly replied, "I have returned to see my parents." Wen Kaosung raised an eyebrow. "In Kuhu County?" A Shui nodded slightly. Wen Kaosung continued, "Were their names?" A Shui answered, "My father's surname is Yun, and he is called Yun Zijing. My mother's surname is Go, and her name is Goyu." Wen Kaosung chuckled softly, "I have not heard of them, but as a citizen of Qi, if you possess identification, you can directly approach the county magistrate. However, Given your lack of silver, Lu Jinsher is unlikely to assist you. He paused, then asserted resolutely, no. He certainly will not help you. In any case, if you wish to go, you should. Life in the county is likely to be better than out here. A Shui lay amidst the weeds, her hair disheveled, resembling a refugee more than when chaosing himself. I have not returned in many years. I do not know the way or anyone. When chaosing scoffed, what good is that to me? Do you expect me to know? A Shui then recalled that when chaosing had mentioned he was a refugee, not a citizen of Qi, and spent most of his time unable to enter the county. When chaosing gathered himself, feeling the chill in his clothing, and stuffed some weeds into his deer skin for warmth before preparing to leave. Let me tell you, food is scarce outside. In winter, once the snow covers the ground, there are no wild vegetables, and the small river freezes over, thickly coated. Breaking the ice is a troublesome affair, and even if you guard it for a day, you may not see a single fish. Without fish, I must rely on the food given to me by Doggy. But Doggy has also aged rapidly in these 2 years. This winter is particularly cold, and if I eat too much, I fear he may not endure. As he spoke, he turned back to summarize for a Shui. In short, you will not find food here. If you stay, you will eventually perish. A Shui appeared indifferent to her predicament, instead asking when chaosing a trivial question. Who is Doggy? When chaosing gestured towards the direction of the county. In about an hour, you will see it. I must warn you, regardless of how hungry you are, do not contemplate Doggy. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to confront you. I promise I will not. A Shui fell silent, closing her eyes to sleep once more. When chaosing had no time to waste. From his observations, the snow would not cease for long, perhaps continuing for half a day. And the urgency to forage for food was pressing. He resolved to travel southward for another 5 li, crossing a stretch of snow-covered hills to reach a stone bridge, which bore a thin layer of frost and snow, yet remained unhidden from the passage of time. This bridge was older than when chaosing himself. Beneath the bridge lay a channel of about a zhang wide, the small river he had mentioned. However, after a night of heavy snow, the river had vanished, concealed beneath a blanket of ice. Following the markings he had left the previous day, when chaosing eventually found several wooden sticks inserted into the ice. These sticks were deliberately left by him the night before, each cut from a living tree and anchored in the silt below. The ice had been thinned the previous night, so this task had not been laborious. Now, when chaosing would rely on these sticks to break the ice, he retrieved an axe from his deer skin, a precious tool given to him by a hunter, a combination of hammer and axe, and struck forcefully at the junction of the sticks and ice, causing cracks to appear around him. This action would not save him much energy, but would cleverly lessen the recoil on his hands. In such a season, he could not afford to be inadequately dressed or underfed. His limbs were perpetually cold. If the recoil were too strong, he would not withstand it, and a severe injury would make winter unbearable. After striking the wooden sticks dozens of times, the ice surrounding him was riddled with fractures. He stepped back to a safe distance and delivered a final blow to the most cracked area. Crack! The ice surface fractured, revealing a large hole beneath. When Xiaosheng gazed into the abyss below, using a wooden stick to gauge the approximate thickness of the ice, it was not particularly thick. Beneath the ice, the water shimmered with clarity akin to a pristine mirror. As he crouched beside it, he observed for a while, yet saw no fish. This did not dishearten him in the slightest. For when Xiaosheng was not here in pursuit of fish, he had lived in this vicinity for 3 years, and no one knew better than he whether the ditch held fish in winter. The fishermen of Kuhai County would venture to the north towards the Qinsha River or to the east toward the Mian Lake, but they would never come south, for even in the spring and summer, this small ditch rarely yielded any fish. When Xiaosheng had cut through the ice to measure its thickness. But what he sought were the hibernating frogs. Typically, frogs prefer to hibernate in caves or beneath thick layers of fallen leaves. The winter chill drives away nearly all their predators, making it difficult for them to freeze to death. Thus, they can hibernate in slightly concealed locations. However, the frogs in this world are different. They favor hibernating in moist soil in groups. Having determined the scope of today as search, when Xiaosheng immediately set to work. Although these frogs were rumored to be toxic, thorough cooking would render them harmless, and their flavor was exquisite. They constituted Wen Chaoxing's primary sustenance during the winter. Alas, the arid nature of Kuhai County meant that while there were numerous such frogs, they were too sparsely distributed. With a stroke of misfortune, he might go 2 or 3 days without finding a single one. Chapter 4. A dog comes from the county town just as Wen Chaoxing was busy with his tasks. A shui, nestled within a pile of hay in a dilapidated temple, suddenly awoke. She lifted her gaze slightly and found a scruffy black dog standing before her, clenching a dented and uneven iron box in its mouth, scrutinizing her as if to ascertain whether she still drew breath. This peculiar black dog bore a resemblance to Wen Chaoxing. It too was swathed in a deerskin, the knots almost identical to those on one's own garment. However, the deerskin of the dog was not stuffed with hay, but filled with tightly bound strips of cloth and a tattered pink woman-esque dress. A shui fixed her eyes on the black dog, which, upon approaching her, sniffed her gently. It then placed the iron box on the ground and retreated a couple of steps. A shui vaguely understood its intention and gently nudged open the box, discovering remnants of congealed porridge within. Though the box was meant for canine consumption, it bore no foul odor. Instead, it exuded the delicate fragrance of rice porridge. Noticing the clean edges of the box, a shui realized it had undoubtedly been washed by someone, either Wen Chaoxing or a kind soul from the county town who fed dogs. The dog, it seemed, had its own standards. It did not touch the food within the iron box, but rather allowed her to eat first. A shui stared at the black dog for a moment before finally grasping the box, scooping out a bit to eat. Yet, she consumed only a small amount before returning it to the dog. With something in her empty stomach, she felt a surge of energy, leaning against the base of a stone statue as she closed her eyes, seemingly falling back into slumber. The black dog, observing her, chose not to disturb her and began to eat heartily. Once it had cleaned out the contents of the iron box, it carried the box to a corner of the stone temple, set it down, and then trotted off into the snowy distance toward a small hill obscured by snow. Soon, its frail silhouette vanished from sight. At noon, the snowfall had ceased, and the sun shone brightly, casting a golden hue over the mountains, blinding to the eyes. On the other side of the ditch, Zhang the hunter approached a small gully in the south, clutching a tattered fishing net. He gazed at the icy surface of the ditch, rubbed his hands together, and picked up a pickaxe to begin breaking the ice. This endeavor was not easy, even though his strength surpassed that of Wen Chaoxing. However, age had taken its toll on him. His heart and lungs had aged rapidly, and the biting winter wind, cold and dry, pierced his chest like 1,000 needles, forcing him to rest frequently after short bursts of labor. Fishing in the southern part of the county was far from ideal. County Magistrate Lu Jinshi had already dispatched his officers and local ruffians to control the rivers to the north and east, requiring the townsfolk to pay taxes in advance if they wished to fish there. Lu Jinshi proclaimed that the rivers and lakes belonged to the public, and it was a generous favor that they were allowed to take anything to support their families. Anyone caught fishing without paying taxes would face severe punishments, ranging from a beating to imprisonment for a month or 2. In his youth, Zhang the hunter had been robust and capable, having slain ferocious wolves and even single-handedly trapped and killed a tigress, earning a modicum of fame and saving some money. Yet in recent years, the funds he had accumulated for his ailing wife Mi Fong had been depleted by various swindlers and charlatans, leaving him with very little. The meager rations left for winter were not even deemed worthy by the county magistrate, so Zhang chose to avoid any further disappointment. After finally breaking through the ice, Zhang attempted to cast his net. However, he seemed unpracticed. After several attempts, the water he had just cleared began to show signs of freezing once more. His dark face remained largely unchanged, save for his nose, which had turned bright red from the cold air. In the past, hunters in Kuhai County never fished, as taught by Zhang's father and grandfather. Hunters were the reapers of the forest, their targets always the vigilant and powerful beasts, not the defenseless fish in the water. Yet, Zhang no longer pondered such thoughts. The cold of winter had extinguished the fiery blood of his youth, and reality had shattered the pride he had painstakingly built. Now, all he sought was a way to endure this harsh winter with his wife. The days of winter slipped away like water through a bamboo basket. After toiling by the ditch all day, Zhang contemplated whether he should seek advice from the fishermen in the county town on the art of fishing. When the gently falling snow began to blend with the golden light of the setting sun, he shielded his eyes and gazed toward the distant slanting rays, his dark visage etched with an inexplicable confusion. After a long while, he seemed to finally accept the reality of his situation. As he bent down to gather the scattered debris around him, frost began to fall from his brow. Today he had caught nothing. The wind howled mournfully as Zhang the hunter, burdened with the pickaxe and the net soaked in icy river water, trudged back home, the darkness descending swiftly, and the wind growing ever sharper. He walked with his head bowed, striving to keep the snow from stinging his eyes. As he passed a small stone bridge, he suddenly halted. On the bridge, he beheld another pair of legs. The tattered trousers stuffed with hay and cloth could be none other than Wen Chaosheng. Zhang turned his head to glance at him, coldly asking, "What are you doing here?" Wen Chaosheng held a bundle made of torn cloth in one hand, snow of varying depths clinging to him, as if he had been waiting for some time. "Waiting for you," he replied. Upon hearing this, the hunter fell silent for a moment before gruffly stating, "There is nothing to eat today. Go back." Just as he was about to leave, when called out to him, "I have something." He extended the cloth bundle toward Zhang, who hesitated, eyeing the offering before inquiring, "Is it rabbit or snake?" "Neither. It's frogs," Wen replied. At this, Zhang raised his gaze and, without looking back, turned to head toward the bridge's end. "I'm too old to stoop so low as to eat that." In the snow, his voice carried a clear disdain. In Kuhai County, indeed, no one consumed frogs. The locals had an innate aversion to these creatures, finding them repugnant in appearance and, by extension, in taste. Furthermore, the frogs in the vicinity were known to be toxic, regarded by the common folk as a harbinger of misfortune. Thus no one dared to eat them. Moreover, he was a hunter. In response to Zhang the hunter's retort, Wen Chaosheng stated, "These frogs are poisonous, but once cooked, they lose their toxicity. I've eaten them for 3 years. Their taste is not as vile as rumored, and they can be considered meat." Zhang paid him no mind, burying his head as he trekked on. As Wen's figure began to be obscured by the swirling snow, he called out again, "You won't eat it. But what about Aunt Me? Won't she eat? I remember her health is poor. In this cold weather, she can't just have porridge, can she?" Not far away, Zhang abruptly halted in his tracks. Slowly, the obscured figure became clearer as he approached Wen Chaosheng, his dark face now bearing a hint of reluctant acquiescence. Wen extended the cloth bundle once more, saying, "You've helped me. I won't harm you. I've already cleaned and prepared the frogs. Cook them thoroughly. This is crucial." Zhang the hunter scrutinized Wen Chaosheng deeply before accepting the bundle, turning to plunge into the snow. After taking a few steps, he raised his hand, shaking the bundle to dislodge the falling snow. One understood this as Zhang's unspoken gratitude. Chapter 5: Sharpening the Blade. Living with dignity in the depths of the wind and snow, the silhouette of the old hunter reflects a poignant heroism in decline. Once a man who could venture alone into the mountains to hunt fierce tigers, he now finds himself reduced to foraging for frogs in the mire. Gazing into the direction where the hunter had vanished for a long moment, the biting cold of the wind finally roused Wen Chaosheng from his reverie. He shook himself awake and, taking advantage of the dwindling rays of the sun, hurried back. In his arms, bundled within a deerskin, were 3 frozen frogs. The cold from the hay penetrated deeply, and Wen's meager body heat was insufficient to awaken them from their winter slumber. They remained blissfully unaware of their impending fate as soup. Upon returning to the dilapidated temple, Wen Chaosheng gathered some firewood nearby. He ignited a fire using a hidden flint and dry grass, then dragged over a battered pot, tossing in some snow before placing it atop a makeshift stone stove. As the snow melted into water, he tossed the 3 frogs into the pot. At that moment, something caught his eye. Rising, he walked around and discovered a pile of chopped firewood beside the base of a statue, causing him to shudder slightly. After a brief pause, a thought struck him, and he moved to the northeast corner of the temple to squat down and examine a crack in the bricks. There should have been a sharp, gleaming chopping knife there, but it was nowhere to be found. A chill swept over Wen Chaosheng as he reached to feel around, but he was interrupted by the sound of delicate footsteps behind him. Turning, he saw Ashui. She was thin, cloaked in white. limping on her right leg while her left arm cradled a bundle of firewood. In her right hand, she held the very sharp knife that had been hidden in the temple wall. With a soft rustle, Ashui cast a fleeting glance at him, slowly approaching the fire and dropping her wood onto the ground before sitting cross-legged. When Chaos Hen also took a seat by the fire, his gaze fixated on the knife in her hand. The flames danced dangerously along its edge, hinting at a latent menace. "Is this knife yours?" Ashui inquired, her disheveled hair partially obscuring her face. Though she bore an ordinary appearance, there was a striking boldness in her brow that lent her an unusual allure. When Chaos Hen stared at the knife, his eyelids fluttering with the flickering light of the fire. "It is not wise to take what does not belong to you." In response, Ashui turned the blade around, offering the handle to one. He accepted it, scrutinizing the edge in the firelight, his expression contemplative and distant. "You have concealed a deadly weapon. Are you plotting to kill someone?" Ashui inquired. When chuckled dismissively, retorting, "It's merely a chopping knife, meant for firewood, not for killing." Ashui replied calmly, "But a chopping knife is not honed to such sharpness. Its blade is too thin for chopping. I can sense the aura of death upon it." When Chaos Hen fell silent, lost in thought as he gazed at the blade. Eventually, the water in the pot began to boil. He set down the knife and picked up a stick, stepping outside to wash in the snow before placing it in the pot to stir. A fragrant aroma wafted through the air with the rising steam. "Are you not searching for your parents? Why linger here?" When asked, Ashui had buried her own questions about the knife in the snow outside, merging them with the vastness of the landscape. "The constables won't allow entry," she answered. When Chaos Hen looked at her, a smile breaking across his face. "You're a refugee as well?" "I wasn't before, but now I am," Ashui replied. He retrieved a chipped bowl from the hay by the wall, ladled himself some soup, blew on it gently, and sipped slowly. "How curious. Despite the fierce winds outside, you survived the night. You must be extraordinary." "I sharpen the knife hidden in the wall regularly. It's quite sharp." With it in hand, the two constables guarding the county should pose no obstacle to you. Ashui did not spare another glance at the knife, but continued, "After many years, I have finally returned. I do not wish to carry the burden of blood debts back to my homeland." After finishing his bowl of soup, one felt warmth return to his limbs, the heat coursing through his veins. Leaning against the crumbling base of the statue, he offered the bowl to Ashui. "You are fortunate. I found 8 frogs today, giving 5 to the hunter, leaving 3 for us. With the heavy snow outside, tonight as frog soup will be filling." Ashui did not mind. She served herself a bowl of hot soup, swaying it gently before taking a sip. Now warmed, Wen's conversation flowed freely. "Your father's surname is Yun. You should share that name. Yet you do not call yourself Yin Shui?" Ashui shook her head. "I did not take my father's surname, nor my mother's." Wen furrowed his brow. "Why not?" Ashui raised her eyes to meet his, her voice as calm and deep as a still lake. "Whoever asks about this matter will meet with misfortune." Recalling the moment Ashui awoke that morning, Wen understood she was not jesting. He shook his head. "Then I shan't pry. It is not worth losing a life for a secret." Ashui took another sip of soup and explained, "You have not been entirely incorrect. I indeed carry a tremendous burden, and some truths hang over my head like a guillotine. One day, they may very well claim my life. The less you know, the safer you are. You may be unfortunate, but you are a good person. I do not wish to harm you." Then a thought crossed her mind. She set down her bowl of soup. "Today, the constables in the county told me that on the 3rd day of each month, refugees can enter the county to apply for status as citizens of Chi. Life has been hard for you outside. Why have you not gone to the county?" Upon hearing this, Wen fell silent for a moment before answering, "I will go next month." Ashui scrutinized his expression, noticing the subtle waves of emotion. "You did not go this month?" "I did. Did you go last month?" "Yes. I see you have gone for the past 3 months. Ashui stirred the frog's soup gently with a stick, speaking slowly, "Then I know who you intend to kill." Wen looked at the woman stirring the soup, a smile playing on his lips as he playfully asked, "Who do I intend to kill?" Ashui focused on the bubbling broth, her words falling like thunder. "You intend to kill the magistrate of Cahaxian." Wen's smile faded, and the firelight in his eyes flickered with a brewing intensity. Ashui filled another bowl with soup and offered it to him, tapping the edge with her finger, the crisp sound jolting when back to reality. "Why kill him?" he asked, staring into the soup before him. Taking it, he drank deeply, feeling a fiery warmth spread through his chest and abdomen. After a long silence, he recounted the 3-year pact he had made with the magistrate. When he finished, he lowered his head, his voice colder and steadier than ever before. "Each time I visit the county office, the constables regard me as they would a stray dog. Mockery, disdain, and the smug satisfaction of toying with a fool fills their eyes. Such is my lot. I must accept it. For 3 years, I have lived outside the county, eating scraps, gnawing on tree bark, consuming insects, even devouring earthworms." As he spoke, one raised his head and smiled at Ashui. "You have never eaten such a thing, have you? One bite is nothing but the stench and taste of the deepest mud that even stray dogs would refuse. Yet I have eaten it, and quite a lot of it. For these 3 years, I have lived lower than a dog, at times feeling I might truly be one. More than once, I felt I could not endure any longer and contemplated ending it all. But I refused to yield. I know Lu Jinsher only made the 3-year pact to rid himself of me, finding any excuse to dismiss me. A person, after all, should always harbor hope, especially one as unfortunate as I. Hope is our most precious treasure. It holds greater significance than anything else. I refuse to be reduced to a mere dog. Thus, I shall grasp any semblance of a chance to live as a human being." The flickering flames cast a transient glow upon Ashui's features, her eyes subtly shifting as if stirred by ripples. "If that is the case, why then do you sharpen your knife?" Wen Xiaosheng lowered his gaze to add more firewood, his movements decisive and resolute as he fed the flames. 3 years of hardship have left me with numerous ailments. I have merely endured, relying on my youth to push through, but if this continues, my time will be short. With the 3-year pact nearing its end, should he breach it, I shall confront him with this very blade. An insignificant life exchanged for a better one is no loss. At this juncture, he locked eyes with Ashui, the flames in his pupils burning bright and fierce. Wen Xiaosheng spoke with an unprecedented seriousness, articulating each word with conviction. "I have lived here like a wild dog for 3 years. Before I die, I wish to be a person." Chapter 6. Braised pork arrives amidst the snow. The final words of Wen Xiaosheng struck like a sharp sword to Ashui's heart. She pressed her lips together, lost in thought for a long while. Eventually, she turned her gaze away from him, focusing instead on the swirling snowflakes outside, which danced wildly in the gusty winds. Kuhai County is prosperous, yet as a local official, he cannot even tolerate a single destitute soul. "It is indeed contemptible," she remarked. When Xiaosheng picked up 2 dry branches from the ground and speared a ripe frog, slowly savoring it. The frog's tender flesh, devoid of seasoning, became the most exquisite delicacy on this snowy night. "This is my first time hearing about Kuhai County being prosperous," he muttered, his voice muffled. "The true richness, I fear, lies solely with Magistrate Lu Jinsher." He continued, "As for the common folk, many are barely surviving. Zhang, the hunter who once resided in the west of the city, was the most renowned hunter in Kuhai County over a decade ago, single-handedly capturing tigers. Ah, what glory that was! Many would not dare to even dream of such feats. And now, such a distinguished figure has been reduced to feasting on frogs in the mud, just like me." A fleeting glimmer of insight crossed Ashui's eyes, her tone urgent. "That's not right. Kuhai County is clearly blessed with favorable weather and stable governance. The people live in peace and contentment. How could it be?" When Xiaosheng meticulously chewed through the frog bones, swallowing with deliberation. "Where did you hear this?" he inquired. Ashui opened her mouth to reply, but hesitated, eventually saying, "A friend." When Xiaosheng chuckled before advising, "You should distance yourself from that friend. Full of deceit, you might find yourself betrayed before you know it." Ashui's face remained expressionless, lost in her thoughts. After Wen Xiaosheng finished the 2 frogs in the pot, he stood and stepped outside the dilapidated temple, washing his hands in the snow that had piled up on the steps. "I'll leave you some soup. I'm heading back now." Ashui remembered something and casually asked, "Did you make the ragged clothes for that black dog?" Without turning back, Wen Xiaosheng's voice faded into the distance. "It was the dog that brought me here long ago. It saved my life. I cannot let it freeze to death in this snow. In a way, you two were saved by the dog. Ashui watched as Wen Xiaoxing's dark silhouette vanished into the swirling snow, pondering for a moment before serving herself a bowl of soup and sipping it slowly. The following day, the snowstorm had not ceased. Wen Xiaoxing endured another night, leaning against the bedding left by the old hunter, and left the treehouse early, hoping for luck by the ditch once more. As he passed the small stone bridge again, he was surprised to find a shadow there, an old hunter. The old man, cloaked in frost, seemed to have been waiting on the bridge for some time, equipped with common digging tools. When their eyes met, Wen Xiaoxing broke the silence. "Did you show any signs of illness last night?" The old hunter muttered a vague looking at Wen Xiaoxing as if he wished to say something, his lips moving but ultimately remaining silent. Wen Xiaoxing understood. The old hunter was contemplating joining him in the hunt for frogs, but felt embarrassed to voice it. Zhang, the hunter, was a figure of renown in Kuhai County, having enjoyed a life of glory for decades, his accomplishments celebrated by many aspiring hunters. Yet now, he found himself in the humiliating position of seeking advice from a vagabond on how to catch frogs for sustenance. Such an act would amount to discarding the pride and dignity he had built over the years. Zhang was a proud man. Wen Xiaoxing had never doubted that. The only thing that could compel him to compromise was the presence of his beloved wife. "It's snowing today, so don't harbor too much hope. These creatures are not as easily found as one might think. There were times I spent 2 or 3 days without finding any frogs to eat. However, if we work together, our chances may improve," Wen Xiaoxing said, guiding the quiet old hunter in the search for frogs, sharing his knowledge and insights. The old hunter was no ordinary man. He was a keen-eyed hunter. Though he had aged, some instincts were deeply ingrained and would not easily fade. With the old hunter's assistance, their search area expanded threefold, and they managed to unearth 12 frogs. Although their luck was not as bountiful as the previous day, their harvest was considerable. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a rare vitality graced the weathered features of Zhang, the old hunter. He meticulously counted the frogs in his snakeskin bag, repeating the count thrice, before handing half to Wen Xiaoxing, who only accepted 4. In truth, he had only found 3. The remainder belonged to Zhang. Wen Xiaoxing pondered whether there existed a novice protection mechanism akin to fishing, or if Zhang, an experienced hunter of decades, truly outmatched him in skill. Ultimately, he declined the 2 frogs Zhang insisted upon giving him, advising the old man to ration his food, for they could not guarantee a daily catch. Frogs not consumed should be buried in the snow. Once warmed, they would awaken from their slumber. After parting ways, Wen Xiaoxing returned to the dilapidated temple. Ashui was absent. He did not know whether she had departed or gone to the county town. In her absence, the temple returned to its former desolation. Wen Xiaoxing breathed a sigh of relief, preparing a pot of soup as usual with the frogs they had gathered. During that time, he checked the corner of the broken temple, finding the well-polished chopping knife still stored there. After consuming the frogs, Wen Xiaoxing counted the days, speaking to the snow outside. The new year is approaching. A millennium ago, this world was united under one dynasty. However, following the death of Emperor Yuan of the spring and autumn period, the realm fractured into 4 nations: Southern Qi, Northern Yin, Eastern Zhao, and Western Shun. In pursuit of unification, these nations waged years of warfare, each refusing to yield. It was not until over 500 years later that cultivators from the heavens of each nation united to quell the chaos. The kings of the 4 nations signed a covenant, establishing the era of Yangon, thus bringing an end to the hostilities. Yet, Wen Xiaoxing sometimes mused that perhaps living in a time of turmoil would afford him more dignity than his current existence. After his meal, he returned to the treehouse. For the next 4 days, he did not see Ashui. Wen Xiaoxing believed this was a good omen. It indicated either that Ashui had found her family or had left this place. In any case, her departure meant the end of trouble, relieving him of the burden of sharing his precious food with this enigmatic and potentially dangerous woman. On New Year's Eve, the snowstorm intensified, the cold biting. Wen Xiaoxing, having lingered outside the county town to listen to the distant sounds of celebratory firecrackers, nearly succumbed to the cold on his return journey. When he arrived back at the broken temple to light a fire, His legs trembled uncontrollably, and it took 3 bowls of hot soup before he regained his composure. Once warmed, when Xiaosheng leaned against the stone statue to rest, mentally rehearsing his approach to Magistrate Lu Jinshe for the following month. If the magistrate refused him, how could he achieve his goal? Should he strike horizontally or vertically, make 2 cuts or 3, target the neck or the abdomen? These were matters that required forethought. Though he had never taken a life, he understood that life and death could hinge on a fleeting moment. The magistrate would undoubtedly be surrounded by sycophants, and a moment's hesitation might cost him dearly. Engrossed in his thoughts, he failed to notice the increasingly distinct footsteps behind him in the swirling snow. It was not until a bright, youthful voice called out that he was jolted back to reality. "Brother Xiaosheng, are you there?" As when Xiaosheng turned around, he beheld a petite girl clad in a vibrant red garment, wrapped in a layer of sheepskin blanket, standing at the temple entrance. She pursed her lips, her delicate face rendered pale by the biting wind and swirling snow. Upon catching sight of Wen Xiaosheng, her eyes sparkled with delight, and she broke into a broad smile, swiftly trotting over to sit beside the fire pit behind the stone statue. As she unfurled the sheepskin blanket, a flurry of snowflakes cascaded to the ground, only to be swiftly absorbed into the warmth of the flames. "Today is New Year's Day. What brings you here?" Wen Xiaosheng inquired, gazing in astonishment at the girl seated across from the fire. She placed a food basket before him, rubbing her cold little hands together, her expression a blend of shyness and innocence. In a hushed voice, she replied, "Indeed, it's New Year's Day. Mother allowed everyone to take a break and even paid for me and my sisters to enjoy braised pork. I secretly took a little with me." As she observed the flickering flames mirrored in Wen Xiaosheng's eyes, a wave of nervousness washed over her, causing her to momentarily forget what she intended to say. A rosy hue crept onto her cheeks as she finally took a deep breath, casting her gaze aside. She then opened her soft, fair hands towards the food basket and offered, "In any case, I invite you to share." Chapter 7. A Journey with Snow in the heart of Kuhai County. There stands a place known as the Mandarin Duck Tower, one of the 2 establishments in the town that caters to the pleasures of the elite. Nestled in the eastern part of the county, it not only offers unique services to the local gentry, but also serves exquisite delicacies and fine wines. Storytellers frequently visit to regale patrons with tales, while self-proclaimed literati gather to compose poetry, even if their words lack substance. A mere flourish of silver or a handful of copper coins can elicit laughter and applause from the vibrant ladies present. Beyond this, the Mandarin Duck Tower is distinguished by the presence of a talented qin player, Si Xiaohong. While individuals skilled in music are not uncommon, Si Xiaohong's talent is particularly precious in this remote region of Qi, where the land is barren and the roads treacherous. The journey to prosperous towns is fraught with peril, with bandits often lying in wait to rob travelers. Consequently, aside from merchant caravans, few venture into this desolate area. Thus, Si Xiaohong stands out as a rare gem, bringing a unique pleasure to a place often overlooked by the royal favor. Orphaned by a devastating drought in her youth, Si Xiaohong was taken in by the tower's proprietor, Song Chenan, who initially intended for her to help with menial tasks in the kitchen. However, upon discovering her innate musical talent, he gifted her with a modestly priced qin. With no formal teacher, Si Xiaohong devoted herself to mastering the instrument and, within a few short years, became the sole qin player in the county. At the age of 16, a fateful encounter with Wen Xiaosheng altered the course of her life. 2 months prior, to celebrate the 50th birthday of the county magistrate Lu Jinshe, both Zilinfang in the west and Mandarin Duck Tower in the east prepared lavish festivities, each vying for favor. The pressure was immense, and Si Xiaohong, eager to compose a new melody, found herself increasingly anxious and restless. Unable to sleep due to her mounting stress, she sought solace in the countryside, clutching her qin under the sun, hoping the tranquility of nature would calm her. It was there that she met Wen Xiaosheng, who, although unskilled in music, had absorbed melodies of all kinds, joyful, sorrowful, passionate, and serene, before his arrival in this world. Upon learning of her plight, he hummed cheerful tunes that resonated with her spirit, which she later adapted into her own composition. This newfound peace not only helped Xiaohong navigate the challenges of the birthday celebration, but also allowed her to shine brightly during the event. The dish of braised pork she now carried was a token of gratitude for the musical guidance he had provided 2 months earlier. Observing the tension etched on her youthful face, when Xiaoxing opened the food basket, revealing the now-cold braised pork. Undeterred, he planned to steam it, and as they prepared the meal, he inquired whether the townsfolk were celebrating with fireworks. Xiaohong nodded eagerly, explaining that the festivities were indeed vibrant, with the magistrate in attendance, filling the air with excitement. She proposed they sneak a glimpse of the fireworks, as the guards had likely abandoned their posts for the holiday. While she shared a few details about Wen Xiaoxing's background, he simply asked if she was still hungry. She declined, having eaten her fill, and curiously leaned closer to the pot, noting the intriguing aroma of frogs being cooked. Wen Xiaoxing was surprised to learn that such delicacies were consumed in the county, and Xiaohong recounted tales of her adventurous sister, who delighted in preparing unusual dishes. They shared a moment of laughter, and as they enjoyed the meal, Wen Xiaoxing felt an unfamiliar fullness wash over him. After finishing, he suggested it was time to return to the county. Xiaohong agreed, but as they prepared to leave, he added more firewood to ensure their warmth. They ventured out into the heavy snow, becoming 2 silhouettes against the wintry backdrop, their movements echoing through the stillness. The dilapidated temple lay not far from the county, and as they approached, the distant bursts of fireworks illuminated the sky, accompanied by the sound of applause. Xiaohong, filled with excitement, urged Wen Xiaoxing to look at the colorful spectacle above. However, as she turned, she lost her footing and fell into the snow, her face quickly covered in a white layer, resembling a ghost. Fortunately, the deep snow cushioned her fall. Wen Xiaoxing helped her up and wrapped her in the woolen blanket, but she remained quiet, carefully watching her step. Upon reaching the county's edge, they found it unguarded, and Xiaohong pointed out the open gate, beaming with joy. Yet, Wen Xiaoxing, instead of joining her in the revelry, returned the food basket to her, urging her to hurry back. Surprised by his refusal to join the festivities, she asked if he wouldn't come to see the fireworks. He simply replied no. She pressed further, but he reiterated, "The snow is heavy. I will see you home." With a wave, he turned back, leaving her to watch as his figure faded into the swirling snow. The cold seeped into his limbs, threatening to numb him as he trudged through the storm. The allure of fireworks held no significance for a man like him, a wanderer with uncertain prospects. He needed his legs intact, for they were vital to his future, whether as a citizen of Qi or as a means to confront the county magistrate, Lu Jinshi. Xiaohong stood at the gate, wrapped in her woolen blanket, gazing longingly at the vanishing figure of Wen Xiaoxing, her heart heavy with a mixture of admiration and concern. The hazy white obscured her vision. Xiaohong stood there, having long lost sight of any figures in the distance, yet she remained reluctant to depart. Ultimately, under the relentless pressure of the biting cold, she finally lowered her head, stamped her foot, and turned to make her way towards the county town. Chapter 8. In front of the temple, a blade strikes true. Why is she called Xiaohong? Because my mother said, the more common the name, the easier it is to raise. But I am a girl, and my name cannot be too common. I must retain some dignity. Xiaosheng, are you really a spy from another country? Who said that? Local gossip, rumored to have originated from the county office. Then what do you think? Which country do I belong to? I think you don't resemble a spy. Why? Because if you were a spy, Lu Jinshi would surely be eager to capture you. Ha, that makes sense. Oh right, Xiaohong, in front of others. Do not utter the name Lu Jinshi. When others call him the county magistrate, you must also refer to him as such. Xiaosheng, could you hum that tune again? In the dilapidated temple, when Xiaosheng gazed intently at the boiling pot, where he saw the scene of himself and Xiaohong sitting on the small stone bridge, he was entranced. Among the few pleasant memories when Xiaosheng possessed, Xiaohong was like a stone suddenly dropped into the water, swift and unexpected. When with Xiaohong, he could momentarily forget the burdens of reality. Tonight was colder than usual. Yet, when Xiaosheng lingered in the broken temple for an extra half hour, he remained until the snow water in the pot was boiled dry, and until the firewood turned to ashes before finally using 2 withered branches to lift the almost boiled frog from the pot, consuming it piece by piece. This half-hour of reminiscence was a unique privilege he reserved for Si Xiaohong. It was not for the bowl of braised meat, nor for the melodies from 2 months prior. Rather, it was the reflection of a person in the clarity of her bright eyes. When Si Xiaohong looked at him, he always found a familiar yet strange figure within her gaze. That was his true self. Thus, after finishing the frog, when Xiao Sheng began sharpening his knife. On this cold, snowy night, time was fleeting, and he thought to himself, it was better to die like a person. As the blade scraped against the whetstone, the chill seeped into his bones with the sound. He trembled all over, yet his hand remained steady on the sharpening stone. The sharper the knife became, the less he believed in Lu Jinshi. He wanted to survive more than anyone, for one who has faced death once grows more fearful of it. Yet in these 3 years, it seemed when Xiao Sheng had been preparing for death, unbeknownst to him, snow began to drift outside the temple, disrupting his focus on sharpening. Upon raising his gaze, he beheld a figure clad in black standing at the temple entrance. The person held a sword in one hand, their eyes cold as ice, emanating an aura that rendered Wen Xiao Sheng immobile. In the past 3 years, Wen Xiao Sheng had never encountered a martial artist from a Jianghu, nor did he comprehend the extent of their terror, assuming they were akin to the heroes depicted in martial arts novels. But the black-clad figure before him made him realize his misjudgment. The very presence of this person, standing there, was enough to suffocate him with overwhelming pressure. Wen Xiao Sheng had no doubt that if this person wished to kill him, it would be as simple as crushing an ant. Yet how could such an individual suddenly appear in Kuhuai town? "Kid, I need to inquire about someone." The black-clad figure spoke, their voice raspy. "Have you seen a woman recently?" Oval face, somewhat slender, about 8 feet tall, bearing numerous scars for blades. In this world, 1 foot equates to approximately 20 to 22 centimeters. 8 feet tall is roughly 160 to 180 centimeters, matching a Shui's height. Coupled with the black-clad figure's subsequent words, when Xiao Sheng deduced that this person was indeed searching for a Shui. "A woman came by a few days ago. I'm unsure if she is the one you seek." She asked questions but said nothing and then left on her own. When Xiao Sheng did not fully conceal the truth, but neither did he divulge everything. It was clear the other was seeking trouble. He could not let on that he had any connection to a Shui to avoid courting disaster. Upon hearing this, the black-clad figure inquired further, which direction did she head? When Xiao Sheng pondered, "I wasn't present when she left, but if what you say is true, she was gravely injured. She might either go to the county town to heal or procure a swift horse from somewhere and head east towards the Zhao kingdom across the wasteland. However, given the sudden blizzard this year, the wasteland is covered in a layer thick enough to reach one's knees. Her chances of reaching Zhao are slim. Even if she could endure, the horse would not." The black-clad figure's gaze turned piercing, their thumb already nudging the sword from its sheath. Though the sound was soft, it carried an ominous tone. When Xiao Sheng gripped the sharpened machete tightly, raising his eyes to the black-clad figure. "Are you going to kill me?" The black-clad figure did not shy away to silence you. When Xiao Sheng's breath quickened. "Is there no room for negotiation?" The black-clad figure drew the sword 3 inches from its sheath, the glimmering cold light slicing through the biting snow outside the temple. "Typically, negotiations are reserved for equals. You live like this, worse than a dog in the county town. If I were you, I would have been too ashamed to live. How can the word negotiate even come from your lips?" When Xiao Sheng, clutching the machete, stared intently at the black-clad figure, showing no signs of fear. "Then come at me." Seeing Wen Xiao Sheng daring to point a blade at him, the black-clad figure's gaze turned even colder, feeling insulted. Without hesitation, he struck fiercely. The first sword aimed straight for Wen Xiao Sheng's armed arm. He intended to demonstrate the gulf between them, ensuring Wen Xiao Sheng would die in fear and regret. The black-clad figure's sword was exceptionally swift. Wen Xiao Sheng could see the feathers of autumn birds in flight, but could not discern the sword's movement. Yet when Xiao Sheng instinctively swung his blade, he had no intention of surviving. He merely sought to strike a blow before death claimed him. With all his courage, he swung with abandon. In the fleeting moment wrapped in impending death, when Xiao Sheng suddenly laughed, the gleaming edge of the machete reflecting half his profile, embodying the courage of a cornered beast. This strike, though the sword was swift, his blade was slow. Yet the black-clad figure's sword did not strike Wen Xiaosheng. Instead, Wen Xiaosheng's blade successfully connected with the black-clad figure's arm. The fiery sparks from the blade ignited the wound, causing the black-clad figure's eyes to widen in shock as the pain spread. Only then did he realize blood was gushing from his severed arm. "How is this possible?" he muttered, suddenly glancing back. A limping woman, completely covered in snow, stood there, gazing at him through the swirling mist. Just moments ago, a snowball had broken through the fierce winds, striking his sword arm, causing the blow that should have struck Wen Xiaosheng to miss its mark. The black-clad figure remained silent, but behind him, a second strike came. It was still Wen Xiaosheng's unrefined swing, though the black-clad figure did not turn to look. His body instinctively began to evade. The woman in the snow hurled another snowball. The projectile struck the black-clad figure's leg, causing a brief hesitation in his movement. It was this momentary pause that allowed Wen Xiaosheng's blade to slice into the black-clad figure's neck, warm blood gushing forth as the figure stared wide-eyed, before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Wen Xiaosheng struck with an unforgiving ferocity. The protective aura of the cloaked figure was shattered by the snowball, leaving his vulnerable flesh and blood neck defenseless against such a desperate blow. His head was cleaved almost in half, tethered only by a thin layer of skin. And as his body collapsed to the ground, the light in his eyes swiftly dimmed. Ultimately, only the flickering flames of the fire remained in his pupils. Wen Xiaosheng, drenched in blood, slumped to the ground, half kneeling before the corpse of the cloaked man, gasping for breath, his hand clutching the blade, trembling uncontrollably. Ashui entered the dilapidated temple, shaking off the snow that clung to her, and approached Wen Xiaosheng, inquiring, "Do you still have strength left?" Wen Xiaosheng, panting heavily, replied, "What for?" Ashui pointed at the corpse. "You killed him. You should bury him." Wen Xiaosheng disregarded her, plopping down onto the ground, leaning against the base of a statue. His voice shaking, whether from the cold or the aftereffects of the kill, he could not tell. "He came to find you. I should have never saved you. I nearly lost my life." Ashui retorted matter-of-factly, "You absolutely should have saved me. If you hadn't, you would truly have perished." Wen Xiaosheng fell silent, consumed by his labored breaths, unable to counter Ashui's assertions. "You were helping me just now, weren't you? This man was truly foolish to seek you out, given your prowess." Ashui squatted atop the corpse, rummaging through its belongings, and retrieved a distinctive jade pendant from its waist, adorned with a black cord. The pendant bore intricate designs of a flowing river, and on its reverse side were inscribed the characters Wang Chuan. He was certainly not alone, Ashui stated calmly. "Moreover, my head is worth a fortune, far beyond what you can imagine." When Xiaosheng paused in surprise, then inquired, "Why is that?" As their eyes met, a flicker of compassion and coldness passed through Ashui's gaze. "Because of my surname." When Xiaosheng questioned, "A surname can hold such value?" Ashui took the pendant, tucking it into the thin pocket of her tattered garment. "But this surname, it has remained unpurged even after 7 days and nights of burning. Tell me, is it not valuable?" Chapter 9. A toast to you. When Xiaosheng stared blankly at the coagulated blood on the ground, murmuring, "Well, this is splendid. The only place where we could cook is gone." Having taken a life, he feared that his accomplices would soon trace it back to him. Ashui interjected, "We should bury him while the evidence is fresh. Heaven knows, earth knows, and I know." When Xiaosheng adjusted his collar, revealing scraps of cloth and straw within. "Bury him? No, with this wind and snow outside, I'd perish after merely half an hour out there. The body must remain here." After a brief pause, he chuckled self-deprecatingly. "The good news is he won't smell." Ashui glanced at the corpse on the ground, her brow furrowing, and said to Wen Xiaosheng, "Hand me the knife." He tossed the knife to her, which she caught deftly, with one hand wielding the blade and the other dragging the black-clad figure into the swirling snow. She disappeared into the tempest. Approximately 15 minutes later, Ashui limped back to the dilapidated temple, where Wen Xiaosheng remained. He had been shoveling the snow from outside into the temple, methodically cleaning the bloodstains from the floor. Wen Xiaosheng turned his head to look at her. "Did you bury him?" Ashui replied, I didn't bury him. I broke the ice in the canal, chopped him into pieces, and discarded them into the ditch. She returned the now pristine knife to Wen Chaosheng. You can come by any time. I will be staying in this shabby temple for a while. Wen Chaosheng paused his cleaning, raising his gaze to Ashui. On the 3rd day of next month, I intend to seek Lu Jinshi one last time. Regardless of the outcome, I shall not return here. This was indeed his plan. If successful, he could reside in the county. If not, both he and Lu Jinshi would meet their demise. Ashui offered no response, and when Chaosheng ceased his scrubbing, she had made it clear that she would confront the mess, rendering the matter of traces irrelevant. Before departing, he inquired, by the way, during your absence, did you manage to find your parents? Holding a piece of firewood, Ashui stirred the fire pit, remaining silent for a considerable time before responding nonchalantly. Come to the temple at noon tomorrow. I will treat you to a drink. She turned her gaze to Wen Chaosheng, asking, will you come? Wen Chaosheng met her eyes, and after a moment's contemplation, he replied, I shall come. He returned to his treehouse, wrapping himself in a tattered cotton quilt, his hands trembling incessantly. Having lived 2 lives, this was his first time taking the life of another. Though it was an act of self-preservation, the visceral sensation of the blade slicing through flesh ignited a fervent heat within him and imparted a profound truth. In this world, to safeguard one's self, the knife in hand is far more tangible and effective than the law. As the night passed, the following morning, Wen Chaosheng accompanied the old hunter to capture 4 frogs. Not taking any for himself, merely stating that he had not finished the previous day's meal. Upon seeing Wen Chaosheng depart, the old hunter called out to him. When Wen Chaosheng turned, the hunter said, I have a heated bed in my house in Qingtian. My wife said if you can't endure, you can come and stay. Wen Chaosheng nodded in gratitude, and the old hunter added, Lu Jinshi is not someone to be trusted. Some words should not be taken seriously. Wen Chaosheng remained silent for a moment before replying, Understood, old Zhang. Without looking back, he walked away, while old Zhang scrutinized his retreating figure, the complexity in his weary eyes deepening as he sighed, eventually returning to his wooden house in Qingtian. Standing at the door, shaking off the snow, he finally entered. Lying on the bed, the elderly woman Mi Fong addressed him, Old Zhang, didn't Chaosheng return with you? Old Zhang scooped clean snow water into a pot to melt it. His voice muffled, he did not come. Mi Fong paused, then murmured, that child, in such heavy snow. How can he endure in a treehouse with just a tattered quilt? Oh dear, the 3rd day of the month is approaching. Old Zhang's grip on the spoon tightened unconsciously as he turned to gaze at his wife. Mi Fong felt uneasy under his scrutiny and asked, Why are you looking at me like that? Old Zhang regained his composure, averting his gaze, hesitant to voice his thoughts. At noon today, when parting ways with Wen Chaosheng, he sensed a palpable aura of bloodlust surrounding him, perceiving a change in the young man. After offering his warning, Wen Chaosheng exhibited no surprise whatsoever. Old Zhang's keen intuition warned him that on this 3rd day of the month, should Lu Jinshi fail to fulfill his promise, some unfortunate events might unfold. Yet, he chose not to share this concern with his wife. Mi Fong's health was fragile, and it was better to keep her mind at ease. Before I leave this afternoon, I will prepare some porridge. Keep an eye on the fire in the room. Don't let it burn too fiercely, or it will scorch the pot. He instructed his wife. Inside the dilapidated temple, when Chaosheng arrived as promised, Ashui had indeed procured 2 jars of wine. She opened one, appearing to have already indulged a bit, her typically lifeless eyes now glimmering with intensity. Spotting Wen Chaosheng, she beckoned, Can you drink? Wen Chaosheng sat cross-legged across from her, responding nonchalantly, Well, we are nearing death. What can't we drink? He lifted the lid of the wine jar, and a fragrant aroma infused with osmanthus wafted towards him, whetting his appetite. This wine must be rather expensive. Where did you acquire it? When Chaosheng asked casually, Ashui extended her slender finger, her eyes slightly glazed, and insisted, When Chaosheng, how lowly do you think of me? Steal. I took it openly and brazenly. Just took it. Chapter 10. An unwelcome letter. When Chaosheng held a piece of tile that Ashui had brought him, still bearing traces of snowmelt. He poured some wine into the tile and took a sip. The coldness pierced through his chest and abdomen as if cut by a fierce blade. Exhaling deeply, He reproached Ashue. With your formidable skills, you could procure 2 jars of wine, yet you couldn't manage to bring back 2 bowls? Leaning forward, Ashue traced a circle in the air with her finger, speaking mysteriously. Do you know whose wine this is? When Xiaoxing shook his head. I do not. In the past 3 years, his visits to the county town had been few, the only place he was somewhat familiar with being the magistrate Lu Jinshi's office. Ashue raised the tile and took a swig of wine. Smacking her lips, this wine belongs to 7th Master. Pouring wine for her, Wen Xiaoxing inquired. And who might this 7th Master be? Ashue replied, a local tyrant in the west of the county town, goat-bearded, with a hawk-like nose. He has several skilled fighters under his command. These ruffians often bullied the common folk, claiming to be rogues of the rivers and lakes, yet they were all miserly. When I asked them for some wine, none were willing to oblige. It infuriated me. So I smashed up his den, broke his weapons, and yanked at his goat beard. A faint scent of wine escaped her lips, and there was a wildness in her demeanor that set her apart from ordinary women. How exhilarating! When Xiaoxing praised her. Ashue took another gulp of wine and wiped her mouth with the back of her hand. Later, I seized him by the collar and demanded either his life or his wine. He opted for his life. That old fool feared that he wouldn't withstand a punch from me, so he gifted me a horse and a cart. I returned laden with wine. When Xiaoxing paused, his hand stilling as he held the wine. You mentioned he gave you a cart? Ashue nodded. Indeed. When Xiaoxing, surprised, remarked, I didn't see a cart when I arrived. Ashue lifted the wooden lid off a nearby broken pot, and the aroma of meat wafted up as boiling water bubbled forth, mingled with the distinct scent of horse meat. We'll cook 1 leg first. The rest is buried in the snow behind the temple, taken as needed. When Xiaoxing stared at the horse meat in the pot, his mouth twitching. In Kuhai County, horses were not cheap. A well-trained draft horse started at 2 taels of silver. The edible value of a horse was far inferior to its worth. Ashue, this woman, so casually spoke of slaughtering it. And the cart? He asked again. Ashue nonchalantly pointed to the freshly stacked firewood beside the temple. I dismantled it. Cooking horse meat in the cart retains its original flavor. When Xiaoxing could only respond with silence. Ashue used 2 dry twigs as chopsticks, scooping up a piece of horse meat, blowing on it twice before savoring it slowly. The wine bowls were already used by those in the den, and I found them filthy, so I didn't take any. Honestly, on such a cold day, having wine and meat is sufficient. One shouldn't be too greedy. She said this while eyeing Wen Xiaoxing with a peculiar gaze, then added, Hey, with that look of yours, do you think that horse could be sold for silver? Wen Xiaoxing, slightly enlightened by her words, still did not fully grasp her meaning. Ashue raised her wine to him. Drink. Wen Xiaoxing clinked his cup with hers and took a hearty sip, coughing violently as warmth spread through his chest, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Excellent wine, he rasped. Ashue set down the tile filled with wine and continued to indulge in the meat. You don't understand the rules of these local tyrants. That horse belongs to 7th Master. It bears his brand, and others cannot simply touch it. If you do, it's as if you were robbing 7th Master of his fortune. If I sold it to another horse trader, he would send men to reclaim it. To sell a horse is to harm others, Wen Xiaoxing remarked. Perplexed, are there still bandits in the county town? Ashue corrected him, not bandits but official thugs. Lu Jinshi wears official robes and dares not openly defy the laws of the Qi Kingdom. Yet there are always dirty jobs that require doing. When Xiaoxing pondered her words and looked up at her, You're not from Kuhai County. How do you know so much? Ashue scoffed and swallowed a piece of horse meat. The rivers and lakes are the same everywhere. When Xiaoxing regarded her, his gaze clear as water. No, that is not right. Ashue, you have met Lu Jinshi, haven't you? Ashue's eating paused for a brief moment, and in that instant, it confirmed Wen Xiaoxing's suspicion. She lifted her eyes, scrutinizing him with a sharp gaze. Wen Xiaoxing, I never believed in fate before, but after meeting you, I begun to waver. When Xiaoxing was confused, what do you mean? Ashue unexpectedly placed a piece of horse meat into his wine bowl, saying, A person as clever as you, if it were not for the whims of fate, would certainly not be in such a state. After several swigs of the potent drink, Wen Xiaoxing saw double, seemingly resigned to his unfortunate circumstances, and turned to Ashue. asking the same question he had posed yesterday. Have you found your parents? Ashue pressed her lips together, the fragrance of osmanthus wine lingering on her lips, but the essence of the wine transformed into a chilling, murderous intent. They died. 5 years ago, a flood struck Kuhai County, sweeping them away, and to this day, their bodies have not been found. Sensing the murderous intent in Ashue's eyes, when Chaosheng asked, "Is there a hidden story? Was it not a natural disaster, but rather man-made calamity?" Ashue opened her mouth, her lips trembling. Yet no words came forth. Finally, she took a swig of wine and said, "Whether it was a natural disaster or human malice, it is no longer worth pursuing. What I want to know is why, despite my parents having perished 5 years ago, I have continued to receive letters from them, claiming they are well." The last 4 words were nearly forced out through her clenched teeth. Wen Chaosheng remained silent as he gazed at her, and after a considerable pause, he poured more wine into her tile. After finishing her drink, she added, "Lu Jinshe said to give him some time. He will provide me with an explanation. On the 3rd of this month, I will accompany you to meet him." When Chaosheng hesitated momentarily, asking, "Aren't you afraid he will deceive you?" Ashue's gaze shifted slightly to Wen Chaosheng, her words deliberate. "He dares not." Chapter 11. Self-respect. The two indulged in meat and wine until the pot was left with nothing but bones, and the broth was nearly evaporated. When Chaosheng, comfortably intoxicated, expressed a desire to hear Ashue's past stories, but Ashue declined. "I do not wish to speak. Do not inquire further." Her slender fingers exerted pressure, crushing the tiles into powder. Under the influence of strong liquor, painful memories surged forth, overwhelming Ashue. Unable to resist, she seized the wine jar and drank deeply, only stopping when her once smooth abdomen, marked by scars, bulged. She then cast aside the empty jar, shattering it into pieces on the floor. Leaning against the statue's base, one hand resting on her knee, her despondent gaze drifted past Wen Chaosheng, out towards the temple's entrance, where the flames of anguish in her eyes could not be extinguished even by the swirling white snow. "My apologies. I should not have pried and caused you this distress." In response to Wen Chaosheng's apology, Ashue appeared to lose all strength, remaining still, her chest rising and falling. Wen Chaosheng noticed her trembling fingers. The haunting memories Ashue could not bear to face were mercilessly slicing through her soul. Taking a swig of liquor, Wen Chaosheng shifted the conversation. "Ashue, would you teach me the ways of cultivation?" Ashue took a moment to gather her thoughts, turning her head toward him with a flicker of light in her eyes. But her words chilled Wen Chaosheng's heart. "No, the skills I possess are beyond your reach." Wen Chaosheng chuckled softly. "How can you be so certain?" Ashue scrutinized him for a while, her brow furrowing slightly as she belched from the alcohol. Then, beckoning him closer with a finger, Wen Chaosheng seated himself beside her. Ignoring the propriety between genders, Ashue reached out to explore Wen Chaosheng's shoulder, chest, waist, hips, and spine. Her boldness made him somewhat uncomfortable. Once she finished her examination, Ashue declared, "Indeed, you cannot practice. My abilities stem from conventional martial arts, requiring rigorous training from a young age. By the age of 15 or 16, one's skeletal structure is largely defined, influencing the meridians and, subsequently, the dantian. If you wish to cultivate now, the usual martial skills are no longer viable. You must pursue the path of sacred cultivation sites. However, those places are not easily accessible. Without connections, only those with extraordinary talent might gain entry. Otherwise, one must encounter particularly formidable hermits. You know it requires fate, but based on my observations, you seem to be the unluckiest person I have ever encountered. So do not harbor illusions about meeting such a hermit." When Chaosheng gazed at her, filled with sorrow and resentment. "Thank you." In the bitter sea county, at the Lu residence, Lu Jinshe, attired in official garb and somewhat portly, hurried through the garden, with the steward bowing closely behind him, chattering incessantly. Lu Jinshe bore a hint of excitement on his face, as though a momentous event was about to unfold. As he passed a corner of the corridor, he disregarded the snow that dirted his new boots, leaping over a stone bench, all while the steward cautioned him, "My lord, be careful." Upon reaching the doorway, he abruptly turned and instructed the steward, "You go back and prepare the meal. Do not come unless summoned." The steward glanced at the reception hall, bowed to Lu Jinsher, and swiftly departed. Upon entering, Lu Jinsher found a middle-aged man clad in a red brocade robe already seated, sipping tea. Upon seeing this man, Lu Jinsher, usually so authoritative, lifted his garments and knelt before him, bowing his head. "Mr. Lu, I apologize for the inadequate reception. Please do not take offense." The man in the red robe glanced at Lu Jinsher, smiling as he rose to assist him. "County Magistrate, what is this? Please have a seat." Lu Jinsher settled onto a nearby chair, smoothing his palms as he feigned ignorance. "May I inquire about the purpose of your sudden visit today?" The middle-aged man, with a playful smile, retrieved a delicate box from his sleeve and placed it before Lu Jinsher. "Regarding the previous matter, the master is quite pleased. This is a token of gratitude." Lu Jinsher's gaze fell upon the exquisite box, and he could not suppress a swallow of anticipation. As he reached out to accept it, the red-robed man suddenly retracted his hand, causing Lu Jinsher's gesture to falter, his smile fading. "Mr. Lu," he ventured, perplexed. The man in red leaned in slightly, whispering with a grin, "County Magistrate Lu, this matter is of great importance. If disclosed, it could be disastrous. You wouldn't dare to speak of it, would you?" Lu Jinsher's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he raised 3 fingers in a vow. "I, Lu Jinsher, swear to the heavens that if I divulge even a hint of information detrimental to the master, may I meet an untimely end." The red-robed man regarded Lu Jinsher's unwavering gaze, a smile of reassurance spreading across his face. "Excellent. Now I can rest assured." He pressed the brocade box into Lu Jinsher's hands, instructing, "Open it and take a look." Lu Jinsher caressed the box, having envisioned the rare treasures within countless times. His smile wide. However, as he trembled to unveil the contents, he was met with a vial of poison, not his first encounter with such a small bottle. All warmth and greed evaporated from his face, replaced by sheer horror. "Mr. Lu, this. The man in red raised a finger to his lips and lowered his voice. "This is the master's intent. County Magistrate, you have a wife and children, do you not? Once one has a family, one can no longer think solely of oneself. Do you not agree?" With that, he gently patted the stunned Lu Jinsher's shoulder and made his way to the door. As he exited, he glanced back at Lu Jinsher's pale countenance, a smile lingering on his lips. "County Magistrate Lu, the new magistrate of Bittersea County is on the way and should arrive in 2 or 3 days. I advise you to exercise self-restraint." Chapter 12, A secret worth 100,000 gold pieces. Upon departing from the Lu residence, a slender man clad in black, bearing a single-edged sword, silently trailed beside the crimson-robed Lu Chuan. After a short distance, he inched closer and inquired, "Mr. Lu, that Lu Jin seems to be exceedingly avaricious and timid as a mouse. What if he chooses to flee tonight?" Lu Chuan halted, turned, and regarded the sword-bearer with a calm gaze, responding gently. Where would he escape to? His son is but 8 years old. Where could he possibly go? Moreover, the people from Wangchuan have also arrived. If he lacks dignity, he can rely on them to grant him some. The mention of Wangchuan sparked another thought in Lu Chuan's mind, prompting him to ask, "I have heard that the bounty list from Wangchuan has undergone a change?" The sword-bearer did not shy away. Outside the Lu residence, the streets were devoid of commoners, pristine and silent. He replied to Lu Chuan, "Indeed, it has changed, though I do not know who placed the bounty. It amounts to 100,000 taels." Lu Chuan was taken aback. 100,000? In silver? The sword-bearer corrected him. In gold. This revelation left Lu Chuan momentarily speechless, his eyes glinting with disbelief as he chuckled. "One individual, 100,000 gold pieces? Which wealthy lord possesses such an excess of wealth to orchestrate this?" The sword-bearer shook his head. "I cannot say. Wangchuan maintains absolute confidentiality regarding its employers. However, this time, they have dispatched countless experts, indicating that the target is a formidable adversary." Lu Chuan pondered deeply, remarking, "They have come to Kuhai County, but why venture to this desolate place? What is the name of the person being hunted?" The sword-bearer replied, "There is no name. Only that it is a woman, approximately 8 feet tall, bearing numerous injuries." Lu Chuan frowned. "Is that all?" "That is all," the sword-bearer confirmed. After scrutinizing the sword-bearer for a moment, Lu Chuan's gaze was laced with suspicion. He contemplated whether his subordinate had betrayed him or was concealing something. Yet, upon observing the other's candid and clear eyes, he discerned that the sword-bearer spoke the truth. He possessed a keen ability to read a person's eyes, for they are the windows to the soul. If one harbors wickedness within, their eyes will betray them. Fascinating, utterly fascinating. There is no specific information, yet they fear someone might present a counterfeit to deceive them out of that 100,000 gold pieces. The individual posting the bounty seems quite anxious. The sword-bearer inquired, "Mr. Lu, what are your thoughts?" Lu Chuan stroked his small mustache, contemplating before responding. "That woman conceals a secret." The sword-bearer expressed astonishment. "A secret worth 100,000 gold pieces?" Lu Chuan lightly patted his shoulder, asserting, "If someone is willing to spend 100,000 gold pieces to procure the life of a person whose details remain vague, then the secret that the fugitive harbors is undoubtedly worth far more than 100,000 gold pieces. Keep a close watch and inform me of any leads," he concluded, striding toward the end of the street. The sword-bearer stood still, gazing at Lu Chuan's retreating figure, asking, "Do you desire that 100,000 gold pieces, Mr. Lu?" Without turning back, Lu Chuan's voice resonated melodiously. "I harbor no interest in gold, but I am quite intrigued by that secret." To the north of the county, at Huagao Bridge, a peculiar large black dog, adorned in deer hide, carried an iron box, leaving a trail of paw prints upon the verdant moss in the narrow alley. Stopping at the 8th small courtyard, it tilted its head, seemingly confirming it had not taken a wrong turn, before tapping the iron box against the tightly shut door. Before long, the door creaked open, revealing a gray-haired man in a green robe. He welcomed the black dog into the courtyard and led it to the kitchen, meticulously washing the iron box it held, then ladling warm porridge into it, covering the box, and handing it back to the dog. As he watched the black dog depart with the iron box, the gray-robed man closed the door, only for a white-haired woman to appear behind him. The woman, graceful and clad in a velvet gown, bore the unmistakable marks of age upon her visage, the corners of her eyes revealing faint crow's feet. Yet, time had not diminished her beauty. Rather, it had imbued her with a unique charm characteristic of mature women. "Jiming, is that boy still alive?" the woman inquired. The gray-robed man retrieved a broom from behind the door, preparing to clear the snow from the courtyard. "Old Hay is aging. He cannot finish the porridge alone. The supply ran out a few days ago. Yet, these days there's been extra, and with the harsh winds and snow outside, that boy may have perished from the cold." The white-haired woman sighed. "In this world, people die daily. That boy possesses nothing and cannot enter the county. Who would have thought he could survive for 3 years?" The gray-robed man smiled at her. "Do you wish to save him?" The white-haired woman gazed tenderly at the gray-robed man, her tone imbued with a hint of unspoken remorse. "Jiming, you have married me for 30 years. Due to my health, I have not borne you a son. I have always felt a sense of indebtedness. That young man possesses an extraordinary spirit. If he yet lives, perhaps we could offer some money to the county magistrate and bring him back as our adopted son. You could teach him his sword when I am gone. He would not leave you alone." The gray-robed man stepped closer, enveloping the white-haired woman in his arms, exhaling warm breath against her ear, smiling. "You worry too much when the time comes that you depart. I shall break the peepa branch in the courtyard and return to the sword pavilion of Yin Kingdom. Where would I fear to go? Whether one has a child or not is all fate. What do you owe me?" As he spoke, he glanced toward the distant horizon, gently patting his wife's back. "However, since you are concerned, on the 3rd of this month, I shall bring some provisions to the Lu residence. If he is alive, I will grant him the identity of a Chi man, employing him to chop wood and prepare meals for us. What do you think?" Feeling the warmth enveloping her, the white-haired woman let out a long sigh, replying, "I shall leave it to your arrangement." Chapter 13. The Weight of Truth and Life Outside the County. In a dilapidated temple, the snowfall had temporarily ceased. The old black dog returned once more, carrying an iron box. Upon entering the crumbling temple, it discovered Wen Chaosheng and a shui sprawled out, resembling mere mud. The dog approached them, sniffed, and, confirming they were alive, extended its paw to nudge Wen Chaosheng. Unlike a shui, Wen Chaosheng was frail. He was barely managing to stave off the pervasive cold of the temple with the warmth of the alcohol he had consumed and the smoldering fire nearby. The moment the black dog nudged him, he opened one eye. Rubbing his head, he noticed the dark dog's nose waving before him. Realizing that the dog had come, he retrieved the iron box from the dog's mouth, opened it, and set it aside. Then, using the stick he had previously employed to eat meat, he retrieved a few slices of horse meat from the freshly boiled water and placed them in the dog's food container. Old dog, it was usually I who dined on your offerings. Today, I shall treat you to some meat. Wen Xiaosheng pushed the food container towards the black dog, which wasted no time in devouring the meal. In no time, it had finished the meat, leaving half of the porridge untouched. After satisfying its hunger, the black dog carried the food container back to its usual spot, then turned without hesitation and trotted towards the temple's exit. Just as it stepped outside, when Xiaosheng suddenly called out to it, "Old dog." The black dog paused, turning its head back, its dark eyes fixed on Wen Xiaosheng, seemingly comprehending the call. Wen Xiaosheng, sitting cross-legged by the fire, locked eyes with the dog for a moment, then, moistening his parched lips, spoke, "Old dog, do not go. He will not return." The dog stood still for a long while, uncertain whether it understood or not, before eventually turning and scampering off towards the snow-covered hills as it had before. Once it had departed, when Xiaosheng exhaled deeply, a Shui's intoxicated voice drifted from behind him. "It is so clever, it truly understands everything. Yet, like humans, it cannot let go of its dearly departed love, and is at a loss for how to keep it." When Xiaosheng glanced back at a Shui, though awake, a Shui remained sprawled on the ground, staring blankly at the dark tiles of the temple ceiling. "When will you leave?" he inquired. A Shui, taken aback by the question, responded, "Leave? Where to?" When Xiaosheng continued, "So many are searching for you. Although Kuhai County is not small, it lies in the southern border. Now, with the heavy snow sealing the land, they must have blocked off the east, west, and north routes as well. If you're found, you can only retreat into the wilderness. Yet I fear that no one can survive the winter wasteland. While they have yet to pinpoint your location, you still have time to act." A Shui patted his right leg. "See? It's crippled. The only thing I can do now is lie here and sleep." When Xiaosheng shook his head, "Though I'm unfamiliar with the ways of the world and have never encountered other practitioners, I believe you are among the more formidable. A crippled leg should not hinder you greatly. Your reluctance to leave stems merely from a desire to seek the truth from Lu Jinshi. But this is not the right time." A Shui turned to look at Wen Xiaosheng and, after a long pause, asked, "Wen Xiaosheng, which do you think is more important to me, the truth or life?" Wen Xiaosheng replied, "The truth." A Shui chuckled, raising a finger to point at Wen Xiaosheng. "I did not invite you for naught. Since you understand, why bother advising me further?" Wen Xiaosheng regarded a Shui's face, eventually nodding and sighing. As twilight enveloped the sky, the residents of Lu Jinshi glowed with a warm light of red lanterns, transforming the estate into a sea of warmth. These lanterns, crafted from the finest materials by skilled artisans, had their wicks replaced daily. Lu Jinshi, desiring a festive atmosphere, had decreed that they must remain until the winter passed and spring arrived. The steward, bent over, hurried to the entrance of the reception hall. After a moment's hesitation, he knocked on the door. "Knock, knock, knock. Master, it is late. The lady and young master are waiting for you to dine." Earlier in the day, Lu Jinshi had expressly instructed him not to disturb him without prior notice. However, he could not afford to offend the lady, so he steeled himself and approached. After several knocks yielded no response, the steward frowned, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Just as he was about to push the door open, it swung wide. Behind the door stood a pale visage, lost in thought. The steward rushed forward to support Lu Jinshi, inquiring, "Master, are you unwell?" Gradually, Lu Jinshi came to his senses, fixing the steward with a strange gaze, gripping his wrist tightly as if he wished to utter something. His lips trembled, but no coherent words emerged. "Master, no rush. No rush." The steward, sensing something was amiss, refrained from pressing for details. He comforted Lu Jinshi while assisting him back, nearing the room where he usually dined. Suddenly, at the archway, Lu Jinshi seized the steward and dragged him to the wall. Gazing into Lu Jinshi's bloodshot eyes, The steward was too frightened to move, stammering, "Master, if you have any orders, please speak plainly. I will ensure everything is arranged." Lu Jinshe, panting heavily, gripped the steward's hand tightly and said, "Chang'e, how have I treated you all these years?" The steward nodded vigorously. "Master has treated Chang'e with immense kindness." Lu Jinshe first scrutinized the steward's eyes, then glanced around cautiously to ensure no one was listening. He leaned closer, lowering his voice. "Chang'e, in this household, I trust only you. Help me with one last task, and I shall bestow upon you wealth and honor. What say you?" Chang'e replied, "Master, just give the command, and I shall not hesitate." Lu Jinshe inhaled deeply and said, "Listen closely. I buried a waterproof package at the center of the fish pond in the courtyard, beneath the artificial hill. Tonight, while no one is around, dig it up and take the map inside. I have scattered my wealth over the years, buried in the northern Xingwang mountain. The map clearly indicates their locations. Tomorrow morning, depart north with the lady and young master. The farther, the better. Chang'e, I know you do not have a penchant for gambling. This wealth will suffice for a lifetime of indulgence. I have but one request. Ensure my wife and child are well fed and sheltered from the cold and snow. Furthermore, never return to Kuhai County. Do you understand?" Chapter 14. Evading her in the stillness of midnight, on a deserted street in Kuhai County, the unshoveled snow lay in heaps, while a pair of footprints, one large and one small, stretched into the distance. The cool moonlight, having paused during the snowfall, once again cast its glow upon this secluded corner of the world. At the end of the road, a little girl was supporting an elderly man as they moved forward. Step by step, the girl, around 7 years old, sported 2 playful pigtails and clutched a red rattledrum in her hand. Her delicate face resembled that of a porcelain doll. The old man, with a broad back and a full head of white hair, bore a serene expression and exuded a gentle kindness. He held the girl's hand with his left, while his right arm hung limply, the sleeve swaying as he walked. Yes, the old man had lost an arm. They ambled along, stopping intermittently, until the girl grew weary. He then guided her to sit on the steps of an unknown home, reaching into his garments to produce a piece of old, hardened bread, urging her to nibble on it slowly. Each crunch of her white teeth against the bread echoed softly on the empty street. The girl, displaying remarkable patience, finished the morsel before tilting her head to ask, "Grandpa, who are we looking for?" The old man gazed at her with affectionate eyes, stroking her hair gently as he replied, "Silly child, we are not looking for anyone." A look of confusion clouded the girl's eyes as she gazed up at the stars, murmuring, "But didn't that uncle say yesterday that we should look for an older sister?" The old man responded softly, "We must not seek her. Instead, we must evade her." The girl blinked, her drowsiness momentarily forgotten. Why? The old man stared into the shadows of the alley, as if peering into a realm fraught with peril. "Because she is a monster." At this revelation, the girl exclaimed in surprise, her dark eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Grandpa, are there really monsters in this world?" The old man affirmed with conviction, "Indeed. She survives fire and does not perish. She withstands blades and remains unscathed. What else could she be, if not a monster? I lost my arm to her." The girl's understanding dawned, her eyes brightening. "I see. Grandpa, we are pretending to look for her." The old man chuckled. "Very clever." He withdrew his gaze, suddenly looking up and gently patting the girl on the back. "Little lamb, you should return home now. Grandpa will wander a bit longer while the snow holds off. I shall come back later." The girl obediently nodded. "All right." She slowly rose, brushing the snow off her clothes, and wobbled away toward the end of the street. Once her small figure vanished into the darkness, a number of shadowy figures appeared on the eaves above, their presence unnoticed until now. These figures arrived silently, as if they had been trailing the old man or had materialized from thin air. A young, cold voice emerged from the shadows. "Old Ma, the black cicada has gone missing." The old man sighed, standing upright. Impatience breeds folly. They refuse to heed sound counsel. Every year, the river of oblivion attracts young souls with lofty ambitions but fragile lives. Pausing, his brows furrowed, he continued, "What a pity, he, though eager for fame, possesses genuine talent in martial arts. It is said he hails from a clan in Hawaii Bay, and at such a young age, he has surpassed the dragon's roar threshold, making him a skilled figure in the martial world. Alas, a middle-aged man, his waist adorned with a hook, inquired in a low voice, "Old Ma, what is the true nature of the woman who escaped from Wind City?" The old man descended the steps, making his way to the center of the street, following the footprints left by the girl. As he walked, the shadows above trailed him. "Do not ask too much. I offer but one piece of advice. This task is not to be trifled with. We are here by necessity." This bounty originated from the royal city, accompanied by a reward of 100,000 taels of gold, attracting figures of great renown. Wealth is merely a facade. Power is the essence. Regardless of the target of the bounty, appearances must be maintained. Yet, this individual is beyond our reach. Upon encountering her, keep your distance to avoid unnecessary loss of life. The old man's words stirred discontent among the shadows. The earlier cold woman spoke again, her voice laced with lethal intent. "Anyone who enters the river of oblivion can be slain if the price is right. No matter how formidable she is not invincible. What is there that cannot be touched?" This time, the river of oblivion has sent at least 100 people to Kauai County, a force formidable even among the four nations. Surely, Old Ma's words are an overestimation of her power. That fire did not consume her. She is simply lucky. This time luck may not be on her side. Old Ma waved his hand dismissively, turning his back to the crowd. "My words have been spoken. If you wish to earn merit and rise in rank, go ahead and test your fate. Kauai County is not large, and there are many local tyrants. If you truly wish to find someone, it is simple. Should you succeed, all matters henceforth will have no bearing on me. I am of advanced age and have lost my ambition. I shall not compete with you for glory." The shadows on the eaves watched him depart, no longer following. Beneath the moonlight, the cold wind howled, fluttering the azure sashes at their waists, carrying the aura of impending danger into the unknown. Chapter 15. Sudden death on the third day of the Lunar New Year, when Chaos Hen awoke early, emerging from his treehouse. He washed his face with snow and hurried to the dilapidated temple. He had hardly slept the previous night. This day was particularly significant for Wind Chaos Hen. Although it appeared to be an ordinary day, he had been waiting for it for 3 long years. Originally, he intended to confront Lu Jinshi, the magistrate of Kauai County, with a hatchet, prepared to exact a bloody price if the latter failed to uphold his promise. However, due to Ashui's intervention, he believed Lu Jinshi would likely acquiesce. Having become a citizen of Chi, When Chaos Hen had mentally rehearsed numerous strategies that could lead him to prosperity within 5 years. Once wealth was attained, the possibilities would be endless. As he traversed the path, the absence of fresh snow revealed traces from the previous night. His attention was drawn to a long drag mark in the snow, prompting a slight frown and an unsettling premonition. Quickening his pace, he arrived at the temple and immediately spotted Ashui resting inside, which offered him some relief. However, his gaze soon fell upon a pile of iron weapons in a corner of the temple. Had someone visited last night? He directly inquired of Ashui, who was still groggy, having boiled some snow for water. Someone came? Who came? When Chaos Hen pointed to the weapons, which included a long hook. If no one had arrived, then where did these come from? Ashui lazily ruffled her hair and casually replied, "I found them." Seeing her nonchalant demeanor, when Chaos Hen sat by the fire, warming his arms as he remarked, "With no snow last night, any activities would leave traces. You should at least clear the evidence, right? That long drag mark in the snow is evident enough for even an amateur like me to discern a problem, let alone." Noting his seriousness, Ashui sighed, rubbed her forehead, and propped her chin on her hand, staring at him. When Chaos Hen, "Do you really believe that Kauai County, this shabby place, can hide people?" When Chaos Hen was taken aback, Ashui gestured toward a shattered wine jar that had yet to be fully cleared away. "I want to find the local thugs in Kauai County for a drink. If I hadn't silenced them, traces would have already surfaced. If someone is determined to find me, this winter, Snow 1T can seal anything." The reason no one had come was that they were all waiting. When Chaos Hen, puzzled, asked, "Waiting for what?" Ashui fixed her gaze on him, a chilling smile creeping onto her face. "They're waiting to see if the one who survived the Great Fire is truly incapacitated now. If they send fools to test me, I shall provide them with a demonstration of my abilities." When Chaos-in regarded Ashui, and after a moment, raised an eyebrow and exclaimed, "That is incredibly bold." Ashui scoffed, "Bold? If you enter the world of martial arts, perhaps you want to think so." When Chaos-in replied, "I understand. Once you enter this world, you are no longer in control of your own fate." The last 8 words shifted Ashui's gaze towards him. "Once you enter this world, you're no longer in control of your own fate." She repeated, then muttered to herself, "What a fate." When Chaos-in, "I ask you, once you become a citizen of Qi, what do you wish to do? Make money, train. Is that all?" When Chaos-in pondered for a moment before replying, "I will do whatever I wish." As their eyes met, Ashui felt a strange intensity emanating from his gaze, sharp and bright. She silently sipped a bowl of hot water, choosing not to pursue the topic further, and rose to brush off the dust from her clothes. "Let us go find Lu Jinshi." When Chaos-in nodded, and together they made their way to the county town. Yet upon reaching the outskirts, he was struck by the absence of armed guards at the gate. A frown creased his brow as a foreboding sensation washed over him. Although Lu Jinshi had not accomplished much for the people during his tenure, he had upheld the FAAD of maintaining public order. Even in heavy snow, the guards, reliant on government pay, were expected to be on duty. Now, however, in the daylight following the new year, not a single guard was present, which was indeed peculiar. Upon entering the county town, they found the streets near the southern gate deserted. Ashui's keen eyes scanned the surroundings, a flicker of confusion crossing her features. They hurried toward the county office only to spot a large crowd gathered at a distance. Exchanging a glance, they pushed into the throng. One Chaos-in struggled through the crowd until he reached the entrance of the county office, where he froze, rendered speechless. Whispers surrounded him, and people jostled against him, but he stood there like a statue, oblivious. At the entrance, he beheld Lu Jinshi, whom he had not seen for over a month, now transformed into a lifeless body. Lu Jinshi was dead, hanged. The corpse dangled at the entrance of the county office, facing the street, its face a ghastly shade of blue. As the wind blew, the body swayed ominously, a horrifying sight. When Chaos-in stared in disbelief at Lu Jinshi's corpse, and after what felt like an eternity, he seemed to lose all strength, collapsing to the ground and laughing maniacally. Those around him, either fearful of his apparent madness or wary of him causing trouble, began to distance themselves. Some locals, aware of when Chaos-in's reputation, began to circulate tales, some true, some fabricated, about him to those who were unaware. In an instant, many cast pitying glances in his direction. After a while, a commanding voice rang out from the distance. "The government is conducting an investigation. All bystanders, clear the area." Chapter 16. A golden leaf blown in the street, a throng of elegantly dressed individuals arrived at the scene, led by knife-wielding guards clearing the way. Following them was a pale-faced man in white riding a horse. His demeanor was gentle, his stature tall, with broad brows and profound eyes, exuding a scholarly aura. The crowd parted to create a path until they reached one Chaosheng, who sat despondently on the ground at the entrance. The guard furrowed his brow and shouted. But when Chaosheng remained oblivious, his gaze fixated on the corpse of Lu Jinshi. Noticing Wen Chaosheng's attire, the guard assumed him to be a madman or beggar from the county and showed no courtesy, drawing his sword. A shui, amidst the crowd, frowned, pinching a small stone he had found. Just as the guard was about to issue a second warning to Wen Chaosheng, the man in white suddenly spoke. "Do not harm him. Let him be." The guard, recognizing the authority in the white-clad man's voice, sheathed his sword and approached Wen Chaosheng, dragging him away from the entrance. Wen Chaosheng offered no resistance. His focus remained unwaveringly on Lu Jinshi's lifeless body, his eyes disturbingly intense. The white-clad man scrutinized Wen Chaosheng briefly, but said nothing. Accompanied by the guards, he arrived at the county office, where he faced several officials in court attire. From his chest, he produced a distinctive iron medal emblazoned with the seal of the Qi Kingdom. Such seals are exceedingly difficult to forge. Once discovered, the forger would face death, along with their entire family. It represented the singular authority of the Qi royal family. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Chuan Xiong, from the Wangqing Langan Pavilion." I have come to Kuhai County with the official seal to replace the former county magistrate, Lu Jinshi. Lu Jinshi has served the county well over the years and was set to transfer authority and documents before departing for Wangcheng to receive his honors. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, matters have been delayed. I must first investigate the cause of Lu Jinshi's death. If there is nothing further, I kindly ask you to disperse. Please grant me some time to thoroughly investigate this matter. Chuanxiong's voice was clear as he clasped his fists in greeting to the gathered citizens, his words courteous. As he spoke, the crowd gradually began to disperse. Although the people enjoyed the spectacle, they were not foolish. They understood the hierarchy. Chuanxiong was an official, and they were commoners. They would not allow politeness to lead to presumptuousness. As the crowd thinned, Chuanxiong approached Wen Xiaosheng, crouching down to examine him. He retrieved a handful of scattered silver coins from his sleeve and placed them before Wen Xiaosheng, gently patting him on the shoulder. Young brother, let's proceed. We must investigate, and your presence here may hinder our efforts. Wen Xiaosheng did not accept the coins, but instead looked up at him and asked, Are you the newly appointed county magistrate of Kuhai County? Chuanxiong nodded. Indeed. Is there anything I can assist you with, young brother? Wen Xiaosheng spoke candidly. I desire to obtain an identity as a Qi citizen. Chuanxiong's eyes flickered. You are not a Qi citizen? Wen Xiaosheng shook his head. I am a refugee. After a moment of silence, Chuanxiong replied, I regret to inform you, young brother, that you may need to accompany us. Wen Xiaosheng's gaze sharpened. Are you attempting to frame me for Lu Jinshi's death? Chuanxiong chuckled lightly. How could that be? Once we ascertain that you are indeed not the culprit, you shall be released, and I will consider facilitating your request for Qi citizenship. Observing the seemingly gentle smile on Chuanxiong's face, Wen Xiaosheng's hand slowly moved to his back, where a concealed knife lay hidden. It had awaited its purpose for a long time. Though it had lost its original target, it remained sharp. Should Wen Xiaosheng require it, it was ready to end a life. I have been outside the county for 3 years. Aside from entering the county on the 3rd day of each month to petition Lu Jinshi for an identity, I have not stepped foot inside. If you truly wish to investigate me, why not simply confirm with the guards who are on duty? Chuanxiong shrugged, maintaining his smile. That is difficult to ascertain. What if they doze off while on duty? You claim you're not the culprit, but surely you must have someone to vouch for you? Realizing the futility of his options, Wen Xiaosheng understood he had no choice. He could gamble on the sincerity of this man before him, yet he could not convince himself. In 2 lifetimes, his eyes had become too discerning. No matter how well the other concealed himself, the light within Wen Xiaosheng's gaze pierced through the facade, delving deep into the depths of the man's thoughts. Just as he was about to draw his knife, a deep, resonant voice interrupted from nearby. He is not the culprit. I can attest to that. The crowd turned to see a robust man in a blue robe standing not far away, his gaze calm. The wind blowing through the street gently stirred his garments. Chuanxiong, crouching before Wen Xiaosheng, stiffened, gradually rising to address the man in blue. Who are you? The blue-robed man approached slowly, casting a glance at Wen Xiaosheng. My surname is L, and I am L Jiming. I have resided in Kuhai County for 30 years. Yesterday, I was outside the county to unwind and saw him. Chuanxiong scrutinized L Jiming, then burst into laughter, asking, You watched him all night? L Jiming lightly shook his sleeves, revealing a golden leaf, which he handed to Chuanxiong. If you deem it so, then so it is. Chuanxiong weighed the golden leaf in his hand, but did not accept it immediately. Instead, he held it before L Jiming and remarked meaningfully, A refugee is not worth this price. I initially believed him, but your sudden appearance gives me pause. L Jiming's expression remained unperturbed as he replied gently, It does not pose a problem. If he is indeed a Qi citizen and has been here all along, should any issues arise, Your Honor can apprehend him at any time. Chuanxiong and L Jiming exchanged glances for a brief moment, and after rubbing the golden leaf between his fingers, Chuanxiong finally accepted it. No wonder Lu Jinshi was reluctant to leave. This county magistrate truly profits handsomely. As he contemplated this, he turned and casually brushed aside Lu Jinshi's hanging corpse, entering the county office without a backward glance. L Jiming bowed to his retreating figure, his voice booming, Thank you, Your Honor. The guards dared not touch Lu Jinshi's body, fearing any lingering traces might implicate them as criminals. It fell to Chunxiong's subordinates to remove Lu Jinshi's corpse and carry it inside. They all filed into the county office, closing the door behind them. At that moment, a Shui approached the entrance, gazing up at the rope and hook, his eyes glimmering with unspoken thoughts. Chapter 17. The vanishing intestinal poison. As the sounds of Chunxiong and the officials faded beyond the door, the man in the green robe, Lu Jiming, lowered his gaze to Wen Chaos Hen and said, "From this day forth, you shall come to my home to chop firewood and fetch water. You shall have ample food and drink, and I will pay you daily." When Chaos Hen, rubbing his stiff legs, struggled to rise, releasing his grip on the axe. Such fortune exists in this world? You exchanged a gold leaf for the identity of a Qi citizen, only to have him chop firewood and fetch water? Lu Jiming retorted, "What do you think I should have you do?" When Chaos Hen met Lu Jiming's gaze, attempting to see through him as he had with Chunxiong. Yet Lu Jiming was different. He seemed to conceal his true thoughts in an unfathomable place, eluding Wen Chaos Hen's grasp entirely. When Chaoshen's mind raced, scanning through all his potential uses, failing to regard himself as human. At last he addressed Lu Jiming, "A life as worthless as mine. Is it that you require me to perform some unsavory task in exchange for gold?" Lu Jiming chuckled, "You are resilient, not worthless. Besides, your frail frame is hardly suited for any unsavory work." When Chaos Hen shook his head, "I do not believe in falling pie from the sky. Perhaps 3 years ago I would have, but not now. You have spent a fortune to grant me the identity of a Qi citizen, which I owe you a debt of gratitude for. I should not speak to you so, yet I feel you ought to be more forthright. For what you have spent, you should receive commensurate value." Lu Jiming waved his sleeve, his smile undiminished. "If we must tally so precisely, your debt to me extends far beyond a mere day or two. Besides that gold leaf, there have been countless bowls of porridge. Should we account for all of these, do you not owe me your very life?" When Chaos Hen trembled slightly at his words, Lu Jiming turned and retraced his steps, his voice melodic. "My home is the 8th residence in Osmanthus Lane, west of Gallery Bridge. The alley is deep. You have not wandered the county town. I shall lead you, so you do not lose your way upon your return. If you wish to go, then follow me." When Chaos Hen hesitated for a moment, glancing at Ashui outside the county office, who appeared lost in thought, fixated on the iron hook above and the severed rope on the ground. Seeing her thus, When Chaos Hen decided to follow Lu Jiming. "What shall I call you, young brother?" When Chaos Hen. "A fine name." When Chaos Hen, curious, glanced at Lu Jiming's back, his voice tinged with respect. "For these past years, have you been the one feeding the Dog Lord?" Lu Jiming answered obliquely, "Why do you call it Dog Lord?" When Chaos Hen was unashamed, "It saved my life. I have little to repay it with, so calling it Lord seems a fair bargain." Lu Jiming led him into the alley, pointing to a nearby fence adorned with red apricots, saying, "Count from here. It is the 8th room ahead. Remember, it is this way. Do not go astray." Upon entering Lu Jiming's residence, a loquat tree stood tall in the courtyard, its trunk straight as a sword thrust into the earth. When Chaos Hen gazed at the loquat tree, sensing something peculiar about it, yet unable to articulate what struck him as odd. The courtyard contained only this tree, the rest adorned with flowers and grass. Lu Jiming approached a stone table in the house, brewed a pot of tea, and handed it to one Chaos Hen, saying, "The owner of the black dog was once my neighbor. After he departed, the black dog came to my doorstep begging for food, since my household lacks for nothing. I took it in." As his words fell, the wooden door of the courtyard swung open, revealing a white-haired woman clad in a blue fur gown, who addressed the two outside, "The porridge is ready. Let us eat first." Inside the county office, Chunxiong stood before Lu Jinshi's corpse, reaching out to touch his neck, his eyes glimmering with intensity. The guards who had escorted him to Cahaxian stood rigidly outside, resembling a grove of pines. Within the room remained only Chunxiong and a middle-aged guard with silver-streaked hair, wielding a blade. This guard was unlike the others. He held his sword in his left hand, and his left arm appeared unnaturally elongated, suggesting a congenital disability. Yet his eyes burned bright and sharp, like candles in the night. "Wu Xia, dissect his abdomen," Chunxiong commanded. The guard swiftly drew his blade, slicing open Lu Jinshi's belly. As he beheld the vibrant contents within, Chuanxiong's brow furrowed with growing concern. Is Master Chun searching for poison? Wu Xia seemed to sense Chuanxiong's confusion, inquiring softly. Chuanxiong narrowed his eyes. The poison given by Lu Chuan is intestinal poison. For an ordinary person, ingestion would result in immediate internal devastation. Yet Lu Jinshi's corpse bears no signs of having consumed poison. Do you not find this strange? He chose to hang himself, deliberately, at the entrance of the county office. Wu Xia pondered for a moment. In any case, he is dead, is he not? His death erases the secret, which is what the master desires. Chuanxiong examined the body, then produced a clean cloth to wipe his hands, saying, I am deeply concerned. This secret may not be truly lost, but merely hidden. The stakes are too high. Should word leak, it could plunge Qi and even the world into chaos. We are here to clean up after the master. We cannot leave a trace. We must verify repeatedly. Lu Jinshi had died not long ago, just before dawn. There should have been someone watching him at that time. Wu Xia, assist me in finding Lu Chuan and inquire about Lu Jinshi's activities prior to his death. And he instructed the servants outside, search the entire county office. Before nightfall, I wish to see the unused intestinal poison Lu Jinshi possessed. Chapter 18. The loquat is not a loquat. After finishing his meal, Jiming set down his utensils and addressed Wen Chaosheng, saying, Once you have rested sufficiently, go to the woodshed and chop wood. I have but one request. Each day, you must chop the large logs into pieces that resemble the small kind neatly stacked over there. He pointed, and when Chaosheng beheld a large pile of tidily arranged small logs beneath the eaves. I shall pay you 50 copper coins daily. If you save wisely, you will be able to purchase a modest piece of land in Kuhu County after a year, sufficient for one person to live comfortably. When Chaosheng, puzzled by this arrangement, questioned, with my identity as a citizen of Qi, will not the county magistrate allocate a plot of land to me directly? Jiming patiently elucidated. Qi has such written laws, yet they have never been effectively enforced. If you desire a dwelling, you must spend your own money to negotiate with the magistrate. When Chaosheng fell into a moment of silence, then slowly drew forth the wood-chopping knife from behind him. Just as he stepped outside, he abruptly halted and turned to Jiming, inquiring, Mr. L, why is there a loquat tree in the center of the courtyard? Taken aback by the question, Jiming regarded Wen Chaosheng with a newfound seriousness. Behind him, an elderly woman with white hair, who was tidying up the dishes, momentarily froze, her gaze drifting outside. Is it not normal to have a tree in a courtyard? With such a vast space, a solitary tree prevents it from appearing too barren, he replied. When Chaosheng pressed on, then why not plant more? Jiming, intrigued, asked, what prompts your sudden curiosity regarding a single tree? It stands there without obstructing your path. After a brief hesitation, Wen Chaosheng's eyes reflected a hint of bewilderment. I cannot articulate why, but I feel it is quite special. Jiming inquired. In what way is it special? When Chaosheng pondered deeply, upon entering this courtyard, I noticed the tree. I cannot describe the sensation it evoked. However, it seems to me that it ought not to be merely a tree, but something else entirely. Realizing the conversation had lingered too long on the subject, he hoisted the axe and made his way to the woodshed, where the sound of wood splitting soon echoed. The white-haired woman resumed her task of cleaning the dishes, and, as she passed Jiming, her tone bore an undercurrent of subtle pride. Have you found a treasure this time? Jiming gazed at the loquat tree in the courtyard, murmuring, this branch of the loquat hails from the extreme north. Though the Yinzhao people dwell in the northern lands, they are accustomed to loquats, and thus see only loquats. Who would have imagined that in this far southern land, there exists a true eye to discern the genuine essence within its branches and the delicate beauty among its leaves? Such is the capriciousness of fate. The white-haired woman asked, will you teach him? Jiming shook his head. There is no one in this world who can teach me, nor can I impart knowledge to anyone. However, this loquat tree has always been here. He comes daily and thus sees it daily. What he perceived from that tree is entirely his own fortune. At the county magistrate's residence, as dusk approached, the snow, which had briefly ceased, began to fall again. Wu Xie, armed with his dagger, stood at the doorway. After knocking thrice, the door was open a crack, and upon seeing him, the constable's expression shifted, immediately granting him passage. Wu Xie hurried to Lu Jinshi's autopsy chamber, where Chun Xiong remained, surrounded by the flickering light of numerous candles that illuminated the room, amplifying the gravity in her eyes. "Why has so much time passed?" she questioned, in a low voice. Wu Xie responded, "The people of Wangchuan were diverted last night. For a while, we could not ascertain Lu Jinshi's actions, likely during the hour before his suicide." Chun Xiong furrowed her brow. "Diverted by whom?" Wu Xie explained. "Some individuals were led away by Lu Jinshi's released family members. Just before dawn, a carriage escaped from Lu Jinshi's residence under the cover of lingering darkness. Part of the team assigned to monitor Lu Jinshi followed, believing it to be him fleeing, only to discover it was his wife, children, and steward." "And where are they now?" Chun Xiong inquired. Wu Xie replied, "They've been dealt with, and this matter is of great significance. The bodies of the three are in Lu Chuan's possession. He has invited you to a meeting at the Mandarin Duck Tower tomorrow, seemingly wishing to discuss something privately." Chun Xiong paced the room, her feet casting shadows, as the flickering flames mirrored her inner turmoil. What the others? The spies from Wangchuan who were monitoring Lu Jinshi must have been professionally trained. They could not all have pursued that single carriage. If they were that foolish, I would consider sending a letter to the master to implicate them, so that should trouble arise, I need not bear the burden of consequence. Wangchuan had gained renown in the martial world as a formidable assassin organization, growing increasingly powerful over the past century. Not only in the streets and alleys, but also among courtiers, they would dare to kill for the right price. Rumors also circulated that the core figures of Wangchuan were intertwined with the royal families of the four nations, their subordinates' countless lives for the sake of immeasurable wealth and treasures. The professionalism of this group was beyond question. Wu Xie clarified, a contingent was meant to be stationed there. The people of Wangchuan are typically meticulous in their operations. But that night, an unexpected event occurred. Chun Xiong's gaze sparkled like stars. What unexpected event? Chapter 19. Poison. Chun Xiong never anticipated that in such a remote and impoverished place as Kuhai County, unexpected incidents would still occur. Wu Xie recalled the information received from Lu Chuan earlier and remarked, "Last night, a person from Wangchuan had their arm torn off and staggered to Lu Jinshi's residence seeking help." Chun Xiong's gaze sharpened, interrupting him. "Did you just say torn off an arm?" Wu Xie replied, "The news from Lu Chuan states that the assassin who sought help last night had their arm literally ripped off. Although her heart sustained a fatal injury, she was born with her heart on the right side, which allowed her to escape and seek assistance. Little did anyone know, she inadvertently led her assailant right to her." Chun Xiong fell into silence for a considerable time. "So, everyone at Lu Jinshi's residence was killed?" Wu Xie responded, "Only one person survived. That individual was fortunate enough to have gone to relieve himself, and upon returning, witnessed the aftermath. He intended to join the fray, but within mere moments, the conflict was over. Perhaps it wasn't even a true battle. Luckily, holding a lantern, he appeared as if he were merely a night watchman, thus narrowly escaping disaster." Chun Xiong resumed her pacing, stating, "There are many individuals from Wangchuan this time. I sensed something amiss when we set out. If it were merely to assist the Lord with trivial matters, such an elaborate display seems unnecessary. Moreover, the assassins possess varying degrees of skill, seemingly not belonging to the same faction. After much contemplation today, the only plausible explanation I can conceive is a bounty. Recently, there have been whispers in the Jianghu suggesting a significant bounty has appeared on Wangchuan's list." Wu Xie's fingers, which gripped the blade, unfurled and then slowly clenched again. "Our understanding of Wangchuan is limited, and we have no influence rooted there. If the Lord requires information, it would be best to consult Lu Chuan." Chun Xiong nodded. "I happen to see him tomorrow. I shall inquire." Over the years, many have incurred the ire of Wangchuan and the Jianghu. If it were merely common grievances, that would be one thing, but the fear lies in the possibility that prior actions may have leaked, reaching Panlong Palace. Upon mentioning Panlong Palace, Wu Xie's entire demeanor tensed in an instant. Clearly, He too recognized the gravity of the situation. However, he soon relaxed again. The individual from Panlong Palace has likely not involved himself in affairs for many years now. Wu Xie's hand resumed its small gesture, a sign of his relaxation. Chun Xiong fixated on the flickering candlelight within the room, extending her hand to gently pinch the flame. The searing blaze, upon contact with her skin, left no trace of a scar. Upon closer inspection, there appeared to be nearly imperceptible gaps between the flame and her skin, as if a mysterious force separated them. For a decade, indulgence and extravagance reigned, leading the populace to believe that the figure from Panlong Palace had become a mere shell of his former self. Throughout these 10 years, court officials within the palace have shown diminishing interest in him. Strangely, during this time, Qi State has remained orderly from the royal capital to the provinces, with no reports of unrest. It seems that an unseen hand has been orchestrating everything behind the scenes. Wu Xie remarked, within Longan Pavilion, countless eyes are upon him. Even the towering taboo grounds occasionally cast their gaze. If it were indeed his doing, there would be no trace left behind. The Lord's concerns may be unwarranted. More importantly, this opportunity is unparalleled. Perhaps the Lord should concentrate more effort on that matter. If successful, a year from now, the Lord could enter Longan Pavilion for further studies, or even. Chun Xiong pondered for a moment before turning. You may return for now. I shall contemplate further. Wen Xiaosheng dragged a large load of chopped firewood, laboriously making his way back to the dilapidated temple. Under the starlit sky, the traces left behind by the cart had been largely erased, only vague outlines remaining. He had changed into a clean cotton coat, appearing far less disheveled than before. Upon returning to the temple, he felt not the chill, but rather a sheen of sweat upon his brow. A shui, seated beside the fire, inquired upon seeing Wen Xiaosheng. Not at the treehouse tonight? Wen Xiaosheng replied, if there is enough firewood, the temple will be warmer. Come, lend a hand. A shui stepped forward, her slender arms flexing, muscles taut as she effortlessly pulled the cart back into the temple. Did you chop all of this? Indeed, Wen Xiaosheng replied, placing the firewood in the corner before asking a shui, or were you watching at the county office all day? Without lifting her head, a shui responded, Lu Jinshi was forced to death. When Xiaosheng stared at her, how do you know? A shui casually tossed a small object that rolled to the ground of the temple. When Xiaosheng focused, and to his astonishment, it was a vial of poison. Chapter 20. Midnight Conversations. What is this? When Xiaosheng picked up the small vial, then gathered some twigs and settled beside the fire, adding the wood to the flames. Intestinal poison. Ashui's voice was mild as she gently turned the horse meat skewered on a stick. Under the searing flames, golden drippings of fat sizzled and the pungent odor dissipated, transforming into an enticing aroma. The horse meat had been torn into shreds, the distinct muscle fibers heightening one's appetite. This substance was the signature poison of Wangchuan, concocted by the peach bamboo immortal. The toxin was colorless, odorless, and tasteless. A common person would perish upon ingestion, their insides rotting away. The poison acted swiftly and was lethal only to humans. Other creatures displayed no adverse reactions upon consuming it. Thus, if it were to be mixed with food or water, its presence would be nearly undetectable. Listening to Ashui's description, Wen Xiaosheng couldn't help but feel intrigued, since it was colorless and odorless. How could you be so certain it is poison? Ashui glanced at him, picked up the vial from the ground, and gently shook it, a sloshing sound emanating from within. Half has been consumed. When Xiaosheng's breath caught in his throat as he imagined Ashui's unique method of identifying poisons. Although his understanding of her was limited, her keen and piercing eyes suggested a depth of insight. She was far from ordinary. Yet he was taken aback by how straightforward her method was. For a moment, they exchanged glances, and when Xiaosheng felt a dryness in his mouth, he racked his brain to continue the conversation. Is it tasty? The right eyebrow of Ashui slowly arched upward. Extremely salty. When Xiaosheng fell silent, leaning against the fire to warm himself. As more wood was added, the flames gradually grew, their warmth countering the fierce wind outside the dilapidated temple. Life is indeed unpredictable. After waiting 3 years, I remain alive while Lu Jinshi has perished. Who could have anticipated this 3 years ago? He pondered, then shifted the topic. However, Lu Jinshi's death is quite peculiar. According to the newly appointed magistrate of Kuhai County, Chun Xiong, Lu Jinshi was expected to rise in rank and wealth, leaving no motive for suicide. Unless Chun Xiong was lying, Lu Jinshi could not have achieved such success. Yet as the new magistrate of Kuhai County, Chun Xiong had no reason to fabricate a story. He possessed substantial authority in the county. Thus, this analysis leads to two possibilities. Either Lu Jinshi was murdered due to personal vendettas, with Chun Xiong having no involvement, or Lu Jinshi's death was orchestrated by Chun Xiong and his associates. Listening to Wen Chaoxing's calm analysis, Ashui's gaze shifted subtly towards him. Wen Chaoxing, I didn't realize you had a knack for investigation. Wen Chaoxing shook his head. This isn't an investigation, merely a straightforward analysis. Ashui straightened her posture, her tone taking on a more serious note as she asked, which scenario do you find more plausible? Without hesitation, Wen Chaoxing replied, the latter. And why is that? Ashui inquired. The firelight in Wen Chaoxing's eyes flickered with danger. The timing is too coincidental. One has just died, and another arrives. Of course. That may just be my wishful thinking. I possess no evidence to substantiate my claims. You lingered at Lu Jinshi's residence this morning for quite some time. Did you not also sense something amiss? Ashui's gaze drifted to the corner of the dilapidated temple, where a pile of weaponry lay. In fact, I was at Lu Jinshi's residence last night. Some reckless assassins, driven mad by greed, sought me out. I buried them in the snow behind the temple. One female assassin had her heart on the right side. I pierced her lung with a sword. She did not die immediately, so I pursued her into the county, slaying 11 others. Later, one individual approached with a lantern but did not act, so I spared him. This morning, Lu Jinshi was found dead. I suspected a connection to Wang Chuan, yet I was uncertain. Thus, I inspected the scene and can confirm that Lu Jinshi indeed took his own life. However, the circumstances align closely with your deductions. His suicide was not a personal choice, but rather a forced act. The reason he chose to hang himself was deliberate on Lu Jinshi's part. When Chaoxing was taken aback, deliberate? Why? Chapter 21. He would borrow a knife when discussing the manner and reasons behind Lu Jinshi's suicide, Ashui remarked. The rope he used to hang himself was meant for tying cattle, exceptionally sturdy. The knot he fashioned was particularly intricate, secured with a hook that firmly ensnared his neck. Even in the wind, the head of the corpse would not sway easily. During my examination, the rope's knot and the iron hook caught my attention. If he had merely succumbed to despair or was coerced into taking his life, he would not have gone to such lengths. The estate is replete with massive beams. A simple piece of white cloth could have sufficed for his tragic end. Yet he expended considerable effort to create such a complicated knot and hook, and even traveled a significant distance to hang himself at the county office's entrance. I found this puzzling, so I deduced Lu Jinshi's head position from the knot's length and the iron hook, then followed the direction of his gaze to locate a vial of poison buried in the wall's corner. As Ashui recounted her observations, Wen Chaoxing immediately grasped her implication. Thus, Lu Jinshi's elaborate suicide at the county office was intended to signal the location of the buried poison to others? No, that cannot be right. His body had been hanging there for an extended period without any family members arriving to claim it, indicating that his relatives had likely met a similar fate. This leads to the conclusion that Lu Jinshi had no formidable allies capable of avenging him, rendering his actions meaningless unless. Noticing Wen Chaoxing's hesitation, Ashui, illuminated by the firelight, pressed, "Can you not finish your thought in one go?" Wen Chaoxing met her gaze, revealing a subtle expression. Unless Lu Jinshi was waiting for you. Ashui's eyes narrowed. Waiting for me? Wen Chaoxing continued. You had previously met him. Your ability to command his obedience suggests you must have threatened him. Therefore, Lu Jinshi was aware of your formidable skills, making you the only one capable of avenging him. Ashui replied with a tone of amusement. You mean to say that Lu Jinshi hoped a complete stranger would assist him in revenge? Wen Chaoxing toyed with a piece of firewood, seemingly organizing his thoughts. Soon, he cast the wood into the flames, and the sparks flew, vanishing into the depths of his vision. It must be so. if this were not mere coincidence. Lu Jinsher had no alternative but to act as he did. He was compelled to do so. Before the new county magistrate, Chun Xiong, assumed office, he must have felt threatened, aware that his demise was imminent and that his family would likely not survive either. A corner dog will leap over the wall. A desperate rabbit will bite, let alone someone like Lu Jinsher. For my 3 years of understanding him, he was meticulous and vengeful. If the people of Wangshuan sought to harm him, he would not simply relent. Furthermore, to him, while you may be a stranger, you undeniably possess a motive to aid him. Having spoken, when Chaos Hen gently tapped the half-full vial of poison in Ashue's hand with a stick, prompting her to ponder. Are you implying that the answers I sought from Lu Jinsher are related to his death? When Chaos Hen nodded affirmatively. Indeed, Ashue closed her eyes, massaging her temples as countless turbulent thoughts surged within her. She yearned to understand why, despite her parents having died 5 years prior, she continued to receive letters from them throughout these years. What should have been a straightforward matter had inexplicably become convoluted. As when Chaos Hen sifted through the ashes in the fire, his voice remained calm as he elaborated. Moreover, when you sought out Lu Jinsher a few days ago, he clearly knew the answers but insisted on delaying, promising to inform you later. In hindsight, he intended to postpone until Chun Xiong arrived to take over affairs, planning to abscond with his secrets. However, he did not anticipate that Chun Xiong would come seeking his life. Thus, Lu Jinsher, in a desperate bid, endeavored to leave this vial of poison for you, wishing to convey that the reason you continued receiving letters after your parents' demise was intertwined with Chun Xiong and his entourage. Lu Jinsher understood that you would not cease your inquiries. As long as you pursued the truth, he could utilize your quest for vengeance. As when Chaos Hen spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at the silent Ashue, his tone curious. The two most pressing questions now are, why does the new county magistrate seek Lu Jinsher's death? And what connection does this have to the matter concerning your parents? Chapter 22, A Favor, or Not in Just a Few Short Days. A series of events unfolded in this remote borderland of southern Qi, seemingly intertwined by an inexplicable force. Within the dilapidated temple, under the meticulous recounting of Wen Chaosheng, two seemingly unrelated incidents were woven together. Observing the contemplative Ashue, he initially intended to inquire about her past. However, recalling her earlier expression of anguish, he refrained from doing so. His curiosity piqued. He pondered the nature of the harrowing experiences that could render such a resilient individual as Ashue unable to confront her own memories. She had endured nights of biting snow, resisted formidable assassins, and countless individuals had sought to pierce her with a blade in the county of Kuhai. Yet, neither those buried behind the temple nor the onlookers within Kuhai had truly succeeded in harming this nameless woman. Clearly, the woman whom Wen Chaosheng had rescued from the tempest was far more formidable than the storm itself. Tomorrow, I shall meet with Chun Xiong, Ashue resolved after much contemplation. She disliked being a weapon in another's hand, especially when that individual was deceased. However, the matter concerning her parents weighed heavily upon her heart. It was the last strand of hope she clung to. Should she fail to uncover the truth, the memory of the inferno that had reduced Feng City to cinders would inevitably consume her. Though she had narrowly escaped death, her inner demons had taken root, leading her to believe she had evaded them while remaining ensnared. Wen Chaosheng sighed inwardly and suddenly recalled something, addressing the flickering flames. As I wandered through the county today, I observed an influx of black birds upon the eaves and a surge of hidden venomous creatures in the alleys. Though I have not previously roamed Kuhai, I am aware that such entities should not exist in the realm of ordinary citizens. His voice bore a somber tone, akin to a plea. Yet Ashue's resolve was unyielding. She replied with a detached languor, "What does it matter? Kuhai is my home. I was destined to perish here." Wen Chaosheng listened intently to Ashue's words, his gaze fixating on her face illuminated by the firelight. Curiously, he queried, "Ashue, is the truth regarding your parents truly more vital to you than your very life?" Ashue, seemingly struck by the question, retorted bluntly, "Is there nothing more important to you than your own life?" When Chaosheng shook his head decisively, "No. To survive in this world, I have sacrificed all that could be sacrificed, including my dignity. Life is everything to me. As long as I draw breath, there exists an infinite array of possibilities for the future. A Shui scoffed, is that so? Who was it that warned me a few days ago that if I dared to harm Lord Dog, he would fight me to the death? When Xiaosheng fell silent under her taunt, but a Shui pressed on, reaching out to tug at his collar, drawing him closer as she scrutinized his face with interest. When Xiaosheng, would you truly fight to the death for a dog over me? When Xiaosheng understood her implication, she sought to discern whether his life held greater value than that of Lord Dog. However, he was reluctant to delve into such a question, responding, "Your query lends itself to misinterpretation, akin to asking who holds more significance to me, you or Lord Dog. Yet to both you and Lord Dog, I am merely a trifling passerby, a stone by the roadside. My thoughts are inconsequential to either of you. Why pursue this matter so relentlessly?" Taken aback by his answer, a Shui soon recognized her question's unintended implications. After a moment of contemplation, she finally released her grip. "Do me a favor," she stated. When Xiaosheng shook his head, "I shall not assist." A Shui frowned. "I haven't even specified what I need help with, and you refuse so readily?" Tossing a piece of wood into the fire, he replied, "What else could you wish for me to do? You merely want me to help investigate a case. Let me be clear, do not even entertain the thought. Whether it concerns the so-called Wang Chuan or any other individuals, I cannot afford to offend them. I have only just acquired my identity as a citizen of Qi, and the future is brimming with promise. If you wish to seek death, do not drag me down with you." A Shui cast a glance at him, ultimately nodding in silence. As night gave way to dawn, Wen Xiaosheng ventured into the county with his hatchet. This time, the guards at the gate no longer obstructed him. Their preoccupations lay elsewhere, engrossed in hushed discussions regarding Lu Jin's demise. As when Xiaosheng passed by, he overheard that the newly appointed magistrate, Chen Xiong, seemed to be in search of something. Recalling the deadly poison A Shui had acquired the previous night, he surmised the implications but chose to mask his unease, burying the events of the previous night deep within. After purchasing soy milk and steam buns at the morning market, he filled his belly before heading toward Ho Hot Lane. Located west of the painting gallery, he traversed the path leading into the heart of the alley, eventually reaching the 8th room. The door appeared to have been left ajar for him, and upon pushing it open, he encountered an elderly woman with white hair exiting. He inclined his head slightly, murmuring, "Good morning, Madame Lu." The white-haired woman nodded, her gaze lingering on him for a few moments before she proceeded to the vegetable market. Upon entering, Wen Xiaosheng's eyes were immediately drawn to the loquat tree in the courtyard. As before, the tree exuded an odd aura, having traveled from the southern part of the county to this very spot. Among the gaps between the houses or alongside the flowing Ming'an River, willows and cypress loomed tall and beautiful, yet none drew his attention. Only this loquat tree captivated him. Unconsciously, he found himself standing before the loquat tree, observing it for an extended period, his gaze wandering from the leaves to the trunk and finally to the roots. Yet no matter how he scrutinized it, a tree remained a tree, unchanged into anything else. Eventually, after staring too long at the branches and leaves, the sunlight filtering through the gaps stung his eyes, snapping him back to reality. He stood there momentarily, lost in thought, before grasping his hatchet and heading to chop wood. Arriving at the woodshed, Wen Xiaosheng repeated his earlier actions, positioning the logs upright before taking out the hatchet, raising it high and aiming for the center of the wood. With a swift motion, the hatchet descended. Yesterday, he had needed to strike the same thickness of wood 7 or 8 times, but today, as the hatchet fell, the snow pine log, as thick as 3 of his arms, split effortlessly. Chapter 23. The sword gazing at the severed piece of wood on the ground. When Xiaosheng's expression first revealed a slight perplexity. El Jiming's woodpile was predominantly composed of raw cedar logs, and he was unaware of their origin. However, the task of splitting these logs into firewood demanded an immense expenditure of Wen Xiaosheng's physical strength. Yesterday, his workload amounted to merely 1/3 of today's, and upon finishing, he had felt utterly exhausted, lingering at El Jiming's home for a meal before finally hauling the cart back to the dilapidated temple after a lengthy rest. Yet just moments ago, with a casual swing of his axe, he effortlessly cleaved the sturdy cedar wood in two. The disparity in his abilities was astonishing. As he stared at the split cedar on the ground, Wen Xiaosheng, somewhat disbelieving, picked up another piece of wood and, imitating his earlier action, brought the axe down with force. Crack! The blade of the axe met the resilient wood, but this time he was unable to split it as easily. Splinters flew, landing haphazardly around him. The craftsmanship of the axe was rather crude, lacking a proper wooden handle, resulting in a considerable vibration traveling through the blade, causing his hands to go numb and nearly slip from his grasp. He frowned and uttered a sound of surprise. Was the previous wood simply more brittle? No. When Xiaosheng discerned a crucial difference in the feel of the axe from his previous strike, he continued to chop several more times, attempting to replicate the sensation of his first strike in the woodpile, yet he met with no success. It seemed he had become somewhat addicted to the activity. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he ignored the soreness in his arms and hands, persisting in his endeavors. Outside the woodpile, in the courtyard, Jiming adjusted his attire, lifted a watering can, and began to nurture the flowers and plants in the garden. Indeed, the flora within this abode flourished more abundantly than elsewhere, thriving under Jiming's diligent care. Regardless of the scorching summer heat or biting winter chill, they never had to worry about nourishment. However, after completing his watering duties, Jiming inadvertently overlooked the loquat tree at the center of the courtyard. Instead of watering it, he took a seat on a nearby stone bench, brewed himself a pot of tea, and indulged in a moment of respite. Crack! The sound of Wen Xiaosheng chopping wood echoed from the woodpile behind him. With his legs crossed, Jiming stared intently at the loquat tree, seemingly lost in distant memories. How long had this loquat tree stood here? 15 years? 20? As he traced back in time, he recalled the promise made casually upon his return from the sword pavilion, a promise that had now spanned 3 decades. Indeed, though practitioners of the arts enjoy extended lifespans compared to ordinary folk, 30 years is a considerable expanse of time for both. With the passage of time, one is prone to forget many things. Yet, if one does not forget, it can become the source of suffering. For instance, the young man next door who kept a large black dog, with whom Jiming often played chess. The dog used to wander over frequently, relishing the shade and breeze beneath the loquat tree. After a game ended, the young man would take the dog back to his home to prepare medicinal porridge for his ailing mother. After the young man departed, Jiming found himself alone, feeling the weight of solitude, and the loquat tree stood empty without the dog's presence. Uncertain how long he had been ensnared in his memories, Jiming was suddenly jolted back to reality by a distinct sound from the woodpile. Crack! Following this sound was the thud of severed wood rolling onto the ground. Lowering his gaze, he took a sip of his hot tea and muttered to himself, "The tea hasn't cooled yet." When Xiaosheng emerged from the woodpile, drenched in sweat and panting heavily, Jiming poured him a cup of tea and invited him to sit and rest. When Xiaosheng downed 2 cups of hot tea before Jiming inquired, "Do you play chess?" When Xiaosheng hesitated for a moment, "Could you explain the rules?" Jiming, displaying patience, retrieved a cloth from the house wrapped around the chess pieces. Upon seeing the black and white pieces, Wen Xiaosheng immediately surmised the connection to Go or similar games. As Jiming elucidated the rules of the game, Wen Xiaosheng chuckled. Gold corners, silver edges, grass belly. ISNT this Go. He recalled how, during his time with Si Xiaohong, he had no understanding of music and could only hum a tune. Yet, he was well versed in Go, chess, and 5 in a row. "If you play a game, I'll return a chopping wood," Wen Xiaosheng declared. Jiming said no more. He allowed Wen Xiaosheng to choose his color, and without hesitation, the latter selected the white pieces. Jiming asked, "You don't want to go first?" When Xiaosheng shook his head, "I prefer white." Jiming chuckled at this and placed a black piece on the board. The two engaged in their battle, each placing their pieces on the small board. In contrast to Jiming's deliberation, Wen Xiaosheng moved rapidly, hardly pausing to think. As Jiming contemplated his moves, although he was not at a disadvantage, he took considerable time for each step. After 150 moves, Wen Xiaosheng, feeling bored while Jiming pondered, gazed at the loquat tree. The wind rustled the leaves, creating a sound reminiscent of clashing swords. Suddenly, he felt an incredibly sharp object pressing against his throat, instinctively retreating and spilling the white pieces in a flurry. Clatter! The white pieces scattered across the courtyard like a defeated army. When he regained his composure, when Xiaosheng was drenched in sweat, his heart racing, he touched his throat, confirming there was no injury, and turned to El Jiming, asking, "Mr. L, what kind of tree is that?" El Jiming smiled. "It's a loquat tree. There are loquat trees in the south. You must have seen them." When Xiaosheng shook his head, "No, that's not right. That isn't a loquat tree." El Jiming took a sip of tea and countered, "Then what do you think it is?" Recalling the earlier incident, when Xiaosheng fixed his gaze on El Jiming's face and slowly uttered two words, "It is a sword." Chapter 24. Man and Tree in the Courtyard. A gentle breeze stirred the corner of a blue robe, while the biting chill of winter brushed against Lu Jiming's brow. Yet it did not penetrate his being. He gazed intently at the teacup in his hand and remarked, "Different individuals perceive distinct realities. Similarly, the same person, at varying moments, may interpret the same object differently. To me, when I first encountered it, it was merely a loquat tree, and it remains so even now. If what you see presently is a sword, perhaps in the future, it will not be." When Xiaosheng stood amidst the garden draped in white cloth, quietly contemplating the tree before him, the flashes of blades he had previously witnessed now seemed merely a fleeting figment of his imagination within the game of chess. The cold sweat that had once trickled down his spine had dried with the passage of time, yet the swaying loquat tree exuded no aura of menace. It could still capture Xiaosheng's attention at first glance, but when he sought to discern something deeper, he found himself unable to see anything at all. When Xiaosheng lifted his gaze, peering into the branches and leaves of the loquat tree, and inquired of Lu Jiming, "Mr. Lu, has this loquat tree ever borne fruit?" Lu Jiming confidently replied, "Indeed, when I was in the state of Yin, it bore fruit each year." When Xiaosheng expressed his astonishment, "In this world, do people truly divide in a north and south, as do trees?" Lu Jiming smiled softly and took a gentle sip of tea. "Whether trees are categorized by regions is debatable, but how can we classify people in such a manner? Are the individuals from Yin truly so different from those of Qi?" Wen Xiaosheng bent down to pick up the white chess pieces scattered on the ground, returning them one by one to his cloth pouch. "Though I have spent 3 years outside the county, I have witnessed much concerning the lives within. Many common folk toil their entire lives, yet earn not even a fraction of the gold leaf you so carelessly produced. Their fleeting moments of glory are but transient, and they remain trapped in their confined existence. For them, what divides north and south extends far beyond mere people." After a moment of contemplation, Lu Jiming remarked, "In the past, having come from the north, I once heard a Confucian scholar from Qi speak of 4 words. In adversity, one must change. He asserted that in times of hardship, one should strive to alter their circumstances and not succumb to their environment. I found his perspective to be quite reasonable." When Xiaosheng paused momentarily in his task of collecting the chess pieces and then replied, "Mr. Lu, many individuals are well acquainted with profound truths, yet they still fail to lead fulfilling lives. I pride myself on my intellect, believing that most people in this world pale in comparison to me. Yet, a single remark from Lu Jin, a mere identity as a vagrant, and 10 taels of silver left me stranded outside the county for 3 years. In that time, I have tried everything to survive. Had I not encountered Dogmaster, you, or Hunter Zhang, I would have perished countless times. Some ascend to the pinnacle and gaze down upon the world, while others remain like frogs at the bottom of a well, craning their necks for a century, yet confined to their small space. The principle of in adversity, one must change holds truth, but the capacity to change varies from person to person, influenced by both self and environment. In contrast to humanity, trees are much simpler. If a northern tree can thrive in the south, it should, by all logic, bloom and bear fruit." Lu Jiming did not counter Wen Xiaosheng's viewpoint due to his age or experience. Instead, he pondered for a moment, a thoughtful expression gracing his features. "To me, humans and trees are not so different. This loquat tree has not borne fruit for a very long time. It is likely forgotten that it is indeed a tree." Wen Xiaosheng picked up another chess piece and regarded Lu Jiming with curiosity, asking, "Mr. Lu, Why do you carry a tree with you as you traverse the world? Lu Jiming gently tapped the lid of his teacup, producing a clear chime. A tree cannot thrive without roots. I do not carry a tree down the mountain. Rather, the journey is long and the waters deep. I fear forgetting the taste of my homeland. When I departed, I took a branch of the loquat tree with me. Later, having established a family, I purchased a home here and buried that branch in the soil. To my surprise, after a heavy snowfall, it took root, and with the spring breeze, it blossomed into a tree once more. Upon finishing his tale, Lu Jiming smiled at Wen Chaosheng. Chaosheng, I have resided here for over 30 years, and the hardships of travel have long faded. How could you possibly know that I once roamed the world? Wen Chaosheng unabashedly replied, My eyes can perceive things that remain invisible to most. Lu Jiming inquired, Oh, such as what? Wen Chaosheng finally collected all the white pieces from the ground and handed the cloth pouch to Lu Jiming. For instance, while playing chess with me, you are often preoccupied with other matters. It is evident that you are troubled by numerous concerns. With that, Wen Chaosheng turned and walked towards the woodshed, leaving Lu Jiming momentarily lost in thought. It was not until the sound of wood splitting echoed from the shed that he regained his composure, pouring his now-cold tea onto the roots of the loquat tree. At the morning market, a silver-haired woman gathered the vegetables and meat she needed for the day, placing them all in a stone basket, which she covered with a black cloth before turning towards the market entrance. A grand arch stood at the entrance, adorned with a sign that read, Fish and Rice Forest. This arch had stood in place for many years, erected 27 years prior, just 1 year before Lu Jin assumed office in Kuhai County. Following Lu Jin's arrival, the arch had remained unchanged. Yet every year, he would request funds from Wang Cheng, though the ultimate destination of that money remained a mystery to the citizens of Kuhai County. As she passed through the arch, the silver-haired woman suddenly halted. Before her stood an elderly man, dressed in a brown cloth robe and slightly stooped, with kind eyes and a gentle smile. Madam Lu, would you mind sharing some memories with an old friend? The wind is strong today, and the streets are bustling. No one wishes to linger outside for long. Upon seeing the old man, Madame Lu's expression hardened, and she chose to ignore him, attempting to walk past. After taking a few steps, the old man spoke again. Those from the river of forgetfulness have come to Kuhai County not in search of you. My intention in seeing you is purely personal. I have kept your secret for 30 years, not uttering a single word. Now, I seek your assistance. Chapter 25. Debate at the Mandarin Duck Pavilion. As I traversed the vibrant hall, a delicate garden came into view, with some treetops adorned with untouched snow, lending a unique charm to the landscape. Deeper within the garden stood exquisite wooden courtyards, the most tranquil part of the Mandarin Duck Pavilion. Only distinguished guests could reach this serene locale. And on the small building along the eastern wall, Lu Chuan had laid out an elaborate feast, awaiting Chun Xiong's arrival. A man dressed in black, bearing a sword, remained motionless in the corner of the room, more akin to a stone than a human. Not long after, Chun Xiong knocked on the door and entered. Lu Chuan, seated at the table, greeted him with a bow, saying, Welcome, County Magistrate. Lu Chuan pays his respects. Observing Lu Chuan's exaggerated display, Chun Xiong's expression remained cold as he replied, In this place, the two of us need not indulge in such formalities. Upon hearing this, Lu Chuan chuckled. Formalities? For centuries, the Qi kingdom has governed with culture chronicled by Confucianism. County Magistrate, do refrain from such remarks in the future. If word reaches the Langan Pavilion, the opportunity you have so laboriously sought may slip away like water through fingers. Chun Xiong narrowed his eyes, staring coldly at Lu Chuan. He said nothing further, but took a seat opposite him and poured himself a glass of wine, drinking it in one gulp. What transpired last night? Lu Chuan queried. I have already informed the guard you sent about the specific details, but there are certain matters best discussed face to face. That night, I delivered a vial of lethal poison to Lu Jinshi, hoping to afford him some dignity. I expected nothing amiss, yet he created quite the uproar. Before Lu Chuan could finish, Chun Xiong interrupted him, his voice icy and accusatory. There are myriad ways to eliminate Lu Jinshi without leaving a trace. You could have waited until he concluded his affairs with me and left the county before striking. The snow has come early this year. A single snowfall would have erased all evidence. Yet you chose to act hastily, and now I must clean up this mess. Lu Chuan, do you even comprehend for whom we are working? Are you aware of the potential catastrophe your blunder may unleash? Have you considered the consequences of provoking that esteemed individual? Faced with Chun Xiong's reproach, Lu Chuan's previously cheerful demeanor gradually chilled, and he retorted in a dangerous tone. But do you realize that members of the White Dragon Guard have appeared outside the county, each a master in their own right? Kuhai County is desolate. In comparison to the wealth of other places, describing it as barren is not an exaggeration. Can you guess why the White Dragon Guard has come here? Chun Xiong's expression shifted slightly. Lu Chuan continued, if we let Lu Jinshi leave the city, do you expect me to snatch him from the White Dragon Guard? Upon mentioning the White Dragon Guard, Chun Xiong's hand trembled slightly as he held his wine glass, rubbing the smooth base. So, has that individual from the Panlong Palace discerned something? Lu Chuan narrowed his eyes, displaying a calmness that surpassed Chun Xiong's. Whether he has discerned anything is inconsequential. What matters is that he must not possess any evidence. Otherwise, why would I go to such lengths to procure a vial of poison and direct the blame towards Wang Chuan? Surely, a swift execution of Lu Jinshi would be more satisfying. However, I did not anticipate Lu Jinshi's ruthlessness. He would not spare even his own wife and children to retaliate against us. Chun Xiong, listening to Lu Chuan's grim narrative, suddenly lifted his head in shock, exclaiming, wait, are you suggesting that Lu Jinshi sent his wife and children to escape under the cover of night? Lu Chuan replied coolly, do you think Lu Jinshi is a fool? Would he not know that Wang Chuan's men are watching him? He merely used his own wife and children as bait. I must say, even a tiger does not eat its young. For man to stoop so low is truly remarkable. I had actually forewarned Wang Chuan's men that night to be cautious of Lu Jinshi's intentions to lure them away. But unexpectedly, unforeseen events still transpired. Chun Xiong, understanding the earlier events, recognized that a master from outside the county had engaged in a massacre against the Wang Chuan assassins near the Lu residence. Could be the White Dragon Guard? He pondered. Lu Chuan shook his head. The White Dragon Guard conceals itself well. In truth, they have not revealed themselves. The only reason I am aware of their presence is due to my unique informants. They remain outside the county, never entering. As long as I do not divulge this information, Wang Chuan's men would never discover them. Chun Xiong fell silent for a moment. The assassins dispatched by Wang Chuan this time were predominantly affiliated with the Lin, Hua, and Shan banners. Those who infiltrated the Lin banner were undoubtedly skilled martial artists, each possessing a resounding reputation in the Jianghu of the Four Kingdoms. Among the assassins guarding Lu Jinshi, there was one from the Lin banner, surnamed Li, given the name Shan. He ranked 47th within the Lin banner, had been in the profession for 7 years, and had slain 433 individuals. The previous night, he struck before Lu Jinshi's residence, but after a single exchange, his weapon shattered, and the broken blade pierced his throat, causing him to perish instantly. Chun Xiong, though not as knowledgeable about Wang Chuan as Lu Chuan, had some understanding of the situation through prior connections. He knew that some of Wang Chuan's masters would come to Kuhai County, in such a desolate place. Even if there were truly skilled individuals, they would likely be reclusive and have little personal enmity with Wang Chuan, making conflict improbable. Lu Chuan shared his thoughts before swiftly changing the subject. However, I have heard that the foremost bounty on Wang Chuan's recent list has shifted. Someone has offered 100,000 taels of gold for the life of a certain individual. And that person happens to be right here in Kuhai County. Chun Xiong picked up his chopsticks and delicately selected a piece of emerald green fern, slowly placing it in his mouth. 100,000 taels of gold for a life. He mused. Lu Chuan lightly brushed his fingers across the jade ring, smiling. Difficult to comprehend, isn't it? I'm uncertain whose hand orchestrated this, but what I do know is that this individual has arrived in Kuhai County. She bears many injuries, stands taller than 8 feet, and is a woman. Beyond that, I am not certain. I cannot tell if Wang Chuan's men are deliberately concealing this information or genuinely do not know. Chun Xiong, gazing at the smile on Lu Chuan's face, his eyes flickering with uncertainty, asked, Are you suggesting that the person who infiltrated the county last night is the one with the first bounty from Wang Chuan? Lu Chuan affirmed, indeed. As for me, I hold little interest in 100,000 taels of gold, but my curiosity is piqued. I am eager to uncover the secret behind this bounty. What say you, Counter-Magistrate? Shall we lend a hand? Chapter 26. A request by the river in the northern region of Kuhai County lies the Chunsha River, the sole waterway in this area that remains unfrozen during the harsh winter months. Even in the most severe chill, the murky waters of the river splash heartily against the stones, sending cascades of droplets into the air. Fishermen, clad in thick garb and armed with their tools for survival, have already set out in groups, navigating their boats to the calmer mouths of the river to seize advantageous positions and commence their daily toil. On a stone platform near the dense forest on the western bank of the river, an elderly man dressed in brown cloth stands alongside a silver-haired woman, both gazing upon the flowing waters. The old man's face exudes tranquility, yet his eyes, reflecting the river's currents, narrate the tribulations of his past. 30 years have passed since you departed, leaving no trace of life or death. The river of forgetfulness has lost its fairy woman, and the 10 Yama kings have grown irate, mobilizing various forces in search of you. Many lives have been lost in the process. The woman, Lady L, states, her tone devoid of remorse. We too are stained with blood. In the river of forgetfulness, there are no innocents. Their demise at my hands serves as a penance for the sins of my youth. Pausing, she turns to the old man and inquires, "What is it that you seek from me?" The elder exhales deeply. "I have risked my life to guard your secret for 30 years, allowing you to roam freely. Now, I wish to extract 10 years from you." Lady L, her gaze fixed on the rushing river, eventually replies, "I have withdrawn from the world for 30 years. I no longer wield weapons nor take lives." The old man chuckles softly. "Then I have not sought the wrong person." Curiosity piqued, Lady L scrutinizes him, pondering the intentions of this long-lost acquaintance. A once fearsome figure in the realm of death who, at the tender age of 17, had taken countless lives. "If you seek me not for murder, then for what purpose?" From his sleeve, the elderly man slowly produces an ancient rattle drum, gently spinning it to produce a muted sound as the small ball strikes its surface. Yet, the sound is quickly engulfed by the cacophony of the river's waves. 2 years ago, I discovered a 7-year-old girl in the Chun Kingdom, unconscious amidst a pile of grass, 2 feathered arrows piercing her chest and drenched in blood. I, Ma Huan, who have taken lives without a second thought, felt pity for her in that moment. I removed the arrows, staunched her bleeding with my inner strength, and used strong liquor to cleanse her wounds. Just as she began to recover, she fell victim to a dreadful plague, burning with fever. I sought out physicians in vain, preparing her coffin, yet she miraculously endured. When she awakened, she called me grandfather. From that moment, I considered her my own granddaughter. Upon hearing this succinct yet poignant tale, Lady L's earlier indifference begins to wane. She tilts her head, examining the old man closely. When one has attachments, the urge to kill diminishes. Do you not fear being discovered if you wish to exit the river of forgetfulness? Ma Huan sighs. The waters of forgetfulness can be consumed by spirits, but not by the living. Once one enters, the possibility of exit is lost. I have spent a lifetime as a killer for the river, neither human nor ghost. Now, burdened by illness, I merely wish to steal some years to raise that little girl, ensuring her future is secure. That would suffice for me. Lady L hesitates briefly. How can I assist you? Ma Huan puts away the rattle drum and turns to her. I need you to re-emerge in the guise of Meng Pa and feign my death. In my youth, I chanced upon a peculiar technique known as whale submersion, which allows my body to appear lifeless for several days, though my consciousness remains intact. Help me escape, and we can erase the grievances of the past 30 years. Lady L shakes her head. 30 years ago, I vowed to abstain from the entanglements of the martial world, Ma Huan. You have arrived too late. Ma Huan's brow furrows slightly. What of that youth? Lady L is taken aback, her youthful features betraying a moment of shock. That youth? It has indeed been 30 years. How swiftly time passes. Ma Huan gazes at Lady L, his long-suppressed curiosity bubbling forth. I truly wish to know what that youth said to compel the fearsome Meng Pe to lay down her blade and willingly withdraw from the world. As memories of the past resurface, a faint smile graces Lady L's lips, reminiscent of a spring breeze. Yet, she soon regains her composure, and, with a gust of wind, she is suddenly several meters away. Su Yixian, only you can assist me now, Ma Huan calls out to her retreating figure. Lady L halts, but does not turn back. After so many years in the river of forgetfulness, do you not have a trustworthy ally? Ma Huan, stooping slightly, lets the wind tousle his white beard and retorts, is it pitiful? Such is the nature of the river. All are stained with countless lives taken, dying for wealth, perishing for fame. How can one speak of trust? I have kept your secret for 30 years, allowing you a life of normalcy. Yet what of me? I seek only 10 years to witness my granddaughter grow. That is all I desire. If you help me, it is merely a change of residence. The river of forgetfulness now has new burdens, and little attention will be paid to you. Lady L remains silent for a long while, neither agreeing nor refusing. Before she walks away, Ma Huan watches her figure fade into the distance, and after a time, he retrieves the rattle drum, turning it gently. The soft sounds linger in his ears, warming his previously indifferent gaze with a hint of tenderness. Tap, tap, as evening falls. When Xiao Shang drags a bundle of firewood back to the dilapidated temple, snowflakes drifting gently from the sky. Upon arriving, he unloads the wood and approaches a Shui, who is resting against the base of a stone statue. Didn't you go to find Chun Xiong? Why are you back so soon? A Shui remains unresponsive. And Wen Xiao Shang, holding some now cold buns, pauses as he notices the large bloodstains saturating a Shui's chest. Her head hangs low, long hair obscuring her face, seemingly having fainted. Chapter 27. So, will you listen? Upon seeing a Shui in such a state, Wen Xiao was genuinely taken aback. Even at the first glance of the fresh blood staining a Shui's chest, he presumed it belonged to someone else. Yet, despite his lack of understanding of cultivation, he could discern from a Shui's breath and other subtle details that this woman, whose depths of strength were unfathomable, was indeed injured and quite severely. After a moment's hesitation, Wen Xiao approached her, slowly extending his hand towards her chest in an attempt to lift her clothing to examine the wound. This act was undeniably alluring yet perilous for him, yet he proceeded. However, just as his hand was about to reach her ample bosom, another cold hand grasped his wrist in that very instant. Immediately, Wen Xiao was met with a pair of exceedingly frosty eyes. Under the gaze of those eyes, the flickering flames in the dilapidated temple and the chill of the wind seeping through the cracks in the walls seemed to take on a bloody hue. This gaze was not foreign to Wen Xiao. He had encountered it days prior when he first came to check on a Shui's fate in this forsaken temple. The two locked eyes, and after a brief silence, the murderous intent in a Shui's eyes gradually faded. In a hoarse voice, she inquired, "Can you take a look?" Naturally, Wen Xiao understood her meaning and replied, "Will you live?" If she were to survive, there would be no need for inspection. A Shui released his wrist and coughed twice. She would live. She would not perish. Upon hearing this, Wen Xiao withdrew his hand, placing the now cold bun beside her before fetching a pot to heat some snow water. As the water in the pot began to boil, Wen Xiao filled the bowl and set it out in the wind and snow. It was only when the water had cooled to a drinkable temperature that he brought the warm water to a Shui. "Drink the hot water." A Shui accepted the bowl from him and tilted her head back, consuming it in one breath. While the warm water could not heal her wounds, it did provide her with some comfort. "Thank you," she said, returning the bowl to Wen Xiao, who then poured another for himself and set it aside. He sat cross-legged beside the fire, adding fuel while asking, "Did you encounter a master?" Leaning against the base of a statue, a Shui half opened her eyes and replied, "Not exactly a master." Observing a Shui's frail condition, Wen Xiao shook his head slightly. "Even in such a state, you still speak so defiantly. Not master. Yet they have wounded you so gravely?" A Shui did not retort. She simply stated, "It's merely an old injury flaring up." Wen Xiao paused in his actions of gathering wood, recalling that when he first found a Shui, she was covered in cuts and wounds that penetrated deeply, affecting her internal organs. Gradually, his gaze shifted upwards to her face, partially obscured by disheveled hair. "Have you seen Chun Xiong?" A Shui replied, "I have not. I wish to see Lu Jinshi's corpse, but encountered a guardian of the body. That fellow was Chun Xiong's attendant and seemed to have a congenital disability, with one arm shorter than the other. Yet he wielded his blade with remarkable skill." When Chao, intrigued by the situation, asked, "Is he dead?" A Shui shook her head slightly. "No. I misaligned my strike and severed his arm." Pausing, she moistened her dry lips and continued, "When Chao, you were right. Lu Jinshi's death is indeed suspicious, and it poses a significant issue. They performed a rudimentary embalming on Lu Jinshi's body, stitching his abdomen, likely in search of that bottle of lethal poison." When Chao scoffed, "Those fools are truly dim-witted. If they intended to kill Lu Jinshi, why not simply end it with a single strike? Either bury him silently or select a scapegoat to take a blow alongside Lu Jinshi. In the end, they made such a mess of it, staring at the flames before him. As the flames danced, the mockery on his face gradually dissipated, replaced by a serious demeanor. Unless they were compelled to act in such a manner. No sooner had he spoken than a small twig was tossed, lightly striking the back of his hand. Returning to his senses, Wen Chao looked at a Shui and asked, "What was that for?" A Shui raised her chin slightly and said, "Did you not claim you would not get involved? Are you not afraid of death?" Wen Chao met her gaze, and they both lapsed into a lengthy silence, speaking not a word. Finally, Wen Chao shook the wood in his hand and tossed it into the fire, sending a few sparks flying, saying, "So, will you listen?" A Shui nodded, "I will." Wen Chao adjusted his position and began to narrate. These individuals are not ordinary desperados. Lu Jinshi's death is evidently orchestrated and premeditated. I am unsure of their identities, but for them to engage in such foolishness, even to an outsider like myself, indicates that some external force must be compelling them. Just consider, if it could be resolved with a single strike, why then do they insist on poisoning Lu Jinshi? A Shui closed her eyes and softly replied, "Just say it directly. Do not pose questions. When you make me think, all I desire is to sleep." Wen Chao shrugged and articulated his thoughts plainly, diverting the blame eastward, to scatter some troubles and attention throughout the realm. Chapter 28. The mysterious man Wen Chaosheng resembled a relentless, cold-thinking machine, continuously pondering the thoughts of those individuals. These people had connections with assassin organizations in the martial world. Lu Jinshi was merely a small county magistrate in a remote area, lacking capable subordinates, and thus had little to do with the martial realm. His life or death was of no consequence to those in the martial world. Therefore, the pressure faced by Chun Xiong and his associates did not stem from the martial realm, but rather from the court. By preserving Lu Jinshi's corpse, they could indirectly validate this assertion. Ultimately, this body must be handed over. As he spoke, his tone grew tinged with uncertainty, and he cast a sidelong glance at the blizzard outside. Beyond the desolate chaos lay an incomprehensible silence. Intriguingly, a person like Lu Jinshi was, to the royal family of Qi, merely a speck of dust, no more noble than I, logically speaking. Even if someone from above in Qi were to concern themselves with this matter, they would never impose such immense pressure on Chun Xiong and his group. It would merely involve following standard procedures, investigating the case, concluding it, and reporting the findings. All these irregularities suggested that Lu Jinshi was entangled in matters unknown to us, and that these matters were of great significance. Listening to Wen Chaosheng's description, Ashui weakly opened one eye. The more you speak, the more esoteric it becomes. What secrets could possibly exist in a tiny place like Kuhaixian? Wen Chaosheng retorted, "Care to wager?" By the flickering firelight, Ashui's chest rose and fell gently, stabilizing. After gazing at Wen Chaosheng for a moment, she replied, "What is there to wager? The things I desire, you cannot provide. The things you seek, I cannot offer either." Wen Chaosheng brought his hands closer to the flames, feeling their intensity. "Do you know what I want?" Ashui replied with a smile, "What a person lacks, they will yearn for. You, with your profound thoughts and sharp gaze, yet with such an ill-fated destiny, will inevitably wish to stand above the multitude, to soar high in the clouds, if only to glance back at the world below. Yet wealth and power, these two things I can grant you neither." The flames danced upon Wen Chaosheng's visage, his pupils flickering between light and shadow, reality and illusion. He did not counter Ashui's remarks, remaining silent like a stone. As the firewood burned low, Wen Xiaosheng rose to gather more. However, upon returning with the wood, he encountered a man in white garb, wearing a conical hat. The man's attire blended seamlessly with the falling snow, resembling a night cloak from the spring and autumn period. This clothing offered little warmth. Yet he stood at the entrance of the dilapidated temple, back to the biting wind, his form unwavering. In his hand, he wielded a long sword of red-tasseled black iron, his earlobes slightly enlarged and reddened from cold. The moment when Xiaosheng laid eyes on this man, he hesitated not and tossed his blade beside Ashui. Despite Ashui's grievous injuries, she was still beyond his capability to contend with. The appearance of this man at such an hour outside the county's ruins boded ill. Should conflict arise, it was Ashui who would have to navigate the peril. "I am not here to cause trouble," the man spoke in a detached tone. Though his voice was robust, it bore the quality of an emotionless machine. At his waist hung a pendant, a black cord attached to a diminutive black iron mask, swaying in the frigid wind. He regarded Wen Xiaosheng with an appraising gaze, then frowned slightly and shook his head, bypassing him to approach the fire. "A wise decision," the man in white remarked, his back turned to Wen Xiaosheng. His words were ostensibly commendatory, yet dripped with disdain, effortlessly lacing his praise with mockery. "However, had I truly come seeking trouble, you would not have had the chance to throw down your weapon." He paid Wen Xiaosheng little heed, moving to the fire and fixating on Ashui, who leaned against a stone statue, and inquired, "Are you from Fengsheng?" Ashui lowered her head, neglecting to retrieve the blade, her eyelids too heavy to lift. "Speak only if you have something to say. Then leave if you have nothing," she retorted, her tones starkly contrasting the gentility she had shown Wen Xiaosheng. Despite the man's formidable demeanor, she offered him no semblance of courtesy. The white-clad man tightened his grip on the sword, a flicker of displeasure crossing his features as he spoke scornfully. "I thought your current predicament resembled that of a drowned dog. I have already stated, I am not here to create trouble, which implies I may be able to assist you. If you wish to survive, at the very least, you should show me some respect." Ashui replied coolly, "The word respect from your lips is exceedingly sardonic. Moreover, my condition as a drowned dog is of no concern to you. What makes you think I require your assistance?" Under Ashui's sharp and unyielding retort, a barely perceptible anger surfaced on the white-clad man's face. His grip on the long sword tightened, yet he ultimately restrained himself, adopting an excessively provocative tone as he remarked, "Do you know? You and those from Fengsheng have fallen to this fate precisely because of your stubbornness. How many lives were consumed by the flames? Have you counted?" As his words faded, a gust of cold wind slicing through the stone crevices was abruptly severed. The axe, which had lain on the ground, was now inexplicably in Ashui's hand. The moonlight obscured by the falling snow. In a fleeting moment, the sword and axe clashed. It was too swift. Wen Xiaosheng could not discern the details, nor could anyone else. The sound of metal shattering echoed, and crimson began to seep from the white-clad man's shoulder. Ashui's axe had descended diagonally from his neck to his spine, nearly cleaving him in two. The sword in the man's hand had completely shattered, and he gaped at Ashui, blood frothing at the corners of his mouth. He had not anticipated that a gravely injured person could wield such speed and strength. As Ashui observed the spark of life fading from the man's eyes, she spoke in an icy tone, "If you're not here to cause trouble, then you should not provoke me. If you're seeking conflict, you ought not to stand so close. The corpse guardian I encountered today in Cohaxian is far more astute than you." Chapter 29. The River of Forgetfulness. 9 songs standing nearby. When Chaos Hen was acutely aware that the woman he had rescued from the snowstorm was not to be trifled with. The scars etched upon her skin, reminiscent of tattoos, bore testament to the fierce battles she had endured, underscoring her formidable and terrifying nature. Yet, he had not anticipated that Ashui would wield her knife with such decisiveness, such ferocity, and without the slightest hesitation. In Wen Xiaosheng's previous understanding, Ashui was undoubtedly an amiable companion. She exhibited none of the typical affectations of a woman, acting with resolute decisiveness, her heart far from narrow-mindedness. She would speak her mind freely, never angered by his missteps. However, in this moment, he witnessed her fury for the first time, a chilling aura of murderous intent radiating from her being. As Ashue struck, when Chaos Hen found himself paralyzed, as if ensnared amidst a mountain of corpses, becoming one with the dead. Her killing intent was so overwhelming that it seemed to warp reality itself. It was only then that he began to grasp the terrifying extent of Ashue's power, even in her injured state. He had no knowledge of her past. Since that day of drinking, he had refrained from inquiring into her history. To him, she was merely a fleeting figure in his life, their paths having crossed insignificantly, and he saw no reason to delve deeper into her dangerous world. Nonetheless, an insatiable curiosity about Ashue lingered within him. He could not fathom what past experiences had forged such a fearsome aura of death around her. What tragic and horrifying events could have transpired to leave even someone as indomitable as her unable to bear their weight? With a swift motion, Ashue calmly withdrew the machete from the body of the man in white, turning with a flick of her wrist that sent the blood spattering away, leaving not a single drop behind. She then limped outside the temple, crouching to cleanse the blade of its sanguine residue in the snow. When Chaos Hen approached her and offered, "Allow me to wash it," Ashue cast a sidelong glance at him. Though she remained silent, she handed the knife over. He accepted the blade and rinsed it several times before placing it beside the fire. He then began to drag the now cold body of the man in white, preparing to dispose of it. Just as he was about to pull the corpse from the dilapidated temple, Ashue called out to him, when Chaos Hen tossed me the ornament from his waist. He complied, then dragged the body into the desolate expanse outside, discarding it among the inconspicuous trees before returning to the temple. Fortunately, his recent labor chopping wood for El Jiming had kept him active, and after a hearty meal, he found himself little the worse for wear. Though his extremities were numb upon his return, after warming himself by the fire for a while, he regained his usual vigor. "Thank you," when Chaos Hen suddenly expressed as he added more wood to the fire, catching Ashue, who was examining the miniature ghost-faced ornament, off guard. A look of perplexity crossed her features as she slowly asked, "Thank for what?" When Chaos Hen candidly replied, "That day during our drinking, I mentioned my past. I owe you my life." Ashue regarded his earnest demeanor, momentarily unable to suppress a smile, her laughter causing her body to tremble slightly, seemingly aggravating her old wounds. She pressed her hand against the blood-stained area on her chest and remarked, "It is evident that you truly fear death." When Chaos Hen corrected her, "Not fear death, but value life. Is there a difference?" Ashue inquired. When Chaos Hen responded gravely, "Indeed, there is a significant distinction." As night descended, the two lay on opposite sides of the fire. Ashue, with her hands as a pillow, gazed at the cobwebs adorning the temple's roof, abruptly breaking the stillness within. "Tonight's visitors are the White Dragon Guard. They are formidable adversaries. Should one of them perish, the others will not easily relent. I recommend that you refrain from returning to this dilapidated temple for the time being. You now possess the identity of a Chi national, and there are surely places in the county where you can find shelter. It is certainly safer than remaining here." When Chaos Hen, with his eyes closed, inquired, "Was the White Dragon Guard?" Ashue patiently elucidated, "The White Dragon Guard is a faction within the palace, shrouded in mystery, rarely making appearances in the Jianghu, yet they command immense respect. Even the River of Forgetfulness and 9 Songs are reluctant to provoke them." When Chaos Hen pressed further, "And what are the River of Forgetfulness and 9 Songs?" Ashue explained, "The River of Forgetfulness is the foremost assassin alliance that spans the 4 nations. Each year, they expend vast sums to acquire death row inmates from royal families, subjecting them to brutal training until they become merciless killing machines. These individuals can be summoned to eliminate anyone for the right price, from high officials to commoners. The organization is divided into 4 banners: Wind, Forest, Fire, and Mountain, with the Wind banner housing the most fearsome assassins, 12 in total, each wielding a notorious reputation within the Jianghu, their martial prowess unfathomable. As for 9 Songs, it originates from the Western Qin Kingdom and is the largest trading company in the realm, wielding influence in every corner of the four nations. Wherever there is profit to be made, they're sure to be present. When Chaos Hen, intrigued, asked the largest trading company, just how large is it? Ashue calmly replied, wealth can bridge the divine, and their riches rival nations. Upon hearing this, when Chaos Hen felt a weighty solemnity settle within him. In a world where martial conduct is forbidden, a common man bears no guilt, yet possessing wealth can be a grave sin. If one lacks the strength to match their fortune, then that wealth transforms into a perilous beast. The fact that Nine Songs has risen to become the foremost trading company speaks volumes of its might. My knowledge of them is not extensive. I can only share this brief insight. Ultimately, given your current situation, it would be wise to avoid provoking anyone. Remaining quietly in the county is your best course of action. Chapter 30. Without the Danci in response to Ashue's kind reminders and advice. When Xiao Sheng neither expressed gratitude nor offered a reply, his attention appeared to be diverted towards matters of greater significance. After a moment of silence, he delicately and resolutely inquired of Ashue, "Is it truly impossible for me to learn your skills?" The shadow of Ashue cast upon the wall seemed to embody silence. "Do you truly wish to train under me?" When Xiao Sheng earnestly replied, "I do. Very much so." Ashue tilted her head slightly, her gaze escaping through the narrow slits of her eyes, traversing the flickering light and resting upon Wen Xiaosheng's face. "Why?" This time, her question bore a weightier seriousness than before. Wen Xiaosheng's response was as succinct as ever. "Because you are formidable. A person as powerful as you. Can you claim a position within the martial realms of the four nations?" Ashue replied languidly, "I cannot say. I'm not of the martial world." When Xiaosheng opened his eyes and turned to meet Ashue's gaze. Initially, he suspected her of dismissing him, yet upon seeing those eyes, he found himself believing her. There was no need for her to deceive him. "So, can you teach me?" he asked again, only to receive Ashue's indifferent answer. "Wen Xiaosheng, I cannot teach you." She regarded the large boy at the other end of the flames, her tone softening slightly as she revealed a disheartening truth. "Not only I, but the vast majority of this world cannot teach you. Not even those rumored masters in the sacred places of training. When you last inquired, I mentioned your age and the rigidity of your bones affecting your Danci. However, the truth is far more dire. The fundamental reason you cannot cultivate is that you do not possess a Danci at all." Upon hearing this, when Xiaosheng abruptly rose from the ground, the weariness vanishing entirely. "Are you certain?" Ashue affirmed, "I am certain. Such matters are evident to me at a glance, though I wasn't initially convinced because there are so few people without a Danci. Among 100,000, one might not be found. Thus, I deliberately examined you, only to confirm that indeed, you lack a Danci. For this reason, I turned you the first unfortunate soul I encountered." Wen Xiaosheng gazed at Ashue in a daze for a long while, his lips pressed tightly together. Unable to utter a word, Ashue continued, "The reason that White Dragon Guard looked down upon you is that he, too, discerned you as someone utterly incapable of cultivation. The Danci is the conduit through which one communicates with the forces of nature. The human body possesses 720 apertures, each with its unique purpose. Yet, only the power of a refined Danci can activate these apertures, releasing potential that manifests as the mountain winds, the tides at sea, resonating with the heavens and earth, blooming like divine thunder. Ordinary individuals, regardless of how they train their bodies, can never contend with the forces of the universe. Thus, in the presence of martial practitioners, they appear as feeble as infants, devoid of any means to resist. You are inherently lacking a Danci. No matter your efforts, your potential is ultimately limited. You are a good person, and I did not wish to deliver such a blow. However, you will inevitably encounter this truth. Concealing it for too long may prove detrimental." When Xiaosheng's gaze appeared particularly vacant in the firelight, but soon returned to normal. He looked at Ashue, who lay on the ground, and sincerely inquired once more, "Is there truly no way at all?" Ashue shook her head. "I have no means whatsoever. Such occurrences are exceedingly rare, and I'm not a master of a sect, lacking any insights into teaching disciples. If you insist on learning, I can only impart a method of Taoist health cultivation. When Xiao Sheng hesitated for a moment before asking, "What method?" a Shui replied, "The Beihai Taoist once journeyed across the world and inscribed 3 self-created techniques upon the cliffs of the far east of Zhao Kingdom: whale diving, false speech, and the ageless spring. The technique I possess is the ageless spring. This particular method is unique. It can be practiced without a Dan Si. However, the effects vary from person to person, and it can only strengthen the body and prolong life without granting you the power to shatter mountains or stones." When Xiao Sheng remained undeterred, stating, "Practicing is certainly better than not practicing at all. You are correct. I am indeed the unluckiest person in the world. Yet, even an unfortunate person can find a way to live. If I had not desired to live, I should have perished 3 years ago, thus sparing myself from such torment. For 3 years, I have constantly pondered how to survive and thrive. In comparison, lacking a Dan Si seems not to be a particularly grave issue." A Shui gazed intently at Xiao Sheng's face, and it was only then that she realized she had underestimated his conviction towards life. An indescribable sensation gradually spread in her chest, as if the pain of old wounds was being slowly obscured. A Shui turned her face away, closed her eyes, and said, "Let us sleep. Tomorrow morning, I will teach you the incantation and guide you on the practice." In the county of Kuhai, within the county office, the brilliance of the stars and moon was shrouded by the snowstorm. Chun Xiong stood in the room where Lu Jinshi's body was stored, while Wu Xie remained vigilantly by with his sword. His shorter arm was sewn with numerous stitches, and his elbow was suspended in a white cloth around his neck. Lu Jinshi's body had merely been shifted. There was no other anomaly. After inspecting Lu Jinshi's remains, Chun Xiong incredulously asked Wu Xie, "Do you believe that the limping woman who came today possesses cultivation surpassing yours?" Wu Xie's lips appeared pale, and the indifferent glimmer in his eyes recalled the moment of their confrontation. He replied, "Far surpasses me." Chun Xiong's expression grew grave, his gaze sweeping to Wu Xie's injured arm. "Can you discern her method?" Wu Xie shook his head. "There is no discernible method." She wielded the guard's long blade with horizontal and vertical strokes. Yet, every strike was an inescapable killing blow. Fortunately, her limp hindered her movements. After 10 exchanges, I lost an arm in our clash. Moreover, she bore injuries of her own, and had her old wounds not flared at a critical moment, it would have been my head that fell beneath her blade. Listening to Wu Xie's account, Chun Xiong felt a chill run down his spine. "Wu Xie, you entered the Long Yin realm 15 years ago, and yet you cannot withstand a single strike from this person?" Chapter 31. I lack the Dan Si throughout history. There has never been a first in literature nor a second in martial arts. On this occasion, Chun Xiong arrived from the royal city, accompanied solely by those he had meticulously selected. Wu Xie, having served the family for over 20 years, was well aware of his capabilities. However, Chun Xiong found himself perplexed by the presence of such formidable experts in the remote region of Kuhai County. Dark thoughts began to swirl in his mind, pondering whether a noble from the palace had discovered some clues and dispatched 3 instructors from the White Dragon Guard to investigate. It was rumored that among these 3 instructors was a woman of unparalleled martial prowess, who had once single-handedly fought against 1,800 bandits in the western frontier, ultimately slaying their leader and escaping unscathed. Could it be that the individual who came to examine Lu Jinshi's corpse was indeed the female instructor of the White Dragon Guard? Chun Xiong's thoughts became chaotic, casting aside many details. He felt as if needles were pricking at his feet, leaving him numb with every step. Sensing his turmoil, Wu Xie offered a hoarse yet comforting remark, urging him not to panic. Worry tends to lead to confusion. Today, I observed that woman dressed in tattered clothing, resembling a beggar, with numerous alarming scars upon her body. It stands to reason that she carries her own burdens, making her unlikely to be associated with the palace. Once one enters the martial world, what seems significant often pales in comparison to greater matters. Wu Xie's words gradually calmed Chun Xiong's restless mind. He inhaled deeply and turned to face Lu Jinshi's corpse, stating, "Your reasoning is sound." Today, while discussing the events of last night with Lu Chuan at the Mandarin Duck Tower, he revealed a secret to me. He mentioned that a significant bounty had recently appeared on the Tianzi list, worth 100,000 gold. and it is also for a woman standing at 8 feet tall and covered in wounds. Upon reflection, it is likely that the person inquiring about the corpse today is indeed her. But why does she care so deeply about Lu Jinshi's fate? Chun Xiong's eyes flickered with uncertainty. He was still uneasy. The corpse of Lu Jinshi must ultimately be submitted along with the case files to the judicial body affiliated with the Grand City of Guanghan. Only once everything was confirmed could the necessary procedures be relayed back to the royal city, ensuring a complete understanding of the situation. If he displayed any signs of abnormality, it was likely that the accompanying White Dragon Guard would take notice. Chun Xiong did not fear the White Dragon Guard. His visit to Kuhai County was twofold: to seek an opportunity to assist him in passing this year's examination for the Longon Pavilion, and to aid a significant figure residing in the clouds with some minor troubles. As long as he required it, Lu Chuan would readily extend his support, mobilizing all available resources to assist him. What truly instilled fear in Chun Xiong was the power behind the White Dragon Guard and the potential consequences of revealing any clues that could bring unwarranted calamity upon that distinguished individual in the clouds. Should he mishandle this situation, the ramifications would not fall solely upon him. They could ensnare his entire family. Although the state of Qi had revered Confucianism for centuries, those who ascended to the clouds did not safeguard their status and power merely through eloquent phrases. Chun Xiong believed he understood this truth more profoundly than anyone else. 76 years prior, during an unprecedented upheaval within the royal court, his grandfather had been too trusting of Confucian ideals, refusing to align himself with factions or engage in personal gain. Ultimately, he was marginalized, lost his life, and fell from grace, leading his family to its current state of decline. If you seek answers, why not cooperate with Lu Chuan to investigate? Wu Xie suggested, equally bewildered by Lu Jinshi, a mere county magistrate, having connections to such remarkable figures of the martial world. The motives behind today's inquiry into Lu Jinshi's corpse were indeed peculiar. Chun Xiong clasped his hands behind his back, fingers lightly rubbing together as he wrestled with his thoughts. After a long moment, he exhaled deeply, saying initially, "I had no intention of agreeing to Lu Chuan's proposal. The individual he serves is far too dangerous for me to offend, and I wish to avoid any entanglements that may arise. If I were to unwittingly provoke trouble, the consequences would extend beyond my personal affairs. However, it seems I may have no choice but to proceed. Wu Xie, I shall compose a letter tomorrow. Please assist me in delivering it." Meanwhile, Wen Xiaosheng sat in the Loquat Garden, engaged in a second round of chess against Lu Jiming. This time, he found himself as distracted as Lu Jiming, his concentration wavering. After 70 moves, Lu Jiming suddenly inquired, "Xiaosheng, why have you taken on my demeanor today?" Wen Xiaosheng snapped back to reality, sighed, and replied with a bitter smile, "Indeed, after a brief rest, I find myself troubled." Lu Jiming, intrigued, probed further, "What troubles you?" Wen Xiaosheng took a sip of tea and countered, "Shouldn't you already know?" Lu Jiming chuckled, "I am no mind reader, unless you speak." "How could I know?" Wen Xiaosheng sighed again, shaking his head, "Mr. Lu, I lack the danci. Without it, my path to cultivation is forever barred, destined for an ordinary existence." Lu Jiming took a gentle sip of tea, retorting, "Who says one cannot cultivate without a danci? I myself have no danci." Chapter 32. A sword piercing the heart. A casual remark from Lu Jiming ignited a spark in Wen Xiaosheng's eyes, which had been dull for an entire night. He gazed at the seemingly unassuming yet enigmatic middle-aged man before him, recalling the reclusive master that Ashui had mentioned. The earlier display of a golden leaf by Lu Jiming only heightened the aura of mystery surrounding him. "Please, Mr. Lu, do not hesitate to enlighten me," Wen Xiaosheng said, clasping his hands with earnestness. Lu Jiming, undeterred, smiled and inquired, "What do you know about cultivation?" Wen Xiaosheng pondered for a moment and recounted what Ashui had told him. The human body possesses 720 orifices. Cultivation is the means through which one communicates with the celestial principles, condensing power within the Danhai, and then utilizing that power to activate the orifices, unleashing the true potential that lies dormant within the body, causing it to erupt with immense power. But Mr. Lu, what exactly is the Danhai? Is it the dantian? Lu Jiming steadily poured himself a cup of tea and responded, the dantian refers to a specific area of the body, generally located a few inches below the navel, whereas the danhai is the connection point of the 720 orifices in the meridians, which can manifest in any part of the body. Although the danhai exists in reality, it does not manifest in a tangible form. Rather, it is a subtle yet precise sensation. If you are a practitioner, you can experience this wondrous phenomenon. The power of the danhai can instantly traverse the extraordinary meridians, reaching the orifices and awakening potential. However, among the countless individuals in the world, each possesses different potentials. Some are born with blocked meridians, unable to harness the power of the danhai, while others have decayed orifices, allowing only a fraction of the 720 to function. Despite the millions of cultivators in this world, those who can unlock the potential of more than 600 orifices are exceedingly rare. Of course, the concept of orifices is merely a prevalent method of cultivation. It represents the potential for growth. It does not follow that the more orifices one opens, the higher their cultivation level. In the far north of the Yin Kingdom lies a sacred place for cultivation known as the Sword Pavilion, whose master, Tu Shanbai, devoted his entire life to perfecting a single orifice in his palm, yet still traversed the world with ease. Upon hearing this, Wen Xiaosheng felt an inexplicable surge of passion. He had often read in novels of individuals who mastered a single technique throughout their lives and emerged invincible upon leaving the mountains. There seemed to be a parallel between the two. Mr. Liu, if there is no danhai, how can one cultivate and awaken the potential of the orifices? Lu Jiming smiled gently. The path of the world is interconnected. Wherever your thoughts may wander, that is where cultivation occurs. Eating, sleeping, walking, even chopping wood. Just a few days have passed, and have you not found chopping wood to be more effortless? When Xiaosheng paused in contemplation and replied earnestly, it is indeed different from before, but the cultivation I wish to learn must empower me to protect myself when faced with true practitioners, rather than merely becoming prey in their eyes. Lu Jiming spoke softly. What is wrong with practitioners? Do they not eat or sleep? We are all human, and while we may seem different, we are fundamentally the same. When Xiaosheng met Lu Jiming's gaze, the depth of his eyes concealing a hint of mirth, he sensed that Lu Jiming's words bore deeper meanings, yet he could not grasp the guidance Lu Jiming intended to provide. After much contemplation, he raised his head and asked, "What must I do, Mr. Liu?" Lu Jiming poured him a cup of tea, smiling as he said, "Drink tea, play chess, eat chopwood. As the saying goes, reading a book 1,000 times reveals its meaning. Engaging in various activities is quite similar. Many yearn for cultivation, yet how many truly comprehend the essence of it?" With that, he rose, hands clasped behind his back, and strolled slowly toward the yard. "I shall take a walk by the river. If you tire from chopping wood, join me in the yard for tea." After Lu Jiming departed, Wen Xiaosheng remained seated, staring at the teacup on the table for a long while. A single tea leaf floated in the green water, swaying gently, seemingly struggling to sink to the bottom, much like a solitary raft adrift in a vast sea. For reasons unknown, Wen Xiaosheng suddenly found himself captivated by this seemingly mundane scene. He hunched slightly, leaning closer to the cup, his gaze fixated on the liquid within, gradually losing awareness of his surroundings. A gentle breeze swept through the courtyard, originating from the distant shores of Lake Mian. It disturbed the pristine surface of the lake, creating ripples that seemed to flow into the cup, and in that instant, Wen Xiaosheng felt as though he were aboard the drifting raft, surrounded by surging waves that threatened to engulf him entirely. Unsteady on his feet, Wen Xiaosheng quickly crouched down, gripping the edge of the raft tightly, eyes wide with terror as he surveyed his surroundings. Was he not in the courtyard? When had he entered this cup-like world? The thought of encountering such an extraordinary phenomenon left him bewildered, and as he attempted to regain his composure, a towering wave crashed toward him. He swiftly ducked, narrowly avoiding it, but the hand that clutched the raft slipped, and he tumbled into the deep sea below. A terrifying sensation of weightlessness enveloped him as Wen Xiaosheng stared up at the surface of the water, where the tea leaf-turned raft seemed to be struck down by the waves, plummeting directly toward him. Though submerged, he did not feel suffocated or buoyant. Instead, the raft descended with increasing speed, the tip cutting through the water, and suddenly, flames erupted from its point, consuming the entire raft. Wen Shaoxing's gaze was fixed on the raft engulfed in flames when, all at once, the sound of a sword's cry erupted from within, creating a vacuum amidst the tumultuous waves. Clang! In the next moment, an extraordinarily sharp sword pierced through the flames, driving straight through Wen Shaoxing's chest. The indescribable, utterly pure sharpness, devoid of any impurities, sent a chill throughout Wen Shaoxing's body, jolting him awake. When he regained his senses, he found himself still hunched over the table, staring into the teacup, drenched in cold sweat. The tea leaf that had once floated gracefully was now resting at the bottom of the cup. Chapter 33. The Debtors of Words in the Evening. When Chaos Hen dragged a cart of firewood, freshly chopped during the day, along the deserted, flat road leading out of the city, the cold wind howled fiercely, swirling a flurry of snowflakes around him. Just as he was nearing the city's exit, he encountered another figure, similarly burdened with a cart of firewood. The man was clad in heavy winter garments, yet even through the layers, his gaunt frame was unmistakable. Wen Shaoxin's prolonged deprivation of food had left him malnourished, rendering his physique somewhat inferior to that of an average person. The gaunt man, whose features were obscured, appeared even worse off. His cart bore only a meager collection of small, dead branches, significantly less than half of what Wen Chaos Hen carried, and he toiled greatly to drag it along. Wen Chaos Hen had noticed this man the previous day when he first left the city, and he was taken aback to see him again. As they brushed past each other, Wen Chaos Hen observed a layer of snow accumulating on the man's shoulders and suddenly halted, calling out to him, "Hey!" The man, seemingly numb to the cold, did not appear to hear Wen Chaos Hen at first. After a few more steps, Wen Chaos Hen called out again, prompting the man to turn around with a look of confusion. The two figures, buffeted by the swirling snow, resembled a pair of unfortunate souls. Wen Chaos Hen gestured towards the firewood on his cart and asked, "Do you need this?" The man remained still, contemplating Wen Chaos Hen for a moment before loosening the ropes on his cart and slowly approaching. "How much?" he inquired. Wen Chaos Hen noticed the man's thin hands were cracked from the cold, yet he seemed to be in his 30s. A wave of sympathy washed over Wen Chaos Hen as he replied, "If you truly need it, I can give you some for free." At the lumberyard, there was an abundance of firewood every day, as Lu Jimin had mentioned to Wen Chaos Hen that he could never burn through all he chopped in a day. Eventually, he would sell the surplus, earning a portion of that as his wage. Upon hearing Wen Shaoxin's offer of free firewood, the man's expression did not brighten. He pondered for a moment before rummaging through his pocket, but after searching for some time, he found nothing. Finally, he spoke to Wen Chaos Hen. "A gentleman does not accept food offered in distress. I know where to buy firewood in the city and the prices. If you are willing, I can purchase it from you at half the market price, and the other half." He paused, considering his words carefully. "I can exchange for words." Wen Chaos Hen raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Words? What kind of words?" The thin man replied, "Written words. Are you interested?" Wen Chaos Hen couldn't help but chuckle at the man's proposition, but after a moment's reflection, he acquiesced. "It's a deal." The man nodded, glancing around before pointing towards the southern gate of the county town. "I haven't brought any money today. Tomorrow, at dusk when the sun sets, I will meet you there with the money and the words, if that is agreeable." Wen Chaos Hen assisted him in transferring a third of the firewood from his cart to the man's. As the man shook the snow from his shoulders, Wen Chaos Hen cautioned him, "This should suffice. I see your strength is limited. If you take more, you may not manage to carry it all, and might freeze on the street. That would be a burden I'd rather not bear." The gaunt man, lowering his head to shield his eyes from the snow, secured the firewood with a rope and said, "If I freeze, it would be my own misfortune. My surname is Chung, with the given name Feng. You must come tomorrow. I will wait for you at the gate." Wen Chaos Hen replied, "No problem. I am Wen Chaos Hen. We shall meet tomorrow evening at the county gate." As they parted ways, Wen Chaos Hen headed outside the county, while Chung Feng struggled to pull his heavy cart back home. Arriving at the dilapidated temple, Wen Chaos Hen immediately spotted Shue's shadow cast upon the wall by the flickering firelight. He dragged his cart into the temple, unloaded the firewood, and brought some closer to the fire, noticing Ashue was cooking horse meat. Without looking up, Ashue stirred the pot with a stick and remarked, "Didn't I tell you not to come back?" When Chaos-Hen settled next to the fire, warming his frozen hands, and replied, "If I said I was worried about your safety and came back to check on you, would you believe me?" Ashue scoffed. What a klitsch excuse. She ladled out a bowl of horse meat soup, which was not particularly tasty but sufficiently warm, and handed it to Wen Chaos-Hen. He cradled the bowl through his clothes, blowing on it before taking small sips. The broth had a slight, gamey flavor, yet he found it surprisingly enjoyable. "You have too much pride. If I were you, I would have taken refuge in that noble-s firewood room and wouldn't have come out for anything," she said. "Being looked down upon is far better than losing one's life." When Chaos-Hen raised his gaze to meet Ashue's, his brows furrowing slightly. "You sound like a parasite in my belly." "Stop talking such disgusting things while we're eating," Ashue retorted. Setting down the bowl, when Chaos-Hen asked, "Did anyone come looking for you today?" Ashue shook her head, stretching languidly, her voice laced with weariness. "No one disturbed me today. I slept quite well." When Chaos-Hen pondered for a moment before continuing, "I've been mulling over last night's events. Didn't I mention that Chucheong's group might be feeling pressure from the authorities? Do you think the ones applying pressure could be the White Dragon Guard?" At Wen Chaos-Hen's suggestion, Ashue's expression shifted to one of subtle complexity. She had been preoccupied with recovering from her injuries throughout the day and hadn't considered the implications. Wen Chaos-Hen picked at the tender horse meat in his bowl, savoring each bite. The distance from Kuhai County to the royal city was significant. Thus, the palace's influence wouldn't easily reach this far. Hence, even if something were to happen, Chu Cheong and his group would have considerable leeway. However, if it were indeed the White Dragon Guard that would change everything, although they served the royal family of Qi, they operated as a powerful force within the realm. Their presence felt far and wide. Such a formidable faction, backed by royal authority, could pose the most immediate threat in any corner of Qi. The only conceivable blunder that might lead Chu Cheong's group to falter would be if their undertakings were to be disclosed to the White Dragon Guard, or ideally, if they could avoid alerting them altogether. Yet, from another perspective, both Chu Cheong and the White Dragon Guard serve the interests of the palace as high-ranking officials. If a conflict were to arise between them, could it suggest that the royal city of Qi was also rife with undercurrents? Wen Chaos-Hen spoke calmly, his words weaving a narrative as Ashue fell into contemplation. The flickering flames by the fire seemed to mirror the turmoil within her heart. After a prolonged silence, she gazed at Wen Chaos-Hen as if he were an anomaly and asked, "Wen Chaos-Hen, what were you involved in before?" Wen Chaos-Hen remained silent for a moment before pointing to his head and replying, "I sustained an injury here and have forgotten all memories before the age of 18. Say for the past 3 years outside the county. Don't ask me about my past. I can't even recall who my parents are. But I believe I don't possess any extraordinary lineage. Otherwise, I would have either been found by my family and become a noble heir or exterminated by my family's enemies. Only the most unfortunate person in the world wouldn't be remembered by anyone. Wouldn't you agree?" Chapter 34, Tonight. "I teach you to kill." He certainly could not reveal the truth of his time travel to Ashue, for if he did, he would either be deemed a madman by those who disbelieved him or invite endless trouble from those who did. It was best to keep such matters buried deep within. As for Wen Xiaoxing's words, Ashue was uncertain whether to believe them or not. Nonetheless, she did not press further and continued to enjoy her meal of horse meat. After a brief silence, Wen Xiaoxing seemed to have had his fill. He rubbed his stomach and addressed Ashue, who was still eating, in the days to come. "You must remain vigilant. Regardless of your origins, if Chun Xiong discovers that you have disturbed Lu Jinshi's corpse, he will undoubtedly harbor suspicions. The worst-case scenario is that he colludes with the forces in the martial world seeking you, and the troubles that may ensue are beyond our reckoning. I suis replié nonchalantly. They are merely a rabble." Wen Xiaoxing patted his body, and to his surprise, produced a small flask of wine from somewhere. He tossed it to Ashue, who deftly caught it with one hand and raised an eyebrow, saying, "You, my friend, have the means to purchase wine now?" Wen Xiaoxing replied, "Last time you treated me, so this time I shall treat you. Though I had little money, I managed to procure this small flask. Let's sip it sparingly. Ashue smiled, casually tilting the flask to her lips and taking a swig. The warmth surged from within, prompting her to exclaim, refreshing. With this flask of wine, you show some semblance of conscience, Wen Xiaosheng remarked. He continued on the previous topic, advising, Chun Xiong is no simple character. It would be wise not to underestimate him. Even if they are not your adversaries, in your current state, you cannot guarantee that you won't suffer a recurrence of old injuries should you engage in combat. Ashue swished the strong liquor in her mouth, then spat it into the fire before them, causing the flames to flare brightly for a moment before settling back to their normal glow. What is the worst that could happen? I could return to my roots. What's there to worry about? She had long ceased to care about her own life or death, treating the subject with indifference. When Xiaosheng could not condone her dismissive attitude towards life, his tone laced with sarcasm. If you are so intent on death, why seek the truth? Once one is interred in the earth, all past becomes mere bones. What difference does it make whether you know or not? If this matter is of such importance to you, at the very least, you should ensure your survival first. And he locked eyes with Ashue, his gaze sharp enough to seem capable of piercing flesh and bone, delving into the depths of her being. Yet his words trailed off, leaving the air thick with unspoken tension. After a moment of shared silence, Ashue suddenly averted her gaze, her voice tinged with irritation. Your eyes are truly bothersome. They see too deeply. I have never liked others prying into my secrets. Wen Xiaosheng lowered his head and tossed a piece of firewood into the flames. Responding with a hint of resignation, I do not wish to pry, but I was born this way. If I say nothing, you may assume I have not seen anything. Ashue scoffed. I am beginning to regret befriending someone like you. When Xiaosheng smiled at her, how much regret do you feel? Ashue pondered for a moment, then raised her arm, extending a slender finger. When Xiaosheng noticed the calluses at her knuckle, remnants of her long-held weapon, as much as a horse would feel. Intrigued, when Xiaosheng inquired, why a horse? Ashue explained, when I first escaped, I was gravely injured and delirious. Many were searching for me, and I had no reason to survive. It was an old horse that carried me across the desolate plains for over 1,000 miles, only to succumb to the freezing snow. I stumbled into the mountains, where you found me. So, without that horse, I would never have encountered you. When Xiaosheng gazed at her, catching the sidelong glance from beneath her cascading hair, and chuckled, it is clear that meeting me has indeed brought you much distress. Ashue sighed, shaking her head gently, and tossed the nearly empty flask to him. Not drinking anymore? When Xiaosheng asked, Ashue reclined, resting her hands behind her head. Her eyes closed lazily. I'm tired. You drink on your own. When Xiaosheng, not one to be polite, tipped the flask back and drained the remaining liquid. The fiery sensation coursed down his throat, transforming into a sharp pain that pierced his insides, prompting a satisfied exclamation. He capped the flask and set it aside, then lay back down. With his eyes closed, the effects of the alcohol soon overwhelmed him, and he felt as if the world spun around him, his body light and airy. It was a most agreeable moment to sleep. However, this night was unlike any other. Outside the temple, the snow fell thickly, and ominous shadows resembling crows flitted across the sky. In the unseen distance, the sharp sound of blades sliding from their sheaths echoed, leaving trails of footprints in the snow. Inside the temple, the flames flickered. Wen Xiaosheng had scarcely fallen asleep when a hand suddenly grasped his collar, yanking him from the ground. Realizing something was amiss, he blinked awake to find Ashue's face inches from his own, causing his heart to race. Fearing she might be enraged enough to pluck out his eyes after that potent wine. What's going on? He gasped. Ashue narrowed her eyes, stating, someone is coming. To the north of the temple, a mile away, there are 36 men. When Xiaosheng was taken aback, though the effects of the alcohol had not yet worn off, he immediately began searching for his hatchet. He did not question how Ashue was aware of the situation a mile away. He understood that her training endowed her with peculiar abilities. What mattered most now was to devise a means to preserve his life. Ashue whispered, stop looking. The hatchet is in my possession. When Xiaosheng replied, the temple is filled with weapons. Why must you seize my hatchet? Ashue lightly waved the hatchet in her hand. Her grip steady despite the alcohol she had consumed. This hatchet is quite handy for chopping wood. Wen Chaosheng fell silent, gesturing to himself. If you take my hatchet, what shall I use for defense? Shui replied, there are so many weapons in the temple. Do you fear you will lack one? Wen Chaosheng raised his hands in exasperation. I don't know how to wield them. Shui released her grip on his collar, speaking coolly. Then simply take any knife or sword. Wen Chaosheng, did you not wish to learn martial art from me? Tonight, I shall teach you to kill. Chapter 35. Night battle. The effects of alcohol still lingered within Wen Chaosheng, leaving traces of its fiery embrace on his internal organs. Though his vision remained clear, each step felt disconcertingly light, as if he were walking on air. Suddenly, he stumbled as his foot sank into the thick snow outside, barely avoiding a fall. In this state, engaging in a brawl seemed tantamount to courting death. Shui, from a corner of the dilapidated temple, casually drew a long sword and tossed it to Wen Chaosheng, who instinctively leaped aside to evade what could have been a fatal strike. If you keep throwing things like that, I may not live to face our foes, he exclaimed, clumsily rising from the snow to retrieve the sword embedded within it. He tried wielding it, but it felt foreign in his grasp. Shui stepped into the snow, her voice cutting through the howling wind with a chilling detachment. In battle, whether on the battlefield or in the world of martial arts, the enemy will never grant you a moment to compose yourself. When blades clash, it is a matter of life and death. Everything else is mere distraction. Holding the sword, Wen Chaosheng followed Shui, feeling the biting wind seep into his very being. I lack martial prowess, and my physical condition is wanting. To them, I am but a wild dog, easily dispatched with a mere kick. Following you tonight, I fear I shall not see the sun rise again. Shui replied coldly, that is merely your choice. Did you heed my warning not to return? Just as her words fell, a palpable killing intent swept through the snowy expanse, tousling their hair. Shui's grip on her cleaver appeared more relaxed as she glanced back at the disheveled Wen Chaosheng and asked, are you afraid? Do you regret this? Wen Chaosheng trembled, uncertain whether it was the chilling menace in the air or the storm itself. The mist of his breath obscured his vision. I feel a bit anxious, he admitted. Shui responded, anxiety is natural. I felt it the first time I took a life. Some of those approaching are not practitioners, but mere martial men from the world, their movements unmasked. Wen Chaosheng looked at Shui in surprise. You can hear them so clearly? Shui explained, when the wind howls, one can discern many sounds. Yet, only the common rustle. If a master or someone lies in wait, the ears become less reliable. No sooner had she spoken than a crossbow bolt pierced the shrouded veil of snow, hurtling towards them. The crystalline snowflakes scattered as the bolt, charged with lethal intent, hurtled through the air mere inches from Wen Chaosheng's brow, only to be deftly caught by a slender hand. In the next moment, Shui flung the bolt back, its trajectory reversing into the indistinct, chaotic snow, followed by a dull thud, leaving a patch of crimson staining the white surface. Wen Chaosheng bent over, his back drenched in cold sweat. The invigorating chill of the east wind snapped him to full awareness. While such a crossbow posed little threat to Shui under the cloak of night, for him, it was an unavoidable death trap. The best course was to lower his body, minimizing his exposure and not distracting Shui. Once the wielder of the crossbow fell silent, an eerie stillness enveloped them, leaving uncertainty about other hidden threats in the snow. Shui's gaze drifted into the distance, her eyes veiled with frost. Before her, a throng of black-clad figures emerged, around 30 in number, all masked. Their aura of menace overwhelming the biting cold, their killing intent weaving a web around the two of them. They're all practitioners. My leg is injured. It will take time to deal with them. Wen Chaosheng, listen to me. Do not focus on the crossbow bolts, listen instead. Listening to Shui's instructions, Wen Chaosheng felt a chill radiate through him. Lowering his voice, I have not trained my hearing. I fear I may misjudge. Shui replied, then strive for accuracy. With that, she limped towards the shadows, leaving Wen Chaosheng behind. He refrained from calling for help, focusing instead on calming his breath, attempting to discern the potential approach of crossbow bolts with his ears. For someone as unseasoned as Wen Chaosheng, this was no simple task. The pressure of life and death weighed heavily upon him, with little room for error. The frigid wind howled as a Shui approached the group of black-clad men, addressing them boldly. Who among you shall die first? Each of the figures bore the insignia of Wangchuan at their waists, their strengths varying, yet most were young. Among them stood a middle-aged swordsman clad in black robes, his face uncovered, his hair flecked with gray. Whether from age or the snow, it was hard to tell. They stood amidst the snow like statues, coldly regarding the woman before them. One of them, surnamed Liu, remarked, "Your head is quite valuable. Killing you will earn entry into the wind flag." The middle-aged swordsman spoke with a hint of provocation, completely dismissing a Shui's words, showing little interest. Entry into the wind flag of Wangchuan was a coveted feat, for despite the number of strong individuals below, only 12 positions existed. To enter, one must not only possess formidable strength, but also have made significant contributions to Wangchuan. Those who entered the wind flag earned a semblance of power within Wangchuan, with the potential to ascend to the 10 halls, the core of influence and authority. It represented the ultimate aspiration for countless assassins throughout their lives. The wind flag was the crucial first step toward realizing their ambitions. A Shui lifted her gaze, casting a sidelong glance at him. Why not try and find out? The middle-aged swordsman smiled faintly, subtly raising his hand, releasing a wave of murderous intent that could no longer be concealed. The sounds of numerous blades unsheathing reverberated around them, the aura of death blossoming like a lotus, scattering the falling snow. As the first black-clad figure approached, a Shui raised her blade and struck, cleaving both man and weapon in twain with a single, unadorned blow, an unyielding strike. With each swing of her sword, a Shui moved with a deliberate slowness, as if the strike originated from a century prior. Yet, when the blade finally brushed against the enemy's neck, they realized it was no languid stroke but a swift, lethal cut that left no room for defense. Cold sweat poured forth as, by the time they grasped the peril, a dozen corpses already lay sprawled before Shui. The middle-aged man, initially marked by indifference and madness, now wore a grave expression, his thumb pressing against the sword's sheath, lowering the blade slightly. This was his habitual gesture before drawing his sword, a lowered blade allowing the sweet sound of friction to resonate, a sound he regarded as the harbinger of death, heralding the slaughter he was about to unleash. Suddenly, as a Shui swung her blade toward an assassin on her right, a crossbow bolt flew from the distant snow, aimed directly at her back. A Shui's motion halted, as if she possessed foresight. She sidestepped just in time, narrowly evading the bolt. Unfortunately, the assassin before her was not so fortunate. Caught off guard as he prepared to counter a Shui's attack, his reflexes paled in comparison to hers. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, he lost any chance of defending against the incoming crossbow bolt. The crossbow, projecting from the machinery, possessed a penetrating force unparalleled by ordinary bows and arrows. The protective aura surrounding him evidently failed to withstand its might. As the sound of the bolt-piercing flesh resonated dully through the air, the assassin lowered his gaze to the bolt embedded deep within his abdomen, his brow furrowing in concern. He rolled to the side, reaching out in an attempt to extract the lethal projectile. For individuals of their ilk, as long as the heart and lungs remained unscathed, survival was typically assured. The power of the Dan Sea could staunch the wound, considerably slowing the loss of blood. Yet, the moment his hand touched the bolt, his expression shifted drastically, and he immediately spewed forth a copious amount of black blood, convulsing momentarily before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. It was evident that the crossbow bolts were laced with potent poison. The hidden archer in the snow, witnessing his target fail, prepared to take aim at Shui once more. However, as he steadied his aim, the sound of footsteps behind him caught his attention. The archer, alert, swiftly turned and loosed a bolt in the direction of the sound. Whoosh! The first arrow whistled through the air, missing its mark, as he readied a second shot aimed at the shadow, darting to the side. Yet, it seemed that in this life-or-death moment, the adversary was galvanized into action. A long sword, previously unheld, suddenly thrust straight towards him. A wave of primal fear enveloped the archer, and instinctively, he turned his head to evade. Unfortunately, with most of his body buried in the snow, he was unable to execute a significant maneuver. Thud! The strike was swifter and more decisive than anticipated. Even had he not been trapped in the snow, evasion would have proven futile. One Xiaosheng gripped the sword, driving it into the archer's throat, a torrent of warm blood spraying around them. In that fleeting moment, he seemed to be transported back to the tumultuous sea aboard a fragile raft, surrounded by crashing waves. The raft beneath him transformed into a longsword. Indeed, when Xiaosheng lost his footing, he plummeted once more into the depths of the ocean, once again witnessing flames, and once again pierced by that incredibly sharp, pure, flying sword. The chill within his chest rendered one Xiaosheng's body numb, and his instinct for survival ignited to its utmost intensity. Unbeknownst to him, his hand, still clutching the long sword, instinctively struck. A thrust he had neither practiced nor learned emerged in an almost celestial perfection, colliding with the arrowhead of the incoming bolt. In the next instant, the crossbow bolt emitted a mournful wail, shattering into fragments. The archer, taken aback, had not anticipated that when Xiaosheng, who appeared devoid of any cultivation, could intercept the bolt at such close range. He froze in disbelief, momentarily stunned. Ultimately, it was when Xiaosheng who regained his composure first. He stepped forward, his longsword descending with the force of a cleaver. Thud! Chapter 36. The last gamble of this life, a head rolled away, spinning in the snow, while fresh warm blood rapidly cooled. When Chaos Hen, his heart raced wildly as he gripped the longsword in his hand, momentarily overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of control. In that instant, was he killing a man or merely chopping wood? He himself could not discern. In a daze, he heard his own voice whispering, "What should I do, Mr. L?" "Chop wood chop," Woodwind Chaos Hen murmured softly, his thoughts drifting back to the woodshed at L. Jiming's home, where he had tirelessly raised and swung the blade for days, his arms aching and palms bruised, in search of that exquisite feeling from the first strike. Though he had approached the essence of that initial blow again, there remained an insurmountable gap. Only that recent thrust, piercing through the powerful crossbow, allowed him to rediscover the sensation of replicating that first stroke, unconscious and spontaneous. It felt as if it was not his own swordsmanship, but rather the innate principle of the universe that he had fortuitously captured and merged with his technique. After that strike, when Chaos Hen stood still in the snow, as if in contemplation, in the distance, a second bolt sliced through the air towards him. Hearing the rush of wind, he acted without hesitation, cleaving at the flying snow with his longsword. This motion, simple and unassuming, he had practiced countless times in L. Jiming's woodshed. It was merely chopping wood. The once awkward action suddenly became familiar. At the moment he faced the sharp arrow, uncertainty gripped him. Could he truly sever it before it struck? Could he accurately judge the sound? Casting aside his distractions, he treated it as nothing more than another instance of chopping wood. In the instant he swung the sword, the tremendous pressure of life and death dissipated. Crack! He struck true. The arrow lost its force midair, and before the severed pieces of the body fell, the thunderous sound of a third bolt splitting the air struck his eardrum. Without a moment's thought, he swung again, the moonlight shimmering on the blade as it clashed with the arrow, creating a dazzling spark. A jolt coursed through his hand, nearly causing him to lose his grip. This blow was clearly inferior to the earlier, instinctual strike. Yet he understood that this was a moment of life and death. Despite the pain from his split palm, he grasped the longsword tightly and rushed toward the source of sound. Wen Xiaosheng's ability to discern sound was far inferior to Ashui's, but he knew that his assailant intended to kill him and would surely strike again. Whether he could catch the next bolt at close range was uncertain. Yet he recalled Ashui's earlier words, "When weapons clash, it is only life or death. All else is mere distraction." The sole possibility of survival lay in eliminating all threats. In the distance, Ashui stood amidst a sea of corpses, her chopping knife smeared with a thick layer of blood and frost. The remaining black-clad assassins surrounded her, none daring to advance. Although they were desperate men, Ashui's ferocity and strength had instilled fear in them, making them acutely aware of the vast disparity in their capabilities, one that mere numbers could not bridge. One man, feeling a sense of retreat, attempted to withdraw. However, just 2 steps back, a fishbone-like longsword pierced through his back. The assassin's eyes widened in shock as he turned slightly to see a middle-aged man with a cold expression behind him. As a member of Wang Chuan, showing fear in battle was inexcusable. He slowly withdrew the sword, staining the snow beneath him with blood. This man fixed his gaze on Ashui, noting her body tremble slightly. Her breath labored. To endure such a grievous injury, compromising her very essence, yet still hold on, was no small feat, however. This only served to affirm the value of her life. Bai Yoyu, having roamed the world for most of his life, had indulged in gambling and romance, spending countless silver coins, yet had never encountered such tremendous fortune. Previously, he had never understood. Now, it became clear that his good fortune had been reserved by the heavens for this moment. In the wind flag, some old-timers had aged beyond measure, while others mysteriously vanished. Their remains never to be found. Several positions had long been overdue for vacating. He had always yearned to step inside, yet lacked a key. Today he sought her assistance. Bai Yoyu advanced toward Ashui, the falling snow settling on his shoulders, enhancing his imposing presence. Ashui, her lips pale, still clutched her chopping knife, gasping for breath. The remaining black-clad assassins, seeing Bai Yoyu prepare to join the fray, abandoned their thoughts of retreat, ready to charge alongside him. They dared not vie for credit with Bai Yoyu, but assisting him could elevate their status should he rise to power within the wind flag. Is that so? Ashui's eyes pierced through the snow-laden strands of hair, a faint smirk of derision gracing her lips. In my years of experience, luck does not linger indefinitely. Misfortune, however, is persistent. Gamblers possess a peculiar trait. After each loss, they always believe they shall win back their losses next time. But for you, this may well be your final gamble in this lifetime. Bai Yoyu seemed struck by her words, his already dark countenance deepening into a sinister gloom. Once the fishbone within my grasp pierces your heart, you shall realize your folly. As his words fell, the swirling snow ceased, the howling wind stilled, and the action of when Chaos Hand, poised to slay the last crossbowman, halted as if time itself had succumbed to an absolute tranquility. Time could not truly stop. Someone was simply too swift, too fast for even the wind and snow to react. Clang! The fishbone thrust forward through the void, the moonlight's cold radiance preceding it. Enveloped by the winter's chilling ferocity, blossoming at Ashui's heart, the icy gleam had arrived. The strike was too unanticipated, too precise, too abrupt. Before the other assassins had time to draw their swords, Bai Yoyu's blade had already reached Ashui's heart. Just as he had proclaimed, he intended to pierce her heart with a single stroke. When a person's heart is pierced, they do not immediately succumb to death. Thus, Bai Yoyu could witness the terror and despair reflected in Ashui's eyes. He reveled in the expression of his prey in their final moments. The sharp tip of the sword had breached Ashui's chest, and as he beheld the blade embedded within, Bai Yoyu's lips curled into a smile. His mastery lay in his hands and feet. His speed was such that even many prominent figures of the ethereal realm could not match. To strike first at close range and slay a warrior of the ethereal realm was not beyond possibility, especially considering this woman was already on the brink of exhaustion and grievously wounded. Thud! The blade penetrated her chest, blood gushing forth in torrents. Bai Yoyu stared at the woman before him, a cold sneer upon his lips. And now, what shall you do? Ashui met his gaze, her pupils unwavering. And in the briefest moment, Bai Yoyu sensed something amiss. Just as he intended to withdraw, a chopping knife was already poised against his neck, the terrifying intent to kill sealing off all avenues of retreat. Bai Yoyu's expression froze. He was certain that his strike had indeed pierced Ashui's heart. Why then did she appear so unfazed? Are you truly certain you struck true? She spoke coldly, and Bai Yoyu's gaze stilled, his grip on the sword trembling slightly. He felt the pulse of her heart through the blade. His strike had not pierced Ashui's heart. Puff! With a swift stroke, Ashui severed Bai Yoyu's head, sending a torrent of blood cascading upwards amidst the feather-like snowfall. Upon the demise of Bai Yoyu, the remaining black-clad figures should have felt a sense of trepidation. However, One audacious and astute individual, noticing Oshue's dire condition, advanced with a blade, determined to fight for survival at the cost of his life. The sword, slicing through the snow, aimed directly at Oshue's neck. Unflinching and unguarded, she pivoted and retaliated with her own strike, willing to exchange her life for his. In this clash, while Yoyu's sword had not inflicted a fatal wound upon Oshue, she was already grievously injured. Now, compounded by further harm, her blade had lost its earlier swiftness. Just as the black-clad man's long sword was poised to cleave Oshue's neck, a crossbow bolt pierced through the tempest of snow, striking with precision into the man's abdomen. He let out a muffled groan, his grip on the sword faltering. In the next instant, Oshue cleaved through his chest with the axe she wielded, spilling his lifeblood upon the ground. With his fall, the remaining 3 black-clad men were stricken with terror, daring not to linger, and fled into the depths of the swirling snowstorm. Oshue coughed up a copious amount of blood upon glancing back. She saw Wen Chao Sheng aiming a powerful crossbow at them. The world around her blurred, and after a brief struggle, she ultimately collapsed into the vast expanse of snow. Losing consciousness. Chapter 37. Survival. As the battle concluded, within less than a quarter of an hour, the wind and snow nearly obliterated all traces of the conflict. The corpses were first blanketed by a layer of frost, soon becoming a part of the snowy ground. Only the weapons embedded in the earth still bore witness to the brutality of the fight. Before long, footsteps echoed through the area. 4 figures in total, 2 leading and 2 following. At the forefront were Lu Chuan and Chun Xiong, clad in fur robes. It was no wonder that this scene was worth a fortune. Not a single soul remained from the martial world or the officials. Such brutality, Lu Chuan remarked, his tone devoid of fear. He turned to the lean man in black, who had been shouldering a single-edged sword. Qian Lu, unearth the bodies and ascertain the situation. At his command, the slender man drew the massive blade with one hand, wielding it as a shovel. With a deft movement of his wrist, he effortlessly unearthed the corpses buried beneath the snow. Qian Lu's strength belied his frail appearance. Despite his slender frame, he managed the heavy weapon with ease. Once a multitude of bodies lay exposed before them, he reported to Lu Chuan, Mr. Lu, all of these individuals were slain with a single strike. Lu Chuan shook the snow from his shoulders, his voice deepening with seriousness. All with one strike. Indeed, Qian Lu affirmed. Could it be the same assailant? The assassins from Wang Chuan had all been dispatched by one individual. Lu Chuan exchanged a glance with Chun Xiong and remarked, this time, we have indeed stumbled upon a significant find. This operation had dispatched a total of 42 men, of whom 35 were young assassins of the Fire Flag, and 7 from the Force Flag. Among them was Yoyu, a seasoned master who wielded the fish spine sword, renowned for his prowess and nearly on the cusp of the Tongyu realm. Originally from the state of Chun, he had gained fame in the state of Qi, known for his vices of gambling and womanizing. Yet, his capabilities were formidable. He had previously ambushed 3 warriors of the Tongyu realm, and his fish spine ranked 66th on the Tianji Tower's renowned sword list. Many believed he was destined to ascend to the Wind Flag. It was unexpected that such a figure would meet a hasty demise in a desolate place like Kuhai County. He frowned suddenly and asked Qian Lu, did you find the fish spine? Qian Lu shook his head. They had searched the vicinity, but found nothing. Lu Chuan stroked his chin, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Chun Xiong glanced at the bodies on the ground and remarked, the state of Qi places great emphasis on literature, yet is not negligent of martial prowess. Even in this remote region, there are well-trained crossbowmen at their disposal. It is difficult for an ordinary warrior of the Lighthong realm to withstand the specially crafted repeating crossbows of Qi in the darkness. Yet, despite the mobilization of 50 to 60 men tonight, they failed to subdue a single individual. We may need to reassess our understanding of their strength. Although I am currently the county magistrate of Kuhai, the distant lords in the capital show little concern for the actual circumstances here. However, if the death toll is too high, I too will have to answer for it. Lu Chuan chuckled softly, giving his shoulder a gentle pat before squeezing it lightly. Relax. County magistrate. If she had no issues, she wouldn't have come to inspect Lu Jin's corpse. We share the same purpose in this venture, and I would never harm you. Moreover, While tonight's battle was indeed fierce, we did not leave empty-handed, did we? The fish spine is more easily entered than exited. I doubt that woman has left this place unscathed. Chun Xiong ignored him, turning to lead Wu Xie toward the county town. If you fear death, then go ahead. The snow is heavy, and I shan't accompany you. Watching Chun Xiong's figure fade into the distance, Lu Chuan's smile persisted as he turned to Qian Lu, who was now covered in a layer of white snow. If it were you tonight, could you have slain these 42 from Wang Chuan? Qian Lu's slender silhouette stood resilient against the cold wind as he calmly replied, I could. Lu Chuan raised an eyebrow. So, the individual's strength is comparable to yours? Qian Lu shook his head, slowly sheathing the dark, iron-long sword at his back. Stronger. Judging by the wounds on these corpses, the wanted woman must have sustained injuries, and severe ones at that. While a warrior may not feel the impact of a wound in a one-on-one confrontation, the disadvantages become glaring when facing multiple opponents. If I were severely wounded, I could scarcely take down half of those present, especially with Bai Youyu remaining passive. That woman not only surpasses me in strength, but is also exceptionally skilled in multi-opponent combat, attributes in which I fall short. Lu Chuan gazed into the swirling snow, remaining silent for a while before shaking off the flakes and addressing Qian Lu. Let's depart, the cold is biting. We should return and enjoy a bowl of snake soup. Old Yang has been simmering it for quite some time. It should be ready by now. Qian Lu nodded slightly and followed behind Lu Chuan. Shortly after their departure, the corpses were completely buried beneath the falling snow. In the dilapidated temple, when Xiaosheng had lit a fire and heated water to revive the unconscious Ashui, he administered a few sips, then pinched her philtrum. The weakened Ashui stirred, her eyes fluttering open, when Xiaosheng hesitated briefly before gently patting her cheek. Ashui shook her heavy head and heard Wen Xiaosheng's inquiry. How do we deal with this sword in your chest? I am no physician. I dare not pull it out recklessly. Ashui coughed twice, the pain in her chest causing her to furrow her brow, and blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. This fish spine has barbs. It cannot be withdrawn directly. You need to find a weapon to hook the exposed barb in my back and allow the sword to pass through completely if I am to survive. Considering the gravity of the situation, Wen Xiaosheng wasted no time. He retrieved a long knife that Ashui had previously discarded and positioned the curved edge against the barb of the fish spine sword. Shall I pull it straight back? Ashui breathed softly, do it, I won't die. When Xiaosheng replied, you must endure. With that, he adjusted his angle and yanked the fish spine sword from Shui's body. She let out a muffled groan and collapsed, slipping back into unconsciousness. At noon, a warm ray of sunlight pierced through to Shui's eyelids, prompting her to frown and open her eyes. Crack! Crack! The sound of wood being chopped reached her ears, and Shui jolted upright, suddenly aware that she was lying on a soft bed. Her body had been cleaned, and she wore fresh clothes, while the wound on her chest had been stitched. A mysterious energy coursed through her meridians, stabilizing her condition. Due to blood loss, any slight movement of her head sent pain shooting through her. After a moment of adjustment, she attempted to rise, but just then, the door swung open, and Madame Lu entered, carrying a bowl of medicinal broth. She placed it on the table and addressed her, awake? Shui stared at her. Where am I? Madame Lu smiled gently. You can inquire about that with the young man chopping wood. He carried you back through the snow last night. As she finished speaking, she turned and made her way to the door. I'm off to buy some vegetables. Drink your medicine. Your injuries are severe, and my medical knowledge is limited. I can only offer temporary relief. If your injuries flare up, your survival will depend on your own fortune. Chapter 38. My surname is Feng. Shui glanced at the medicine on the table, hesitated not a moment, and drank it down in large gulps. Whether the medicine would prove effective was secondary. She was undeniably parched. Having lost considerable blood, her throat felt as if it were ablaze. Once the potion settled in her stomach, a wave of soothing coolness began to spread from her lower abdomen, bringing her some relief. The sound of wood being chopped echoed once more from outside. Shui, her steps unsteady, leaned against the door as she ventured out, taking some time to acclimate to her weakness. The courtyard was deserted, save for a loquat tree, a stone table, and 4 stone stools. She made her way to the woodshed, where she found one Chaosheng diligently chopping wood. Beads of sweat adorned his forehead as he lifted his gaze to meet hers, exclaiming, "I always thought my life was the most resilient in the world. Last night, carrying you to find Mr. Liu, my cotton coat was nearly soaked through with blood. I never expected you would survive. The physique of a practitioner is extraordinary." Shui shook her head, leaning against the doorframe. "It has little to do with the physique of a practitioner. That sword last night should have pierced my heart. For practitioners below the celestial realm, being pierced through the heart leaves no chance of survival. However, I have practiced the fountain of youth. As I mentioned before, the effects of this remarkable technique vary from person to person. I can, to some extent, adjust the position of my internal organs with this technique, which is the fundamental reason I am still alive." Wen Xiaoxing's gaze lingered on Shui as he recalled the first time he found her amidst the heavy snow, her body marred by deep and vicious wounds, many of which should have extended to her internal organs. Yet Shui had not perished. She had endured a night of wind and snow. Furthermore, the fountain of youth itself aids in the healing of bodily injuries, allowing me to recover from wounds that many ordinary warriors cannot. When Xiaoxing raised an eyebrow, pausing in his chopping, such a remarkable technique has such wondrous effects. If that is the case, to what level must the practitioner of these three techniques from the North Sea have attained? Shui pressed her dry lips together before patiently replying, "Li Lianxiu, the master of the Heavenly Secrets Tower, traveled the world for 21 years, seeking out heroes. He finally encountered the practitioner from the North Sea at the buried immortal abyss. The two debated for the duration of a tea session, and Li Lianxiu remarked that his cultivation was unfathomable. Among the countless practitioners across the four nations, only 7 or 8 could contend with him. However, the practitioner from the North Sea is notoriously lazy, preferring mountains and waters over the disputes of the mortal realm. He has spent most of his life wandering the world without a fixed abode, making it exceedingly rare to catch a glimpse of him unless fate intervenes." When Chaosheng pondered for a moment before saying, "So this is what you refer to as a reclusive master?" Shui replied with a soft leaning against the doorframe and regarding Wen Xiaosheng for a moment before adding a sincere thank you. Wen Xiaosheng, looking at Shui's earnest expression, chuckled. "It is rare to hear you express gratitude, though it seems unnecessary. You shielded me from an arrow, and I returned the favor. We are even." Shui slowly approached Wen Xiaosheng, extending her hand towards him. He placed down his axe and shook her hand. Her hand felt small and somewhat cool. They exchanged a glance, and the atmosphere grew peculiar in the silence. Shui rolled her eyes helplessly and abruptly released his hand. "There's no understanding here. I want you to give me some money." Wen Xiaosheng cleared his throat and rummaged through his belongings, tossing a string of copper coins to Shui, asking, "What do you need money for?" Shui replied, "To buy wine." Wen Xiaosheng frowned. "In your current state, can you drink?" Shui turned, limping towards the woodshed. When Xiaosheng called after her, "Hey, give me back the money." Shui ignored him, prompting Wen Xiaosheng to follow helplessly. It's broad daylight in the county. "Do you think it's appropriate to go out now? Can't you settle down for a moment?" Shui's lips curled up slightly as she slowly turned back, slapping the string of coins against Wen Xiaosheng's chest, raising an eyebrow. "Then you go buy it for me. Go out, turn right, and there's a wine shop within a mile." When Xiaosheng hesitated, recalling that the gallery bridge was to the right, a place he had never visited. "How do you know?" Shui met his gaze directly. "I can smell it. That wine shop is the most fragrant. I'm thirsty. Hurry. Next time I'll treat you." Realizing he could not refuse her insistence, When Xiaoxing sighed in resignation, cautioning her not to cause trouble outside. Otherwise, if she brought trouble to Mr. Liu, it would be a case of biting the hand that feeds. Upon his return with a jug of wine, he found a Shui seated on a stone stool in the courtyard. When Xiaoxing placed the wine on the table, and she eagerly poured herself a bowl, the wine infused with the fragrance of peach blossoms. Though not particularly strong, it had a hint of sweetness, and upon savoring it, she found the taste quite pleasant. A Shui drank 3 bowls in quick succession, a rosy hue blooming on her pale cheeks, before exclaiming, "This is delightful." When Xiaoxing shook his head in exasperation. "I can't fathom how a woman like you has such a penchant for alcohol." A Shui tapped her bowl lazily with her finger, remarking, "Once I've had some wine, The pain dissipates. Therefore, wine is truly the best thing in the world. When Xiaosheng paused, gazing into Shuai's sparkling eyes. After a moment, he nodded in agreement. You make a valid point. I shall join you for a drink. He poured more wine, and the two of them shared bowl after bowl, engaged in silence, drinking until the intoxicating warmth began to rise within them. Eventually, when Xiaosheng could no longer endure it and waved his hand, saying, "No more. I need to chop wood. You drink on your own and then go to sleep." As he steadied himself against the table to rise, a warm, soft hand suddenly grasped his wrist. Turning to see Shuai, her eyes slightly glazed with intoxication, he shook his head. "I truly can't drink anymore. If you wish to, I'll finish my work first, and we can drink again tonight." Shuai, panting, tightened her grip on Wen Xiaosheng's wrist. "Wen Xiaosheng, my surname, is foam." When Xiaosheng looked at her in confusion, his mind hazy. "What did you say? You're treating?" Shuai paused momentarily before breaking into a smile and nodding. "Yes, I'm treating." When Xiaosheng chuckled, "Ha, I was joking. I heard you say your surname." He was abruptly cut off by Shuai's hand, waving him off. "All right, just go back to work. I'll drink a bit more." When Xiaosheng shrugged and sighed, "Then I shall take my leave." He turned and walked a few steps, only for Shuai to suddenly call out, "When Xiaosheng, remember, don't speak of what just happened to anyone, unless you wish to die." Chapter 39. The kindness of Ma Huan. When Xiaosheng, having heeded Shuai's admonition, turned back and muttered, "Why tell me if it's so perilous?" Shuai cast a sidelong glance at him and replied, "Did you not inquire about my past on our last encounter? Now that you are aware, do you regret it?" When Xiaosheng stood still for a moment, then shook his head defiantly. "Regret? Nonsense. I have work to do." He proceeded to the woodshed, where the sound of chopping would soon echoed. Shuai settled herself on a stone bench, refraining from further drinking. She rested her chin on her hand, gazing vacantly at the woodshed, lost in thought, while her other hand distractedly toyed with her wine cup. As fatigue mingled with intoxication, she eventually succumbed to slumber, her head resting on the table. By the banks of the Shunsha River, delicate snowflakes fell gently. Lady L, her silver hair billowing, stood in a flowing purple velvet dress. The fine snowflakes hovering above her, held at bay by an invisible barrier. The elderly man, Ma Huan, supported himself with a cane as he approached a large stone, his gaze fixed on the murky waters of the river. In the distance, several fishermen were faintly discernible. Lady L expressed her gratitude to Ma Huan. Her tone noticeably softened from its previous coldness. "Thank you for last night," she said. Ma Huan sighed. "What is there to thank for? I've spent a lifetime in this trade. Asking me to do something else is hardly seamless." Pausing, he reflected on the events of the previous night, raising his brows slightly in curiosity. "That young fellow, what is his background?" Lady L appeared momentarily taken aback by the question. "Who?" Ma Huan clarified. "The one you took in." Understanding he referred to one Xiaosheng, Lady L shook her head. "I know nothing of his past. He appeared in Kuhu County 3 years ago, and despite my husband and I residing here for many years, we had never encountered him before." Surprised, Ma Huan responded, "You never inquired about him?" Lady L replied coolly, "Everyone harbors their own secrets. Why pry into the depths? Knowing more would change nothing." Ma Huan chuckled lightly, wiping his palm against his cane as memories of the past surfaced. "It has been 30 years. You have changed remarkably. Meeting you again feels like conversing with a stranger." He then shifted the topic. "That lad exhibited some resolve last night. He must have seen the shadows lurking above and the vermin in the alleys. Unarmed and wielding a woodcutter's knife, he stood his ground, unwilling to back down from a confrontation. In my old age, I find myself both envious and appreciative of such youthful spirit. If you had not taken him in, I might have desired to take him as my apprentice." Lady L glanced at him. "That young man lacks a Dan high. Can you truly teach him?" Ma Huan replied, "I could impart some skills for self-defense. In the world of martial arts, one must know how to protect oneself." Lady L shook her head, her tone laced with caution. "Old Ma, though this youth lacks a Dan high, he is an exceptional talent. My husband has recognized his potential. Should he find enlightenment in the future, his path will be extraordinary. Do not let mundane skills derail his future." Ma Huan smiled gently. "I understand your concerns. I have no desire to meddle in the affairs of the underworld myself. nor pull others into it. After traversing the rivers and lakes for most of my life, what I can impart depends on fate. Just as he finished speaking, he sensed something and looked up, spotting a figure in a green robe strolling along the riverbank. The silhouette flickered in and out of view until it eventually vanished into the distance. Is it the youth? Mawan inquired. Lady L, following the direction of the disappearing figure, softly confirmed, yes. He often walks by the banks of the Shenshar River and near Mian Lake, gazing at the water and feeling the breeze. He has done so for over a decade. Ma Huan pondered for a moment and then asked, how long has it been since he practiced swordsmanship? Lady L replied, 30 years. Ma Huan's eyes widened slightly. He ceased practicing after meeting you? Lady L responded, perhaps he no longer sees the need to practice. Ma Huan shook his head, clicking his tongue. Every 30 years, the Sword Pavilion produces a swordsman to traverse the world, challenging renowned warriors across the four realms. Regardless of age or experience, they hone their skills to perfection, vying for the title of the world's best. Historically, those who survived were among the strongest, and for 3 centuries, only the last swordsman sent forth by the Sword Pavilion, El Jiming, was an exceptionally young lad. It is said he defeated the Wind Banner of Wang Chuan, along with Xiangxi, Bailu, and Wuji, using merely a loquat branch. Such talent is unprecedented, had he not fallen into the mundane world. After 30 years of honing his sword, he might have truly bested the legendary Xianyuan Elder, claiming the title of the world's best. Yet, 30 years ago, a single word from the spring breeze prompted the most fearsome assassin of Wang Chuan to lay down his weapons and willingly retreat, leaving the promising young swordsman to abandon his blade for a life of simplicity. Fate, indeed, is a wondrous thing. Lady L sighed softly. Perhaps I never wished to be an assassin, nor did he aspire to be the world's best. After 30 years of acquaintance, my husband has never mentioned this. He is genuinely uninterested. Whoever desires to be the world's best is free to do so. That Xianyuan Elder has guarded his desolate monument for 180 years. Is he not lonely? Having said this, she glanced at the sky and remarked, it is nearly time. I must return to prepare dinner. Have you truly resolved last night's matters? At your age, do not invite unnecessary trouble, she added. Ma wan chuckled. Is there anything more effortless for us than taking a life? Few witnessed that young man's presence last night. The old and weary have little to fear. If one must die, so be it. Who would lament the loss of a few insignificant rogues? Lady L fell silent for a moment, then turned, carrying her vegetable basket along the riverbank on her way back. I wish to discuss your situation with my husband upon my return. I shall respond later. After all, you have waited long enough. There is no rush in these few days. Chapter 40. 8 characters, 32 coins in the county of Bitter Sea. Within the residence of the county magistrate, after Lu Jinshi's death, the lavish mansion he had constructed was occupied by Chun Xiong, who had replaced the plaque with one that read Chun Mansion. However, Chun Xiong appeared to have little desire for ownership of the place. No renovations were made to the interior, and even the servants who had attended Lu Jinshi remained unchanged. He delayed concluding Lu Jinshi's case due to an unsettling feeling regarding a missing vial of poison, convinced that its eventual discovery would lead to significant trouble. As the evening sun cast its golden rays across the land, Chun Xiong sat in his study, the dim light illuminating the ink stains on the papers before him. He was transcribing on Governing the Nation, a treatise penned by the esteemed scholar Wang Shanghai of the Qi State, who had devoted 60 years of his life to this work. Wang Shanghai was a unique figure in Qi, emerging from the revered Langan Pavilion. He had eschewed the path of cultivation to dedicate his life to governance and the welfare of the people. Upon his passing 6 years ago, even the indulgent Qi king, who typically ignored state affairs, abstained from wine and music for 3 days in mourning, posthumously conferring a noble title and interring him at the foot of the royal mausoleum. In recent years, Langan Pavilion had become increasingly stringent regarding admissions. Aspiring scholars must memorize on Governing the Nation as a fundamental requirement. As the highest Confucian sanctuary within Qi, Langan Pavilion served as a rapid conduit to the bureaucratic system, almost the sole opportunity for those of humble origins to ascend the social ladder. Chun Xiong's fervent desire for admission to Langan Pavilion stemmed from his ambition to reclaim what his family had once lost. Gaining entry was undoubtedly the swiftest, most reliable, and most promising path. Lost in contemplation of the script before him, Chun Xiong remained oblivious to the encroaching darkness until the door to his study creaked open. His gaze returned from distant memories as he confirmed the identity of the figure at the threshold, Wu Xie. Among the guards he had brought, Wu Xie was the only one he permitted to enter without hesitation. "Have you gathered any information?" Chun Xiong inquired. Wu Xie stepped into the room, closing the door behind him. "Today, 500 taels of silver were dispersed, but there are still no leads. If there are any, we should have results within 3 days." Pausing, he expressed mild confusion. In such a remote place as Bitter Sea County, for a scholar to gain admission to Langan Pavilion is no trivial matter. Moreover, he was dismissed last year for violations at the pavilion, making him the first in decades. One would expect a considerable uproar. Yet, during my inquiries today, no one seemed to be aware of this. Truly strange. As he spoke, he lit the candles and oil lamps in the room. Chun Xiong pondered for a moment, articulating his thoughts. A candidate for Langan Pavilion would undoubtedly be familiar with the rules. This situation is far from simple. Furthermore, if he had truly committed a grave offense, the pavilion would not simply allow him to return home. There are countless secrets within the pavilion. They wouldn't let him leave so easily. Additionally, I have asked the elders in my family to use connections left by my grandfather to investigate the student who was sent back from Langan Pavilion. Yet there is almost no information to be found. This is highly irregular. Regardless, he has returned. Bitter Sea County is not vast, and with careful investigation, we shall surely locate him. At that point, I will gain insight into last year's examination and the related assessments at Langan Pavilion, and once I successfully enter, a nearly imperceptible smile flickered across his lips before vanishing like the flame of the flickering candle. At the southern gate of the county, Wen Xiaosheng had spent a few days' worth of savings on a roasted goose and was now dragging some firewood toward the entrance. The guard responsible for the gate had long since left, and although the wind and snow were not heavy, the biting cold was pervasive and difficult to endure. However, he was not alone. A frail figure stood by the city gate, carrying a worn wooden chest on his back. He held a lantern in his hand, which swayed precariously in the snow. This individual was Cheng Feng, who had arranged to meet Wen Xiaosheng to settle the firewood payment. He had indeed waited, enduring the piercing cold. As Wen Xiaosheng approached with the firewood cart, he exhaled clouds of breath. "I sincerely apologize. I lost track of time after drinking with someone during the day. Here, let me compensate you with some firewood. You shouldn't have to wait so long." Cheng Feng trembled in the cold, his once sallow face now ghostly pale. He glanced at the firewood Wen Xiaosheng had brought and did not refuse it. First, he pulled out a pouch of coins and handed it to Wen Xiaosheng, then untied the cord of the wooden chest, retrieving a neatly rolled piece of paper which he presented to Wen Xiaosheng. 8 characters, worth 32 coins. Wen Xiaosheng shielded himself from the wind, turning to open the paper, revealing the words, "A word of nostalgia, 100 years in the human realm." "Beautiful characters," he exclaimed, genuinely impressed. The written language in this world was no different from that of his previous life, and he considered himself a proficient writer. Yet, upon witnessing the strokes of Cheng Feng, which flowed like a sword unsheathed, he was struck by their effortless elegance and the masterful execution. Examining the nuances of the characters, he noted their distinct styles. The former was bold and decisive, yet confined within rigid boundaries, reflecting a spirit constrained and burdened. The latter, in contrast, was free-flowing and unrestrained, like a dam bursting with floodwaters, the ink dancing with grace and freedom. Your calligraphy has reached a transcendent realm. If you were to venture into the royal city, you would surely be hailed as a master. Why then do you languish in this impoverished corner? Cheng Feng silently secured the firewood with a rope, self-deprecatingly replying, "I would rather not write so well." When Xiaosheng paused, sensing a story behind Cheng Feng's words. "Why do you say that?" Cheng Feng turned his head, his cracked lips parting. "Would you like to know why?" When Xiaosheng nodded earnestly, "Yes." Cheng Feng initially spoke with a tone of sarcasm and resentment. Yet, upon meeting Wen Xiaosheng's sincere gaze, he found himself disinterested, gesturing toward the paper. Everything you wish to know is contained within these 8 characters. Thank you for the firewood. With that, he dragged the firewood cart laboriously into the county. When Xiaosheng watched as Cheng Feng's figure gradually faded from sight, letting out a resigned sigh before heading out of the county with the roasted goose. Chapter 41. A letter not sent by him had it not been for the old man from last night. When Xiaosheng might not have chosen to leave the county town at this hour. The county town abides by its own rules. Lu Jinshi, as the magistrate, could not dare to act without restraint, nor could Chen Xiao. If a mere magistrate could so carelessly take lives, he would not need to spend so much money secretly nurturing the underworld to handle his dirty work. However, the safety of the county town by day does not guarantee safety by night. Many witnessed when Xiaosheng's face last night, seeing him carry the gravely injured Ashui. For when Xiaosheng, this was a troubling predicament. After all, though the land of Qi is vast, the county of Kuhai is quite small. Nevertheless, the individuals who saw when Xiaosheng's face last night should have had their bodies discreetly disposed of by now. As long as he did not carry Ashui with him, he would encounter little trouble. He had even taken care to wipe his fingerprints from the military crossbow used last night. No matter how the investigation unfolds, it would yield nothing on him. At present, 2 hours remain until curfew, ample time for Wen Xiaosheng to make a round trip. Clutching the already cold and stiff roast goose, when Xiaosheng approached the wooden cabin of Hunter Zhang, he knocked on the door, and after a rustling sound from within, an elderly woman opened it. Surprised, Wen Xiaosheng inquired, "Aunt me, has old Zhang not returned yet?" Seeing Wen Xiaosheng, Aunt Me beamed and invited him inside. Although the little wooden cabin was blanketed in thick snow, the room remained relatively warm due to the presence of a stove. When Xiaosheng turned, shutting out the biting wind and snow, and assisted the elderly Mi Fong to the bed. "Xiaosheng, you have been," Mi Fong began, her excitement rendering her speechless, her face flushed as words caught in her throat. Noticing her distress, when Xiaosheng moved to the stove to stoke the fire while smiling at her. "I've been well, Aunt Me. The new magistrate has taken office. I have obtained my identity as a Qi citizen, and I have found a good job." Upon hearing this, Mi Fong gently patted her chest, nodding. "That is good. That is good. Ah, I heard old Zhang mention this before, and I was so worried. Fortunately, the new magistrate seems to be a decent person. You must live well in the county town, and do not associate with the wrong crowd. Xiaosheng, let me say this. You're still young. As long as you work diligently, I believe you will soon reap the rewards of your efforts." When Xiaosheng merely smiled in response, offering no words, Mi Fong gazed into his eyes, somewhat lost in thought, murmuring, "It is a pity that my son, had he not joined the army, would be of your age now. It has been 7 years since he last returned home." When Xiaosheng paused, his hand halting in its task, he turned to Mi Fong, asking, "Aunt Me, is the military in Qi so strictly controlled? Not even able to return home during the new year?" Mi Fong shook her head. "The journey spans thousands of miles. One cannot simply return at will. Old Zhang and I have grown old, with few expectations left. As long as he is alive, that is better than anything." When Xiaosheng agreed, "Indeed, Aunt Me, the world has been at peace for 500 years, with no wars. The borders are only troubled by some nomads and outlaws, but they pose no significant threat, and the soldiers are not in great danger." His words were merely a comfort to Mi Fong. From his experience with the crossbow troops in Kuhai County, he knew that even when there are no wars among the great nations, peace is not as tranquil as it seems. Besides the 4 great nations, Yin, Chun, Zhao, and Qi, there are smaller kingdoms and principalities surrounding them, each with a complex web of interests. This results in collusion among various underworld forces, with bands of nomads and outlaws frequently disturbing the borders, committing acts of pillage and violence. Fortunately, the southern plains of Kuhai County are so inhospitable that no one can survive there. Otherwise, Wen Xiaosheng would have had no means of living these past 3 years. Hearing Wen Xiaosheng's comforting words, Mi Fong's wrinkles eased, and she smiled brightly. That is true. When Changong was a child, he was quite strong-willed and loved to fight. Old Zhang beat him a few times, but he would not listen. Who would have thought that after joining the army, he would hone his skills and develop beautiful handwriting? Over the years, his letters to us have only become more exquisite. As she spoke, she reached beneath her pillow and, indeed, retrieved several letters. Though somewhat crumpled, they were overall well preserved. Every month, I take these letters out to warm by the stove to prevent mildew. She held the neatly arranged letters close to her chest, her pride unmistakable. Let old Zhang take a good look. Our Changong has truly made something of himself. Otherwise, he would always have that disdainful look on his face when I mention him. That old man, as if I do not know him. If the boy were to return, he would surely be happier than anyone. Ah, Chao Sheng. You can read. Come see the letter from Changong. One Chao Sheng obliged, stepping forward to take the envelope from Mi Fong's hands. As he unfolded the letter within and scanned its contents, his expression grew slightly rigid, perhaps due to the dim light in the room. Mi Fong did not notice the subtle change in his demeanor and continued to chatter, recounting trivial stories of her son who had gone off to war. Indeed, he possessed a commendable talent for calligraphy, and coupled with his naturally keen eyes, when Xiaoxing immediately recognized the refined elegance within the letter's lines. This was not the handwriting of a soldier. There was neither sharpness nor bloodlust, no trace of anger. What remained was merely a perfunctory softness, a series of lines devoid of emotion, cold as ice. In other words, this was certainly not a letter sent by Mi Fong's son, Zhang Changgong. Chapter 42. The letter in the snowstorm. When Chao Sheng was almost entirely certain of this, for the state of Qi was unlike the other three states. Even exiles like Wen Chao Sheng were aware that for those who entered the ranks of the Qi army, the first order of business was not to head to the battlefield. New recruits sent to the frontiers, even if they did not encounter warfare, would merely serve as cannon fodder against marauding bandits and nomads, with scarcely one intent surviving. The first task for these selected recruits was to undergo general education. The Langan Pavilion would specifically dispatch scholars to teach them the most basic of texts, such as the 1,000-character classic, for both military needs and daily use. Thus, any soldier who had served in the Qi military for over a year was literate, fully capable of writing. If they truly needed to correspond with their families, there was no necessity for a scribe. This was precisely why when Chao Sheng was so certain that the letter in Mi Fong's possession could not have been penned by her son, Zhang Changgong. This was not the first instance of such a matter. The first thought that crossed Wen Xiaoxing's mind was of a Shui. A Shui had also received fake letters from her parents for several years, only to discover upon her return that her parents had passed away years prior. The revelation of that deception became a haunting specter for a Shui. For some reason, from these forged letters, Wen Xiaoxing sensed a perilous undercurrent. A Shui possessed extraordinary strength. Though Wen Xiaoxing was not deeply entrenched in the martial world, it was evident to him that, had a Shui not been injured, she would have been among the most formidable figures in the realm of the four states. It was entirely plausible that someone might use her parents to keep her grounded. But what of the Zhang couple? They were merely common folk, devoid of wealth or influence. Even if they bore grievances, it would only be a matter of enduring silently. Why expend energy on such deceit? Did the Zhangs harbor some undisclosed identity? When Xiaoxing deemed the likelihood of this exceedingly slim. The early winter snow that had descended upon Kuhai County nearly overwhelmed him, and it had almost driven the Zhangs into a dire predicament. If Zhang Hufu were truly a hidden master, he could undoubtedly blend into the common populace. Yet, such concealment was merely for the sake of a mundane existence, not a wretched one. If all hidden masters in the world had to live like stray dogs on the streets, surely no one would choose to live in seclusion. After all, great individuals merely sought to escape strife, not to endure suffering. As when Chao Sheng was lost in thought, gazing at the letter in his hand, the wooden door was suddenly flung open. Both he and Mi Fong halted their activities and turned toward the entrance. Zhang Hufu stood there, clutching a snakeskin bag, presumably containing frogs or some other catch. However, the bag was deflated and, combined with the numbness on Zhang Hufu's face, when Xiaoxing surmised that he had not fared well today, this did not surprise him. After 3 years of foraging for frogs, he knew better than anyone how elusive they could be. Upon seeing Wen Xiaoxing, Zhang Hufu appeared somewhat taken aback. Yet, his gaze quickly fell upon the letter in Wen Xiaoxing's hand. After a moment's hesitation, he entered and sat by the hearth, pulling out 2 frogs from the snakeskin bag before immediately preparing porridge. What use is there in staring at these worthless things? What good does writing countless letters do? For years, not a trace has been seen. We don't even know if he's alive or dead. Zhang Hufu muttered impatiently, while Mi Fong cradled the letters as if they were treasures, glaring at him. You grumbling old man, can you not utter a single kind word? If Chang Gong were in trouble, would we still be receiving his letters every year? If he achieves merit and attains an official position, wouldn't that bring glory to your old bones? The fact that he hasn't returned from the frontier in so long indicates what? It signifies that our Chang Gong has prospered, that he is indispensable to that frontier. Faced with Mi Fong's spirited retort, Zhang Hufu lowered his head, washing rice with melted snow water, remaining silent. Observing Mi Fong's unwavering determination, Wen Chaoxing's lips moved slightly, and he finally concurred. Indeed, Chang Gong's handwriting has become increasingly elegant. Old Zhang, I brought you some roasted goose. Though it has cooled, it can still be enjoyed after steaming. Zhang Hufu glanced at the roasted goose placed beside Wen Chaoxing and suddenly inquired, Do you have a place to stay? Wen Chaoxing replied, I have a place to reside. The two exchanged glances. Zhang Hufu set down his task, approached the bed, and retrieved a hidden iron key from the foot of the bed, handing it to Wen Chaoxing. No one is living there. The house isn't large, but it has all the essentials. If you cannot find it, go to the vegetable market in the west of the county. The butchers there know me. Tell them, and they will direct you to where I reside. As he accepted the key, Wen Chaoxing did not decline it. He placed it carefully away, expressing his gratitude to Zhang Hufu before rising to leave. He did not genuinely require the key, but he understood Zhang Hufu well. If he did not accept it, the roasted goose he had brought would be a source of discomfort for the other party. For someone like Zhang Hufu, the notion of charity was the greatest insult. Won't you eat something? Zhang Hufu asked as Wen Chaoxing was about to depart, the latter already halfway through the door, disappearing into the swirling snow. I have already eaten when I arrived this afternoon. The snow may fall heavily tonight, so I must return early. You both should rest well. Oh, by the way, Aunt Mi, may I borrow this letter for a few days? Chang Gong's handwriting is truly beautiful, and I wish to practice my calligraphy by copying it. I will return it to you another day. Upon hearing her son praised, Mi Fong's face broke into a near uncontainable smile as she cheerfully replied, Of course, Chaoxing, take it to practice. I have others here, so if you need anything, do come find your aunt. With that, she cast a sidelong glance at the silent Zhang Hufu and huffed. Did you see that? I remember Chaoxing's writing was also beautiful. If he says it is good, it must indeed be exquisite. Today, it seemed the snow and wind had worn Zhang Hufu down, robbing him of the energy to retort, and he remained silent. After expressing his thanks, Wen Chaoxing closed the door behind him and vanished into the snowstorm. Once he had departed, Zhang Hufu sat before the hearth, his expression blank, the flickering firelight reflecting his complex emotions. Listening to his wife's soft murmurs as she gathered the letters, he concealed the nearly exposed sorrow in his frostbitten eyes. With a clatter, he tossed another log onto the fire, which flared brightly, consuming the emotions hidden deep within him. The goose is too much. I will cut half for us, he said to his wife. Chapter 43. The hidden secret after departing from Zhang the hunter's home. Wen Chaoxing trudged through the deep, unyielding snow, his hand clutching the letter, trembling incessantly. It was not the cold that caused his shivering. On his first visit to Lu Jimin's residence, Madame Lu had provided him with several thick garments. Though they were somewhat ill-fitting, they sufficed to shield him from the chill. The trembling of his hand stemmed from sheer terror. As he pondered the changing seasons, an unsettling thought took root in Wen Chaoxing's mind. The letter he held likely pertained to a matter of significant consequence, one that resonated deeply across all strata of society, from the imperial court to the common folk. Amidst the swirling snow and biting winds, two memories flickered in his mind, those of Shui and Changfeng. He was haunted by the question of why. Despite the fact that his parents had perished 5 years prior, he continued to receive letters from them, all insisting that they were well. Your handwriting is truly exquisite. If you were to venture into the capital, you would surely become a renowned calligrapher. Why then? Do you languish in this impoverished corner? I would rather not possess such skill in writing. Do you wish to know why? It is all encapsulated in these 8 characters. These fragments of dialogue reverberated in Wen Chaoxing's mind, and he did not wait until he returned to the county town at the southern gate. He retrieved the characters that Chang Feng had handed to him. Forget the homeland, 100 years in the mortal realm. A word, 100 years. What secrets lay concealed within? In the snow, Wen Chaoxing stared at these 8 characters for an extended period, until the twilight completely enveloped the snowy landscape. His entire body had grown numb from the cold, and he eventually regained his senses, pocketed the letter, and made his way to the small courtyard adjacent to Lu Jimin's residence. Lu Jimin informed Wen Chaoxing that the neighboring courtyard belonged to Fan Yue, the master of the dog, an ancestral property. After Fan's disappearance, Lu Jimin continued to pay the requisite land taxes on his behalf. Thus, the property had not yet been reclaimed by the authorities. If Wen Chaoxing wished, he could find an empty room there to reside in. As for Fan Yue's mother, she had passed away the year he went missing, and it was Lu Jimin who had arranged for her funeral. Upon entering the courtyard, Wen Chaoxing quickly spotted the dog, resting beneath the eaves of the warm doghouse. After Fan Yue's departure, the black dog had ceased to enter his home. One winter morning, when Lu Jimin noticed the dog had not come to beg for food, he ventured next door and discovered the black dog nearly frozen to death beneath the eaves. Fortunately, he managed to rescue it, though its fur was left in tatters, resembling a skin disease. Subsequently, Lu Jimin fashioned a cozy doghouse for the black dog and placed it at the entrance of Fan Yue's abode. Upon seeing someone approach, the dog lifted its head slightly, and upon recognizing Wen Chaoxing, it settled back down, burying its head into the warmth of the doghouse. Wen Chaoxing secured the courtyard gate and entered an empty side room, where a dim light flickered beneath the paper-covered window. He assumed Lu Jimin had left it on for him. He pushed the door open and was taken aback to find a Shui sitting by the bed, tending to the fire in a brazier, warmth radiating throughout the room. "Where have you been?" a Shui casually inquired. Wen Chaoxing glanced at her, then turned to close the door, pacing back and forth in the room twice before speaking. His voice trembling, "A Shui, may I ask, were you once a soldier?" The fire tongs paused, and a Shui's eyes lifted slightly, revealing ripples of curiosity. Yet, the moment they locked gazes, she averted her eyes and lazily asked, "Why the sudden question?" Wen Chaoxing rummaged through his pocket and produced the letter he had received from Mi Fong, handing it to a Shui. She shifted slightly, leaning closer to the firelight to examine the contents of the letter. After a moment, she remarked, "This is a letter from a soldier to his parents. Merely simple greetings. I see nothing unusual. How does this relate to your earlier question?" Wen Chaoxing's gaze remained fixed on a Shui. "You truly do not perceive anything amiss?" She rolled her eyes. "Will you speak or not? If not, I'm going to sleep." With a sigh of resignation, Wen Chaoxing approached a Shui. Pointing at the handwriting, the author of this letter should be a soldier. Yet, the script does not resemble that of a soldier at all. Even if some individuals possess naturally elegant handwriting, the air of privilege and a unique scholar's essence conveyed through these characters are utterly inimitable. Thus, this letter, like those previously sent to you from your parents, is a forgery. At the mention of her parents, a Shui's expression subtly shifted. She scrutinized the letter anew, and under Wen Chaoxing's guidance, she began to discern some underlying truths. "Is there more?" she inquired. Wen Chaoxing continued, "I do not know. I previously encountered a person with remarkable calligraphy skills, yet they remain obscure, not profiting from their talent. They even sold me a single character for 4 coins. Pausing, he added, "I understand that for an ordinary person, 4 coins for a single character is preposterous. After all, how much effort and energy goes into writing? However, you must trust my judgment. I have a deep appreciation for calligraphy. Though this individual appears desolate, they are undoubtedly a master. Were they to venture into any prosperous capital in Qi, they would surely make a name for themselves. A single character holds immense value in a society that reveres scholars." A Shui shot him a glance. "Are you not a vagrant? How do you know so much?" Wen Chaoxing shook his head. "I am a vagrant, but I am neither deaf nor blind." Returning to that person, "It seems they are ensnared by some predicament. They once expressed a preference for not writing so exquisitely. Truth be told, their words have lingered in my mind since my return, and I cannot fathom why. I have an inkling that many peculiar occurrences of late are intricately intertwined in ways I cannot yet comprehend. Chapter 44. Methods to earn extra income by the fire pit. Ashue's face appeared to be ablaze. Her gaze, emanating from the depths of her eyes, was carried away by the flames to distant memories of the past. It transported her to the city bearing the surname Feng, to an inferno that could never be extinguished. She turned her head, yearning to share that unbearable memory with Wen Xiaosheng, yet the countless stares of the deceased, buried beneath the corpses and the remnants of shattered walls, compelled Ashue to swallow those words back into her being. The number of souls lost in that city was already excessive. There was no need to add one more. So be it. She lowered her head, her tone complex as she softly remarked, "Perhaps you are merely overthinking. The people of Kuhai County are insignificant. Any connections are likely mere coincidences. In this vast world, how could there be so many conspiracy theories?" Wen Xiaosheng chuckled, prompting Ashue to cast him a sidelong glance, her voice frosty as she queried, "What are you laughing at?" With a hand resting on his knee, Wen Xiaosheng replied, "Did you not notice the fire in your eyes just now?" Ashue's brows furrowed slightly, a subtle crease forming between them. "What fire?" "A great fire," he stated. "You wish to speak, but hesitate. Then allow me to voice it." I pondered for a moment. Whether it be the false letter you received, or the one Zhang the hunter received, both should resonate similarly. To ascertain whether a hidden hand manipulates all this, the method is quite simple. We merely need to locate other families of soldiers, or perhaps those friends who accompanied you when you left Kuhai County. Their families should still reside in Kuhai County. Finding them would validate my conjecture. Ashue fixed her gaze on Wen Xiaosheng, her eyes seemingly attempting to pierce through him. After a lengthy silence, she finally said, "Be cautious, for you may uncover remnants of a fire that has not been fully extinguished, and that flame may very well ignite upon you." Wen Xiaosheng retorted without reservation, "So focus on your recovery. Once healed, you will be able to protect me." Ashue raised an eyebrow in mild mockery. "You a grown man. Expect a woman to protect you? Is that not shameful?" With a sigh, Wen Xiaosheng responded, "You have witnessed my plight. It is far better to suffer indignity than to lose my life. Moreover, unlike Mr. LV, who has been immensely kind to me without any debts owed, I wish to maintain my dignity in his presence. As for you, you owe me a life and a jug of wine. Hence, it is only natural for you to safeguard me. Should you stand in my way one day, I would feel no shame." Upon hearing this, Ashue scrutinized Wen Xiaosheng thoroughly, her surprise evident in her gaze. "I had presumed that your survival as a refugee outside Kuhai County for 3 years indicated some exceptional qualities, at the very least, a few remarkable skills. Yet now it seems your only talent is your audacity." Wen Xiaosheng raised his hands in resignation. "So you have only just now noticed my shamelessness? I had thought you had discovered it long ago, as such traits are difficult to conceal." Ashue regarded him in silence before finally stating, "Tomorrow, I shall provide you with 3 addresses. You may go and investigate. Many years have passed, and I cannot be certain whether anyone still resides there, or if the inhabitants are the same as before. When you return, remember to bring back 2 jugs of wine. No, 3. I shall consume 2 by myself." From that same place, Wen Xiaosheng replied, retrieving some coins from his person, counting them thoughtfully before frowning. "Should it not be you treating me?" Ashue replied lazily, "Very well, you provide the money, and I shall treat you." Wen Xiaosheng counted the coins twice without hesitation, pocketing them as he shook his head. "Using my money to buy me drinks? You are exceedingly shameless." Ashue beamed. "In the company of a shameless person, it is only fitting that I adopt a semblance of shamelessness myself, lest I miss out on opportunities." Wen Xiaosheng regarded Ashue and began to expound upon moral principles, attempting to persuade her. As the saying goes, wine is a poison that runs through the intestines, and beauty is a knife that scrapes the bones. You are currently injured. Excessive drinking will hinder your recovery. Ashue interrupted. "Nonsense. I shall drink the poison regardless." Wen Xiaosheng was momentarily at a loss for words, suddenly recalling how Ashue had once consumed half a bottle of poison in the dilapidated temple. After a pause, his voice bore a hint of melancholy. "Buy 2 bottles. I shall not drink. They're all for you. At this rate of drinking, when will I ever afford a house? Shui placed a hand on Wen Chaosheng's shoulder, squinting. Why are you so fixated on buying a house? Save your money for wine and meat. Is that not far more pleasurable? Wen Chaosheng ignored her, muttering to himself, 50 coins a day is certainly insufficient. Fortunately, having chopped so much firewood, if Mr. LV does not require it, I can seek out others to sell some for extra income. My health is better than before. Once I am skilled at chopping wood, I could save half the time each day to find other work in the county. Listening to his ramblings, Shui felt overwhelmed and offered him a cunning suggestion. Did you not claim to have some expertise in calligraphy? You could sell your work in the pleasure quarters. Many nobles enjoy flaunting their literary prowess. If your writing is truly exceptional, perhaps a noble will take notice. And then the money will come. When Chaosheng paused, first glancing at Shui, then shaking his head, no, that won't do. While I have studied calligraphy, I do not possess the depth to enter the halls of mastery. My letters may appear aesthetically pleasing, but they lack the spirit and charm that true connoisseurs seek. I am merely an amateur. Shui scoffed. In the impoverished backwaters of Kuhai County, how many genuine patrons of art and literature are there? You are overthinking this. Tomorrow, if you have time, why not give it a try? If you earn money, I shall take none. Just treat me to more wine. Chapter 45. Zhu Baiyu under the cover of night. When Chaosheng lay upon the bed, while Shui remained seated at the bedside, resting against the fire pit. She confided in Wen Chaosheng that she was unaccustomed to sleeping on a bed, a habit forged over many years. Having known each other for some time, Wen Chaosheng had come to understand Shui's character and refrained from persuading her otherwise. Content, he reclined on the rather rigid bed, which, though uncomfortable, was still preferable to the hard floor of a dilapidated temple. Before long, he succumbed to slumber. In the neighboring courtyard, Lady Lu stood beneath the moonlight, gazing contemplatively at the loquat tree, her thoughts deep. What had stirred her emotions so late at night? Unbeknownst to her, Lu Jiming had silently appeared behind her, the edges of his thin garments fluttering in the cold wind. Startled, Lady Lu turned to find a glimmer of white in his hair, mistaking it for newly grown gray strands. Heart aching, she reached out to touch it, only to discover it was merely snow. I feel a sense of reluctance, she sighed, hesitating for a long moment before revealing to him that Ma Huan had sought her out. A pang of guilt washed over her. The vows exchanged on their wedding day still resonated in her ears. She had promised Lu Jiming that she would remain uninvolved in worldly affairs after their marriage. Yet now she found herself on the verge of breaking that solemn oath. Having shared her burden, she braced herself for her husband's reprimand. But Lu Jiming merely squeezed her shoulder gently, his voice soothing as he said, "Since it is an old friend seeking your assistance, then lend your help. It is but a simple matter of repaying a favor. There is no need for embarrassment." Lady Lu lifted her gaze, her expression a tapestry of emotions as she scrutinized Lu Jiming. In the snowy silence, her lips tasted of bitterness. "I once promised you." Each word dripped with remorse. Yet before she could finish, Lu Jiming's gentle voice interrupted. "I have forgotten." Su Ishian was taken aback, but after a moment, she heard Lu Jiming continue. "I am not a deity. 30 years is an extensive span of time, and it is impossible for me to remember every detail. The world is vast, and if you find yourself weary, it would do you good to take a stroll. Remaining in one place for too long can be stifling." Under the swirling snow, she suddenly embraced him tightly, and after a long while, he exhaled softly, causing the snowflakes atop her head to dance away. "Let us return to rest, my dear. The snow is heavy." To the north of the county, at Xingwang Mountain, a man clad in a white night cloak moved like a specter, swiftly transporting a corpse through the night, his speed surpassing that of any bird, nearly impossible to perceive. He reached a makeshift tavern nestled deep within the snow-covered mountains, where the lights blazed and the sounds of clinking cups echoed faintly. The cloaked figure slowed his pace as he approached the door, and the moment he stepped outside, the revelry within ceased abruptly, plunging the space into a profound silence. He raised his hand and gently knocked, announcing, "Zhu Laoda, the body of 15 has been found. It suffered a fatal blow." From within, a languid voice responded, "Did you bring the body back?" The cloaked man replied, Yes, I did. The individual responsible for the burial was not particularly skilled, and with the recent snowfall not being as severe, it was not difficult to locate the remains. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing a young man with a face like jade, his complexion flushed, suggesting he had indulged in copious amounts of alcohol. His attire sharply contrasted that of the cloaked figure, as he donned a wide-sleeved white brocade robe emblazoned with the unique dragon motif of the Qi royal family, exuding an air of authority with each movement. This man was Zhu Baiyu, one of the 3 esteemed leaders of the White Dragon Guard, known for his mystique, seldom making appearances in the martial world. Few had seen his visage or were aware of his martial prowess. He was renowned for wielding hidden weapons and poison with unparalleled skill, having dispatched over 100 notorious rogues with his 3-inch immortal technique. These rogues, formidable in their own right, had thrived on their martial prowess, but ultimately met their end at the hands of this specter in seemingly inconspicuous locales. Zhu Baiyu shook his sleeves, his right thumb lightly grazing his brow, forcing himself to gather his composure, although his tones still bore traces of inebriation. 13. Come, let us examine the body. The figure known as 13 adjusted the now frozen corpse, presenting it before Zhu Baiyu. The latter crouched down, scrutinizing the remains, his fingers tracing the deep gash that slashed diagonally across the neck. Unbeknownst to him, another cloaked figure appeared at his back, though small in stature. The voice that emerged was alluringly feminine. TSK, to be rendered in such a manner. What immense resentment must have fueled this? 13 remarked. 15 was skilled, ranking moderately within the Longing realm, proficient with the sword. To be slain so effortlessly. Zhu Laoda. Who exactly is that woman from Feng City? Zhu Baiyu stroked his chin, a rare chill entering his tone. Do not inquire into matters best left untouched. The circumstances surrounding her are exceedingly complicated. As for the resentment, anyone who survives that city must harbor significant grievances. News from Feng City remained shrouded in secrecy, and the authorities were taking unprecedented precautions. Even General Longbeuf was alarmed, as the situation allegedly involved formidable figures within the royal family. Until clarity was achieved, dealings with the Zhao kingdom would remain in limbo. 15, with his sharp tongue and eagerness for quick results, had disregarded warnings against pursuing this woman. She was not inherently bloodthirsty. 15 must have uttered something he ought not to have. The cloaked figure behind Zhu Baiyu extended her delicate hands to massage his shoulders, her voice soothing yet laced with an undercurrent of menace. Perhaps I should speak with her. My words are sweet, and I would not provoke her. Zhu Baiyu chuckled. Little 7, your sweet tongue may not withstand the sharpness of her blade. Let us refrain from disturbing her for now. Our priority is to investigate the matter regarding Lu Jinshe. Previously, intelligence had indicated that 2 months prior, a letter had been dispatched from Kuhai County to the Zhao Kingdom, requiring the official seal and documents from at least a county magistrate of Qi to pass through the border. I had intended to consult Lu Jinshe thoroughly about this, but before I could reach him, he met his demise. I refuse to believe this is merely coincidence. Little 7 narrowed her eyes, a hint of lethal intent surfacing in her gentle voice. Kuhai County, a desolate borderland typically avoided even by fugitives, yet now hosts so many experts of the Forgotten River. And that Chun Xiong, I investigated him recently and found no prior achievements or qualifications. Suddenly, he receives an official decree appointing him as county magistrate. It is indeed quite intriguing. Chapter 46. The Realm of Cultivation in the State of Qi. Those who hold official positions have either successfully passed the examinations of the Langan Pavilion, subsequently recommended for further study, or belong to families with a legacy of governance, having received endorsement from their elders to commence their careers for minor offices. This has rendered the pursuit of official ranks exceptionally arduous for certain individuals. While many may have gained renown in the martial world, even achieving considerable wealth, lacking connections ultimately relegates them to the status of outsiders, unable to secure even the position of a county magistrate. Although the role of a county magistrate is modest, it presents a rare avenue for advancement. Should one achieve notable accomplishments, They may attract the attention of the dignitaries in the royal city of Qi, leading to appointments in prosperous locales, thereby gradually enhancing their authority. An official position symbolizes the radiance of power emanating from the Qi royal family. Consequently, those in the royal city may not even acknowledge, let alone remember, who Lu Jinshi is. Even if Lu Jinshi engages in corruption and minor misdeeds in the borderlands, should news reach the royal city, as long as it does not exceed certain bounds, no one would pay heed. However, should Lu Jinshi meet his demise, the matter would escalate significantly. Those indifferent to his life may still be concerned about their own reputation. After Shao Qi recounted the peculiarities surrounding Chuanxiong's ascension, Zhu Baiyu gently shook his sleeves, producing a flask of wine from seemingly nowhere. He poured it over the faces of the 15 corpses, his words laced with inebriation. Thus, it is said that this endeavor is fraught with difficulty. To casually insert an outsider into the official realm of Qi, without even a formal registration at Langan Pavilion, speaks volumes about the power of those who orchestrated Chuanxiong's appointment as the county magistrate of Kuhai. It can only be attributed to the 3 generals and 5 dignitaries. General Longbu Fei can be ruled out of this affair, but the others. As Zhu Baiyu spoke, his demeanor grew increasingly intoxicated. He pinched his brow, his expression locked in contemplation. Behind him, Shao Qi applied gentle pressure to his shoulders and remarked softly, "The White Dragon Guard cannot investigate everything, especially matters pertaining to the royal family." 6 years ago, the formidable Di Jiaodo, on the brink of achieving greatness, met with a tragic end. Zhu Laoda, if it proves too challenging, perhaps you should leave the aftermath of your investigation to the higher-ups. Moreover, if we force our way into the city, we may provoke significant friction with Wanchuan. After a prolonged silence, a faint sigh echoed through the snowstorm. Zhu Baiyu rose, one arm draping over Shao Qi's shoulder, who assisted him into the inn. "I am weary. Sure, San, please see to it that 15 is buried. After all, he has accompanied me for so long. Though he was disobedient, he never wronged me, and it would be unkind to leave him unburied." Following several days of effort, Wen Shaoxing's speed in chopping would increase by nearly half. To swiftly uncover the truth behind the forged letter, he dedicated himself to his task. Striving to recapture the sensation he felt with his first strike and that night in the snow. The cedar wood was dense, yet if he could consistently cleave it with precision, he would save a considerable amount of time. It proved effective, as he immersed himself in concentration. Each swing of the axe drew him closer to that elusive feeling. After thousands of strikes, his breath grew more rapid, yet his heart became increasingly tranquil. The calmer he became, the fewer things he perceived, yet the more he sensed. Even when fatigued, Wen Shaoxing would step into the courtyard to sip tea, engage in chess with El Jiming, and admire the loquat tree. In a moment of contemplation, El Jiming inquired what he saw within the tree. "Is it still the sword?" When Shaoxing replied, "It seems different now." Beyond the flickering of blades, he perceived a youth sitting cross-legged beneath the tree. El Jiming erupted into laughter, and after his mirth subsided, he remarked that when Shaoxing had either developed a hallucination from tea or possessed a talent for cultivation. "I have heard that 1,000 years ago during the spring and autumn period, a Taoist ancestor dreamt of butterflies. Whenever he entered a meditative state, phenomena would manifest around him, colorful butterflies fluttering, forming a rainbow bridge. Those who traversed this bridge were free from ailments and blessed abundantly. The tales have morphed into countless versions, leaving their authenticity uncertain." When Shaoxing cast a sincere glance at him and stated, "Mr. L, I wish to consult you on a matter." El Jiming took a sip of tea and clicked his tongue. "Is it regarding cultivation?" When Shaoxing's eyes brightened, "Did Mr. L possess the ability to read minds?" El Jiming waved his hand dismissively. "Mind reading? Such powers do not exist. If they did, the high-ranking officials of Qi would surely be trembling in fear, given the countless unsavory deeds they have committed in their lifetimes. You live without worry, your thoughts not inclined toward these matters. So you seek me out for guidance on cultivation." When Shaoxing cleared his throat and said, "Mr. L, your insight is sharp. Although I have become more adept at chopping wood, I have yet to truly enter the realm of cultivation. There are many aspects I do not comprehend. such as the levels of cultivation and how to discern the strengths and weaknesses of adversaries. Jiming pondered carefully, a hint of regret crossing his features. It has been 30 years since I last practiced swordsmanship, and I have not engaged with the affairs of the martial world in that time. My days have been filled with tea, strolls, and nurturing flowers. Your sudden inquiry has left me momentarily disoriented. Let me think. If memory serves me correctly, martial artists categorize cultivation into 5 realms. Upon entering the path of cultivation, one hones the body through external and internal practices, allowing the consciousness to mobilize the blood and energy throughout the body like a dragon. This is known as blood transport. Once blood transport is mastered, the martial artist gains skill in regulating their own energy, commencing the refining of essence into energy, radiating vitality to the limbs, striking with the force of thunder. Moving like the wind, and with coordinated steps, their form becomes as light as a bird. At this stage, the martial artist is fundamentally distinct from ordinary individuals, known as light swan. Following light swan is dragon's roar, where the limbs grow robust, and the power of energy permeates inward, nourishing the organs and fortifying the body, activating the acupoints to become vessels for the essence of heaven and earth, awakening strengths and abilities unknown to the average person. When the power within the acupoints is refined, the essence of heaven and earth begins to reciprocate, bestowing strength upon the flesh and spirit. At this point, the potential within the acupoints begins to gradually conceal and refine, returning to simplicity. Although these individuals may outwardly appear no different from ordinary people, their bodies now contain profound essence, as sturdy as iron. And even a delicate flower in their hands can become an extraordinary weapon. This realm is known as penetration into the subtle. Beyond penetration into the subtle lies the 5th realm of cultivation, known as celestial being. Such practitioners have nearly transcended the realm of mortals, their every gesture and movement manifesting the essence of heaven and earth, shrinking distances and expanding dimensions, summoning winds and rains, and commanding thunder. All those miraculous powers that exist only in legends may very well be within their grasp. Chapter 47. Wang, Ku and Mr. Liu. Is there any realm of cultivation beyond that of the celestial being? In response to Wen Chaoxin's curious inquiry, Liu Jiming teased, "Well, since you cannot touch it, why ask so many questions?" When Chaos Hen scratched his head, feeling somewhat dissatisfied, as his curiosity was thoroughly piqued. "I still hope Mr. Liu can enlighten me. Although it is true, as you say, that these matters are beyond the reach of a mortal like me in this lifetime, I might as well consider it as entertainment." Liu Jiming took a sip of tea and spat the leaves onto the loquat tree beside him, speaking softly. "There are exceedingly few masters in the realm of celestial beings in this world. 99% reside in the sacred cultivation sites of the 4 nations. For these individuals, earthly affairs hardly stir their hearts. They remain hidden in places rich in Tao essence, savoring the magnificence of the natural universe, striving to elevate their cultivation further. The old celestial beings in the Sword Pavilion have alluded to some matters. Beyond the realm of celestial beings, there are concepts of confusion and freedom, with some from the Chun dynasty's Buddhist realm referring to freedom as the Tathagata. However, these individuals are often eccentric in their martial practices, and their words may not always bear truth. As for how to perceive another's realm, it relies solely on experience and intuition. In the future, as you encounter more, you will be able to sense the relative level of another's cultivation compared to your own, without the need for confrontation. When Chaos Hen mentally noted everything discussed today, he tilted his head back and drained the cup of hot tea, preparing to continue chopping wood. He was making good progress today, and the afternoon should provide ample time for him to verify the matter regarding the letter with the address given by Shui. After walking a few steps, he suddenly recalled another question and turned to Liu Jiming, asking, "Mr. Liu, I have one more question. What realm are you currently in?" This question was indeed of great significance to Wen Chaos Hen, as neither of them possessed the Danci. Therefore, the realm Liu Jiming could attain should also be within Wen Chaoxin's reach. In response to his inquiry, Liu Jiming, seated in place, gently shook his head. "I do not know myself. When Chaos Hen opened his mouth to ask something, but ultimately held back. He understood that whether Lu Jiming was deliberately withholding information or genuinely unaware, he would not receive the answer he sought. After finishing the remaining firewood, when Chaos Hen was drenched in sweat, he went to the backyard to boil a basin of hot water, took a hot bath, changed into fresh clothes, and took the address given to him by a shui. He then left Lu Jiming's residence and headed towards Bai Sang Street in the western part of the county. As he walked, he inquired along the way, and with the guidance of nearby passers-by, he eventually arrived at the first address provided by Shui. Upon reaching the entrance, he noticed the door of the residence was covered in mold, and the snow piled on the walls had not been cleared. He knocked on the door and called out a few times, but there was no response from within. With no other option, when Chaos Hen proceeded to the second address given by Shui. This time, although there were people residing there, the occupants were no longer the Chui family, as a Shui had mentioned. According to the current owner, the house had changed hands twice, and the last owner bore the surname Ya. He had no acquaintance with anyone named Chui. When Chaos Hen felt disheartened, having found nothing once again, he gazed at the fading remnants of the sun in the distance, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately decided to check the third location. After all, the third residence was not too far from where he was, so he might as well investigate it as well. Light snow began to fall from the sky, and the wind was gentle, wrapping his arms around himself. When Chaos Hen quickly arrived at his destination, he did not bother to check if anyone lived there and directly grasped the door knocker to rap on the door. Knock, 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 when Chaos Hen knocked several times. Yet no one came to answer the door. He thought to himself that this house must also be unoccupied, just as he turned to leave and buy some wine. The door of the neighboring house unexpectedly swung open. A middle-aged woman in an apron emerged, carrying a basin of water, and without acknowledging when Chaos Hen standing nearby, she flung her arm, splashing water into the alley like a celestial maiden scattering flowers. When Chaos Hen hurriedly dodged and exclaimed to the woman, "Do be more mindful of those around you." The middle-aged woman shot him a disdainful glance and coldly retorted, "Don't you have eyes? I have never seen you around this alley before. What brings a good-for-nothing like you here at this late hour? Trying to steal something? If you don't leave, I will report you." Although when Chaos Hen was on the receiving end of her sharp tongue, he refrained from retorting. Instead, he produced the piece of paper a Shui had given him and said to the woman, "Please hold off on reporting me. I just need to inquire about something. Is the family across the street named Wang, specifically Wang Kuan?" The middle-aged woman, initially thinking when Chaos Hen was a lazy second-generation scion trying to steal, raised an eyebrow at his inquiry, her disdain gradually transforming into curiosity. She appraised him from head to toe and asked, "Who are you?" When Xiaoshin's eyes sparkled as he replied, "You wouldn't recognize me. I'm not originally from Kuhai County. I just moved here recently. I'm looking for Wang Kuan because someone asked me to deliver a message to him." The middle-aged woman regarded him with suspicion and continued to inquire, "Who commissioned you?" When Chaos Hen hesitated for a moment before answering, "A young man. I was paid for the task, and the details must remain confidential. It's merely a small fee for my efforts. Please understand." Upon hearing this, the previously harsh middle-aged woman softened her demeanor, no longer as confrontational. "He hasn't been living here for long." When Chaos Hen pressed further, "Then where has he gone?" The middle-aged woman shot him a glance before turning to head back inside. "Wait a moment," she called out, and soon, a man's voice echoed from the yard, "Old Wang, there is a young man outside looking for you." Before long, a man who was still adjusting his clothes rushed out. His face bore numerous pockmarks, and his hairline was streaked with white, his expression a mix of surprise and anxiety. "Are you Wang Kuan?" When Chaos Hen inquired uncertainly. The man nodded. "Yes, I am Wang Kuan, the owner of this residence. What do you need from me?" When Chaos Hen locked his gaze onto his eyes and got straight to the point, "Is your son, Wang Yi, the one who joined the military 17 years ago?" At the mention of his son, Wang Kun momentarily froze, then stepped forward, grasping when Chaos Hen with a hint of agitation, asking, "How do you know?" "Wang Yi." When Chaos Hen felt dizzy from the shaking and quickly wriggled free, maintaining his distance. "Wang Kuan, do not panic. Your son is safe." To reassure Wang Kuan, he began to fabricate a story. Although his chest bore a slight sense of guilt, his gaze and tone remained resolute. Upon hearing this, Wang Kun gradually calmed down, slowly patting his chest and breathing. As long as he is safe, that's good. You startle me, heavens. When Chaosin slightly tilted his head, carefully observing Wang Kun's facial expressions, and said, "You must have received letters from your son, Wang Yi, over the years, correct?" Chapter 48. Alas, this seemingly casual inquiry was, in fact, the true question that Wen Xiaosheng wished to pose. For him, the essence was not the individual, but the trust. Prompted by such a revelation, Wang Kun harbored no doubts, vigorously nodding in affirmation. Perhaps it was merely his overwhelming concern for his son's safety that compelled him to hastily rummage through his pockets for the keys, opening the door to usher Wen Xiaosheng into the residence. Much like Mi Fong, Wang Kun had preserved the letters from his child with utmost care. Wen Xiaosheng extracted 3 or 5 of these missives, and under Wang Kun's eager questioning, he feigned nonchalance, stating that upon seeing his son, he appeared merely weathered, slightly darker in complexion, yet robust and sturdy. Wang Kun, with unwavering imagination, envisioned his child, absent for over a decade, as a towering tree, his face marked with acne, yet brimming with longing and pride, grinning from ear to ear. Wen Xiaosheng swiftly perused the letters. Although he was not well acquainted with Wang Kun and lacked the empathy of a parent, the elderly man's paternal smile intensified Wen Xiaosheng's inner guilt. After a brief discussion, he decided to take one of the letters with him, cautioning Wang Kun not to divulge his visit to anyone else, to which Wang Kun readily acquiesced. "I shall return in a few days with a response." As he departed, Wen Xiaosheng observed the thin layer of white atop Wang Kun's head, inquiring, "Has he sent you money? Or perhaps, have you sent him any?" Wang Kun nodded. "Yes, he has sent some. In earlier years, he mentioned the tensions at the border, requesting some funds for emergencies. Later, as the situation eased, he returned a small amount. Though meager, as parents, knowing our child is safe is sufficient." As Wang Kun's words trailed off, Wen Xiaosheng clenched his hand that held the letter into a fist, decisively turning to leave. He wished to linger no longer. "I must take my leave." In response, Wang Kun nodded, watching Wen Xiaosheng depart, his smile gradually fading into the swirling, snow-laden wind. Wen Xiaosheng hurried back, preoccupied with thoughts, his expression somewhat frigid. As he passed through an alleyway, he suddenly halted, his gaze catching a glimpse of a figure clad in red amidst the night's darkness. It was a man in crimson attire. Though 100 paces away, Wen Xiaosheng could sense, with unsettling clarity, that the man was smiling at him. The moment he saw this figure, an ominous feeling washed over him. Could it be that the events of that night had been exposed? It seemed improbable. The old man had been ruthless. Wen Xiaosheng could discern he was an old hand at this, and such individuals rarely left loose ends. Moreover, even if there were a slip, it was unlikely anyone would seek him out. After a moment's hesitation, Wen Xiaosheng chose to turn away. The sense of foreboding that the man in red instilled in him was too potent. He did not wish to approach. However, matters were not as straightforward as Wen Xiaosheng hoped. As he turned, he was confronted by a lean man clad in black, wielding a single-edged sword of refined iron. The man stood alarmingly close enough that a mere flick of his wrist could sever Wen Xiaosheng's head from his shoulders. A palpable sense of impending death loomed, and from the black-clad man's gaze, Wen Xiaosheng detected an overwhelming threat. "Return," the slender man spoke coolly. Wen Xiaosheng's hand instinctively moved towards the concealed hatchet at his waist. Yet, as he did so, the sound of the blade slicing through the falling snow echoed, leaving him momentarily dazed. In an instant, the black-clad man's sword was poised against his throat. His pupils constricted. Wen Xiaosheng comprehended the vast chasm separating him from the man in black. The iron blade weighed no less than 100 pounds, and the man's physique appeared to be no more than 120 or 30. Yet he wielded it with singular ease and precision, a display of strength beyond Wen Xiaosheng's capabilities. "I shall repeat myself. Return." The black-clad man's words dripped with cold menace. Wen Xiaosheng lowered his gaze, cautiously distancing his neck from the thread of the iron blade, then exhaled a cloud of white mist, turning towards the man in red. The chill enveloped him, and Wen Xiaosheng scoured his mind for an escape from this predicament. Yet, in such dire straits, No matter how composed or unflustered he tried to remain, the outcome was a blank slate. Shui was not by his side, nor was Mr. L, nor the old man from that night. Resistance was futile. At this juncture, he could only engage in the language of men or the dialogue of ghosts. He stepped closer to the man in red, who stood with his hands crossed before him, wearing a serene smile, appearing harmless. Qianlu, do put away your blade. What purpose is there in frightening him? He reproached the black-clad man lightly, who obediently sheathed his iron blade once more. The man in red beckoned when Qiaosheng closer. Young man, come here, do not fear, I shall not consume you. When Qiaosheng approached tentatively, and the man in red placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Though warm, it sent a shiver down when Qiaosheng's spine. Have you eaten? In response to this cordial inquiry, when Qiaosheng blinked, cautiously asking, have you had your meal? The man in red shook his head. Not yet. When Qiaosheng replied, neither have I. Upon hearing this, the red-clad man paused momentarily, then erupted into hearty laughter, squeezing when Qiaosheng's shoulder, causing him to grimace in pain, cold sweat beading on his forehead, yet he forced a smile in return. You, my boy, possess a certain charm. Quite interesting indeed. He reiterated with a hint of significance, releasing his grip on Wen Qiaosheng. Let us go. I shall treat you to a meal. At the Yuanyang Tower. Have you been there before? Upon hearing the name, Wen Qiaosheng felt a sudden tug at his memory, recalling his previous conversation with Si Xiaohong outside the county town. He promptly shook his head. I have not been. I lack the funds. The man in red commended. I appreciate your honesty, though you do not appear to be an honest person. I am Lu Chuan, and you? Wen Qiaosheng. Whom do you serve? Faced with this inquiry, Wen Qiaosheng hesitated, considering his current circumstances. He had no justification for withholding information from Lu Chuan. Such a smiling tiger could be quite formidable, appearing amiable while possibly taking a life at the slightest provocation, particularly towards someone as inconsequential as himself. His hesitation was not to ponder deceit, but to avoid causing any trouble for El Jiming. Chapter 49. The pot arrives. Just as when Qiaosheng had told Ashui, he cherished life, not out of fear of death. Initially, to avoid being looked down upon by El Jiming, when Qiaosheng willingly endured life-threatening risks to insist on staying in the dilapidated temple. Now, faced with the imminent threat of a guillotine poised above his neck, Wen Qiaosheng was astonished at his own ability to refrain from responding. After a brief silence, Lu Chuan looked at Wen Qiaosheng with concern and inquired, Why are you silent? Is the wind too cold? Wen Qiaosheng regained his composure, his thoughts racing, and with a slightly strained tone, replied, Lord Lu, you see, hasn't the dilemma of saving a drowning person just arisen? Lu Chuan's eyes flickered with interest as he asked, What drowning dilemma? Wen Qiaosheng explained, It is essentially a scenario where your wife and your mother fall into the water simultaneously. Neither can swim, and you can only save one. Who would you choose? Lu Chuan contemplated for a moment, ready to voice his answer until Wen Qiaosheng added, Your wife is carrying your child. Lu Chuan's mouth, which had opened to respond, abruptly closed again. After a moment of silence, he queried in a peculiar tone, What does this have to do with my question? Wen Qiaosheng patiently elucidated, I am merely an ordinary man. No, perhaps to someone of your stature, I am not even considered a man, just a stray dog that could be easily kicked aside. Yet, I can discern that both you and the person beside you are far from ordinary. I dare not offend you. Furthermore, I am uncertain if my employer bears any grievances against you. Should there be any, I would be inadvertently endangering my savior. If you ask me something and I remain silent, I am surely doomed. Thus, I find myself contemplating whether to save myself or my benefactor. Lu Chuan sighed, Your candor makes me quite uncomfortable. Let me be equally frank. Perhaps today, no one can be saved. When Qiaosheng furrowed his brow and sincerely asked, Lord Lu, I truly do not comprehend how a mere bug in the grass like myself could provoke someone of your exalted status. Lu Chuan pointed towards the brightly lit buildings across the small river and chuckled. Oh, do not fret. It's merely a short walk. Let us procure some food and converse as we dine. Upon arriving at the Yuanyang building, the young ladies, like swallows, flocked to Lu Chuan as though he were their beloved, surrounding him in a fragrant flurry. Unbothered, Lu Chuan cheerfully dispensed some silver coins. allowing him and Wen Xiaosheng to escape the throng and enter the main hall of the tall building. Naturally, a few ladies noticed the grave expression on Wen Xiaosheng's face. However, this was a place of frivolity. They were accustomed to never inquiring into matters beyond the realm of pleasure, a lesson imparted to them by Mama Song. The Yuanyang building hosted a multitude of guests daily, encompassing all manner of characters. The less they knew, the safer they remained. Hailing from humble beginnings and lacking any backing, they understood that should calamity arise, none would come to their aid. In the hall of the Yuanyang building, guests occupied their respective areas, some reciting poetry and toasting merrily, while others engaged in business discussions and idle chatter. The position of the qin player on stage was meant for a young woman. However, upon Wen Xiaosheng's entrance, he saw no one occupying that space. A sense of foreboding enveloped him. This night seemed particularly ill-fated. Not only was he ensnared in peril, but all possible avenues for escape appeared to have vanished. Was there truly no path to survival? Wen Xiaosheng did not know Lu Chuan and was certain he had never encountered him before. Yet he could ascertain one thing. A man of Lu Chuan's ilk would undoubtedly resort to silencing him, leaving no trace once he learned what he sought. Lu Chuan settled into a secluded corner of the hall where no one was present. He ordered some food and drink, while the dark-clad man, known as Qin Lu, had vanished without a trace. Wen Xiaosheng poured a cup for Lu Chuan, not out of a desire to curry favor, but out of sheer trepidation of allowing Lu Chuan to touch the wine jug. "Speak, Lord Lu. What brings you to seek me tonight?" Lu Chuan raised his cup, clinking it lightly against Wen Xiaosheng's before downing it and proclaiming, "Allow me to correct you, Wen Xiaosheng. I did not come for you, nor do I truly know you. I sought you tonight solely due to the item you took." Wen Xiaosheng's pupils flickered as he silently retrieved the letter he had previously acquired from Wang Kun and placed it upon the table. "This." Lu Chuan took the letter, glancing at it dismissively, stating, "This is merely an ordinary family letter. What do you need it for?" Wen Xiaosheng hesitated momentarily. Then his demeanor turned serious as he addressed Lu Chuan. "Do you genuinely wish to know, Lord Lu?" Lu Chuan picked up a peanut with his chopsticks and tossed it into his mouth. "No need for theatrics. It is just the two of us here. Speak plainly." Wen Xiaosheng took a deep breath, as if steeling himself for something significant, and lowered his voice, the white dragon guard. Lu Chuan's hand stilled, his brows knitting together as the warmth in his gaze transformed into an icy glare. "Repeat that." Wen Xiaosheng, feeling helpless, replied, "You may not believe me, but what motive would I have to deceive you? Someone like me is of no concern to you, and certainly the white dragon guard would not care either. A certain lord saved my life and provided me with funds, merely requesting assistance with a small matter. This year's snowfall in Kuhai County has been both heavy and sudden. I need this money to survive. For reasons of both sentiment and logic, I had no grounds to refuse him." Lu Chuan gently rubbed the chopsticks between his fingers and pressed, "Tell me what this person looks like." Wen Xiaosheng replied, "I did not see his true appearance. The benefactor wore a veil and a hat, clad in pure white, wielding a long sword, about this length. There seemed to be a peculiar pendant at his waist." He described in detail what he had witnessed that night in the dilapidated temple. This was, of course, a reluctant act. However, after contemplation, Wen Xiaosheng felt it was imperative to protect Mr. L, regardless of whether the troubles he faced posed a genuine threat to L. Jimin. He believed it was unconscionable to direct danger towards his benefactor. If the truth could not be spoken, then he would resort to fabrications. Coincidentally, the individual who had visited that night had a sharp tongue that Wen Xiaosheng found distasteful. After Wen Xiaosheng's meticulous recounting, Lu Chuan's initial skepticism diminished significantly, and he began to trust him to a degree. At that moment, a serving girl brought forth steaming dishes, filling the table with delicacies that Wen Xiaosheng seldom encountered. Their aromas intoxicating. Yet, neither man touched their chopsticks, their gazes locked solely upon each other. "Thus, this letter is what the white dragon guard desires?" Lu Chuan inquired, his tone deliberate, his expression now imbued with an unprecedented gravity. Wen Xiaosheng nodded, affirming, "Indeed. As for everything else, I am utterly unaware. They would never divulge such matters to someone of my insignificance." Chapter 50. Utter nonsense. When Xiaosheng directed calamity towards the white dragon guard. successfully convincing the man in red before him that he truly was acquainted with this enigmatic organization. Among the renowned factions of the Jianghu, the White Dragon Guard stands as the most mysterious, an entity seldom encountered by ordinary folk. Their clientele primarily comprises the royal family of the Qi Kingdom. Organizations such as Qianji Tower, Zhuge, and Wangshuan have only managed to associate with the royal families of the four nations due to their significant size and utility. Yet such connections remain superficial. The White Dragon Guard, however, was born of necessity, dealing exclusively with individuals of high standing. Unlike Wen Xiaosheng, a commoner devoid of martial prowess and dressed in simple attire. Without fortuitous circumstances, one could spend a lifetime without ever crossing paths with the likes of the White Dragon Guard. This is why, upon Wen Xiaosheng's detailed depiction of the White Dragon Guard's physical characteristics, Lu Chuan chose to place his trust in his words. He scrutinized the letter presented by Wen Xiaosheng for a moment, when Qian Lu appeared. The latter, having discarded his long knife, was clad in a simple black garment as he approached Lu Chuan and handed him a piece of paper. Lu Chuan cast a glance at the contents. Wen Xiaosheng. He has only recently become a citizen of Qi. What was your nationality before? Why would one leave the comforts of home to venture into Qi, especially to a destitute place like Kuhai County? Wen Xiaosheng sipped his tea, his gaze drifting across the empty Qin platform, pondering how to buy more time. This tale is rather lengthy. I wonder if you have the patience to listen? Lu Chuan rapped the table with his chopsticks, smiling. Go on. I have time until the meal concludes. If the music amuses me, it may very well save your life. Wen Xiaosheng, of course, did not believe Lu Chuan's absurd assertion of saving your life. Nevertheless, he concealed his amusement and began to weave a tale. He was adept at storytelling, having witnessed and learned far more than Lu Chuan. He fabricated a non-existent small kingdom named Ming and spent half an hour convincing Lu Chuan of its existence. Initially indifferent to Wen Xiaosheng's narrative, Lu Chuan's interest peaked upon learning that the founding emperor of Ming was a beggar. Once one develops an appetite, patience inevitably follows. The reason I arrived in Kuhai County is due to a lack of options. Ming lies beyond the vast wasteland, separated by thousands of miles. Our group, having fled from a royal rebellion, consisted of over 100 souls, yet I alone survived. The former county magistrate, Lu Jin, refused me entry into the city for failing to produce 10 taels of silver, confining me outside for 3 years. Fortunately, I possessed considerable survival skills for the wasteland. Otherwise, I would never have endured those 3 years. Lu Chuan glanced at the black-clad man, Qian Lu, who remarked coolly, "This detail is not recorded in writing. But during my earlier inquiries, the clerk responsible for chronicling Kuhai County's cultural information mentioned that Wen Xiaosheng was indeed confined outside the county for 3 years. It was only after Chunsheng assumed office that he was granted the status of a Qi citizen." Lu Chuan clicked his tongue. Chunsheng is quite benevolent, allowing a mere vagabond to enter during such a sensitive time. Is he not concerned about inciting major trouble? I thought him to be more cautious. Instead, it seems I must clean up his mess. Upon hearing the phrase clean up his mess, Wen Xiaosheng's heart sank. He looked at Lu Chuan, contemplating whether he was destined for demise today, when his gaze inadvertently shifted to the Qin platform. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "Ah, the musician has arrived." Startled by his exclamation, everyone instinctively turned towards the Qin platform, where the recently returned Si Xiaohong wore an expression of astonishment as she gazed at Wen Xiaosheng. In a moment, their eyes met. Wen Xiaosheng's fingers traced an upward arc in the air. Si Xiaohong's eyes flickered, her astonished expression gradually returning to normal. She abruptly rose, clutching her abdomen, her brows knitting in concern, and bowed to the assembled gentlemen, saying, "Esteemed sirs, I sincerely apologize for tonight. I am unwell, likely due to a stomach upset. If I have disturbed your enjoyment, I humbly ask for your understanding." With that, Si Xiaohong disregarded the patron's attempts to retain her and hastily exited through the back door. Strange. Wen Xiaosheng mused, picking up a peanut and tossing it into his mouth. He turned to Lu Chuan and inquired, "Lord Lu, you have often frequented the Mandarin Duck Tower, have you not? I heard that the musician there is the only one in the county versed in music, yet now." She appears to be in poor health? But that doesn't make sense. Just a few days ago, she entertained Lu Jin for his 50th birthday. She surely pleased that gentleman. Given her value as a rare source of income, the Madam of the Mandarin Duck Tower must be more concerned about her well-being than even she is. However, I observe that she is rather blind to opportunity. A person of your esteemed status is present, yet she merely glanced this way and then departed. One wonders if she is truly unwell or perhaps engaged in clandestine affairs. Would Lord Lu care to investigate? His words caused Lu Chuan to furrow his brow. Si Xiaohong's behavior was indeed peculiar. Her immediate departure upon returning felt amiss. He had initially intended to send Qian Lu after her, but when Xiaoxing's remarks struck a nerve, leaving him feeling cornered. If he were to pursue her, it would appear as if he were jealous over a lowly courtesan from a remote region. His identity and pride held him back. Silently, he placed a piece of nearly cold meat into his mouth, chewing as he said dismissively, "You, my friend, have truly never seen the world. Have you heard the tale of the frog at the bottom of the well? When you look up, you see only a small patch of sky, thinking that this is your entire world. In the past, countless beauties in the royal city would offer silver just to catch a glimpse of me. It was no easy feat, and I have no taste for those too young. They lack flavor." When Xiaoxing's eyes shifted, recalling a profound saying from a past internet master, he seized upon Lu Chuan's topic. Indeed, women are much like fine wine. Without sufficient time to mature, they lack depth, tasting bland as mere water. Yet if they age too long, the flavor becomes overwhelming, which most cannot endure. Lu Chuan's gaze sharpened at his words. He halted his hand, which had been reaching into his sleeve, and regarded Wen Xiaosheng with intrigue, exclaiming, "You young rascal, without talent or power, yet you speak with such authority. Where could your experience possibly come from?" Wen Xiaosheng lowered his head, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. "Incorrect. Lord Lu, I may indeed lack talent and power, but recently, I rescued an injured woman outside the county, and to repay my life-saving grace, she bestowed upon me a night of intimacy." Chapter 51, Trusting You. Once Lu Chuan's expression underwent a subtle change as he recalled the body from the snowy night outside the county town not long ago. "Oh, did you actually manage to pick up such a great bargain, my lad? How was the woman's appearance and figure?" When Xiaosheng raised his thumb, one word, elegant. Lu Chuan was amused by Wen Xiaosheng's cheeky demeanor. After taking a sip of wine and falling into a brief silence, he spoke in a tone that almost hinted at a promise. "Here's the deal. If you describe the woman's appearance and physical characteristics in detail, I shall allow you to leave the Yuanyang Tower alive today. What say you?" When Xiaoxing's eyes brightened at this proposition, and he tentatively inquired, "Does Lord Lu have a penchant for such types?" Lu Chuan lifted his cup, his gaze imbued with profound meaning. "Indeed, I have a great fondness for them." When Xiaoxing pondered for a moment, biting his lip in distress. "You see, I can read and write, but due to my youthful frivolity, I lack much knowledge. Moreover, it was dark that day, and with no fire outside, I couldn't see clearly at all. I'm not sure how to describe her. Perhaps, if you have paper and ink, I could draw her for you?" Lu Chuan nodded and beckoned a girl over, scattering some coins to have her fetch the necessary supplies. The Yuanyang Tower often hosted self-proclaimed literati, so paper and ink were readily available. The girl returned shortly with the items, and when Xiaoxing wasted no time, rummaging through his mind for peculiar images, drawing them as instructed. Since ancient times, calligraphy and painting have been intertwined, hinging on the dexterity of one's wrist and imagination, ultimately reflecting a pursuit of beauty. Hence, most who study writing tend to have some skill in painting as well. Drawing such images was second nature to Wen Xiaosheng. He did not focus on the facial features. His brush danced across the paper, alternating in weight and lightness. Before long, a sensual spring scene materialized before him. The girl serving nearby cast a glance at the drawing, her cheeks flushing crimson as she bit her lip, wondering how this guest could dare to create such an image in public. Once completed, Wen Xiaosheng was about to hand the spring scene to Lu Chuan when a limping woman suddenly entered from outside the hall. Clad in a simple light blue dress with her sleeves rolled up, the surrounding patrons glanced at her, dismissing her as merely a servant of the Yuanyang Tower. However, She strode directly to Wen Xiaosheng, cast a glance at the drawing, and seized him by the back of the neck, lifting him to his feet like a chick. Out so late, indulging in such frivolity? A Shui's cold voice echoed in Wen Xiaosheng's ears. In that moment, the tension that had gripped him finally dissipated. He wore an awkward expression and introduced her to the mildly astonished Lu Chuan. "This is my sister." A Shui's sudden appearance disrupted Wen Xiaosheng's logic and thoughts. Acting on instinct, he almost reflexively attempted to conceal a Shui's true identity by saying "my wife," but recalling the icy gaze she bore while committing murder, he hastily altered his words to sister. Though he shared a deep bond with a Shui and had even drunk with her, a sense of distance lingered in his heart regarding this enigmatic woman steeped in secrets. A moment of careless speech could lead to a lifetime of silence. "Return home at once. If I catch you here again, I shall inform your parents. Let us see if they one tea break your legs." A Shui played along, dragging Wen Xiaosheng toward the exit. He turned to the frowning Lu Chuan, waving the spring scene in his hand. "Lord Lu, the drawing." Lu Chuan regarded him with an unreadable expression, refraining from taking the picture until the pair vanished into the night outside. He then turned to the nearby Qianlov. "Why didn't you stop them?" Qianlov shook his head. "Without my blade at hand, that woman is an unparalleled master. If I act rashly, I fear it may harm you, sir." Lu Chuan narrowed his eyes. This fellow spins tales, having lived as a refugee outside the county for 3 years. Where did this sister of his come from? Her identity is undeniably suspicious. After a moment's hesitation, Qianlov replied, "Although she resides within, she possesses a hidden talent. Her aura akin to a radiant abyss, her prowess not beneath my own. During this southern journey, as per your instructions, my primary task is to ensure your safety. I hope you can understand, sir." Lu Chuan waved his hand, gazing at the dishes on the table, then brushed his fingers against the poison concealed within his sleeve. After a prolonged silence, he shook his head slightly, seemingly losing interest, and rose to pay the bill before departing. On the way, a Shui and Wen Xiaosheng trudged through the wind and snow. The latter remarked, "I was right. Behind those false letters, there truly is a problem. This man named Lu Chuan is indeed here for the letter." A Shui, observing the spring scene clutched in Wen Xiaosheng's hand, remained silent. Wen Xiaosheng continued, "The person you asked me to investigate is Wang Kun. He has a son named Wang Yi who enlisted 17 years ago and has never returned home since. All that comes are letters, one each year, and they aren't written by the same person. Although the handwriting is similar, the differences are evident." As he spoke, they entered a narrow alleyway, and a Shui suddenly grasped his collar, spinning him around and pressing him against the wall. With her other hand, she swiftly drew a concealed dagger from his waist, holding it against his throat. Wen Xiaosheng was taken aback by this sudden turn of events. His back pressed against the cold wall, rendered motionless. What do you mean?" he stammered. A Shui's voice was as frigid as ice. "Where did you see it?" Wen Xiaosheng was momentarily flustered, quickly rifling through his memory to confirm he had done nothing to offend a Shui. Gaining some confidence, he replied, "See what?" A Shui leaned closer, her face inches from his. "The mole on your chest. When did you see it?" Wen Xiaosheng was momentarily stunned, and after several breaths, he finally grasped a Shui's implication. His lips twitched awkwardly. "My lady, I merely drew it casually. He wanted a picture, and I had to buy time until help arrived, adding some details to make it more believable. Moreover, even if I were to sneak a glance, the timing would have to be right. On a normal day, I couldn't even get close to you without you noticing. The only feasible moment would have been that night when you were unconscious. But you were on the brink of death, your chest covered in blood. If I had the leisure to observe, do you think you would still be alive?" Their eyes locked, and Wen Xiaosheng's gaze was unwavering. He truly hadn't looked. After a lengthy silence, a Shui's icy demeanor softened. She released her grip on his collar, returned the dagger to his waist, and turned to lead the way. "I'll trust you this once." Chapter 52. I do not care about that. Seeing that a Shui had lost her murderous intent, Wen Xiaosheng let out a slight sigh of relief. He crumpled the Spring Palace picture in his hand into a ball and hastily tucked it into his clothing, quickly following a Shui. However, whether by intent or happenstance, a Shui's pace was always a tad quicker than his, rendering her face invisible to him. There was another matter. With a sense of helplessness, Wen Xiaosheng slowed his steps to trail behind a shui. The fellow named Lu Chuan should be aware of your existence, yet he does not know you. The cold wind blew against him, bringing with it a shui's curiosity. How did you discern that? Wen Xiaosheng unabashedly recounted the details of how he had rambled on to buy time earlier, when discussing the injured woman outside the dilapidated temple. He had not missed the subtle expression on Lu Chuan's face. A shui halted, turning back to glare at Wen Xiaosheng. You mean to say that the injured woman granted you a night of passionate indulgence? Elaborate. I wish to hear more. Wen Xiaosheng's expression faltered momentarily before he spread his hands and responded. Shouldn't the focus be on Lu Chuan's anxious inquiries about you upon learning of the potential news concerning you? A shui replied, I do not care about that. Wen Xiaosheng rolled his eyes. I did not mention any of your characteristics. There are countless injured women in this world. Who knows who it was that I was rambling about? It was merely a topic of conversation. In order to buy myself time and save my life, I fabricated a story that never existed to divert his attention. Otherwise, by the time you arrived tonight, I would have already been a corpse. Moreover, the woman I depicted was plump and voluptuous, deliberately avoiding your physique. It could hardly be deemed offensive. If you don't believe me, would you like to take another look? As he spoke, he pulled out the crumpled Spring Palace picture from his clothing. But before he could unfold it, a shui snatched it from him. Holding the paper ball in one hand, she glanced at Wen Xiaosheng, her tones softening as she said, If it is truly a matter of life and death, you may mention my name next time. I would not mind. Upon hearing this, Wen Xiaosheng sighed. Such matters are not so simple. The person from tonight came from Wangcheng and seems to hold a significant status. Their purpose for coming to Kuhai County must be of great importance. The more I divulge, the more it indicates what I know, which would inevitably lead to my demise. Regrettably, this time he has memorized my face. After dark, I cannot afford to wander recklessly in the county. A shui observed the somewhat dispirited Wen Xiaosheng and remarked coolly, Next time, when investigating, I will accompany you. They operate in secrecy, surely hiding from something. Perhaps the White Dragon Guards. Thus, in broad daylight, under the watchful eyes of many, it is generally safe. If things escalate, they will find themselves in a difficult predicament. One cannot provoke a great calamity for the sake of a minor inconvenience. At this juncture, she leaned closer to Wen Xiaosheng and, in a light yet earnest tone, said, There is one more thing. Next time you draw a woman, do not depict a mole on her left breast. Do you understand? Wen Xiaosheng instinctively glanced down, quickly returning his gaze. Do you truly have one? A shui raised an eyebrow. Would you like to see? Wen Xiaosheng took a step back, declining this matter of death. No, I shall not look, nor shall I draw it again. With that, the conversation came to a close. A shui took the drawing and, choosing not to pursue the matter further, began to walk back. As Wen Xiaosheng observed her limping figure, he asked, Have you healed somewhat? Do you need me to fetch you some medicine? A shui's voice drifted softly in the wind. I shall not die. Upon returning to Fan Yui's residence, Wen Xiaosheng gathered some firewood and tossed it into the brazier, then prepared a pot of hot water for soaking his feet. He procured a large wooden basin and filled it with snow. Pouring hot water over it created a cloud of steam. As he soaked his feet and warmed himself by the fire, another pair of delicate, fair feet soon joined his in the hot water. As the warm water enveloped a shui's ankles, her brow relaxed. After a while, tiny beads of sweat appeared on her face, softening her fierce demeanor under the flickering light. Wen Xiaosheng recalled the events of the night and suddenly asked her, You have not yet healed, and yet you went to the county office tonight? A shui retorted, taking the lead in the conversation. If I had not gone, you would have died tonight. Do you expect that fellow Chun Xiong to save you? Wen Xiaosheng shook his head. I am well aware. My point is, what did you seek Chun Xiong for? A shui replied, To investigate the cause of Lu Jinshi's death. Wen Xiaosheng was taken aback for a moment before asking, Is that all you asked? Did you hold a knife to his throat? A shui responded, Close enough. Those without shoes fear not the barefoot. He has his concerns, but I do not. This fellow does not wish to sever ties with me, so if he wants to negotiate, he must tread carefully. Later, that girl beat the drum at the county office's entrance, saying something had occurred at the Mandarin Duck Tower, yet she would not disclose what happened. I sensed something was amiss, so I came here first. Upon hearing this, Wen Xiaosheng could not help but chuckle, envisioning those who, having a modicum of power, consider themselves above all else, utterly powerless against someone like a Shui, who is so direct and forthright. They could handle a Shui, but it would come at a staggering cost and would likely stir up a great uproar. Wen Xiaosheng knew that the White Dragon Guards had already arrived in Kuhai County, and judging by Lu Chuan's reaction, their visit was likely connected to him and his associates. With conflicting interests, resentment could easily arise between the two factions. After soaking his feet, Wen Xiaosheng stepped out to pour out the water. Upon returning, he noticed a Shui gazing at him. So he set down the basin and asked, "Why do you look at me so?" Curious, a Shui inquired. "If I recall correctly, there were two people watching you at that time, one of whom was a slender man in black with considerable skill. How did you manage to send that girl a message under their noses, instructing her to seek help at the county office?" Her contemplation of the matter was perhaps not as profound as Wen Xiaosheng's, but having survived thus far, a Shui was by no means foolish. She had pondered this question for quite some time without arriving at an answer. Wen Xiaosheng chuckled, got onto the bed, wrapped himself in the quilt, and sat cross-legged, saying, "My acquaintance with her was serendipitous. For Lu Jinshi's 50th birthday, the piece she performed was one I had taught her. We had spoken for quite a while outside the county, and one of the melodies was the sound that a police vehicle makes when it is dispatched. At that time, I was humming this melody to her while making a gesture. As he spoke, he gestured with his fingers in the air, mimicking the rising and falling motion. A Shui appeared contemplative and promptly asked, "Wait, Wen Xiaosheng, what does dispatching police mean, and why does a carriage make a sound?" Seeing her earnest inquiry, Wen Xiaosheng tilted his head and thought for a moment before laboriously explaining. Dispatching police refers to the act of sending officials to apprehend criminals. As for why a carriage makes such a sound, well, it is because there is usually a musician aboard, playing the suona, producing a sound like wero. Wero, wero. A Shui squinted, leaning slightly back, evidently taken aback by this unexpected imagery. The authorities apprehending criminals in a carriage, accompanied by musicians? Wen Xiaosheng cleared his throat. It serves as a deterrent, primarily because that country is bustling with activity, and upon hearing that sound, pedestrians on the road know that the authorities are out on a mission and must quickly step aside. Chapter 53. The Mystery of the Fountain of Youth. Wen Xiaosheng vividly described to Ashui the tale of a certain kingdom where officials would capture individuals, traveling by horse-drawn carriages accompanied by musicians. Ashui listened intently, yet upon hearing the story, she scrutinized Wen Xiaosheng with an inquisitive gaze, as if interrogating a criminal. "Wait a moment," she began. "Didn't you previously claim to have forgotten everything before the past 3 years outside the county of Kuhai?" Bang! Before she could finish her sentence, Wen Xiaosheng's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed onto the bed, snoring even before his eyelids fully closed. However, in the next instant, Ashui yanked him up from the bed. "So early to sleep? How goes your training with the Fountain of Youth?" Wen Xiaosheng reluctantly opened one eye and replied, "I've practiced for a few days, but I feel no trace of innate qi." Ashui furrowed her brow slightly. "Not even a hint? Have you remembered the guiding method? Is your tongue pressed against the roof of your mouth? Do you feel any stagnation in your meridians while breathing?" Wen Xiaosheng shook his head. "No, I've followed your teachings diligently. However, although I haven't sensed any innate qi, my body has undeniably undergone some changes." Ashui blinked, understanding that the effects of the Fountain of Youth varied from person to person. Thus, she was curious about the changes that had manifested in Wen Xiaosheng. "What changes?" Wen Xiaosheng replied, "My appetite has improved." The two exchanged glances for a moment, and Ashui finally, albeit reluctantly, released her grip, letting out a sigh. After practicing the heart method for so many days without sensing the existence of qi, Wen Xiaosheng, you truly are an unparalleled, ordinary person. Wen Xiaosheng scratched his head, aware that Ashui's words held no malice, but rather a lament for his lack of exceptional talent. If she were not genuinely concerned for him, she would not have expressed such disappointment. Yet, Wen Xiaosheng felt neither disheartened nor complacent about his abilities or circumstances. Heaven had granted him a rare opportunity to live anew. And regardless of the hardships he faced, he would not easily concede defeat. He intended to live this hard-won life as vividly and brilliantly as possible. After all, he had already endured enough suffering and tribulations. A little more would not matter. Thus, when Xiaoxing spoke to Ashui with a light-hearted tone, "Perhaps your talent is simply too remarkable. When I consulted Mr. L about cultivation, he informed me that the human body possesses 720 acupoints, which represent the potential of a cultivator. Very few martial artists can unlock more than 600 acupoints, and considering your youth, Ashui, you must have activated many of these potential acupoints." Ashui glanced at him, initially concerned that her earlier words might have discouraged him. However, upon seeing Wen Xiaoxing's demeanor, she realized her worries were unfounded. She shook her head and leaned against the edge of the bed. "I once thought your life was resilient enough, but it seems your will is even stronger than your life itself. With such determination, if placed in a body with even a modicum of talent, your future achievements would be boundless." After a moment of reflection, she continued, "I have opened 717 acupoints. Only 3 remain closed at my right knee, while the rest are all interconnected." When Xiaoxing's smile faltered, and he sat on the bed, staring wide-eyed at the woman beside the fire pit, his gaze unnervingly intense. "How many did you open?" 717. "Are you even human?" Ashui tossed a piece of firewood into the pit and replied nonchalantly, "You ought to inquire yourself." When Xiaoxing gazed at her for a long time before releasing a long sigh, collapsing back onto the bed as if all strength had left him. He then turned away from Ashui, covered his head with the blanket, and murmured, "I shall sleep now." Under the dim light of the fire, the atmosphere in the room grew eerily silent. After a considerable while, when Xiaoxing suddenly recalled something and turned to Ashui, asking, "By the way, Ashui, you mentioned that I couldn't sense chi even with the heart method. So, when you practiced, did you actually have no heart method?" Ashui responded with a gentle, "Mem. The heart method is something I formulated after achieving certain results in my practice. It summarizes the operational principles of chi, helping you avoid many pitfalls. If you cannot learn with the heart method, I am at a loss as to what to do." A rare hint of anxiety crept into her tone, for she had never taken on a student and had no experience in guiding cultivation. Upon hearing this, when Xiaoxing sprang up, excitement lacing his voice. "Perhaps the issue lies here. You previously mentioned that the fountain of youth technique varies from person to person. Is it possible that the pitfalls you refer to might actually be the correct path for others?" Ashui was momentarily taken aback by his reasoning. Initially, she thought his idea was somewhat fantastical, but after careful consideration, she found herself uncertain. The practitioner of the North Sea had gained fame over 200 years ago, hailing from the Yin Kingdom, and had traversed the lands of Chun, Qi, and Zhao, having visited renowned scholars throughout the world. His expertise in cultivation, medicine, and divination was unmatched, and among countless distinguished individuals, few could stand beside him. The 3 extraordinary techniques, whale diving, fabrication, and the fountain of youth, were treasures he had comprehended a century ago at Jiesher, later recording and passing them down. The intricacies of the fountain of youth remained partially elusive even to her. Then, let me share with you the original method of practicing the fountain of youth. Ashui stood up, instructing Wen Xiaoxing to sit cross-legged on the bed, his hands resting on his knees, and to close his eyes and observe his heart. She then began to narrate the foundational heart method of the fountain of youth, which could scarcely be deemed a heart method at all. As Ashui spoke calmly, Wen Xiaoxing's consciousness gradually drifted far away, as if traversing the vast, snowy expanse outside the house, reaching the deep sea-like starry sky. He had never experienced such a mystical sensation before. His consciousness separated from his body, sometimes flowing like water, at other times soaring like wind, drifting freely and moving at will. This sensation of traversing the heavens, of being able to swim freely, was so exquisite that Wen Xiaoxing found it irresistible. The next day, as he returned from breakfast, he excitedly recounted to Ashui how he had truly found the right path this time, insisting that his physique was merely different from ordinary people. But in essence, his comprehension was transcendent. If this continued, he believed he could shine brightly in the future. Ashui listened to his enthusiastic recounting, remaining silent as she busied herself with a bowl of soy milk and a steamed bun. It wasn't until when Chaoxing's fervor began to wane that he, noticing Ashui's silence, awkwardly inquired, "Hey, Ashui, was that state I experienced last night called entering a trance?" Ashui pursed her lips, observing the flush of excitement on Wen Chaoxing's face. After a moment's hesitation, she could not bring herself to deceive him, releasing a puff of white mist. "No, you were merely asleep." Pausing, she added, "You slept like a pig." Chapter 54. The tongue of war. In the bustling morning market of the county town, a throng of people gathered, their spirits lifted by the rare appearance of the sun. The usually stern and unyielding Feishua had softened her demeanor somewhat, allowing the townsfolk to emerge from their homes. Elderly men and women, clad in thick garments, engaged in animated discussions, some boasting of their children and grandchildren, while others exchanged gossip, embellishing tales heard from distant corners. It was a day meant for the exchange of words, a chance to shake off the dust of recent storms. Yet, amid this lively scene, the county office stood in stark contrast, shrouded in an air of desolation. A chilling wind seemed to seep through its doors, adding to the somber atmosphere. Chuanxiong, donned in official robes, stood before the waxen corpse of Lu Jinshe, whose lifeless form had begun to show the effects of decay due to the preservatives. In his hand, he clutched a crumpled scroll, fingers tightening around it as his gaze drifted, revealing a mind embroiled in conflict. Beside Lu Jinshe lay another body, Wuxia. His neck was meticulously stitched, the smooth incision concealed beneath a network of thread, leaving behind the pale visage characteristic of the deceased. The previous night, Wuxia had faced Ashui for the second time, the encounter mirroring their first. However, fortune had turned against him. Ashui's old wounds had not recurred, and the miscalculated strike from before had now found its mark, severing Wuxia's head in one swift motion. The entire ordeal unfolded seamlessly, leaving Chuanxiong bereft of time to grieve or rage, as the bloodied blade glinted ominously at his throat. In that fleeting moment, he grasped the chasm that lay between him and Ashui, the realization dawning that he could not contend with this formidable woman. Observers of Ashui's battles often fell prey to a delusion, perceiving her every strike and kill as mundane and unremarkable. She seemed perpetually a fraction quicker than her foes, yet only marginally so. Thus, many spectators harbored the naive belief that with a touch more speed, they could easily vanquish her. Those who entertained such thoughts ultimately paid a heavy toll, discovering that this slight disparity constituted an insurmountable mountain, an unfathomable sea. Chuanxiong, of course, harbored feelings for Wuxia, who had faithfully served their family for many years. Yet, he was not driven to risk his life in a futile confrontation with someone he could not hope to defeat. This resentment festered within him, taking root as he began to contemplate how to collaborate with Lu Chuan and Wang Chuan to deal with the woman who had invaded his office twice and slain his guard. Lost in thought, he was abruptly roused by the shadow of a figure at the entrance. The sound of footsteps snapped him back to reality. With the events of the previous night still fresh in his mind, he instinctively tightened his grip on the soft sword he carried. "Who goes there?" Chuanxiong inquired, and a voice from outside replied, "Reporting to the Lord, a commoner clad in simple clothing wishes to speak with you." Flustered, Chuanxiong retorted, "I shall not receive visitors today. If there is no urgent matter, do not disturb me." The guard hesitated before continuing. "The man claims to know the woman who was here last night." Upon hearing this, Chuanxiong's grip on the sword tightened further, his gaze involuntarily darting to Wuxia's cold remains. After a brief silence, he changed his tone. "Is he alone?" "Indeed, my lord," came the response. "Very well. Bring him in." The guard turned and hurried away, returning shortly with a young man in tow. As the man stepped through the door, their eyes met, and Chuanxiong's pupils constricted in recognition. "It is you," he murmured, memories flooding back. Yes, he recalled that day when he first arrived at the county office. After dispersing the other townsfolk, only he and her had remained. The trials of the past days had clouded his mind, and he had forgotten. The newcomer was none other than Wen Chaoxiong. He cast a glance at Chuanxiong before directing his attention to the bodies of Lu Jinshe and Wuxia, pointing towards them. "Have you decided when to conclude the case?" "Lord Chun," Chuanxiong, hands clasped behind his back, stood tall before Wen Xiaosheng, his demeanor shifting to one of grandeur. Last night, faced with Ashui, he had been cautious, fearing for his life. Yet now, standing before this unassuming man, once a mere drifter from outside the county, his pent-up anger and fear found an outlet. Since when does a commoner like you presume to urge me on the resolution of case? Wen Xiaosheng, arms crossed before him, bowed slightly, responding calmly. Thanks to your grace, I am now a true citizen of Qi. Chun Xiong stepped closer, leaning forward slightly, chin raised defiantly. Remember this, what I can give, I can also take away. You seek me out. Is it to discuss that woman from last night? Wen Xiaosheng lowered his gaze, fixating on the soft sword at Chun Xiong's side, and spoke softly. If memory serves me right, when you first arrived in Kuhai County, you bore no sword at your waist. Yet after one night, you seem rather attached to it, growing more cautious. Chun Xiong followed Wen Xiaosheng's gaze, realizing he still clutched the sword. His eyes narrowed dangerously, impatience seeping into his voice. I cannot kill her. But do not think for a moment that I cannot deal with you. Are you tired of living, speaking to me in such a manner? Wen Xiaosheng smiled, devoid of fear. On the surface, it concerns that woman from last night, but essentially it pertains to you, my lord. As he spoke, he pointed again at Lu Jinshi's corpse, his gaze unwavering upon Chun Xiong's face. It is also your affair. Within the room, the flickering candlelight cast shadows as the tension mounted, the sound of the sword being drawn mingling with the rising bloodlust. Faced with Chun Xiong's impatience and menace, Wen Xiaosheng did not retreat. Instead, he drew closer, his tone light. Lord Chun, you would do well to consider carefully. My life is inconsequential, and my death is a minor issue. However, if the secret of the missing poison and Lu Jinshi's revelations were to escape, that would be a grave matter. Chapter 55. The tongue sword. The reason why Wen Xiaosheng dared to address Chun Xiong in such a manner was due to two confirmations. First, as the county magistrate, Chun Xiong would not lightly resort to violence, for even if he disregarded human life, the blood on his official robes would tarnish the reputation of the royal family. It was unlikely he would sacrifice himself for an ordinary commoner. Yet who could ascertain whether it might impact his career? There were indeed precedents for such matters. Over the years, Confucian ideals had taken root in some hearts. Compared to other nations, Qi state's moral and legal standards were certainly superior. There had been a marquis from a prominent city who, relying on his ancestral title, tyrannized the townsfolk, exploiting them mercilessly. Many young, beautiful maidens had met their end in his courtyard, their bodies discarded into wells. When the authorities arrived to investigate, the marquis obstructed them at every turn, employing threats and intimidation. The news eventually reached the royal city, and before long, his title was forcibly stripped away. The so-called honor passed down through generations was merely a word from the court officials, without ever consulting the marquis himself. This incident served as a stark warning to all officials in Qi State. At least on the surface, Qi State's regard for its citizens far surpassed that of other nations. Second, after a discussion with a Shui that morning, Wen Xiaosheng had clarified his chaotic thoughts and confirmed that behind Lu Jinshi's death lay a colossal secret, one that was undoubtedly entangled with Chun Xiong. Otherwise, the timing of his appointment to the Bitter Sea County would not have been so fortuitous, nor would Lu Jinshi's case have languished unresolved. What should have been a simple suicide, whether by poison or hanging, had no significant implications. Chun Xiong's continual delay clearly indicated his concern that Lu Jinshi's death might attract scrutiny from others, which sufficiently proved that Lu Jinshi harbored secrets and had an intricate connection with him. Having grasped these 2 points, Wen Xiaosheng eventually persuaded a Shui to allow him to meet Chun Xiong alone. For him, Chun Xiong was far safer than the man he encountered the previous night, Lu Chuan. After all, Chun Xiong held an official position, which imposed certain constraints on his actions and interests. As it turned out, Wen Xiaosheng's conjecture was not misplaced. The words he had just uttered had completely ensnared Chun Xiong. He released his grip on the soft sword he had been holding and turned to the door, slowly pushing it open, allowing sunlight to flood in. Chun Xiong glanced at Wen Xiaosheng, half of his face remaining shrouded in shadow. Let us converse elsewhere. This room feels ill-fated with two corpses inside. Wen Xiaosheng did not refuse, following Chun Xiong as they walked past the corridors. Upon reaching a spacious rockery pond, Chun Xiong inquired, "What do you think of Lu Jinshi's courtyard?" Wen Xiaosheng cast a cursory glance, offering a perfunctory compliment. The mountains and waters are interdependent, imbued with elegance and charm, uniquely crafted. Chun Xiong shook his head. Craftsmanship? It is merely the blood and sweat of the common people, acquired through corruption. Wen Xiaosheng smiled slowly. Let us not speak so harshly, as if you were a paragon of integrity. We are all in the same boat. Regardless of cleanliness or filth, harmony brings prosperity. Chun Xiong replied coolly, Do you think I am akin to Lu Jinshi? Wen Xiaosheng recalled vividly and remarked, On your first day in office, you accepted a piece of gold leaf. Lu Jinshi could hardly boast such achievements, so by that measure, you certainly surpass him. His words dripped with sarcasm, yet to his surprise, Chun Xiong did not display anger. Instead, he reflected, Lu Jinshi was the local tyrant of Bitter Sea County for many years, amassing wealth from the people to the extent that his mansion could not contain it, burying it in the northern Xingshan mountain. He knew full well that he committed no grave offenses here. Had he merely bribed the city guard or the inspector with some gold, he would have been promoted long ago. Yet he remained. Why? Because Bitter Sea County is remote, with few affairs to manage, plenty of money to be made, and hardly any brigands from the underworld venture this way. If I were in his shoes, I would not want to leave either. Yet this local tyrant, in a single night, was left with nothing, his family destroyed, without a trace of evidence. When Xiaoxing stared at the red koi beneath the unfrozen pond and said, Are you implying that you and Lu Jinshi are merely pawns, unable to dictate your own destinies? Chun Xiong slightly shook his head. Not just me, but us. You like me? The entire populace of Bitter Sea County, including that woman you know, are all the same. When Xiaosheng tilted his body slightly, casting a glance at Chun Xiong with a smile. No, I am different. Lord Chun, I am not a pawn. Whether you, Lu Chuan, or those lofty figures in the clouds, I, a mere speck of dust, a wild grass, am of no consequence in your eyes. Chun Xiong's expression faltered momentarily before returning to normal, squinting slightly. You know Lu Chuan? When Xiaosheng turned his face, a faint smile flickering before vanishing. Returning to his usual demeanor, Yes, I know him. All things are intertwined by fate. For instance, had I not encountered Lu Chuan last night, the woman seeking you would not have come to my rescue, and you would most likely have met your demise at her hands. Lord Chun, your survival last night was the will of heaven. Chun Xiong paused, then probed, What did Lu Chuan seek you for? When Xiaosheng lowered his head and chuckled. As I just mentioned, you great figures hardly regard me as a person. He certainly did not come to seek me, but rather something else. Chun Xiong furrowed his brow, appearing weary of this cryptic conversation style, addressing Wen Xiaosheng. Could we dispense with the riddles? This guessing game is rather tedious. Since you are here to see me, let us speak plainly. When Xiaosheng contemplated briefly and nodded, Very well. Lord Chun, I shall speak candidly. Today, I have come to you with the intent to collaborate. That woman is too aggressive. I did not bring her along because her blade is swift, and I fear my tongue may falter. Chun Xiong shot a sidelong glance at Wen Xiaosheng, his tone laced with incredulity. You wish to collaborate with me? I do not believe we have any grounds for cooperation. Wen Xiaosheng was unfazed by Chun Xiong's wariness and hostility. He seated himself at one side of the pavilion, leaning against a stone pillar, and smiled. First and foremost, let me clarify, Lord Chun, we are not your enemies. Strictly speaking, we are even comrades in the same boat. I understand you may find my words nonsensical, but you will soon comprehend. The reason you have not resolved the Lu Jinshi case is related to two matters. First, the toxin given to Lu Jinshi by Wang Chuan has vanished, and he chose a rather troublesome method of suicide, which leaves you feeling uneasy. The second matter, of course, pertains to the White Dragon Guard outside the county. Amidst Wen Xiaosheng's smiling visage, Chun Xiong struggled to conceal his shock, yet it gradually seeped through. His hand unconsciously tightened around the soft sword at his waist, his palms damp with sweat. In that instant, Chun Xiong suddenly realized how mysterious and formidable this man, whom he had always underestimated and even ignored, truly was. When had those deeply buried secrets been unearthed? Chapter 56. Speaking of secrets, some secrets outweigh the lives of many, including that of Chun Cheong himself. Thus, whether he truly knows or merely suspects, he buries these secrets deep within the recesses of his mind, afraid to let even a glimmer of sunlight touch them. If these secrets were to be revealed, many lives in the state of Qi would be lost. When Chaosheng uttered the words White Dragon Guard, Chun Cheong's body trembled imperceptibly. This may have been merely a reaction to the winter chill, yet it did not escape Wen Chaosheng's keen observation. The myriad subtle details that Chun Cheong unwittingly revealed reflected Wen Chaosheng's earlier conjectures. Indeed, the White Dragon Guard that had sought them out that day was not affiliated with Chun Cheong. This was monumental news for Wen Chaosheng. Chun Cheong, being in a position of authority, faced numerous constraints, rendering him unable to act freely, and coupled with pressures from other factions, he was forced to navigate a treacherous existence, increasing his need for external assistance. Originally, Wen Chaosheng possessed little leverage to negotiate with Chun Cheong. However, fortuitously, there was a formidable woman in his camp, a martial artist of inscrutable prowess, unafraid of death, who could privately shield Chun Cheong from many troubles. Her value was immense, and Chun Cheong would not only be tempted, but might even come to rely on her in the future. When did you encounter the White Dragon Guard? The interval since the two had met in the room with Lu Jinshi's corpse was barely a quarter of an hour. Yet, Chun Cheong's demeanor toward Wen Chaosheng had undergone a dramatic transformation. He was no longer haughty or aloof, his tone now brimming with doubt, uncertainty, fear, and a hint of murderous intent. It was evident that Wen Chaosheng had entirely seized the initiative in this conversation. In response to Chun Cheong's inquiry, Wen Chaosheng offered a slight smile. Lord Chun, you are so astute. Think again. The former fell into deep contemplation, his gaze flickering before he quickly corrected himself. The White Dragon Guard came seeking you. As a mere drifter, why would they come looking for you? Wen Chaosheng had already spun one successful lie over in Luchuan, and now he resolved to perpetuate this deception. Why would they come looking for me? My lord, did I not already provide you with the answer? With a finger pointing at his own nose, he chuckled, though his tone bore a chilling indifference. You may have noticed any Qi citizen in the county, whether a street vendor scraping by, or fishermen idly chatting beneath the bridge, even quarrelsome middle-aged women in the alley. Yet, no one would spare me a glance. Neither you nor Lu Chuan. But last night, Lu Chuan clearly sought you out, Chun Cheong interjected. That was because I had uncovered something that sent chills down his spine. Chun Cheong shot him a sidelong glance, furrowing his brow. What is this thing? Wen Chaosheng lowered his voice. This secret might elude even your knowledge, my lord. What would you offer in exchange? Chun Cheong's eyelids drooped as he cast a complex gaze upon Wen Chaosheng. Wen Chaosheng continued, I inquired of the woman who sought you last night. You were acquainted with Lu Chuan, and you both arrived from Kuhai County at the same time. Therefore, Lu Jinshi's death is not only linked to you, but to him as well. Wang Chuan is the largest killer organization in the underworld, stained with countless bloody deaths. You wear the official robes of the state of Qi and cannot openly engage with them. Hence, I surmise that the poison found on Lu Jinshi was provided by Lu Chuan, and he must have had a similar agenda in coming to you. As you mentioned, Lu Jinshi, who ruled like a local emperor in Kuhai County for so many years, should have been free of entanglements unless he committed some grievous act that involved a significant figure in the royal city. As soon as his words fell, Chun Cheong drew his sword with sudden ferocity. The soft blade swaying in the frigid air, the sword's wave traveling from the hilt to the tip before settling into stillness. The blade rested against Wen Chaosheng's neck. Chun Cheong's hand trembled, drawing blood. The sting spread across Wen Chaosheng's skin, accompanied by the prickling of goosebumps. He dared not move, his body tense. Yet his expression remained unyielding. Wen Chaosheng, with the sword poised at Wen Chaosheng's throat, Chun Cheong's bloodshot eyes mirrored a beast's ferocity, an overwhelming wave of murderous intent flooding the surrounding space. Heed my counsel. Your life is hard won. Do not seek your own demise. I have heard your tale. After 3 years beyond the county, your survival proves you cherish your life. Some words are best kept unspoken for a lifetime. In the face of Chun Cheong's near ultimatum, Wen Chaosheng stepped forward, closing the distance between them, locking eyes with the beast-like gaze. "My lord, Lu Jinshi's corpse has yet to be buried. Would it not be prudent to summon his spirit for a few questions about how he met his end? How naive you are at your age. How have you survived this long?" Chun Xiong's eyes widened, teeth clenched in tension, a display of disarray not born of anger, but of fear. Chun Xiong was afraid. Afraid of Wen Chaosheng, afraid of the secrets he had uncovered, and afraid of that lofty figure in the royal city. Observing his demeanor, Wen Chaosheng grinned maniacally. "Lord Chun, let's be frank. If I were to bring that poison today and lay out all the details before you, would I be able to leave this county office alive?" Chun Xiong's lips quivered. After a prolonged pause, he reluctantly withdrew his sword. "No." Wen Chaosheng's smile vanished in tandem with Chun Xiong's action, his gaze sharp and fraught with danger. "Then, do you believe that if you dutifully assist Lu Chuan in executing the tasks assigned by that figure in the royal city, you could depart unscathed?" As his words hung in the air, Chun Xiong trembled, as if his very breath had ceased. Chapter 57. Speaking of null clothing, it is a rather simple truth. Is it not? Does Chun Xiong not comprehend this? How could he possibly be unaware? Yet, he chooses to submit to the whims of that esteemed individual, hoping to ultimately earn a modicum of trust through his own efforts and toil, rather than entertain a hint of rebellion or resistance. He dares not. The courage of a young calf may be fleeting, yet the ferocity of a tiger is ever present. When you mock me, are you aware of your own naivety and limited perspective? Do you truly understand who that esteemed individual is and the means and power they possess? You know nothing and merely prattle on. Though Chun Xiong sheathed his sword, he abruptly seized Wen Chaosheng by the collar. In that moment, he no longer regarded himself as the magistrate of Kuhai County, but rather as a mere passerby embroiled in a quarrel. Wen Chaosheng gripped Chun Xiong's arms firmly, pressing down with calm authority, and coldly remarked, prattling on, "Let me tell you, Chun Xiong, your life is the most precious thing you possess. Regardless of your ambitions or whom you wish to protect, if your life is lost, then you have nothing left. Lu Jinshi's corpse lies before us. Look at him. Do you wish to become like him?" Chun Xiong retorted indignantly, "I am not like him." Wen Chaosheng felt his own blood boil, disregarding any offense, refusing to retreat even an inch. "Not like him? I tell you, if this continues, not only will you become Lu Jinshi, but there will be a third and a fourth. They say Lu Jinshi's entire family perished, and you lot were driven to this desolate place. Are you truly different? To them, you are utterly insignificant." Chun Xiong was taken aback by Wen Chaosheng's harsh words. Veins throbbed in his neck and face, and with a surge of strength, he lifted Wen Chaosheng and slammed him against a pillar, grinding his teeth as he declared, "Am I insignificant? Yet I am still superior to you, a worthless drifter without even parents. Even if you unearth some secrets, what then? Do you think you can challenge those in power with such trivialities? Is your mind filled with sand or water? I have never encountered such a foolish donkey in my life." When Chaosheng squeezed out a retort from his throat, "Chun Xiong, you are the real fool. If he truly did not care, Lu Jinshi would not be dead. When a powerful figure stoops to crush an ant, it signifies their concession. The internal power structures of Qi state must have checks and balances. If one were to dominate completely, would they have the leisure to concern themselves with Lu Jinshi? The more insignificant Lu Jinshi's identity, the greater the threat his secrets pose to that esteemed individual. Do you understand?" He had never argued with such a low, intense tone before. Yet this victory was crucial for both Wen Chaosheng and Ashui. From those false letters, Wen Chaosheng sensed an indescribable danger. He realized it was increasingly difficult to extricate himself completely from Ashui's influence. Be it Lu Chuan or the Bai Long Guard, the waters were too deep, and the untamed forces of the martial world were a chaotic mix, difficult to negotiate or cooperate with, beyond his control. Ashui was undoubtedly a sharp and intimidating blade, but only when Chaosheng understood the severity of her injuries. Some were from weapons, while others were left by masters, even though she had cultivated the fountain of youth. These injuries could not be healed in a day or two. They required prolonged rest. In the event of a master ambush, her survival was improbable. Thus, if when Chaosheng was to continue his investigation, He needed Chun Xiong. The last few hushed, hoarse insults seemed to awaken the irrationally angry Chun Xiong. He faltered, retreating a few steps to sit heavily on a bench at the corridor's edge, staring vacantly at the ground. The cool breeze had turned cold. Both men, breathless, maintained a heavy silence. Time passed, and Chun Xiong, leaning against the stone pillar, finally asked Wen Xiaosheng, "How did you discover that vial of poison?" His question and gaze signified a concession to Wen Xiaosheng. The latter smiled. "This is thanks to Lu Jinshi. He was a truly ruthless individual, willing to sacrifice his own family to take a bite back." He recounted how he concealed the poison, omitting any traces of Ashue's involvement. Upon hearing this, Chun Xiong vaguely deduced why Ashue had previously sought out Lu Jinshi's corpse. This realization sent a shiver through his heart, nearly causing it to leap from his throat. "By your expression, it seems you understand," Wen Xiaosheng remarked calmly. Lu Jinshi knew that his inexplicable suicide would arouse suspicion from above, and he was determined to retaliate. Thus, what that esteemed individual sought to destroy was likely preserved by Lu Jinshi in some form. That night, Lu Jinshi was closely monitored by those from Wangchuan. Although they were later diverted, his time was limited. As someone entirely unskilled in martial arts, he could not venture far. Therefore, the secret must either lie within his residence or within his very corpse. Chundarin, I must say, your intuition is remarkably accurate and has saved your life. Had you hastily closed the case and handed over the dossier along with Lu Jinshi's body, who knows what kind of trouble you would have stirred up? Chun Xiong slowly raised his head, surprise flickering in his eyes. "How did you know I intended a hand over Lu Jinshi's corpse?" When Xiaosheng retorted otherwise, "Why would you apply preservatives to it? To keep it company at night?" A flicker of concealed fear passed through Chun Xiong's deep-set eyes, yet it vanished in an instant. Unnoticed by anyone, in the empty pavilion, he, through the winter wind, asked with a tremor in his voice the question Ashue had once posed. "When Xiaosheng, what did you do before?" When Xiaosheng replied calmly, "I was once a scholar." "What did you study?" "All kinds of books." The two exchanged glances for a moment, and Chun Xiong slowly rose, brushing off the dust from his attire. The investigation of Lu Jinshi had dragged on for too long. The city guard Guanghan had been pressing for results, and the dossier and his body must be submitted by noon tomorrow. "You brought that woman to see me today. We can conduct a final examination of his corpse." As he spoke, he cast a piercing glance at Wen Xiaosheng. "As for the rest, I may consider what you just said, but I must ensure that you are a trustworthy individual." When Xiaosheng smiled, "Like you, I wish to survive, and I have no other choice. If given an option, I might have sought out Lu Chuan or the Bai Long Guard instead of you. Coming to you is not to assist you, but to help myself." Chun Xiong turned to leave, his silhouette and hair appearing somewhat disheveled. After dusk in the county town, many eyes would be watching. She possesses formidable skills, so handle yourself with care, lest you bring trouble along with you. Chapter 58. Gratitude upon leaving the county office. When Chaos Hen immediately spotted a woman standing against the wall nearby, arms crossed. He approached her and inquired, "Did you hear everything?" Ashue cast a sidelong glance, retorting, "Do you think I have ears like the wind? I can hear everything." As they walked back together, when Chaos Hen recounted the events of the murder on that snowy night. "But you truly heard it, and so clearly," Ashue remarked lazily. "Rather than hearing, I would say it was a perception of murderous intent. Besides, now I am in the bustling market. Back then, it was just the sound of wind and snow. Can they be compared?" When Chaos Hen coughed lightly, feeling a hint of disillusionment regarding the martial system of this world. He had imagined that cultivators could soar through the skies like those in the novels of his past life, only to find that even a formidable individual like Ashue did not possess hearing significantly sharper than that of an ordinary person. "By the way, one Chaos Hen, how did your conversation with Chun Xiong go?" Ashue's inquiry pulled When Chaos Hen back to the present. He smiled, saying, "One could say we hit it off immediately." Ashue's gaze flickered. "Really? It seems I heard you two exchanging insults." When Chaos Hen pointed at her, saying, "Hey, you claimed you couldn't hear. That's excessive." Ashue coughed lightly, brushing aside his hand. "I couldn't discern what you were saying. It was too noisy outside." "Do tell." "The outside noise," is distracting. I'll explain when we get back. One Chaos Hen led a Shui back to the small courtyard of El Jiming in Hohat Alley, where he recounted the details of his conversation with Chuanxiao. After listening to Wen Xiaoshen's account, a Shui's expression subtly shifted, her tone revealing surprise and astonishment for the first time. When Chaos Hen, your eloquence and thoughtfulness rank among the top 3 of those I know. You would make an excellent envoy, capable of achieving great deeds in foreign lands. Even if you cannot cultivate, you could still be remembered in history. When Chaos Hen scoffed at this, chuckling, but what about the connections? My past would be scrutinized. I'm a refugee. Who would dare appoint someone with such an unclear background to an official position? Leaning against a loquat tree, a Shui watched as fallen leaves rustled with the breeze. She replied earnestly, this position is different from those in the royal city or the palace. For most, isn't a great job. Therefore, as long as you are willing to pay a little and pass the assessment, you can be appointed. When Chaos Hen poured himself a cup of tea that had gone cold, drank it down, and then rose to head towards the woodshed. If I had that money, I'd rather treat you to a drink. He added, I need to finish my tasks quickly, have lunch, and while the girls at the Yuanyang Tower are resting, I must express my gratitude to Xiao Hong. Thanks to her last night, I was able to save my life. Later this afternoon, or evening, let us go to the county office and have a thorough examination of the corpse. I have a feeling there should be some clues left on Lu Jinsher's body. A Shui watched Wen Xiaoshen's figure as he disappeared into the woodshed, her gaze drifting off, her thoughts wandering elsewhere. At noon, during lunch, Madame L prepared a splendid feast. Since Wen Xiaoshen's arrival, she had intentionally changed the dietary arrangements to help him make up for the losses of the past 3 years. After the meal, Wen Chaos Hen washed the dishes and then departed from Hohat Alley, heading towards the Yuanyang Tower. To prevent any unforeseen events, a Shui followed him. Along the way, Wen Chaos Hen inquired about her injuries, to which she replied, my flesh wounds are healing rapidly. I should recover significantly in about half a month, and the scars will fade in a few months. However, the hidden injuries left by some experts are harder to gauge. Perhaps during future breakthroughs in martial arts, I may be able to cleanse them. Seemingly aware of Wen Xiaoshen's concerns, she spoke softly. Although I was injured quite severely, it does not hinder my normal activities. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to kill that guard at Chuanxiong with a single strike. As long as I stay within the city, the encounter outside that night will not repeat. Had it not been for the previous exertions, my Yoyu sword would not have been able to strike me. When Chaos Hen glanced at a Shui, nodding without further comment. As they neared the Yuanyang Tower, a Shui urged Wen Chaos Hen to enter alone, saying she would wait outside for him. Inside, Wen Chaos Hen navigated through several twists and turns, finally slipping a few coins to a relatively young girl to notify Si Xiaohong. Upon receiving her consent, the girl named Luzhu looked at Wen Chaos Hen with surprise, thinking it peculiar that Si Xiaohong, who seldom met guests privately, had changed her demeanor today. However, she did not inquire further. She simply led Wen Chaos Hen to see Xiao Hong's private quarters. The most endearing trait of the girls at Yuanyang Tower is their discretion. They never pry into matters that do not concern them. This was a residence specially arranged for Si Xiao Hong by the matron Song Chenan, where she could practice her music in peace without disturbing others. Brother Chaos Hen, are you all right after last night? Si Xiao Hong, who was playing the lute in the courtyard, breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Wen Chaos Hen, her furrowed brow seeming to ease somewhat. Of course, I'm fine, Xiao Hong. I owe you a great debt for last night. I did not have much money to repay you, but now I have acquired the identity of a Qin national and settled in the 7th courtyard of Hohat Alley. If you ever need a new melody or any other assistance, feel free to seek me out. Si Xiao Hong nodded, hesitating for a moment before awkwardly asking, Brother Chaos Hen, what exactly happened on your end last night? Madame Song had certainly warned Si Xiao Hong to refrain from inquiring about any matters concerning the guests of Yuanyang Tower beyond the realm of romance. Do not pry, do not ask, just earn money. Yet for Si Xiao Hong, it was evident that Wen Chaos Hen did not fall into the category of guests. They were friends. Although their time together had been brief, their bond was significant, especially for a girl like Si Xiao Hong, who exhibited traits of social anxiety. A friend with whom one could converse became all the more precious. Chapter 59. the poet Chung Feng, everything concerning Lu Chuan appeared exceedingly perilous. Naturally, Wen Xiaoxing would not drag a similarly unfortunate girl like Si Xiaohong into the flames. He refrained from answering her inquiries, offering only a vague response while assuring her that his own troubles had been entirely resolved. Perhaps Wen Xiaoxing's acting was so masterful that he deceived not only Lu Chuan, but also Si Xiaohong, who finally relaxed her worries. As Wen Xiaoxing prepared to leave, a sudden thought struck Si Xiaohong. She called out to him and hurriedly retrieved a small box from her chamber, presenting it to him with a hint of shyness. "Brother Xiaoxing, could you do me a small favor?" Noticing the slight blush on Si Xiaohong's face and her fidgeting fingers, Wen Xiaoxing understood her unease and smiled, asking, "What is it? Who shall I deliver it to? I assure you it will reach them." Upon hearing his words, Si Xiaohong's youthful visage flushed even deeper, and she hastily waved her hands, explaining, "It's not what you think, Brother Xiaoxing. 3 months ago, at the Yuanyang Tower, some nobles held a banquet, and a poetry gathering ensued. A few of them, intoxicated, made a scene at the banquet, embarrassing everyone. I heard that these individuals held some influence in the county and had connections with Lu Jinshe. My mother tried to appease them with wine and gifts, but they were unyielding, claiming that the gifts from a place of frivolity were beneath them. They insisted that my mother find someone in the literary realm who could surpass them, where they would not relent. That evening, many had partaken in abundant drink, and a crowd had gathered to watch the spectacle. Both the nobles and my mother were cornered, and as the situation escalated beyond control, a drunken guest stepped forward to assist, inscribing a poem on the wall of Yuanyang Tower, thus quelling the discord. When Xiaoxing, in deep thought, chuckled, "That was quite a talented individual." Si Xiaohong, her face tinged with embarrassment, replied, "Please do not jest, Brother Xiaoxing. It has been 3 months, and I have yet to thank him properly. I intended to express my gratitude in person when he next visited Yuanyang Tower, but I have not seen him since." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of insight crossed Wen Xiaoxing's eyes as he composed himself and nodded. "Very well, I shall deliver this to him. Do you have his address and name?" Si Xiaohong responded, "I learned from the sisters in the tower that his name is Chung Feng, with Chung meaning prosperous and Feng meaning peak. He resides at number 10, Bending Water Alley, in the northern part of the county. If you have time, please help me deliver this gift to Brother Chung." Wen Xiaoxing was taken aback to hear the name Chung Feng from Si Xiaohong's lips, momentarily stunned until her gentle reminder brought him back to reality. Upon leaving Yuanyang Tower, Ashui glanced at the box in Wen Xiaoxing's hands and remarked, "You truly have hidden depths in such a place of indulgence. Other men enter with wealth and exit empty-handed, yet here you are, entering empty-handed and leaving with something." He continued, "You have only met that girl a few times, and yet she is so moved by you." After Ashui finished his observation, Wen Xiaoxing sighed and placed the exquisite box before him, stating, "This is for someone else. I'm merely running an errand." Ashui was taken aback. "For someone else? Who?" Wen Xiaoxing replied, "Chung Feng." Ashui exclaimed, "Chung Feng? Is he not the one you mentioned?" Wen Xiaoxing nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, it is he." Ashui mused, "The world is truly small in Kuhai County. It seems everyone knows each other." When Xiaoxing strode purposefully towards the address Si Xiaohong had provided. Previously, he had been curious about Chung Feng's unfortunate circumstances, and now he felt he was beginning to uncover the truth. On the way, he recounted to Ashui how Chung Feng and Si Xiaohong had come to know one another. Upon reaching number 10, Bending Water Alley, he noted the walls were marked with peeling paint, and the ground was covered in green mold and moss. The blazing sun made the stench of melting snow particularly unbearable. As he approached Chung Feng's abode, a foul odor assailed him. Realizing something was amiss, he hurried to the entrance, only to discover that there was no door. It appeared to have been violently demolished, and a heap of dead rats lay piled at the threshold. Initially, the corpses would not have emitted a smell due to the cold, but with the sun shining brightly, the snow that had covered them melted, exposing the decaying remains. Ignoring the nauseating stench, Wen Xiaoxing knelt beside the dead rats, examining them before stating, "In the bitter cold of Kuhai County, even with the sun shining for days, these corpses would not decompose so thoroughly. Furthermore, the fur of the rats is matted, indicating they were soaked in water. Someone must have first soaked them in hot water to rot, then dumped them here at Chang Feng's doorstep. Listening to Wen Chaoxing's analysis, Shui frowned slightly, glancing towards the interior of the abode. Such a vile act could not be attributed to an ordinary person, especially one who would go so far as to dismantle another's door. It was likely a grudge formed 3 months prior at Yuanyang Tower. No wonder Cheng Feng was suffering so greatly now. In Kuhai County, incidents of petty theft were not uncommon, primarily due to the relatively lenient punishments for thievery. Moreover, with Cheng Feng's front door destroyed, it allowed thieves unfettered access to his home. Wen Chaoxing and Shui stepped over the dead rats and entered Cheng Feng's home. After calling out a few times, the dilapidated, drafty house finally creaked open, revealing a wary face hidden in the shadows. Upon recognizing Wen Chaoxing, the hostility in his eyes gradually faded. With a creak, the door swung wide, and Cheng Feng emerged, limping slightly with bruises visible on his face. What caught their attention was the kitchen knife clenched tightly in his hand. "It's you. How did you find me?" Cheng Feng's tone held no hint of joy at Wen Chaoxing's visit, rather an air of urgency. Wen Chaoxing, observing Cheng Feng's disheveled state, smiled and inquired, "Did someone beat you?" Cheng Feng met his gaze but offered no reply, turning back towards the interior of the house. Only when Wen Chaoxing spoke again, saying, "I'm not here for myself. It's from a girl from Yuanyang Tower," did Cheng Feng halt in his tracks. As he turned back, Wen Chaoxing had already approached him, revealing the delicate box in his palm. "The girl intended to thank you in person when you next visited Yuanyang Tower. But after the poetry gathering that day, you vanished. She inquired for quite some time before discovering your address. This is a gift from her. Please accept it." Cheng Feng stared at the box in Wen Chaoxing's hand, hesitating for a moment before finally saying, "I appreciate her kind intentions, but could you return the gift for me?" Wen Chaoxing, noticing the disarray of Cheng Feng's hair, caught sight of dried blood crusted along his scalp. He stepped closer, pressing the gift into Cheng Feng's hands and asking earnestly, "Who hurt you?" Before Cheng Feng could respond, a raucous commotion erupted from the alley outside, accompanied by boisterous shouts. "Cheng Feng, ha ha ha, have you gathered the money for today's meal, brothers? We're here to collect." Chapter 60. Severed Finger. 7 ruffians entered through the unguarded entrance with remarkable ease, skillfully stepping over the dead rats scattered about. Those idling in the Bittersea County often share a peculiar trait. During winter, they dress in lighter layers than the average person, rolling up their sleeves to project an image of robust health, akin to a martial artist on the path to mastery, thus exuding a greater aura of intimidation. Indeed, if one has truly reached the realm of blood circulation, their resistance to cold is far superior to that of ordinary folk. However, given the choice, they would still don thick garments in winter, for enduring the cold does not equate to being impervious to its bite. Upon their entrance, they quickly spotted Wen Chaoxing and Shui. Their brazen gazes roamed over the two, and the tall, lean leader approached Wen Chaoxing, smirking as he slapped his chest, and said, "Are you two also here for business?" Although he employed polite language, his tone lacked any semblance of respect, and a glint of menace flickered in his eyes. Clearly, he perceived Wen Chaoxing and his companion as intruders encroaching upon their territory, an unwelcome development for them. These individuals spent their days in idleness, eschewing the early to rise, hard-working lifestyle of their parents. Yet they scorned the idea of mastering a trade, dreaming instead of becoming prominent figures in the underworld, with beauty and wealth readily available to them. The 6 ruffians trailing the leader brandished knives and clubs, advancing to create an intimidating atmosphere. Within the county, there are minimal restrictions on civilians carrying weapons, though certain inns and taverns prohibit their entry, necessitating secure storage. Sensing the escalating tension, Cheng Feng hobbled forward, trembling as he brandished a kitchen knife towards the leading ruffian, exclaiming, "Su Xiaojia, this is our affair. It has nothing to do with them." Just as his desperate bravado peaked, Wen Chaoxing interjected, "It's none of your business." Cheng Feng was momentarily taken aback. Su Xiaojia also paused, before breaking into a spasm of laughter, stepping closer to Wen Chaoxing. He jabbed his finger at Wen's chest and declared, "No matter who you are, Listen carefully. This place has been ours for 2 months now. If you're wise, you'd better scram. If you don't leave, my brothers behind me might not be pleased. And you'll be in for a beating too. Understand? Ashui remained silent at the side, while Wen Xiaoxing scrutinized him before pointing at Cheng Feng's courtyard gate, asking, "Did you tear down that door?" Su Xiaojia, without turning back, lazily replied, "I did." Wen Xiaoxing retorted, "And you were the one who tossed those dead rats, soaked in hot water?" Su Xiaojia's expression faltered momentarily. This was a cunning ploy he had devised after a sleepless night, now effortlessly unraveled by Wen Xiaoxing's keen insight. "Well, I didn't expect you to be so observant." He began, but before he could finish, Wen Xiaoxing suddenly moved. The wind hadn't even brushed past his ear when his hand had already retrieved the concealed hatchet from behind his waist, slicing downward with precision. The entire motion was devoid of hesitation, so fluid that even Ashui cast a look of surprise. Su Xiaojia instinctively reacted. After all, he had been a ruffian for some time, and his reflexes and skills were sharper than those of an average person. Yet, this reaction was utterly futile against Wen Xiaoxing. Thus, the blade that was meant to sever his finger did indeed strike true. Initially, he felt a chilling sensation, a coldness that seeped between his fingers, followed by a surge of pain that spread throughout his body, leaving him in excruciating agony. Su Xiaojia watched in horror as the finger that had previously jabbed Wen Xiaoxing's chest was severed, blood gushing forth. He immediately clutched his right hand, collapsing to the ground in a wail. Both the ruffians behind him and Cheng Feng were taken aback by this scene, though they often engaged in brawls. They were not true underworld figures. They rarely resorted to knives or severing fingers and toes. Typically, they relied on wooden sticks and small blades. After all, if a life were lost, their meager means could not withstand the extortion of the jailers, and a beating could lead to a lifetime of disability, which would be a fortunate outcome. Su Xiaojia's screams echoed through Cheng Feng's courtyard, but due to the sparse population around Benshui Alley, where people were mostly out farming during the day, few heard him. The chilling, anguished cries, however, instilled fear in the hearts of the ruffians. As Wen Xiaoxing brandished the hatchet toward them, with each step he took closer, they retreated in trepidation. Finally standing beside Su Xiaojia, Wen Xiaoxing grasped his hair, demanding, "What did you just say? For me to get lost?" Su Xiaojia, now staring at the bloodied hatchet poised against his neck, felt all his bravado evaporate, and with a desperate plea, he stammered, "I didn't recognize your power. Please spare me. I swear I want to return." When Xiaoxing inquired, You truly won't come back?" Su Xiaojia grinned through gritted teeth, asserting, "I truly won tea." When Xiaosheng then lifted his gaze to the other ruffians, asking, "And what about you all?" The ruffians exchanged glances at Su Xiaojia and his bleeding finger, fear creeping into their eyes. 5 of them hesitated before stammering their intent not to return, while one ruffian, seemingly defiant, took a few steps back and shouted, "Don't think you can act tough just because you have some skills. Our boss, 7th Master, is backing us. If you provoke us, you're making an enemy of 7th Master." The name of 7th Master was not unfamiliar to one Xiaosheng. He recalled the generosity he had experienced at the dilapidated temple outside the county, where Ashui had treated him to wine and horse meat, all courtesy of 7th Master. He cast a glance at the defiant ruffian, lowered his head, and tightened his grip on Su Xiaojia's hair, compelling him to face the other ruffians as he whispered, "Remember their faces well. Your second finger was severed because of the one who spoke. He threatened me, yet I could not apprehend him. Since you brought him here, you will bear the consequences." Su Xiaojia's heart sank as he realized the gravity of the situation, and he cried out in horror, "Wait a moment, unfortunately." His plea came too late. When Xiaosheng flipped his hatchet and struck Su Xiaojia's finger with the back of the blade, the force of the blow resounding with a sickening crack. Su Xiaojia screamed in agony, tears and snot flooding forth as he writhed in pain. Chapter 61. Verification. Under the formidable intimidation wielded by Wen Chaos Hen, the ruffians ultimately fled in a state of utter disarray. Throughout this ordeal, Wen Chaos Hen remained as calm as if nothing had transpired, while Cheng Feng stood silently by, profoundly shaken. Only Ashui gazed at Wen Chaos Hen with a rare glimmer of admiration. Yet beyond that, She was also filled with curiosity. She wondered how it was possible for someone like Wen Chaos Hen, who had never practiced martial arts, to suddenly wield a blade with such swiftness and precision. Once the ruffians had departed, Wen Chaos Hen approached a nearby bucket, washing the blood from the blade before casually wiping it on his clothing and concealing it once more. After completing this task, Chang Feng's voice trembled as he spoke from the side. "You should not have intervened in my affairs." That man was not jesting. The sudden arrival of those individuals must have been instigated by a local power in the underworld. Otherwise, they would not have dared act so brazenly. These local powers are deeply entangled with the authorities, and your momentary bravado may invite endless troubles in the future. When Chaos Hen glanced at him and replied, "Do you truly believe I came to your aid merely to indulge in a fleeting display of bravado?" Chung Feng was momentarily taken aback. When Chaos Hen gestured toward the small box Chung Feng held, saying, "This young lady sent you a gift just the other day during the snowstorm. She brought me a bowl of braised meat. She is such a kind-hearted person. If you refuse her gift, it would surely sadden her." Chung Feng looked down at the box in his hands, feelings of conflict washing over him. Why did I help her that day? When Chaos Hen inquired further, that young girl, so innocent, was being bullied by so many. All those present only wished to witness her humiliation, and no one stood up for her. How pitiful. I was intoxicated, my mind clouded, and in my folly, I chose to shield her from misfortune. As Chung Feng spoke, he discarded the kitchen knife and slowly opened the box, revealing a sachet meticulously sewn by Si Xiaohong herself. The design depicted a figure's silhouette inscribing poetry on a pillar within the Yuanyang Tower. The figure stood tall, exuding youthful exuberance, and the blurred stitches were imbued with the spirit of youth. Chung Feng stared at the image, lost in thought for a prolonged moment. When Chaos Hen settled onto a wooden bench in Chung Feng's courtyard, his gaze unwavering. Is it truly that simple? Chung Feng fixated on the sachet, lost in reverie. In the past, I too was like this. Having committed a transgression from afar, there were adults who sought my head, and no one came to my defense. I inquired if I had done wrong, if I was indeed at fault. Yet among the many present, no one responded, and no one dared to speak. Ultimately, it was a noble from the academy who intervened on my behalf and returned me to my hometown. The long-silent Shui keenly picked up on two words. Raising her gaze, the academy? Are you referring to the Langan Pavilion? Wait, could it be that you are the student expelled from Langan Pavilion? Chung Feng seemed to realize he had misspoken, quickly averting his gaze. You jest. There are many academies across the land. A destitute student like myself, lacking talent, would never have the fortune to enter Langan Pavilion. Shui exchanged a glance with Wen Chaos Hen, who felt a stirring in his heart. Though he lacked knowledge of the specifics, he smiled and said, "It appears you are indeed that person." Chung Feng earnestly insisted, "You have truly mistaken me." When Chaos Hen locked eyes with him, "Chung Feng, do you know that there exists a peculiar trait in people? The more one attempts to conceal something, the more it serves as proof of its existence." Upon hearing this, Chung Feng's heart raced, and he blurted out, "Very well, then I am." When Chaos Hen nodded, stepping closer and patting him on the shoulder. "This is your own admission. You cannot later deny it." Chung Feng, a large question mark seemed to hover in his small eyes, as if he wished to explain further. However, when Chaos Hen had already shifted the topic. "By the way, Chung Feng, I have been pondering a perplexity that pertains to you in another matter. Could you assist me in elucidating it?" Facing Wen Xiaoshen's inquiry, Chung Feng hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Ask away. If I know, I shall do my utmost to inform you." When Chaos Hen nodded in return, producing several letters and laying them out before Chung Feng. "Take a look at these writings. Do they seem familiar?" As when Chaos Hen spoke, his gaze remained fixed on Chung Feng's face, aware that certain matters Chung Feng would not easily divulge. He needed to discern the truth through subtler cues. When Chaos Hen excelled in this, for his eyes were inherently different from others. Shui, akin to When Chaos Hen, maintained her focus on Chung Feng. Upon examining the letters laid before him, wore a grave expression, scarcely daring to breathe. After a brief pause, he shook his head. "I do not recognize these writings." When Chaos Hen draped an arm around his shoulder. "Ah, this is rather disappointing. I came to deliver a gift, and even shielded you from misfortune. Surely that makes me your benefactor? Or are you too timid and require a few cups of wine to muster the courage to speak the truth? If that is the case, I shall procure some wine this very moment." Cheng Feng's expression fluctuated between apprehension and contemplation. After a long while, he released his tightly clenched fingers and sighed. "Forgive me. I have promised that nobleman that this secret must never leave the academy. At worst, I could offer my life as recompense. I shall seek out seventh master later and settle today's grievances myself." When Chaos Hen shook his head. "What need have I for your life? If you cannot speak, I shall not compel you. Chung Feng, you are a master of calligraphy. I seek only to verify one matter with you. The characters in these letters. They were not penned by soldiers, were they?" Chung Feng pondered this question carefully. It seemed to skirt the core issue, and given that when Chaos Hen had indeed rendered him considerable assistance today, he found it difficult to evade the inquiry. No, they were not. Most soldiers' handwriting often bore a hint of bloodlust and roughness, with strokes lacking fluidity. Even though Qi's state esteemed literature and honored Confucianism, the soldiers stationed at the borders had neither the time nor the inclination to refine their calligraphy. The writings in these letters flowed seamlessly, employing the eternal character 8 solutions technique. Clearly not the work of ordinary soldiers. As he spoke, a flicker of evasion crossed his eyes, and he asked when Chaos Hen and a Shui, "Where did you obtain these letters?" When Chaos Hen had received the answer he sought and began collecting the letters, methodically returning them to their original positions, responding calmly and steadily. These letters were obtained from the parents of children who have been away at war for several years, even a decade or more. They were sent from the border, written in the voice of a child checking in on their parents at home, sent once each year. In just a few strokes, the letters brim with longing. As he spoke, he recalled me Fong and couldn't he help but smile, though the smile was laced with sarcasm. Meanwhile, a Shui's gaze had grown as cold as ice. Chapter 62. Go see for yourself. Chung Feng inquired with Wen Chao Sheng about the origin of the letters. Upon receiving the answer, he collapsed onto the cold ground, staring blankly at the wide-open gate for a long while, as if all his strength had evaporated. Observing his demeanor, Wen Chao Sheng pressed him again about the letters. After a prolonged silence, Chung Feng sighed. "In principle, I cannot divulge anything regarding the academy. After all, this is not solely my affair. However, if Brother Chao Sheng is truly eager to know, there exists a method, albeit a perilous one." When Chao Sheng, intrigued, asked, "What method? Do enlighten me." Chung Feng replied, "Gain admission to the Langan Pavilion and seek the answers you desire within the academy." When Chao Sheng chuckled, "Me? Going to the academy? Setting aside the tedious examinations, I have yet to even peruse Mr. Wang Shanghai's treatise on governance. If I were to attempt the test, I would surely be eliminated in the first round." The warm rays of the sun bathed Chung Feng, warming him as he seemed to be grappling with a significant decision. His tone grew complex and conflicted. "I, perhaps, could compose a letter of recommendation for that nobleman." Wen Chao Sheng gradually withdrew his smile. Gazing at him in surprise, with a recommendation, one could forego the examination? Chung Feng responded, "Of course, the examination is still necessary." Wen Chao Sheng scoffed lightly and turned away, exclaiming, "What a futile endeavor." Chung Feng's voice rang out a touch louder behind him. "But the examination will not consist of those ancient texts, nor Mr. Wang's treatise on governance." Wen Chao Sheng halted, turning to meet his gaze. "Then what will be tested?" Chung Feng raised his head, his tone shrouded in mystery. "They will assess what they seek. Brother Chao Sheng, the academy is a realm of conflict, vastly different from external rumors. It is a place of fire and water, and should you enter, you may find yourself ensnared, and escaping will not be easy. If you have made up your mind, return to me tomorrow, and I shall teach you how to pass the examination." After contemplating for a moment, Wen Chao Sheng agreed. Very well. He departed Chung Feng's courtyard with a Shui, stepping into the bustling streets. After a prolonged silence, a Shui queried, "When did you become so adept with the blade?" She recognized the significance of his earlier strike. Wen Chao Sheng's blow was such that not even an ordinary martial artist of the light wind realm could have executed it. In a Shui's view, it was an occurrence that should not have transpired, considering Wen Chao Sheng had no Dan Si and thus could not cultivate. Even if he could cultivate, his progress could not have been so rapid. In response to a Shui's inquiry, Wen Qiaosheng smiled. "It was your teaching. Have you forgotten?" A Shui was taken aback. "I taught you? When?" Wen Qiaosheng replied. "On that snowy night, you said you would teach me to kill, and I learned. I first eliminated a few crossbowmen, seized their crossbows, and then dispatched an assassin from Wanchuan. Although, strictly speaking, that assassin was killed by you, but I did indeed strike him." A Shui's tone wavered slightly as she shook her head. "Impossible. The techniques I taught you, even if you could learn them at a glance, would require extensive honing and practice. Just because your eyes have learned does not mean your body has." Wen Qiaosheng tilted his head, observing the rare look of confusion and disbelief on a Shui's face, and explained, "I practiced. Chopping wood every day is, after all, akin to practicing swordplay and knife skills." A Shui pondered this for a moment, intrigued. Practicing with a wood-chopping knife. That was a novel idea to her. While she mused, Wen Qiaosheng led her down a less crowded alley, posing a peculiar question. "A Shui, have you noticed anything odd about Mr. L's courtyard?" Prompted by his inquiry, a Shui returned to reality, contemplating before shaking her head. "No." Was there something amiss? Wen Qiaosheng stroked his chin and rephrased. "When you gaze upon the loquat tree in Mr. L's yard, did you notice anything unusual among the branches?" A Shui replied decisively, "No. It is merely a tree. Aside from bearing loquats, what else could it possibly hold?" Listening to a Shui's response, Wen Qiaosheng seemed to comprehend. Not everyone could perceive anything out of the ordinary in that loquat tree. It had nothing to do with one's cultivation level. To see something extraordinary, there required a certain fate and qualities that are difficult for ordinary people to possess. "Did you see something in the loquat tree?" A Shui casually inquired. When Qiaosheng shook his head, perhaps it was a dream, or I was imagining things. "I have often seen peculiar sights in the past, and still do." A Shui did not linger on the matter, reaching for Wen Qiaosheng's waist and retrieving the now-dulled wood-chopping knife. He loosened his grip and immediately asked, "What do you need my knife for?" A Shui skillfully examined the knife, languidly saying, "To seek some wine from seventh master. You incapacitated 2 of those ruffians today. They had committed numerous misdeeds at Cheng Feng's place and would certainly hesitate to report it to the authorities. Yet they cannot swallow their anger, and ultimately, they will turn to seventh master, the local power broker, rather than wait for him to confront Cheng Feng. It is wiser for us to settle this account with him first." Wen Qiaosheng sighed and reclaimed the knife from Shui. The world of martial arts is not solely about violence. It also involves human relationships and social intricacies. "I shall handle the matter with seventh master." A Shui glanced at him, arms crossed. "Wen Qiaosheng, your current knife skills may suffice against lesser foes, but to confront seventh master, you may not be up to the challenge. Be wary of getting hurt." Wen Qiaosheng secured the knife and patted his waist, stating earnestly, "I have made it clear. I shall not fight him. This piece on seventh master is a pawn I wish to retain to gauge the sincerity of Chun Xiong. As for the matter of the letters, it cannot be pursued any further for now. Delving deeper would lead me toward the royal city, and I'm uncertain if you can accompany me there. Regardless, I need a suitable identity to enter the royal city, and for that identity, I can only obtain it from Cheng Feng." A Shui followed him a few steps before suddenly saying, "In truth, you need not continue your investigation. This matter was never significantly related to you. Once one enters the royal city, matters grow exceedingly complex, and anyone involved could lead to your ruin." Wen Qiaosheng chuckled. "Ruin? One must have a home to lose it. As it stands, I'm the sole survivor of my clan." A Shui pursed her lips, casting a complex glance at Wen Qiaosheng. "Aren't you afraid of death?" Wen Qiaosheng corrected her once more. "I do not fear death. I cherish my life. Certainly, I would prefer not to delve into this matter, but I owe a debt of gratitude to Aunt Me. At the very least, I must ascertain whether her son, Zhang Changgong, is alive or dead, and where he may be." As he spoke, he stepped closer to a Shui, lowering his voice. "Aunt Me is such a good person. She has saved my life twice. Now, at 63, her legs are failing her, and she is not in good health. She likely has only a few years left, relying daily on the letters from her son and the meager view from her window to pass the time. Now that even those letters are false, what truth remains in her life? I may not need to reveal the truth to her, but I cannot stand idly by and watch her be deceived. If possible, I must at least retrieve her son for her. Chapter 63. A tree in the courtyard. Upon returning in the afternoon, Wen Xiaoxing resumed his game of chess with Lu Jiming. The two engaged in a back-and-forth exchange, with Wen Xiaoxing continuing to play as white, much like before. Lu Jiming's skills were remarkably refined, and even though his mind was elsewhere, Wen Xiaoxing found it challenging to gain an advantage. As the game progressed, Lu Jiming would ponder each move for an extended period. Wen Xiaoxing remained unhurried. Whenever Lu Jiming furrowed his brow, he exchanged glances with the loquat tree nearby. Even if it was a one-sided communication, Wen Xiaoxing still found joy in it, discovering new insights upon each glance at the tree. "Mr. Lu, it's your turn," Wen Xiaoxing reminded him after a long silence. Startled, Lu Jiming chuckled apologetically. "Forgive me. It's an old habit of mine. Whenever I play chess, I tend to reminisce about the past." Wen Xiaoxing poured him a cup of hot tea, and steam swirled above the table. "I had thought, with your character, Mr. Lu, that you would possess profound understanding in your cultivation. Surely, nothing would trouble you." Lu Jiming shook his head with a wry smile. "The affairs of the world are the most vexing. If only the myriad matters of life were as simple as cultivation. How wonderful that would be." Wen Xiaoxing choked on his tea at Lu Jiming's words. "Is cultivation simple?" With a gentle smile, Lu Jiming regarded Wen Xiaoxing, remaining silent. The intensity of his gaze momentarily stunned Wen Xiaoxing, who recalled a question posed by a shui on the street not long ago, causing a shiver to run through him. Until now, he had merely spent his days chopping wood, gazing at trees, and sipping tea, yet suddenly found himself capable of executing a strike that even a practitioner at the Light Phoenix realm might struggle to achieve. Could it be that cultivation truly is that simple? As he pondered, Lu Jiming took a sip of tea and continued. "Of course, cultivation is not without its complexities. Some leap forward, while others tread slowly. Xiaoxing, the path ahead of you is still long. You will come to understand this." When Xiaoxing seemed to grasp something vaguely, and questions he had intended to ask faded away into ambiguity. Moments later, he looked at Lu Jiming and inquired with a smile. "So what is it that troubles you, Mr. Lu?" Lu Jiming did not evade the question, stating at times, "I feel as though this courtyard, this small county, has ensnared both me and my wife. We have lived here for 30 years, much like this tree, slowly taking root." When Xiaoxing gazed at the loquat tree and asked, "Are you unhappy living here, Mr. Lu?" Lu Jiming replied, "I am content, yet life has become too comfortable, and thus can feel somewhat tedious." When Xiaoxing was puzzled, "For someone like you, is it not easy to venture beyond this realm?" Lu Jiming chuckled. "It is not that simple, Xiaoxing. In my youth, I descended the mountain, brimming with ambition, armed with a branch of loquat, determined to claim the title of the world's greatest. However, upon descending, I encountered a woman, and with the spring breeze, I forgot my lofty aspirations. We agreed to withdraw from the world and live as ordinary people, no longer participating in any disputes of the realm. And so, 30 years passed. Later, when I wished to reclaim my youthful promise, I found it impossible to do so. The dream of that young man has long since faded. He occasionally scolds me for not keeping our vow, and I lament my aging. Despite my greater cultivation now, my fervor has waned. 2 years ago, during the double ninth festival, I wrote a letter to my master, inquiring if he remembered my vow to return as the greatest. However, the reply came from his wife, informing me that my master had passed away 6 years prior, still concerned for me, having preserved the snow peak where I often meditated, untouched by others. I no longer know what I truly desire. I do not yearn for the title of the greatest, nor do I wish for this realm to remember me as an inconsequential figure, yet I am reluctant to betray the promises I made in my youth. He recounted this lengthy tale to Wen Xiaoxing, who, drawing from his experiences across 2 lifetimes, uttered, as I mentioned before, "Mr. Lu, most individuals in their lives come to understand countless profound truths, yet still fail to live well. Besides the difficulty of achieving harmony between knowledge and action, one must also confront innumerable choices. With choices come inevitable regrets. Lu Jiming laughed heartily, patting Wen Chaosheng on the shoulder. You young man are barely 20, yet speak with such gravitas. But I appreciate it, I truly do. Ha ha ha. I shall take a stroll to clear my mind. It seems snow is on the way, so do not wander too far. Having shared his inner turmoil, Lu Jiming appeared lighter as he ambled away from his courtyard. Wen Chaosheng regarded the loquat tree thoughtfully, dipping his finger in water and inscribing the character for entrapment on the table. In the evening, Wen Chaosheng and a shui arrived at the county office. Chun Xiong had already instructed the guards at the entrance, and they faced no obstacles as they were led to the room where Lu Jinshi's corpse was preserved. The body of Wu Xie, whose head had been severed by a shui, was already buried, while the room was illuminated by hundreds of candles, some placed on the walls, casting a bright light as if it were midday. Chun Xiong stood beside Lu Jinshi's body and addressed the two. I have arranged for a professional mortician. You may freely operate on Lu Jinshi tonight, but do not remove any tissue from his body. A shui glanced at Wen Chaosheng and asked, do you need a substitute knife? Wen Chaosheng hesitated for a moment before nodding. All right, you do it. A shui retrieved a sharp knife from the tools prepared by Chun Xiong and inquired, where shall I cut? Wen Chaosheng examined the corpse closely. The chest and abdomen had already been opened. He approached and touched Lu Jinshi's body, feeling every inch from head to toe. There are few places on a body that can conceal secrets, and Lu Jinshi must have known that an autopsy awaited him. Thus, any secrets he wished to hide could not leave behind any scars. A shui begin by opening the posterior, then proceed to the mouth and throat. Chapter 64. 2 clues. Upon hearing this, a shui did not hold back. The two assisted in removing Lu Jinshi's undergarments, and she swiftly made an incision, precisely hitting her target. With 2 deft strokes, Lu Jinshi's backside was left in tatters. Since the body had been previously cleaned, there was no filth to be found. After a thorough search yielded nothing of interest, Wen Chaosheng instructed a shui to continue, commencing the dissection of Lu Jinshi's throat and nasal passages. The small knife danced in a shui's hands like a butterfly in flight. Her familiarity with human anatomy was evident as she made her incisions with the elegance of a master chef butchering an ox. Soon, an exclamation escaped her lips. I found something. Seeing this, Wen Chaosheng quickly joined in, carefully extracting a sealed wooden tube and a protruding stone from below Lu Jinshi's trachea. Above Lu Jinshi's esophageal wall, a long scratch mark was visible. Witnessing this scene, Chun Xiong was momentarily rendered speechless, while Wen Chaosheng could not help but exclaim, what a ruthless individual. He held no affection for Lu Jinshi. If given the chance, he would have relished the opportunity to personally dispose of this scoundrel. Yet at that moment, observing Lu Jinshi's actions, Wen Chaosheng realized he had underestimated Lu Jinshi's determination to exact revenge on a certain powerful figure in Wang City. Swallowing this object and lodging it in the esophagus would undoubtedly inflict excruciating pain and discomfort. There was also something in the nasal cavity. A shui scrutinized the area and retrieved another small knife, using it like tweezers to gently extract a waterproof leather pouch. Can something be hidden in the nasopharynx? Chun Xiong's mouth fell slightly agape, his right eyelid twitching uncontrollably. Previously, he had examined the corpse, but had only searched the abdominal cavity, hair, and armpits. Noticing no external injuries on Lu Jinshi's body, he had thought little of it, never suspecting that Lu Jinshi had concealed items in such an unexpected location. Wen Chaosheng conducted a meticulous search to ensure nothing was overlooked before addressing Chun Xiong. My lord Chun, I am not mistaken, am I? Chun Xiong remained silent for a long moment, disregarding his disgust as he laid out the discovered items. Lu Jinshi had left behind 2 notes of varying sizes. The larger note bore the words Xingwang Mountain, accompanied by a drawing that appeared to depict a location on the northern Xingwang Mountain, with the words Rainy Fog Day annotated nearby. The smaller note contained the 6 characters Longan Gu, Su, Iji. In the candlelit room, the 3 of them stared at the notes in silence. After a lengthy pause, Wen Chaosheng tucked away the larger note, leaving the smaller one for Chun Xiong. As he did so, his expression turned serious as he asked Chun Xiong, My lord, can the case of Lu Jinshi be delayed any longer? Chun Xiong also stowed the note, shaking his head. It has already been delayed too long. The city guard Guanghan is constantly pressing for updates. My extended postponement may have raised their suspicions, or perhaps the Bailong guard is meddling. In any case, their people will arrive tomorrow. At that point, the decision of whether or not to hand over the suspect will not be in my hands. After saying this, he regarded Wen Xiaosheng's solemn demeanor with curiosity. The items have already been found. Why prolong the matter? Are you truly worried about something being overlooked? Wen Xiaosheng shook his head. There is nothing to overlook. But once this case is concluded, my Lord Chun, your position will become perilous. Chun Xiong was taken aback, recalling the words Wen Xiaosheng had spoken earlier that day. The latter's face grew grim, the flickering candlelight casting shadows across his features as he continued. If I were that powerful figure in Wang City, once Lu Jinshi's case was resolved, my first action would be to silence you. Chun Xiong waved his hand. Impossible. He sneered when Xiaosheng. I can see that you possess a certain eloquence, but do not indulge in alarmist rhetoric. Lu Jinshi has only just died, and now another county magistrate has perished. Do you truly believe the bureaucratic apparatus of Qi State is inept? If I were to die suddenly, it would undoubtedly raise a great stir, and at that point, many troublesome eyes would turn towards Kuhai County. Wen Xiaosheng turned to face him, enunciating each word deliberately. The issue lies precisely here. Lu Jinshi harbored a secret that posed a direct threat to that powerful figure in Wang City, whereas you do not. Investigating Lu Jinshi may indeed uncover troubling matters, but what could be discovered about you? Chun Xiong's expression faltered. Wen Xiaosheng continued with a gentle persuasion. To put another way, even if it were eventually discovered that the powerful figure dispatched someone to eliminate you, what then? Would it affect him? An ordinary case of homicide holds minimal significance for the one in Wang City, and I believe you understand this better than I do, my Lord Chun. For that figure, your words pose a greater threat than your life. If you wish to survive, you cannot act like a mere dog. You must demonstrate your value. And this value need not be tied to that figure's interests. It can also serve as a threat to him. Should you emulate Lu Jinshi, you will undoubtedly reap the consequences and become the next Lu Jinshi. With that, Wen Xiaosheng concluded, My Lord Chun, this night is long. I urge you to reflect on my words. As he spoke, he exchanged a glance with Shui, who tossed her knife beside Lu Jinshi's corpse before leaving the room with Wen Xiaosheng, leaving Chun Xiong standing alone in the center of the candlelight, lost in thought. Time passed, and the outside world was engulfed in darkness. A shadow appeared at the door, knocking before speaking. My lord, there is a man named Lu Chuan seeking an audience outside the county office. Upon hearing this, Chun Xiong's heart instinctively tightened. After a moment's hesitation, he replied, Let him in. Before long, Lu Chuan pushed the door open, his striking red brocade robe drawing attention. He was still accompanied by Qian Lu, whose enormous black iron blade glinted coldly in the candlelight. As soon as Lu Chuan entered, he caught sight of Lu Jinshi's dissected corpse. The surroundings were remarkably clean, with only 2 knives used for the autopsy remaining. Is my lord still examining the body at this late hour? Lu Chuan's eyes sparkled momentarily as he approached Chun Xiong with a smile, briefly inspecting the corpse. Have you discovered anything, my lord? In response to Lu Chuan's inquiry, Chun Xiong deliberately paused, choosing not to answer. Instead, he turned the tables by asking, What brings you to seek me at such an hour? Lu Chuan smiled, speaking softly. My Lord Chun, did you not recently grant a non-native Qi State identity to a certain refugee? Chun Xiong stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing intently at Lu Jinshi's remains. Wen Xiaosheng, Lu Chuan nodded. Yes, that's him. My lord, there is something I am unsure whether I should voice. The events in Fengcheng have only just passed, and now with tensions between Zhao and Qi at an all-time high, it seems unwise to recklessly allow a refugee into Qi State. Chun Xiong replied coolly, I investigated this individual. He has no past, having lived outside the county for the past 3 years, and possesses no martial prowess. He is not even considered a rogue. Given the heavy snowfall this year in Qi State, I felt pity for him and granted him a status. Lu Chuan strolled past him, tilting his head back as he stretched his neck, reflecting, You certainly possess a compassionate heart, but what if this individual inadvertently jeopardizes your affairs or brings you trouble? Can you bear that responsibility? Chun Xiong narrowed his eyes and asked, "What trouble could a mere refugee cause for me?" Lu Chuan produced a letter he had obtained from Wen Chao Sheng and held it aloft. "Whether you believe it or not, troubles have already arisen. This person's identity was bestowed by the authorities. Thus, it is incumbent upon them to address the matter themselves. After all, our lives are not to be taken lightly, and should we suffer loss for someone of such dubious character, it would be an egregious waste." Chapter 65. The Seven Killers Hall. Chun Xiong cast a glance at Lu Chuan, wishing to take the letter, but Lu Chuan retracted it. "Alas, this is something you cannot see. In any case, I mean well. I intended to help you erase this blemish last night, but unexpectedly, this fellow is acquainted with a particularly formidable woman. I am uncertain if she is the one we sought outside the county. Ultimately, this matter fell through. I hope you can act swiftly to avoid prolonged troubles." As Lu Chuan uttered the last four words, he elongated his tone with a meaning that eluded him. Yet it inadvertently provoked Chun Xiong. The words spoken not long ago by Wen Chao Sheng echoed in his ears. "If I were that esteemed person, I would silence you immediately." Memories flickered back, and Chun Xiong discreetly set down the small knife in his hand. "I understand," he replied. "Is there anything else? If not, I would appreciate a bit of personal space. I still have a corpse to examine. Tomorrow, people from Guanghan City will arrive, and Lu Jinshi's case must be concluded. Lu Chuan, you wouldn't want anything unnecessary left behind in Lu Jinshi's case, would you?" Lu Chuan exchanged a glance with him, then revealed a smile, saying softly, "In that case, Sir Chun, do be thorough in your examination." Chun Xiong responded, "I will not jest with my own life." Lu Chuan was quite satisfied with this reply, and soon departed with Qian Lv. After their exit, Chun Xiong stood before Lu Jinshi's corpse, locking eyes with the yellowed visage dulled by preservatives, lost in contemplation. The following morning, Wen Chao Sheng chopped firewood in half, and seeing the time was right, he ventured out to purchase buns and soybean milk. Upon returning and finishing the meal with a shui, he said, "Soon, we shall seek out Master Qi. I will enter to speak with him, and it would be best for you to hide for a while. Last time you met Master Qi, he, being a local tyrant, will surely have someone from Wangchuan seeking him. Though they would not dare act recklessly in the county by day, we are currently embroiled in troubles. So it is better to avoid unnecessary complications." A shui chewed on a bun, taking a few sips of soybean milk before mumbling a question. "Where did you buy the buns and soybean milk?" Wen Chao Sheng was momentarily taken aback by her sudden, irrelevant inquiry. Cross the Huawang Bridge. Walk a mile forward, and there is Erin's bun shop. Why? Were you not satisfied with your meal?" A shui replied, "Their tofu buns are decent. I just wanted to be clear. If you end up in trouble with Master Qi, I need to know where to go." Wen Chao Sheng could not help but roll his eyes. "Can't you wish me some good fortune?" After finishing her bun, a shui licked her fingers and fixed her gaze on Wen Chao Sheng, saying, "If you don't take me along and something goes awry, I won't be able to help you. Think carefully." Wen Chao Sheng acknowledged, "I understand. But Master Qi will certainly be terrified of you. If you go, I will find it hard to negotiate. After all, what I seek is not intimidation, but cooperation. If today's matter succeeds, I can utilize Cheng Feng to probe Chun Xiong, establishing a beneficial link with Master Qi, ensuring he will not harbor resentment in his dealings. Otherwise, mere intimidation might lead to grudges that could ultimately fall on Cheng Feng's shoulders." A shui scrutinized Wen Chao Sheng, exclaiming, "It seems your mind is always brimming with peculiar ideas. I will wait outside for half an hour. Is that sufficient?" Wen Chao Sheng nodded. "Enough," she affirmed. Finding Master Qi's hall was not difficult. A shui had been there once and pointed the way for Wen Chao Sheng. He slipped some coins to the guards at the entrance. Though it was not much, it was still a little extra gain. They escorted him into the inner hall, where burly men indulged in drinking and dice games, creating a raucous atmosphere. The interior of the hall, filled with the pungent scent of alcohol, resembled a private gambling den. A man wielding a knife led Wen Chao Sheng inside, loudly announcing to a frail old man in a black robe seated in the distance, "Master Qi, this lad wishes to see you." The once lively scene quickly fell silent, everyone halting their activities to gaze at Wen Chao Sheng. Master Qi turned his head, his previously bushy goatee gone, replaced with a fine stubble, his eyes gleaming with shrewdness. He scrutinized one Chao Sheng, confirming him to be a stranger, and raised a hand, gesturing for him to step forward. Wen Chao Sheng approached Master Qi and stated, "I am Wen Chao Sheng, here to propose a business opportunity to Master Qi. I wonder if you might be interested?" He did not bow or exchange pleasantries, but instead went straight to the point. Without a shui by his side, he faced genuine men of the underworld rather than the petty thugs he had seen the day before. His life was at stake. Thus, it was crucial to emphasize his value without unnecessary formalities. Master Qi leaned on a deer-headed cane, gazing down at Wen Chao Sheng, his fingers lightly tapping. "What business?" "Allow me to elaborate," Wen Chao Sheng replied, crossing his arms before him. "Since Master Qi has graciously given me an audience, I shall speak plainly. If I offend in any way, I trust you will bear with me. Now, let us begin with the current state of the Seven Killers Hall. It seems you have not been faring well lately. When Lu Jinshi was alive, the Seven Killers Hall aided him in oppressing the locals, exploiting the common people, and profiting from unsavory deeds. During that time, the authorities often turned a blind eye to your actions, provided you did not go too far. But now that Lu Jinshi is dead, you have transformed from officials to mere bandits. Not only have your sources of income been severed, but if you do not exercise restraint, the new county magistrate may very well use you to bolster his own reputation." As soon as he finished speaking, a sharp sword was suddenly drawn, poised against Wen Chao Sheng's neck. In the next moment, furious shouts erupted around him. "Scoundrel! Who is this wild dog daring to act recklessly in the Seven Killers Hall? Bai Lang, behead this brat, and chop him into pieces to feed the dogs." Chapter 66. Business in response to Wen Chaoxing's narration. The members of the Seven Kill Hall reacted like dogs whose tails have been stepped on, their shouts of anger echoing incessantly. Many drew their weapons, ready to strike at a moment's notice at the command of the Seventh Master. Eager to turn went into a mere pulp. However, witnessing this fervent uproar, a faint smile crept onto Wen Chaoxing's lips. Rumors have always wielded limited power. Only the truth serves as a sharp blade. The fervent reaction of the crowd only confirmed the accuracy of his words. As for their clamoring for his death, what a jest! Would they dare to act without the Seventh Master's word? Faced with the cold steel pressed against his throat, one felt the chill of mortality. Acutely aware that even the slightest tremor from his captors could send him to the afterlife. Yet in that moment, his heart brimmed not with fear, but with exhilaration. He realized that the fates of these self-proclaimed extraordinary individuals were now firmly within his grasp. The Seventh Master, leaning on his cane, locked eyes with one, observing the sharp gaze that belied his youth. His brow furrowed slightly, the lines on his face shifting as he spoke. "Bai Lang, sheathe your sword. Let him finish his words." His voice, though not thunderous, resonated clearly in the hall, silencing the previous tumult. In the eyes of these martial figures, someone who could command respect was held in high esteem, and the Seventh Master was such a figure. The cold blade that had threatened one was reluctantly withdrawn. One shook his shoulders, a smile gracing his face as he addressed the Seventh Master. "Thank you for your patience, Seventh Master. It appears that the Seven Kill Hall survival in Kuhai County is not merely a stroke of luck. There is indeed a reliable spokesperson within." In response to Wen's praise, the Seventh Master displayed no sign of elation or dismay. He tapped his cane lightly and spoke in a measured tone. "Now, let us discuss the matter at hand. You mentioned bringing business to the Seven Kill Hall. What kind of business?" Wen raised his chin slightly. "A significant venture. I can assist the Seven Kill Hall in establishing a beneficial alliance with a new county magistrate." His declaration incited immediate murmurs among those present. Given Wen's humble attire, most dismissed his claim with derision. The Seventh Master, standing on the stairs, surveyed the room with a hint of disdain in his voice. "Establish an alliance with the new magistrate? On what grounds? Just because of your mere words?" He recalled his past collaborations with Lu Jinshi and understood the vast chasm between the underworld and the officials. As long as Lu Jinshi required their assistance, they enjoyed a semblance of partnership. But should Lu Jinshi no longer need them, they would be as expendable as refuse, susceptible to the eradication by the officials' forces. Despite Kuhai County's remoteness and poverty, its isolation had prompted the city guard of Guanghan to allocate a contingent of several hundred well-trained soldiers to the magistrate. These soldiers were no ordinary men. They were skilled in various weapons, many having reached the blood transformation realm, with some even in the light wind realm. If a conflict arose, the ragtag members of the Seven-Kill Hall would be utterly outmatched. Thus, the officials regarded organizations like the Seven-Kill Hall with contempt. If not for Lu Jinshi needing them for murky tasks, they would not even have a seat at the table. To forge ties with the officials, one must consider whether the officials themselves were interested. It was laughable for a commoner like one, dressed plainly, to make such a bold proclamation. Facing the skepticism and mockery of the Seventh Master and the others, when Xiaoxing merely smiled and replied, "I understand that you doubt my capabilities, but that is of no consequence. I can demonstrate my worth. Once you are convinced, I shall return to discuss business with the Seventh Master." The Seventh Master, gripping his deer-headed cane, began to tap it lightly, nodding thoughtfully as he scrutinized Wen Xiaoxing. "How do you intend to prove yourself?" Wen lowered his gaze with a smile, inhaled deeply, and introduced another subject. "Do you recall the name? Cheng Feng?" Upon hearing this name, the Seventh Master pondered for a moment, then furrowed his brow. "Cheng Feng? What of him?" Wen replied calmly. "The one scheming against Cheng Feng must hold some standing in Kuhai County. I suspect he is connected to Lu Jinshi or possesses considerable wealth. If you provide me with that person's name and details, I will deal with him on your behalf." Upon hearing this, the Seventh Master grasped the situation, letting out a scoff. "So, this entire charade is for Cheng Feng's sake." Wen shook his head. "No. Let us keep matters distinct. Assisting Cheng Feng is my own affair. What I am discussing now pertains to the Seven-Kill Hall. Please do not conflate the two." The elderly man in black scrutinized one with a gradually diminishing smirk of contempt. "Even if you can handle that individual, it seems insufficient to prove your ability to forge a relationship between the Seven-Kill Hall and the new magistrate." Wen replied earnestly, "That depends on how I handle him. If I instigate a situation that escalates, and the new magistrate intervenes on my behalf, would that not suffice to demonstrate my capability of aiding the Seven-Kill Hall?" After a moment of silence, the Seventh Master's tone softened. "In truth, if you truly possess the means to deliver significant business to the Seven-Kill Hall, this matter could be resolved in a more amicable manner. The officials are willing to hire us to deal with Cheng Feng. Should the Seven-Kill Hall secure a new and greater opportunity, we could forego the profits from Cheng Feng." Wen smiled. Without the Seven-Kill Hall, he would seek assistance elsewhere. The underworld is rife with opportunists. A few coins thrown his way would attract a multitude of ruffians. It's merely about causing inconvenience, not directly killing Cheng Feng, and the responsibility would likely evade them. However, I genuinely wish to intervene in this matter. It is unrelated to business. Moreover, upon reflection, I believe this situation could also benefit you, Seventh Master. Chapter 67. Honey. As the conversation progressed, those who previously held biases against Wen Xiaoxing fell silent. Their gazes now filled with a blend of skepticism and curiosity. They were all aware of the individual who had approached the Seven-Kills Hall, seeking assistance to malign Cheng Feng. To the majority of the residents of Kuhai County, this person was undoubtedly someone to be treated with caution. Not only was he exceedingly wealthy, but he also had relatives employed as clerks in Guanghan City, well acquainted with the city's captain, Ke Yun. Even Lu Jin, under ordinary circumstances, treated them with utmost respect, refraining from asserting his authority as the county magistrate. After a moment of contemplation, Elder Seven turned around, took a few steps, and addressed Wen Xiaoxing over his shoulder. "The one who hired the Seven-Kills Hall is Qiu Ziheng. His second uncle, Qiu Yuefeng, has been a clerk in Guanghan City for over 20 years, managing numerous affairs without fail, and maintains a good relationship with Captain Ke Yun. If you intend to confront Qiu Ziheng, I advise you to think twice. Should any trouble arise, a mere county magistrate from Kuhai may not be willing to offend such a formidable character on your behalf. Be wary that you might ignite a fire that could scorch you instead of securing assistance from friends." His concern was not genuine. Rather, he assessed Wen Xiaoxing's demeanor and eloquence, concluding that he might indeed possess the means to forge a business relationship between the Seven-Kills Hall and the new magistrate. Such a figure was of great significance to their current circumstances. Therefore, he urged Wen Xiaoxing to downplay the matter at hand. Upon hearing this, Wen Shaoxing's lips curled into a slight smile as he clasped his hands in respect and replied, I understand, Elder 7. Thank you for the valuable information. The matter concerning Qiu Zihang will not consume much of my time, at most 3 to 5 days. In the meantime, I hope you can extend your kindness towards my brother Qingfeng. Elder 7 remained silent for a moment before finally raising his hand in a dismissive gesture. Bai Lang, see him out. Bai Lang, upon receiving the command, turned to Wen Shaoxing and said, Young brother, let us depart. Wen Shaoxing chuckled softly, choosing not to linger in the 7 Kills Hall any longer. He followed Bai Lang out to the riverbank, where Bai Lang suddenly halted him and rummaged through his belongings, returning the 2 coins Wen Shaoxing had previously given him. Wen Shaoxing's eyes flickered with curiosity. What is the meaning of this, brother Bai Lang? Bai Lang raised a hand, signaling him to stop. No, I cannot accept your money, nor can I claim brotherhood with you, for fear that should you encounter grave misfortune, the flames may engulf me as well. With a derisive chuckle, he turned and walked away. Wen Shaoxing said nothing more, pocketing the coins before proceeding to the location he had previously agreed upon with the Shui. However, upon arrival, he found no sign of her. He looked around and called out several times, yet there was no response. A sense of unease settled within him as he waited for a full half hour. Finally, he picked up a piece of dry wood and inscribed the words "Return home" on the ground before departing. He surmised that a Shui must have encountered someone or something outside. Yet, with no further communication from her, he could only return home. Even if a Shui had indeed found herself in dire trouble, he could offer no assistance. If she could not contend with her adversaries, he would only be a burden. Upon returning to El Jiming's courtyard, he resumed chopping firewood, though his mind was elsewhere. After finishing his lunch, Wen Shaoxing washed the dishes and returned to the adjacent courtyard of Fan Yue, where he replenished the dog S-bowl with fresh porridge. Just as he completed these tasks, the gate to the small courtyard swung open, and he looked up to see a Shui limping inside. Where did you go this morning? He inquired. A Shui glanced at him and replied nonchalantly, I was looking for someone to fight. When Shaoxing was taken aback, quickly recovering to ask, was it people from Wanchuan? A Shui affirmed with a nod. They led me to a rather secluded spot in the county, but then they hesitated and did not strike. I searched the vicinity thoroughly but found no one, so I returned on my own. As when Shaoxing listened to a Shui's account, a frown creased his brow. Something felt amiss. They led you there, yet there was no one. A Shui, seemingly unfazed, produced a bun from somewhere and took a bite. Sitting down in the courtyard, she remarked, next time you take me to Ren's bun shop, remember to pay for an extra steamer of tofu buns. When Shaoxing, deep in thought, responded with a puzzled ah, why is that? A Shui chewed thoughtfully before replying, because I didn't pay the owner for the tofu buns I just bought. I registered your name. When Shaoxing was rendered speechless, you returned with food, yet you could have walked a bit further. A Shui raised her gaze to meet his. Seriousness etched on her face. But the tofu buns are truly delicious. When Shaoxing placed the kettle of boiled water he had prepared earlier on the table before her, a Shui eyed the cooled water with a furrowed brow, but it soon relaxed as she remarked, When Shaoxing, you seem to owe me 2 pots of wine. When Shaoxing chuckled at her words. I owe you 2 pots of wine now. A Shui took a bite of her bun and recalled the events of the morning. If you had taken me to see Elder 7 today, he would have gifted me a horse and 2 pots of wine. It couldn't have been worse than last time, or else I wouldn't have accepted his generosity. But since he didn't take me, I missed out on horse meat and wine. The horse is too costly for you to afford, even if you sold yourself. But wine is not expensive. If you cover these 2 pots, I'll stand by you next time there is trouble. When Shaoxing felt overwhelmed, not wishing to engage further with this female bandit over the matter of wine, he pulled out the 2 coins Bai Lang had returned to him and asked the Shui, still the peach blossom brew? A Shui pondered for a moment, then stood up, stuffing the last small piece of bun into her mouth, crumpling the oil paper into a small ball. I'll accompany you. When we passed by last time, I think I caught a whiff of a different kind of wine. I've had enough of peach blossom brew. I want to try something new. When Shaoxing replied, exasperated, you seem to have quite a few requests when it comes to drinking. A Shui raised an eyebrow. You simply do not understand wine. As she spoke, following Wen Shaoxing out of the courtyard, she suddenly paused on a half-buried blue stone slab, her expression shifting. She lifted her right foot, removing the intricately embroidered white cloth shoe, examining the muddy sand clinging to the sole, and brought it closer to her nose. Her expression becoming peculiar. Noticing the absence of footsteps behind him, Wen Xiaosheng turned to a Shui and inquired, "What is it now?" A Shui shook off the shoe and slipped it back on, deftly fastening it. "Nothing, just some sand," as she passed by him and exited the courtyard. Wen Xiaosheng followed closely, pressing her, "You seem off. Did you discover something?" After a moment's hesitation, a Shui replied, "Earlier, when I was led away, I thought the Wangchuan people intended to ambush me in a secluded place. However, I found no one. When I stepped on the blue stone slab, I sensed something was off beneath my feet. Upon inspecting my shoe closely, I found it caked with mud and sand. Outside, the paths are all dirt. Naturally, there is plenty of gravel and sand, which is why I didn't pay it any mind at first." Wen Xiaosheng's gaze sharpened, sensing danger. "So, what is on the bottom of your shoe?" A Shui replied, "Honey." Chapter 68. The Fiery Blade Honey? When Chaos N pondered, although he was not well acquainted with this world, he understood that honey could not simply seep from the ground. The place Ashui had visited earlier was sparsely populated. It would happen to pass by with a jar of honey, accidentally spilling it on the ground, only for it to avoid being cleaned up by ants or insects, and then to be stepped on by Ashui. The sheer improbability of these coincidences suggested that the matter was far from accidental. Had someone intentionally left honey on your shoe? Ashui merely nodded. The amount of honey was minimal. If there had been more, the accompanying mud would have been noticeable, even in muddy terrain. When Chaos Hen contemplated this carefully, what purpose could honey on your shoe serve? Tracking? Ashui seemed unconcerned, not bothering to find a place to rub off the honey from her shoe. She turned to Wen Chaos Hen and said, "On a dark and windy night, it's best to keep your guard up. You should sleep in the next room tonight." When Chaos Hen shook his head, "You must avoid Mr. Lu's courtyard today. First, wash the honey off your shoes, then we could discuss." "I shall not go either, lest I bring trouble upon us." Ashui gazed into the distance towards the gallery bridge, her words laden with meaning. "In truth, the troubles we face may not be deemed troublesome to the Mr. Lu you speak of." When Chaos Hen felt a stir in his heart at her words, he glanced at Ashui and asked, "Is Mr. Lu's cultivation higher than yours?" Ashui replied, "Madame Lu's cultivation is likely superior to mine, but as for Mr. Lu, I cannot say. At times he appears as ethereal as clouds or mist, while at other times he seems like an ordinary person devoid of any cultivation. Since you're so curious, why not inquire directly?" When Chaos Hen responded, "I have asked, but Mr. Lu did not divulge." Ashui nodded. "That is not unusual. Some practitioners hidden from the world indeed prefer not to discuss their cultivation." The two exchanged casual remarks as they passed over the gallery bridge, weaving through the throngs of people until they arrived at the hotel that Wen Chaos Hen frequently visited. The proprietress, a middle-aged woman in her 40s or 50s, plump and garrulous, always wore a smile. "Oh, you are that Chaos Hen?" Upon seeing Wen Chaos Hen, the proprietress cheerfully inquired, "2 jars of peach blossom brew again?" Wen Chaos Hen gently raised a hand towards her, then turned to Ashui, asking, "Do you smell that? What shall we drink?" Ashui sniffed the air, her eyes suddenly brightening as she softly replied, "Fiery Blade." This hotel was commendable. The liquor was brewed with remarkable purity. When Chaos Hen promptly called out to the proprietress, "2 jars of Fiery Blade." As the proprietress went to fetch the liquor, their conversation had been hushed enough that she hadn't overheard. When she returned with the drinks, she smiled at Ashui and said, "Chaos Hen, young man, you ought not to spend all your time drinking. When you have the chance, spend more time with your lady. You are out strolling, yet you still buy liquor. Don't blame me for saying this. Next time you bring the lady out, take her to the Huansha Pond north of the county. It's much more enjoyable there." When Xiaoshen's expression stiffened at her words, though he did not turn around, he could feel the gaze from behind him. His lips involuntarily twitched as memories of Ashui wielding a knife and taking lives flashed through his mind. He cleared his throat and said, "Proprietress, you are mistaken. This is my elder sister." Elder sister. He hurriedly paid and awkwardly carried the liquor back. But only a few steps away, he could still faintly hear the proprietress's mutterings. Young people today are becoming increasingly shy. When Chaos Hen quickened his pace and returned to the courtyard, placing the 2 jars on the table. He turned to the eager Ashui and said, "First, go wash your shoes. Then we can drink." Ashui disregarded his warning, already seated at the table. With a seemingly delicate finger, she deftly opened the jar, releasing a rich aroma of liquor that mingled with an aura of menace, invigorating the senses. "Wash my shoes." "Nonsense. Will you drink?" she asked, already pouring liquor into her cup after emptying her tea. When Chaos Hen earnestly addressed her, "With all your injuries, you could easily recuperate in peace. Why not take it easy? You mentioned the rejuvenation fountain. Many injuries that others cannot heal, you can. At the very least, in 10 or 15 days, your condition would surely improve significantly." Ashui took a hearty sip of the liquor, feeling a wave of comfort wash over her. "You have no understanding of the snakes and rats in the underworld. If you keep fleeing, they will perceive you as easy prey and escalate their efforts. Only by drawing blood in their probing can they learn of fear. It is precisely because I am injured that I must feign strength." She seemed to reconsider her words, correcting herself. "I do not merely feign strength. I will kill whoever comes to kill me. How does the saying go? Strike first to avoid being struck." When Chaos Hen countered, "What if you can't win?" Ashui took another drink, contemplated for a moment, and replied with striking candor, "Then I shall die." Faced with Ashui's response, when Chaos Hen sat silently opposite her, pouring himself a cup of fiery blade, mimicking her and drinking deeply. In the next moment, he felt his face flush red, and he suddenly coughed violently. Cough, cough. Unlike the drinks he was accustomed to, this fiery blade carried a potent aura of menace, piercing his lungs like a sharp sword, igniting flames that seemed poised to incinerate his very insides. Seeing his distressed state, Ashui clicked her tongue. "Did you think you were drinking peach blossom brew? This liquor is intense. If you can't handle it, sip it slowly. You would want to end up with a burnt stomach, would you?" When Chaos Hen chose not to pursue the matter of the honey on Ashui's shoe any further, he had acquiesced, for he had no better options. He felt too weak. Yet the whirlpool he faced was immensely terrifying. Caught within it, he felt like a mere drifting leaf. Life in the underworld was truly unbearable, each day resembling the last, as if he lived perpetually on the brink of demise. Ashui chuckled. "Do you truly believe that those in the underworld live as the storytellers depict, riding horses through the dust, drunkenly wandering the world, or wielding power while reclining by the beauty side? The underworld is a dismal place. The seemingly glamorous figures may be drowning in debt, and some hide away, fearing challenges from newcomers, terrified that a single battle could ruin their reputation. Those who live for fame and fortune often find little joy in their pursuits." She clinked her cup against Wen Chaoxin's, drank deeply, and then asked, "What do you intend to do about Chuanxiong? Today's case will conclude, and according to your words, it seems that Lu Chuan and the people of Wang Chuan are likely to take action against him." Chapter 69. Practicing backwards. When Chaoxing's eyes were somewhat hazy, yet his reasoning remained remarkably clear. Chuanxiong was an individual of great significance to us. By safeguarding him, we could expand our endeavors in Kuhuai County, and later extend our influence into the realms of the martial world, potentially gathering intelligence on some of the Wang Chuan assassins. Being perpetually targeted by them is not an ideal situation. Ashui vaguely sensed some of Wen Chaoxing's thoughts, her heart momentarily halting its rhythm. Gathering intelligence on the Wang Chuan assassins. What are you planning to do? Perhaps due to the fiery spirit ignited by the liquor. Wen Chaoxing's words bore an unsettling air of menace. It was a type of killing intent Ashui had never encountered before. With intelligence in hand, we could take the initiative to seek them out. I shall be responsible for gathering intelligence, you for executing our foes, and Chuanxiong for disposing of the bodies. There are far too many Wang Chuan individuals in Kuhuai County, which will hinder our investigations. Let us first eliminate half of them. As Wen Chaoxing's words settled, Ashui's fingers, which gripped the wine cup, instinctively twitched slightly. Those familiar with her knew this was a subtle gesture she made when drawing her blade or sword. After a moment of silence, she shook her cup, her elegant brows dancing, exclaiming, "What an audacious plan to slay half." She gulped down her drink, her shoulders shifting slightly, as if eager to engage. Wen Shaoxing's mere utterance ignited a fervor within her that had long lain dormant. However, ensuring Chunqiong's safety was no simple task. We cannot remain vigilant over him at all times, especially since you have already slain that formidable guard beside him. Listening to Wen Shaoxing, Ashui shook her head. Formidable, my foot. The man in black who stood beside Lu Chuan at the Yuanyang building was the real master. Even if I were unscathed, he could still match my skill. The guard beside Chunqiong pales in comparison to him. Currently, there is no one available to protect Chunqiong, and if someone is truly determined to kill him, it will be difficult to guarantee his safety. Wen Shaoxing no longer sipped his wine. He seemed unconcerned about the situation. Speaking calmly, the Wangchuan individuals are like a thorn in our side. Directly safeguarding Chunqiong is quite challenging. To ensure he remains unharmed from assassination, we must make the Wangchuan individuals wary of us. The best approach is to let Lu Jinshi's secret ferment and subtly reveal it to Lu Chuan. However, Chunqiong is more naive than I anticipated. He is too young to engage in a battle of wits with Lu Chuan, and it won't be long before he is outmaneuvered. Before he disseminates any information, I must meet with him and offer him some guidance. Upon hearing this, Ashui scrutinized Wen Shaoxing, her gaze tinged with peculiarity. It was not surprising she regarded him this way. In terms of age, he indeed appeared younger than Chunqiong. Yet, his words often carried an air of maturity, creating a stark contrast with his youthful demeanor. That should suffice. You may finish the remaining wine. I must go meet Cheng Feng. Wen Shaoxing recalled his appointment with Cheng Feng from the previous day. Ashui glanced at the remaining wine with a hint of reluctance in her slightly intoxicated eyes. Yet she followed Wen Shaoxing to see Cheng Feng nonetheless. It was evident that Wen Shaoxing's previous encounter with Lu Chuan was far from resolved. If Lu Chuan were to catch him again, he might act without hesitation. The agreement between Wen Shaoxing and Qi Yi appeared to have taken effect that morning. Perhaps due to Wen Shaoxing's earlier intimidation, the ruffians did not trouble Cheng Feng again. In the overgrown yard, upon seeing Wen Shaoxing, Cheng Feng was not surprised. He poured tea for the two, inquiring, "Have you been drinking?" Wen Shaoxing replied, "Just a little." Cheng Feng's facial swelling had diminished somewhat, and his demeanor was no longer as cold and heavy as the day prior. He sniffed the air and asked, "Is it the burning knife brewed by Guanjin from the east side of the gallery?" The two stared at him in astonishment, and when Shaoxing asked, "You tried it?" Cheng Feng scratched his head in a somewhat dejected manner. "Yes, ever since returning from the academy, I've been drinking daily. Their burning knife is perfect for sipping before sleep. 1 glass. And I can sleep soundly until the sun rises." When Shaoxing chuckled, "It seems you have acquired quite the taste. Now, tell me, what must one do to gain admission to the Langan Pavilion?" Cheng Feng replied, "Master your calligraphy." When Shaoxing found this hard to believe. "Is it really that simple?" Cheng Feng shook his head. "Simple? Not quite. What I mean by mastering calligraphy is not merely writing elegantly or fluently. To enter the Langan Pavilion based on your writing, you must possess a more fundamental and profound understanding of characters, akin to a chef dissecting a cow, capable of writing from any angle according to varying needs, producing characters that are both good and bad." When Shaoxing's eyes narrowed at this. "Wait, what do you mean by writing different characters based on varying needs?" Cheng Feng pursed his lips, feeling a dryness in his throat, as these few words stirred some unpleasant memories within him. However, he quickly composed himself and spoke softly, "Brother Shaoxing, I've already told you that if this truth is truly important to you, I can assist you in entering the academy, where you will find all the answers you seek. But if you ask me directly about this matter, forgive me for not being able to disclose anything. It is a covenant I made with a certain noble within the academy. I hope you will not put me in a difficult position." A glimmer of determination flashed in Wen Shaoxing's eyes as he nodded, refraining from pressing further. Cheng Feng continued, "Ordinary individuals practice calligraphy for beauty and technique, primarily using the 8 principles of Yong. However, if one follows the conventional method, one could never achieve what the academy requires." When Shaoxing raised an eyebrow, "Then how should I practice?" Cheng Feng replied, "First, practice the normal way, then practice backwards. Every stroke, every sequence, and the motion of your pen must be meticulously reversed." Upon hearing this, when Shaoxing stroked his chin, "Why? Chung Feng took some paper and ink, demonstrating by creating ink blots on scrap paper. His pen danced lightly, and his wrist exerted steady force like a rock. Regardless of pressure, there was hardly a tremor. Soon, despite one character being written normally and the other in reverse, the two young characters appeared nearly identical on the page. This miraculous technique even drew admiration from Ashue, who stood nearby. This method will help you cultivate unprecedented control and strength in your writing, Brother Chaosheng. When your heart and intention align, your pen will follow your thoughts. And regardless of quality, you will be able to replicate any character simply by glancing at it. Once you can achieve this, you will then write a 100-character essay with each character being distinct, with the sequence and method of writing maintained as such. This unique 100-character essay will enable you to gain smooth admission to the Langan Pavilion. Chapter 70. Temptation. Chung Feng recounted to the two that as long as one's calligraphy was sufficiently exquisite, entry into the Langan Pavilion was attainable, without the need to memorize the so-called tedious academic texts. Upon hearing this for the first time, the two felt an overwhelming contrast regarding the Langan Pavilion, a revered sanctuary of literature long coveted by countless scholars of Qi. When Chaosheng fixated on the two characters Yong that Chung Feng had just inscribed, finding them somewhat glaring, he couldn't help but inquire, Chung Feng, if what you say is true, then are not the myriad scholars of the world merely squandering their time? Chung Feng erupted into a laughter tinged with discomfort. Upon returning from the academy, the very first thing I did was to incinerate those scriptures. Those magnificent and vast verses burned with a fervor that rivaled kindling. Eventually, all that remained in my home was a single volume of On Governing the Nation. Brother Chaosheng, your words about squandering time are indeed too sharp and precise. The students entering the academy, who among them does not possess the refinement that comes from the wealth of knowledge? Yet as days turn into years, their enthusiasm will gradually be eroded by the harshness of reality. They will come to the disheartening realization that they are powerless to govern the nation, rendering the poetry, the book of songs, the Shanhai, the matters of state, and the people's livelihoods, all of it utterly useless. This arduous pursuit of knowledge has consumed their entire youth, only to be cast aside into dusty corners upon their admission to the Langan Pavilion. Their sole endeavor becomes a confinement within those four walls, endlessly practicing their calligraphy. As Chung Feng's self-deprecating narrative unfolded, when Chaosheng felt a stirring within him and deftly shifted the topic, from your account, it seems the plight of scholars is indeed heart-rending. Yet from another friend within the Langan Pavilion, I have gleaned a different perspective. Chung Feng was momentarily taken aback, casting a skeptical glance at Wen Chaosheng. You know others within the Langan Pavilion? He was genuinely surprised, even doubting Wen Chaosheng's words. His skepticism stemmed from the fact that he had spent a considerable amount of time in the Langan Pavilion, fully aware of the stringent controls imposed on the students admitted there. Any attempt to communicate with the outside world was fraught with difficulty. One could either attain an official position and leave the pavilion, though that required signing a confidentiality agreement, or face dire consequences should any information leak. The repercussions were often dire, ranging from inexplicable deaths to mysterious disappearances, a subject shrouded in silence and compliance, who would risk their life for insufficient benefits. When Chaosheng pondered momentarily, weaving a fabrication, and replied, I once had a fairly close friend named Su Yiji. The specifics of our acquaintance are rather complex, so I shall refrain from elaborating. Initially, I intended to inquire with him about matters mentioned in a letter. However, something seems amiss with Su Yiji, as I have been unable to contact him for several months. It is as if he has vanished. By the way, do you know Su Yiji, Brother Chung Feng? Upon hearing this name, Chung Feng's expression shifted to one of peculiar intrigue. After a moment's hesitation, he replied, I do not know him, but I am aware that such a name exists within the academy. When Chaosheng took this confirmation of Su Yiji's existence and chose not to delve further. As he bid farewell to Chung Feng, the latter suddenly called out to him. When Chaosheng turned back, Chung Feng cautioned, Brother Chaosheng, the matter you wish to investigate is no trifling issue. It could potentially bring peril upon you. A living person does not simply go missing without reason. I advise you to refrain from making any further contact with Su Yiji for the time being, for both your sakes." When Xiaosheng smiled and nodded, understood. On the way, Shui expressed particular interest in Cheng Feng's words, stating, "You are quite astute to use Cheng Feng to probe into Su Yiji. Now we know there indeed is such an individual in the academy. And furthermore, Su Yiji is acquainted with Lu Jinshi." When Xiaosheng interrupted her train of thought, "The crux lies not here, Shui. The essence is in Cheng Feng's instinctive skepticism upon my mention of knowing others in the Langan Pavilion. Can you grasp the implication? Those within the academy are almost entirely disconnected from the humble figures of remote places. To those in the royal city, I am a mere nobody, and so is Lu Jinshi. Moreover, the matters related to Lu Jinshi are of great significance, to avoid leaving any traces. It is unlikely that officials in the royal city would communicate with him via letters. Most likely, they would employ individuals of higher status to relay messages verbally. The fact that Lu Jinshi knows the name Su Yiji indirectly suggests their possible acquaintance. Thus, we can infer a sequence of events. A prominent figure in the royal city requires a task to be accomplished, enlists Su Yiji to approach Lu Jinshi, and together they execute this task, ultimately erasing all traces of those who were aware or involved. As he spoke, his tone grew increasingly peculiar, his expression serious and perplexed, feeling enveloped in a shroud of mystery. Yet, I truly cannot fathom how a mere county magistrate could orchestrate anything substantial enough to leave traces that would threaten the paramount figures of the royal city. When Xiaosheng mused aloud when suddenly something caught his eye, he halted in his tracks and looked up, realizing that the snow, which had paused for merely 2 days, had begun to fall once more. The crystalline snowflakes appeared exceptionally vivid against his gaze. For reasons unknown, this gentle snowfall evoked memories of Aunt Mi beyond Qingtian. He envisioned her sitting by the bed, gazing out the window at the snow, yearning for her child who had gone to war and had not returned for years. In her mind, her child must have encountered countless splendid fortunes, perhaps achieving merit, studying diligently, or meeting a beloved girl. Yet after all this time, could this elderly woman still recall the visage of her child at the moment of departure, based solely on the perfunctory phrases inscribed on a piece of paper? I feel as though I should return the letter. He sighed softly. Chapter 71. Poisonous Bee as Dusk Fell. Chun Xiong hosted a banquet at the Mandarin Duck Pavilion, inviting Lu Chuan and several dignitaries from the county, including the transport official who had come from Guanghan City. This feast was originally prepared for him, as he would depart shortly after dinner to transport Lu Jinshi's corpse along with the case files back to Guanghan City for a second autopsy. The sound of the qin lingered in the air, and Si Xiaohong, dressed in a new garment of pure white silk, sat gracefully. Though her attire was light, the brightly lit hall filled with guests kept the chill at bay. Chun Xiong, Lu Chuan, and the transport official Sun Cheng shared a table, a serene oasis amidst the surrounding clamor. After several rounds of wine, the atmosphere grew more familiar, prompting Chun Xiong to raise his cup and toast Sun Cheng. Inquiring with a smile, "Might I ask, Lord Sun, how many days will it take for the matter of Lu Jinshi to settle once it reaches Guanghan City?" Sun Cheng pondered for a moment, candidly responding, "The city lord is currently preoccupied with numerous affairs. Although Lu Jinshi's case is significant, it will need to be postponed slightly. It is estimated that it will take at least 3 days, and at most 7, to reach a conclusion." As Sun Cheng spoke, Chun Xiong's gaze frequently drifted toward Lu Chuan, his raised cup remaining untouched as he contemplated the dwindling days of his safety. Regardless of whether when Xiaosheng's earlier words held any truth, they had cast a shadow in his heart, compelling him to exercise greater caution. The very reason for inviting Lu Chuan today was to convey a message to him. Noticing Lu Chuan's glance, Chun Xiong concealed the secret in his eyes, raised his cup in a smile, and drank deeply from the exquisite wine. Due to the impending journey, the banquet did not last long. After satisfying their appetites, with no time to appreciate the songs and dances prepared by the maidens, Sun Cheng rose, patting his rotund belly. With a glance, he beckoned Chun Xiong to join him. Obediently, Chun Xiong approached. Sun Cheng made a subtle gesture, and Chun Xiong's eyes flickered, his face adorned with a fabricated smile. From his sleeve, He produced a small purse and placed it into Sun Cheng's hand. The latter waited, his face lighting up with joy as he tucked it away and, in a low voice, asked Chun Xiong, "Is the matter of Lu Jinshi handled thoroughly?" Chun Xiong's body trembled slightly as he locked eyes with Sun Cheng. Realizing that the transport official was also a man of the powerful lord in the royal city, a chill ran through him, and he felt the extensive reach of that lord's influence. Though he resided in the clouds, the rivers and wilderness were but his pawns. It has been meticulously searched. If the Lord harbors any doubts, you may verify it during your journey, he replied. Sun Cheng produced a string of emerald prayer beads, gently toying with them, his previously tipsy demeanor growing serious. Verification is impossible. There are white dragon guards outside. Once we enter Guanghan City, there will be even less opportunity. The lord who once promoted Ku Chengwei was at the Ministry of Personnel, and after its dismantling, his status only rose as he moved to Yulo Mansion, becoming the Emperor's sword. He is not on good terms with our superior. Should he uncover anything, it could lead to significant turmoil. If you have not completely resolved matters on your end, I can find an excuse to linger in the city for another day. Chun Xiong contemplated for a moment before declining Sun Cheng's proposal. Rest assured, Lord Sun, there should be no issues. Sun Cheng studied him intently, and after a moment's hesitation, he nodded. Very well, you are from the royal city. I trust you. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the falling snow intertwined to form a faint mist, draping the starry sky in a gossamer veil that obscured the brilliance of the stars and moon. A shui sat in the courtyard, placing the untouched liquor from earlier before her, addressing Wen Xiaosheng, who had just concluded his practice of the eternal spring technique. How was today? Did you sense anything? Wen Xiaosheng carefully reflected, his tone uncertain. I cannot be sure. A shui, did I truly fall asleep while practicing the eternal spring that night? A shui replied with unwavering certainty. You snored like thunder. Upon hearing this, Wen Xiaosheng scratched his head, slightly embarrassed. Then what about just now? A shui opened the jar, the aroma of liquor wafting towards her, raising an eyebrow. You were wide awake just now. Wen Xiaosheng's expression of confusion deepened as he responded, Yet, my sensations felt no different from that night. A shui focused on the liquor jar, suddenly shifting the conversation, her gaze serious as she asked, Wen Xiaosheng, since you began practicing calligraphy, have you run out of money for liquor? Seeing her expression akin to facing a formidable foe, Wen Xiaosheng could not help but chuckle. Even amidst the fierce battle in the snow that night, he had never seen a shui display such solemnity. It's not that dire. I only need to buy a brush. A shui lifted her chin, curiosity piqued. What about ink and paper? When Xiaosheng replied, water is easier to acquire than ink. As for paper, it costs money. But the flat bluestone in the courtyard is free. I can practice writing using water on the bluestone. Later, I will seek out more thin, smooth stones and spread them across the yard. That should suffice. Otherwise, with my limited spare change, even if you don't buy liquor, it won't be enough. By the way, it seems charcoal can also serve as a brush. As he spoke, a spark of interest ignited within him. He retrieved a half-burned wooden branch from the eaves and approached the bluestone, beginning to write, Eternity, earnestly. For him, using a hard brush felt far more intuitive than a soft one. Even after a long hiatus from writing, he quickly adapted, and the previously trodden bluestone bore many black characters of. First practicing normally, then in reverse, when Xiaosheng attempted to write the character in an entirely inverted manner. Not only was it crooked, but he also wrote it exceedingly slowly, resembling a fledgling calligrapher. The difficulty was immense, a challenge only truly understood through personal experience. Meanwhile, upon hearing that when Xiaosheng needed only a single brush for his calligraphy practice, a shui's frown relaxed, and she began to enjoy the jar of liquor without concern. As she drank, she recalled the discovery from Lu Jinshi and asked, Wen Xiaosheng, let me see the other clue we found on Lu Jinshi. Wen Xiaosheng reached into his chest pocket, withdrawing a piece of paper that encased a small stone from the ground and tossed it to her. She caught it steadily, unfolding the clue to examine it carefully on the table. We cannot pursue this yet. We have more pressing matters at hand, and the eyes of Wangchuan are too numerous. Venturing outside the city recklessly could lead to dire consequences. I will instruct Chun Cheong on the next steps, guiding him to spread the news. Once the information gains traction, our situation will shift. As long as the clue remains in our possession, we will always hold the initiative, determining how to weave this deception. After speaking, he practiced calligraphy for a while longer before a thought struck him. He turned to a Shui and asked, "A Shui, your mastery of weapons is remarkable. You must possess strong control over the strength of your fingers and wrists. Therefore, your writing should be proficient as well, right?" A Shui shook her head. "Neither good nor bad. I haven't practiced writing much. Although in essence it is about controlling the strength of fingers and wrists, it is not quite the same. The saying one principle applies to all things is mostly just talk. In reality, different fields are as distant as mountains. It is not that simple. I've seen many skilled fighters whose writing resembles scribbles." Wen Xiaosheng chuckled at her words. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a solitary bee that gently landed on the blue stone before him, its body entirely black, even its wings devoid of color. It lingered for but a brief moment before soaring into the sky, its speed so swift that it became nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Whoosh! When Xiaosheng sensed something amiss and instinctively swung the wooden branch in his hand. Remarkably, this unrestrained strike managed to intercept the flying bee mid-flight. Gazing at the lifeless creature on the ground, he was about to reach out when he heard A Shui's voice from a distance. "Do not touch it. It may be toxic." Chapter 72. The night of slaughter. When Xiaosheng had just shot down a black bee that should not have appeared in this season, when Ashui stopped him. She approached, picked up the black bee's corpse from the ground, examined it closely, and remarked, "Indeed, it is poisonous. I had never seen black honeybees or wasps before. They must have been specially cultivated. It seems we have uncovered the reason behind their attempts to leave honey on me." As Ashui spoke, she gazed up at the softly falling snowflakes in the night sky, her eyes deepening with an enigmatic expression. When Xiaosheng, "Hand me the knife," she requested a machete from him. He retrieved it from his waist and handed it to her. Ashui stood up to fetch a bucket of water and then went to another corner of the courtyard, where she began sharpening the knife on a rust-stained whetstone. The sound of the blade grinding against the stone sent chills down Wen Xiaosheng's spine. In that moment, he seemed to catch a whiff of blood in the snow, the scent of life fading away. Ashui's movements were slow. Once the blade was no longer dull, she poured 2 cups of strong liquor over it and continued honing the edge. The aroma of the alcohol wafted through the air, creating an invisible ripple in the snowy night, hinting at an unspeakable aura of impending violence. When Xiaosheng lingered in the courtyard until the cold had stiffened his body, he shook off the snow that had accumulated on him and cast aside the firewood he had been holding. "Unfortunately, I cannot assist you. In this snowy night, I should retrieve a crossbow. That might be of help." Ashui, still sharpening the knife, replied nonchalantly, "For warriors of the Dragon Roar realm and above, crossbows are of little use. Bows and arrows can still be effective, but you cannot wield them." The black bees served as a signal. Once they arrived, the person they sought should not be far behind. "Wen Xiaosheng, are you not going to take shelter next door? Do not say I did not warn you. The visitors tonight are likely formidable, and I may not be able to protect you." When Xiaosheng shook his head, "If I were not acquainted with Mr. Liu, I would have accepted my fate. I am no saint. When it comes down to survival, my life will certainly take precedence over that of a stranger. However, Mr. Liu has saved my life, and even if I die here today, I cannot bring trouble to him." As their gazes met, Ashui saw the determination in Wen Xiaosheng's eyes. She took a cloth strip nearby and gently wiped the strong liquor off the blade. Gazing at the glimmering cold light of the knife, she seemed satisfied and tossed the cloth to Wen Xiaosheng, saying, "Return to your room. Do not come out unless called." He took the cloth and retrieved the clue paper he had earlier tossed to Ashui before entering the room. Just before closing the door, he turned to Ashui, who was drinking, and asked, "Shouldn't you drink a little less? If you drink too much, you won't be able to see clearly." Ashui frowned at his words. Every life taken diminishes the number of people. Every sip of liquor diminishes the drink. What do you understand? Hurry inside. When Xiaosheng shook his head slightly, pushed the door open, and shut it behind him. With a creak, as the door closed completely, footsteps echoed from the courtyard. A young woman with a face marred by dark, poisonous scars stood there, tall and clad in a black gown, coldly observing Ashui in the courtyard. Another deliberate footstep followed, Ashui turned to see a dozen shadowy figures in black standing atop the eaves, armed with swords and knives, gazing at her through the biting wind and snow. The snow falls tonight, and it seems I have not killed enough people. You dare to come? Ashui remarked to the woman with the poisonous scars. The scarred woman chuckled lightly, her voice ringing like wind chimes in the snow. Those from Wangchuan are countless. 100 taels of gold can drive anyone mad, and your head is worth 100,000 taels. Everyone desires it. This time, we have brought many experts, so you should not be disappointed. Ashui picked up some gravel from the ground, clenching in her hand. One head. How do you plan to divide it? The scarred woman smiled faintly. First come, first served. With that, she raised her hand, and the pale snowflakes falling from the sky suddenly turned pitch black. These countless tiny black dots seemed to emerge from the crystalline snowflakes, swiftly coalescing into a dark sphere, which then lunged violently towards Ashui. These black dots were all venomous bees. Each one carried lethal poison, and when they congregated, they seemed to possess formidable power that could easily penetrate the protective aura of even the mightiest warrior. The many figures clothed in black standing nearby instinctively grew vigilant at this sight. They understood better than anyone the terror these poisonous bees embodied. The scarred woman was ranked 33 in the Wangchuan hierarchy and was known as the Black Bee Queen. Few knew her past. Yet among the rising experts of the martial world this year, she was a standout, her terrifying poison skills shrouded in mystery, leaving her victims in a most horrific state. The most frightening aspect was that the poisonous bees she had cultivated not only excelled in tracking, but were also completely obedient to her commands. They posed a grave threat even to those in the Dragon Roar realm, rendering defenses nearly futile during combat. It was said that at least 3 warriors of the Dragon Roar realm had been stung to death by her poisonous bees without ever having seen her face, their bodies bleeding from every orifice as their organs liquefied. As the swarm of black bees charged toward her, Ashui raised her knife, unleashing a terrifying aura that rippled through the air, slicing toward the dark swarm. However, the swarm proved to be more elusive than anticipated. They split apart at the moment the aura struck, instinctively avoiding the lethal blow due to their inherent sensitivity to air vibrations. Bees fear not blades. I have heard you are quite the formidable warrior, but tonight, with nothing but a machete, it seems you cannot surpass this swarm. If I were to obtain this 100,000 taels of gold without lifting a finger, it would feel too effortless. The Black Bee Queen wore a light smile. Her arms crossed as she leaned against the courtyard wall, leisurely watching Ashui. Ashui, her expression indifferent, lightly rubbed something with her left hand. You can keep your bees and practice your martial arts, but attempting to master both will only lead to an unrefined outcome. When you truly face a skilled opponent, you may not even have the chance to escape. Ashui's words gradually chilled the smile from the Black Bee Queen's face. She raised her hand, her fingertips flickering, and the black bees surged forward as if driven mad, attacking Ashui. Yet as they approached, Ashui did not draw her knife to repel them. Instead, she raised her left hand and released a cloud of gray mist. This was the gravel she had gathered from the ground, now pulverized in a fine powder. As the lime dust spread, the seemingly innocuous particles transformed into the deadliest of projectiles, raining down like a torrential storm, completely obliterating the swarm of deadly bees in an instant. As the dust settled, the ground was strewn with the corpses of black bees. None remained. Witnessing this scene, the Black Bee Queen's initial disdain morphed into shock, which gradually turned into a furious crimson hue. Each of those poisonous bees represented her painstaking labor, years of cultivation, all vanquished by a mere handful of lime. Today I shall kill you, she declared angrily, drawing an immate dagger from her waist and darting forward like a phantom, closing the distance of 10 paces in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the immate dagger was already at Ashui's throat. With a swift, unremarkable swipe, the blade traversed the air. Neither the origin nor the destination of the blade was discernible. Amidst the gentle breeze of the falling snow, the Black Bee Queen could only see her own headless body collapsing to the ground. Then, everything spun, and the world faded into darkness. In the pale courtyard, the first hint of crimson unfurled this night. A shuai flicked the blood off the machete and took a step into the yard. Her calm voice carried far by the wind. She inquired if many skilled fighters had arrived tonight, asking whether they would approach one by one or all at once. Chapter 73. No blame. As the cold moon was engulfed by the intent to kill, Ashue heard the sound of countless swords being drawn. Clearly, that seemingly unremarkable strike had made these individuals realize that the woman wielding the chopping knife was not to be trifled with. The assassin's goal was to kill. Whether it was a one-on-one confrontation or a collective assault was of no concern to them. As long as they could eliminate the target, that sufficed. Unbeknownst to anyone, a sword was drawn first, slicing through the falling crystalline snowflakes, and met the chopping knife in Ashue's hand. The clash echoed. This individual was a hidden master among the crowd. In the realm of martial arts, the difficulty of a one-on-one duel versus a multiple adversary confrontation was incomparable. He exuded utmost confidence in his swordsmanship, intending to use the other assassin's actions as cover to take Ashue's life with a single strike. However, he had evidently underestimated Ashue's battle-hardened instincts. At the moment their weapons collided, he glimpsed his own reflection on the polished edge of her knife and saw the blood spraying from his throat when it was severed. But how could this be possible? The moment their blades met, his momentum dissipated. This lethal strike ought to have extinguished Ashue's offensive intent. How could she possibly execute a second strike while parrying his? He could not fathom it until his last breath. In reality, it was not Ashue who blocked his sword. It was he who failed to defend against her knife. He believed he was the aggressor, unaware that Ashue had no intention of defending herself. She merely unleashed a quicker and more powerful cut, altering the dynamics of offense and defense. Amidst the encirclement and strangulation of the surrounding assassins, Ashue's movements were far from agile, perhaps hindered by her injured leg or the wounds on her body. But that was of little consequence. What mattered was the chopping knife in her hand, which was too sharp and too fearsome. With each strike, there was no flourish. It was simply the most suitable blow for murder among countless strikes. This form of knife technique had no set patterns, only the chill of snow and moonlight, steeped in blood and life. Even many seasoned assassins, who had roamed the martial world for years, were left trembling in fear, their spines chilled. They observed Ashue's strikes, rehearsing their defenses and evasions in their minds. Yet when confronted with her lethal cut, all their thoughts dissolved into emptiness and void. As these assassins struggled to inflict superficial wounds upon Ashue, the courtyard was already strewn with corpses. Each of these bodies bore a single wound. To kill them, Ashue had not needed a second strike. As the frantic battle momentarily paused with the assassins in shock, the knife-wielding Ashue breathed slightly heavier, exhaling white mist from her mouth and nose. The old injuries on her body began to resurge under the violent impact of the Danhai power, with pain radiating from her internal organs. Though her expression remained unchanged, the pulsing veins at her temples betrayed her struggle beneath the surface. Ignoring the assassins perched upon the courtyard walls or lurking in the corners, Ashue limped to the stone table, grasped the jar of wine with one hand, and tilted her head back to drink. The fiery liquor, infused with killing intent, poured into her abdomen, its burning sensation numbing her old wounds and granting her a rare moment of respite amidst the agonizing pain. In the distance, a white-haired, elderly masked assassin stood quietly in the corner of the courtyard, observing Ashue drink. Behind him were two long swords. One was slender, encased in a tattered scabbard and some scraps of cloth, unremarkable, while the other was thick and wide, resembling more of a mace than a sword. This individual had remained perched on the branch of a tree since the beginning, silent and unengaged, coldly watching everything unfold, like a dispassionate bystander. Though Ashue was close to where he stood, he chose to remain mute. As Ashue continued to drink, some assassins adjusted their mindset and tactics, slowly closing in, eager to engage. Suddenly, the dual-sword assassin leaped down from the tree. Upon seeing him enter the fray, the surrounding assassins hastily dispersed. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am No Blame, ranked 7th in the Forgotten River Forest flag, possessing a bit of renown in the martial world. You may have heard of me. Unlike others, I am not here for a bounty of 100,000 taels of gold. I seek an opportunity to join the Wind Flag." Ashue ignored him, continuing to drink. After his self-introduction, No Blame did not attack. Instead, he turned to the room where Wen Chaosheng was located. There is still one person inside. I can hear his heartbeat. Is he your friend? No Blame inquired. Ashue paused her drinking, slowly lowering the wine jar. Not exactly. I'm ready. Will you fight or not? If not, then leave. No Blame slowly drew the slender sword from behind, twirling it elegantly in his hand. I wish to see if you have deceived me. Ashue furrowed her brow at his words. What do you mean? No Blame chuckled, a calm tone laced with a terrifying madness. In a moment, this sword will fly from my hand into the room. If you strike fast enough, you may kill me before I can strike. But if you cannot, the person inside will die. I may not necessarily defeat you, but before I perish, I must take someone down with me. As his words fell, Ashue raised her knife, poised to strike. But this time, No Blame seemed to match her speed. The sword in his hand transformed into a streak of light, shooting towards Wen Chaosheng in the room. Ashue's brow furrowed. She took a step forward, and her chopping knife flew out. Indeed, her strike was stronger and swifter than No Blame's sword, arriving first. After deflecting the sword at the doorway, the residual force propelled it into the room. At that moment, No Blame drew his second sword from behind, an unsharpened blade. This sword was even faster than the previous one. Ashue's finely honed instincts reacted to the murderous intent, yet the old injuries suppressed her movements, causing her evasion to be slightly delayed. Thus, No Blame's unsharpened sword successfully struck Ashue at her waist. It appeared to be a mere tap, yet it carried the force of 1,000 pounds, sending ripples through the air. Ashue's body flew backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing hard against the stone steps before Wen Chaosheng's room. Cough! A mixture of fiery liquor and blood gushed from her mouth and nose, staining her chest crimson. Though she survived the strike, her lower body was entirely numb, her internal organs severely damaged, and her consciousness clouded, rendering her a lamb awaiting slaughter. Thus, in the martial world, one must not harbor even a hint of arrogance. You may believe you can protect everyone, but ultimately, you will be unable to save anyone. No Blame, wielding his unsharpened sword, approached the severely injured Ashue step by step. However, your old wounds have resurfaced so severely that even with a knife in hand, you cannot defeat me. Even if we were to retreat 1,000 steps, you must die today. Ashue's vision was filled with double images, her ears ringing, unable to decipher his words as blood continued to spill from her mouth and nose. Your life I shall take. Without hesitation, No Blame stood before Ashue and raised the tip of his unsharpened sword towards her heart. Chapter 74. You shall not take anyone away. Wu Jiao was not entirely mistaken. Had Ashue not discarded the knife in her hand, she would have inevitably succumbed to Wu Jiao the moment her old wounds flared up. Yet, her fate would not have been so passive. With an iron weapon in hand, Wu Jiao's fleeting sword strike would not have been enough to severely wound her. Standing before Ashue, Wu Jiao wielded a dull sword amidst the swirling snow, his demeanor effortlessly poised. As he brought the sword down once more, he executed the same fleeting movement. The crystalline snowflakes seemed to deliberately avoid the weight of this formidable strike, swept away by a slow yet resolute aura of menace, which surged from his feet to the tip of the blade, silently crafting a lethal point aimed at Ashue's heart. Should this blow connect, he would amass wealth rivaling that of princes, and his achievements would be worthy of banners in the wind, paving the way for boundless prospects ahead. However, in the blink of life and death, another wave of terrifying intent erupted from within the door like a thunderclap. A chopping knife shattered the door, extinguishing the candle flames in the room simultaneously. In the darkness, something flickered, glinting with the sharpness of moonlight, transforming into a chilling gleam that sliced through the snow. Yet, amidst this frigid darkness, Wu Jiao perceived a flicker of flame, a flame that pierced through water. Even he had not anticipated this strike. Instinctively, he believed it to be a sword, but as he focused, it revealed itself to be a knife. Wu Jiao's expression remained calm as he sheathed his sword to defend. At that moment of impact, the knife transformed back into a sword. A look of astonishment crossed his face. In the next instant, the chopping knife emitted a mournful cry, shattering into countless fragments. which fell to the ground alongside the snowflakes. A clinking sound echoed as blood slowly seeped from Wu Jiao's shoulder, where he held the dull sword. His arm sagged, and the hand gripping the weapon trembled violently. "What a formidable sword," Wu Jiao remarked, transferring the dull blade to his left hand. "Alas, the weapon falls short. You're no match for her. A mundane weapon in your hands proves ineffective. Otherwise, had that blow landed, I would not have lived to fight again." When Xiaosheng inhaled the icy wind and snow, his mind blank. In that moment, he had only thought of saving someone. Yet in a fleeting thought, he seemed to rediscover that extraordinary sensation, the feeling he experienced when he had plunged into the deep sea from the drifting boat and was pierced by a sword amid the flames. However, after that singular strike, his weapon lay shattered, while his adversary remained standing. Wu Jiao was correct. His sword lacked sharpness, and his weapon was inadequate. The opponent who had inflicted such injury upon Ashui must, at the very least, be of the Dragon-S Roar realm, perhaps even a stronger foe. In ordinary circumstances, such a person could extinguish his life with a mere finger, yet now he had nearly been slain by a single sword strike. The irrational had manifested at the most inopportune moment. Wu Jiao fixed his gaze upon one Xiaosheng and spoke, "The sword on the ground is also mine. Forged by master craftsmen. It is a fine weapon. Pick it up, and we shall engage once more." One Xiaosheng, who had been prepared to meet his demise, glimpsed a flicker of hope in Wu Jiao's words. Though he understood that the likelihood of unleashing that stunning strike again was slim, how could he easily relinquish this last chance? Without hesitation, he retrieved the sharp, long sword from the ground. As he grasped it, the chill seeped into his very being. What a heavy aura of death. "How many lives has this sword claimed?" he inquired. Wu Jiao, straightforward as ever, refrained from ambushing when Xiaosheng as he picked up the sword. He easily discerned that when Xiaosheng was an ordinary individual without a Dan Si. Yet he could not comprehend how someone like him could wield such a terrifying strike. "I cannot recall. Before my rise to fame, I took many lives to survive. Most were insignificant figures in the martial world, their names and lives lost to memory. However, if you ask me how many masters this sword has slain, I can recount. 37, those of the dragon's roar realm and above." Unlike many cold-hearted assassins, Wu Jiao appeared to relish conversing with others, even if they were on the brink of death. Observing when Xiaosheng standing before him with the sword in hand, Wu Jiao asked, "Can you still execute that previous strike?" When Xiaosheng took a deep breath, forcing aside distracting thoughts, gripping the icy long sword tightly, and replied, "I shall try." Wu Jiao nodded, raising his dull sword lightly. Just as he was about to strike, the sudden sound of footsteps crunching on dry twigs broke the silence. In such a tranquil setting, the abrupt noise was jarringly loud. Wu Jiao furrowed his brow, turning to glance toward the entrance of the courtyard, where a woman clad in a pale blue velvet dress stood, her cold gaze fixed upon him. "You all gather here in the middle of the night, performing some sort of ritual? My husband just fell asleep a short while ago. Be gone, and do not disturb his peaceful slumber." Wu Jiao exchanged a glance with her, suddenly realizing that the assassins outside had been silently dealt with. "My apologies, madam. We shall not take long. Once tonight's events conclude, we will ensure this place is left tidy." He wished to avoid unnecessary complications. The woman before him exuded an enigmatic aura, her cultivation unfathomable, making her a formidable opponent. However, Lady L seemed unwilling to relent. She did not take a step back and instead advanced, stating, "You speak far too much. Since you refuse to leave, then no one shall depart." With that, she waved her sleeve, unleashing a torrent of flying snow. The terrifying Dan Si power surged forth like a true dragon, transforming the snowflakes and fierce winds into a lethal torrent. Puff! The nearest assassins were caught unawares, their bodies crushed into a bloody mess of bone and flesh. Their protective auras shattered in an instant, and even their weapons were rapidly rendered into ruin by the onslaught of wind and snow. This scene was terrifying, not only when Xiaosheng, but even many seasoned assassins had never witnessed such a display, leaving them with a prickling sensation on their scalps as they quickly retreated to evade the deadly tempest. Wu Jiao's brow furrowed as he observed the approaching torrent. With a light tap of his toes, he traced a circle in the air with his dull sword, the fierce sword energy barely dispersing the oncoming storm. With this strike, he gleaned an understanding of his opponent's strength. Yet, unwilling to squander this fortuitous opportunity, he pivoted and dashed toward Ashui, intent on taking her away. "You cannot take her. You shall not take anyone." Lady L spoke again, her voice emanating from a mere foot behind Wu Jiao. His pupils constricted. As he turned, he found her slender finger poised against his brow, a glacier that had traversed winter and wilderness, embodying the most primordial chill. A mere touch contained the weight of his entire life. Chapter 75. The essence of the sword. Delicate snowflakes drifted down before the two figures, as Wu Jiao's face flickered with a fleeting sense of relief, acknowledging his defeat and quietly awaiting death. Much like a Shui, he found himself with little room for maneuver against Lady Lu. However, the shattered darkness of Wen Chaosheng's recent strike had inflicted considerable injury upon him, rendering him utterly incapable of resisting the already superior strength of Lady Lu. With a gentle touch of her fingertip upon Wu Jiao's forehead, an invisible ripple surged forth. The heavy sound of falling echoed from the eaves and the courtyard walls. Among those still in the courtyard, apart from Wen Chaosheng and a Shui, all perished beneath the terrifying touch of death. The other assassins, having fled earlier, witnessed this scene and dared not linger. Fully aware that the knight's ambush had taken an irrevocable turn, hastily retreating without a backward glance, Wu Jiao's lifeless body slumped, the unsheathed sword falling from his grasp, leaving the snow-laden night steeped in utter silence. Lady Lu. Before Wen Chaosheng could finish his sentence, Lady Lu pointed toward the Shui, instructing, "First, take her to the room. I will prepare the medicine and needles." Concerned for Shui's life, Wen Chaosheng wasted no time, swiftly carrying the dazed Shui to the bed in the room. Gazing at the blood trickling from Shui's lips, a grave expression settled upon his countenance. Lady Lu soon arrived with a medicine box, and Wen Chaosheng, observing her busy demeanor, refrained from interrupting, merely inquiring, "Will she survive?" Lady Lu's response was succinct. Her internal energy is in disarray, her spine damaged, and her organs are in turmoil. Whether she lives depends on fate. As she spoke, she infused her internal power, inserting silver needles into a Shui's acupoints, then turned to Wen Chaosheng, saying, "Chaosheng, deal with the bodies outside. If necessary, chop them up and spread them in the courtyard. As long as the snow falls throughout the night and the sun does not rise tomorrow, they will be concealed." Wen Chaosheng pondered for a moment before suggesting, "There is a safer and simpler method, but I must visit the residence of Chen Xiong." Upon hearing this, Lady Lu furrowed her brow, glancing out the window. "You may go, but do not take the back roads. Cross through the gallery bridge and walk 50 paces south to wait beneath the archway of the Wind Willow Pavilion. You will know him when you see an elderly man strolling by. Have him guide you." Wen Chaosheng agreed and stepped outside, hesitating for a moment before retrieving the slender sword belonging to Wu Jiao from the ground. Wu Jiao was indeed correct. He required a formidable weapon. After Wen Chaosheng departed, Lady Lu devoted herself to using the power of the Dan-Si to stabilize a Shui's injuries. Throughout the process of needling, even she felt a moment of disorientation. Once a killer who had taken countless lives, she now found herself assuming the role of a healer in her twilight years. Following the insertion of the needles, a mysterious force suddenly surged within a Shui's meridians, transforming into a warm flow that nourished her wounded body. As Lady Lu sensed this newfound power while removing the needles, curiosity stirred within her. This was not the power of the Dan-Si. She attempted to trace its source but ultimately failed. Thanks to this enigmatic energy, a Shui, once gravely injured and on the brink of death, slowly opened her eyes, her previously chaotic gaze gradually sharpening. "Thank you," she rasped, expressing her gratitude to Lady Lu, who merely nodded slightly, placing the silver needles over the newly lit candle to sterilize them before methodically returning them to her medicine box. "You are truly a great trouble," Lady Lu mused, then inquired, "I rarely witness such a situation. You and Wang Chuan are not embroiled in personal grievances, are you?" A Shui gently shook her head. "No." Lady Lu's silver hair was tousled by the wind from the window, causing the shadows in the room to dance. In Kuhai County, this is the second time. Why do they insist on putting you to death? A Shui stared intently at the flickering candle, her gaze seemingly drifting into the distance. I too wish to understand his question. We have done so much for him, yet in the end, he chose to abandon us. Upon hearing this, Lady Lu wisely kept her silence. Time had smoothed her edges. She was no longer the inquisitive young woman who sought to unravel every mystery. The troubles brought by Ma Huan were already substantial enough, and she had no desire to become entangled in a Shui's controversies. A Shui remained entranced by the candle flame for an extended period before finally returning to reality. She attempted to channel the power of the Dan Si within her to mend her wounds. Lady, did you teach one, Chao Sheng the sword? A Shui, immobilized on the bed, found herself curious about Wen Chao Sheng. Despite her earlier confusion, she had clearly witnessed the striking sword he wielded as he burst from the room. Even she was taken aback. How could an ordinary person, one without the Dan Si to cultivate, possibly unleash such a piercing strike? A Shui was no fool. She could not believe that when Chao Sheng merely learned this swordsmanship from observing her kill that night. In response to a Shui's skepticism, Lady Lu smiled and recounted, earlier, my husband offered him a slight encouragement, intending merely to appreciate his talent. Yet this young man surprised us with his remarkable aptitude. Just from a single glance, he managed to grasp some superficial techniques. This night was meant to avert his misfortune, and had you died, it would have ultimately benefited him. However, I also did not expect that after only a few days of chopping wood at our home, he would be able to execute a strike imbued with sword essence, injuring a practitioner who has entered the Tongyu realm. Should this news reach the lands of Yanhan, I fear those old codgers at the Sword Pavilion will be unable to remain idle and will come seeking him. A Shui did not dwell on Lady Lu's desire for her demise. Regardless of how much the latter wished for her death, she had undeniably saved her life twice. Sword essence, a Shui murmured, isn't that something of the celestial realm? Lady Lu chuckled softly and replied, my husband has mentioned that it's merely a boast of the Sword Pavilion to intimidate outsiders. In reality, it is not as mystical as it seems. The so-called sword essence is essentially the integration of one's comprehension of the Tao of heaven and earth into swordsmanship. For most cultivators, indeed, it is a technique possessed only by those of the celestial realm. However, the Sword Pavilion employs a unique method of cultivation, distinct from the mainstream. It cannot be measured by conventional standards. Otherwise, had that strike truly been from a celestial being, the assassin who injured you would have had no chance of survival. A Shui understood, nodding gently in gratitude towards Lady Lu. Lady Lu regarded her for a moment, her expression complex as she sighed. Had I known the events of tonight, I would have kept Chao Sheng at our residence this afternoon. She felt a tinge of regret, but did not overly blame a Shui for bringing trouble to Wen Chao Sheng. A Shui, however, remarked, this fellow is as stubborn as a mule. I urged him to come, but he refused. He feared bringing trouble to Lady Lu. Lady Lu cast her a knowing glance. Is that truly the only reason? A Shui raised her eyebrows slightly, retorting, what else could it be? Lady Lu smiled and chose not to elaborate further, turning to exit with her medicine box. Rest well, recover as much as you can. In a few days, when spring arrives, my husband and I may need to depart. Chapter 76. She should have been renowned beneath the serene snow and moonlight when Shaoxing stood before the archway of the Wind Willow Pavilion, clutching a slender sword as he awaited the arrival of an elder, as instructed by Lady Lu. A chilling breeze swept through, rendering his exposed hand icy cold. He cast a glance downward, tentatively moving his fingers, and discovered that his recent wood-chopping exercises had not been in vain. His body had indeed grown more resilient to the cold than before. After waiting for approximately 15 minutes, as snowflakes continued to accumulate on him, he finally spotted a dark figure in the hazy distance of a street. This marked his second encounter with the old man. The elder had his hands clasped behind his back, resembling an ordinary old man taking a stroll. Upon noticing Wen Chao Sheng with his sword, the elder expressed surprise, followed by gaze fixated on the long blade in Wen's grip. Has Wu Jiao passed away? The elder inquired with a smile. Wen Chao Sheng was taken aback. You know Wu Jiao? The elder nodded. Indeed, I knew him. We were fellow travelers. I advised him not to come tonight, but he didn't listen. Alas, he met his end. When Xiaosheng felt an absurdity rising within him at the elder's candidness. You are also from Wangchuan? The elder chuckled and nodded. Yes, I am Ma Huan. You, young brother, are not from the Jianghu, so you might not know me. Recalling the events of a few nights prior, when asked, since you are from Wangchuan, why did you, that night? Ma Huan waved his hand dismissively. Ah, let us not dwell on that night's events. We shall consider it as if it never occurred. Now, Xiaosheng, are you here waiting because Lady Lu sent you? As when Xiaosheng lowered his head, a glimmer flickered in his eyes. Despite knowing that this elder belonged to Wangchuan, he still held an immense trust in him due to Lady Lu's influence. Yes, I am to meet Xuanxiong. The lady asked me to wait for you at the archway. Ma Huan, warm-heartedly, replied, the night path can be perilous. I happen to be out for a stroll, so allow me to accompany you for a while. When Xiaosheng, skeptical of the old man's excuse, what kind-hearted person would take a walk at such an hour, chose not to question him further. The two of them, one old and one young, treaded through the shallow snow piled on the main road towards the other end of the street. On their way, Ma Huan glanced at the long sword in Wen Xiaosheng's arms, breaking the silence between them. That sword you hold is called Qishua, forged by the renowned swordsmith Murong Qing from the Qin Kingdom. It has changed hands 7 or 8 times over the past 30 years, and once belonged to the swordsman Yi Canghua, who made it into the top 5 of the Tianji Tower's famous sword list 11 years ago. Listening to Ma Huan's account piqued Wen Xiaosheng's curiosity. Elder Ma, does the famous sword list of Tianji Tower relate to its wielders? Ma Huan explained. Though referred to as a sword list, it actually ranks the wielders. Moreover, Tianji Tower statistics are not entirely accurate. They serve merely as a rough reference. After all, there are some reclusive masters in this world who seldom reveal themselves. When Xiaosheng pondered for a moment, then how did Qishua end up in Wu Jiao's possession? Ma Huan sighed. Though Yi Canghua was a valiant swordsman known for his righteous deeds, he was a man of many romances and ultimately met his demise at the hands of a woman. Yi Canghua had made many enemies throughout his life due to his chivalrous pursuits, and his head was worth a fortune in Wangchuan. Ironically, he fell for a female assassin sent to kill him. In the end, he willingly surrendered his life to her, which elevated her status within Wangchuan. However, this tale of Yi Canghua's self-indulgence did not end well. After murdering him, the assassin, seemingly overly confident in her allure, accepted another contract in Wangchuan, intending to employ seduction once more. Ultimately, her corpse was discovered in a pig pen on a farm, having endured unspeakable torment prior to her death, leaving her unrecognizable. In this Jianghu, each individual is a story unto themselves. Wen Xiaosheng sighed, noticing the emptiness of Ma Huan's right arm, with his sleeve billowing in the wind, an undeniably poignant sight. Elder Ma, your arm. For one-armed individuals, this question could be somewhat intrusive. However, Ma Huan was unfazed. Responding calmly, it was lost a few months ago. When Xiaosheng was taken aback, was it due to a dispute in the Jianghu? Ma Huan did not respond directly, but jested, I was disrespectful in my old age, and thus, someone sever my hand. When Xiaosheng's eyes sparkled with curiosity, he firmly believed that Ma Huan was a formidable master, and not merely because he had once saved him, but also due to Lady Lu's trust. Anyone whom Lady Lu deemed trustworthy could not be of low skill. Therefore, someone capable of injuring Ma Huan must also be an extraordinary master. Oh, by the way, you know that person? Ma Huan suddenly looked at Wen Xiaosheng with a smile, leaving the latter momentarily stunned before responding with a chuckle. I know her? Ma Huan nodded. Yes, she is the woman you carried that night. A few months ago, I encountered her in Wind City. It was then that I lost this arm. When Xiaosheng's breath caught in his throat as he instinctively glanced at Ma Huan. Despite the elder's calm demeanor, it did not seem like he was lying. Deepening Wen's surprise and curiosity about why Ma Huan would intervene to save someone who had once severed his arm. Is she very formidable? Ma Huan offered no explanation, merely tilting his head to look at Wen Xiaosheng, as if sharing a casual conversation with an old friend. Wen Xiaosheng nodded, freely expressing his admiration. She truly is remarkable. Ma Huan smiled, his voice tinged with nostalgia as he remarked, she was even more formidable in the past. during the battle in Wind City. She ought to have gained renown across the world, but alas. Upon mentioning Wind City, when Chaoxing's ears perked up, he had always been curious about Shui's past, but he knew this question could delve into her innermost struggles, potentially leading her into an abyss of pain. Thus, after that night of drunkenness, he had refrained from asking further, seemingly avoiding the topic of Wind City. When Chaoxing inquired, Ma Huan refrained from elaborating, only cautioning him that the fire ignited in the city had yet to be extinguished and advised him to temper his curiosity lest it lead to his own peril in the future. Noting Ma Huan's reluctance to elaborate, when Chaoxing posed another question related to Shui, "Is she a soldier?" Ma Huan did not respond. Yet he did not deny it either. Unbeknownst to him, this ambiguous stance had already conveyed a wealth of information to Wen Chaoxing. Chapter 77. The snow-drenched city as Shui approached the street leading to the residence of Chun Xiong. Wen Chaoxing inquired of Ma Huan whether there existed any medicinal remedy to alleviate Shui's injuries. However, Ma Huan informed him that there was no point in exerting futile efforts. The wounds she bore were beyond the scope of ordinary remedies. They were inflicted by a practitioner of the celestial realm, imbued with profound Taoist essence. In the entire world, only a handful could treat such afflictions. The only healer I know of is the Taoist from the Northern Sea. Yet alas, this figure is as elusive as a dragon, rarely seen. When Chaoxing was taken aback, questioning whether celestial realm practitioners were involved in the events of Fengcheng, Ma Huan gazed into the distance, his grizzled hair dusted with snow, rendering him even more solemn, yet his voice carried an earnest reverence. There was one, but she was slain. When Chaoxing halted, the astonishment in his eyes utterly unmasked as he exchanged glances with Ma Huan. Shui is also of the celestial realm? Ma Huan shook his head. No, she is not. In my long and varied life traversing the martial world, I have heard countless tales of extraordinary beings and witnessed many historical legends. Yet I have never encountered a living legend quite like her. The Shui you speak of is, to my knowledge, the only warrior capable of slaying a practitioner of the celestial realm while still in the Empyrean realm. Though the distance between the two realms is but a single step, it is a chasm insurmountable. In the past 1,000 years, none have achieved such a feat. Should anyone claim otherwise, they would be ridiculed for their ignorance. Yet, this remarkable event has indeed transpired. Hence, I assert that in the battle at Fengcheng, her name should have resounded throughout the world. Unfortunately, that conflict also severely wounded her foundation, causing her realm to plummet, nearly resulting in her demise, leaving her with hidden injuries of Taoist essence. Who knows how many years she has left to live? As when Chaoxing beheld the sign of the Chun residence ahead, he instinctively slowed his pace and inquired of Ma Huan, "Can a fallen rel be restored?" After a long silence, Ma Huan could only utter a single word, "Difficult." Wen Chaoxing nodded, expressed his gratitude to the elder, and knocked at the door to meet Chun Xiong. Despite the late hour, Chun Xiong was awake. The furrowed brow upon his face revealed his anxiety. His unexpected visit in the dead of night surprised Chun Xiong. "What brings you here at this late hour?" Wen Chaoxing did not hesitate, directly requesting Chun Xiong to seal off his courtyard under the pretext of investigating a case, permitting only the black dog to remain, forbidding any other townsfolk from approaching. Upon hearing this, Chun Xiong sensed that something amiss had transpired that night and hurriedly inquired about the reason. Wen Chaoxing replied, "Many people from Wangchuan have arrived tonight. I am uncertain if it pertains to Luchuan." Chun Xiong cast a sidelong glance at the howling snow outside, seemingly grasping the lurking dangers, his eyelids twitching incessantly. "Are they all dead?" Wen Chaoxing nodded. Indeed, the courtyard now lay strewn with dozens of corpses. Should the townsfolk pass by and witness this the following day, it would incite unnecessary panic. Chun Xiong clenched his fists and paced the room, momentarily setting aside the matter of the bodies to inquire, "What of that woman now?" Wen Chaoxing, fully aware of Chun Xiong's true concern for Shui's condition, spoke calmly. "She has been poisoned, but it is not grave. She has practiced a peculiar technique that allows her to expel toxins with a few days of rest. She will be well." Chun Xiong, upon hearing this, secretly sighed in relief. His willingness to collaborate with Wen Xiaosheng was significantly influenced by Shui's display of martial prowess. Without her as a reassuring anchor, Chen Xiong would have been compelled to consider alternative options. The issue of the corpses is easily resolved. Tonight, I shall dispatch some of my personal guards to your courtyard. Before dawn breaks, these bodies will vanish without a trace. Wen Xiaosheng's face flickered in the candlelight, casting an eerie shadow that sent shivers down Chen Xiong's spine. The words that followed only heightened this sensation. Lord Chen, with so many lives lost tonight, do you not think it a waste to bury these corpses without ceremony? Chen Xiong swallowed hard and queried, what do you propose? Wen Xiaosheng regarded him intently. Lu Jinshe has nurtured a local power in Kuhai County for many years. It would be a pity not to put him to use. He gestured toward Chen Xiong, who seemed to grasp the implication, his pupils narrowing slightly. Wen Xiaosheng approached the window, flinging it wide open to allow the swirling snow and wind to rush in. Lord Chen, whether dealing with Wang Chuan or Lu Chuan, you must refrain from direct involvement. This is a fundamental principle of the strategic game in Kuhai County. You must remember your role is to create an intangible sense of threat, instilling anxiety in them rather than confronting them head-on. 6 words, pull strings but do not declare. Otherwise, should relations sour too greatly, you risk cornering them. And beware the desperate dog that bites back. After all, you occupy a position of authority. Escaping would be impossible. Wen Xiaosheng's tone remained calm as he continued. It appears Lu Chuan has no notable henchmen in Kuhai County. However, Wang Chuan poses a significant challenge. There is likely collaboration between the two. To deal with Wang Chuan, we cannot strike openly. We must wield our knives in the shadows. To clandestinely confront Wang Chuan, we require local power brokers from Kuhai County to provide us with intelligence. The corpses from Wang Chuan tonight serve as your most effective tool for establishing authority. To subdue these local powers, a balance of reward and intimidation is essential. A relationship based solely on profit or coercion is too unstable. You must allow them to witness wealth while simultaneously instilling fear. Only then will they remain loyally committed to your cause. Do you understand? As Wen Xiaosheng elaborated on his strategy, Chen Xiong's gaze shifted, reflecting a growing realization. He began to perceive that he had significantly underestimated this man. Once a mere refugee, how could an ordinary refugee or townsfolk possess such depth of thought and cunning? Recalling the years of silence in Wen Xiaosheng's past, his mind became a whirlpool of confusion as he pondered the true identity of the man before him. What should I convey to Lu Chuan? After a prolonged silence, Chen Xiong asked, his tone now imbued with a hint of earnest inquiry. Wen Xiaosheng turned to him, follow my guidance, and soon Lu Chuan will seek you out personally. At that time, I shall instruct you further. He then began to outline his plan, causing Chen Xiong to listen intently, his breath quickening unconsciously. Once the matter of the corpses was concluded, Chen Xiong even personally poured 2 cups of tea, handing one to Wen Xiaosheng, who accepted it and drank deeply before adding, there's one more thing. Noticing the flicker of intent in Chen Xiong's eyes, Wen Xiaosheng inquired, do you know Qiu Ziheng? Chen Xiong seemed to recognize the name, pondering briefly before nodding slightly. Not well acquainted. On my first day in office, he attempted to invite me to dinner, but I declined. Later, I inquired with the clerks, and they mentioned he has some connections in Guanghan City. Why? Is he of use? Wen Xiaosheng set down his cup and replied, indeed he is. In a few days, I plan to deal with him. I would appreciate your assistance. Chapter 78, what if not? In an unremarkable courtyard in the northern county, 2 individuals sat on the ground, a fiercely burning stove before them. Simmering a pot of snake soup, the rising steam mingling with the falling snow, creating a similar hue. An emaciated old man, sensing the soup had reached the right consistency, cheerfully lifted a ladle and served a bowl of steaming broth to the man in red beside him. Mr. Liu, last time you mentioned the soup lacked flavor, so I tweaked the recipe a bit. Please do give it a taste. Lu Chuan accepted the bowl, taking a delicate sip, his previously furrowed brow gradually smoothing out. This is flavorful enough. Old Yang, your skills have improved. Receiving Lu Chuan's praise, Old Yang appeared particularly elated, rubbing his hands together with a grin. If you like it, Mr. Liu, next time I shall. His words were abruptly cut off as he turned his head toward the main entrance, where a figure clad in dark iron, the Qin donkey, appeared, his expression somewhat frigid against the biting wind and snow. As he approached, Lu Chuan warmly waved him over, smiling as he said, "Qin donkey, you're just in time. Old Yang has just finished the soup. Come, have a taste." However, the Qin donkey did not reach for the bowl of snake soup offered by Old Yang. Instead, he addressed Lu Chuan, saying, "Mr. Lu, the operation of Wang Chuan failed tonight." Lu Chuan, who had been savoring the soup, froze momentarily, pursing his lips before swallowing the mouthful he had taken. He handed the bowl back to Old Yang, clicking his tongue in disbelief. That doesn't make sense. She is alone, injured, and yet she managed to kill all those people from Wang Chuan? And what about that? That Wu Jiao, wasn't he formidable enough to at least hold his own against her? He is dead too? The Qin donkey replied, "He is dead." When I arrived, their courtyard was littered with corpses, including Wu Jiao, lying in the center, his face not yet fully covered by the night-s snow. Lu Chuan chuckled softly, his lips twitching unnaturally, his tone laced with incredulity. This limping woman, so powerful? Old Yang, holding the soup, interjected with a sigh. 100,000 taels of gold, enough to establish a small nation. How could such wealth be easily earned? Lu Chuan stroked his chin, falling into a contemplative silence for a while. Noticing the atmosphere in the courtyard had grown somber, Old Yang, with one hand holding Lu Chuan's bowl and the other adding fuel to the stove, said, "In truth, Mr. Lu, you need not worry about this matter. Ultimately, it bears no relation to the task assigned by the master. The case of Lu Jinshe is practically settled. In a couple of days, once news arrives from Guanghan City, we can prepare to deal with Chun Xiong as well. Once Chun Xiong is eliminated, I shall arrange for the master to return to the royal city." Upon mentioning the assassination of Chun Xiong, Lu Chuan hesitated, recalling the encounter with Wen Chaosheng and the letter he had investigated. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No rush. Chun Xiong still holds value. Let us first utilize him to deal with Wen Chaosheng, then we can act. It seems that lad knows a few things he ought not to know. Since he is here, we might as well eliminate all potential troubles." A smile appeared on Old Yang's face. Mr. Lu is indeed thorough in his considerations. On the snowy morning following the storm, before the crowing of roosters, numerous officers had already surrounded the courtyard where Wen Chaosheng resided, sealing the area completely. These officers were loyal subordinates brought by Chun Xiong from his own household, their mouths tightly shut. Wen Chaosheng returned from the Chun residence that morning, only to find no sign of Ah Shui in the courtyard. He pushed the door open to discover her lying in bed, eyes closed as she recuperated. The sound of the door creaking open startled her. As she opened her eyes, Wen Chaosheng, bearing breakfast of steamed buns and soy milk, offered her a portion, glancing at her complexion and confirming she was not in immediate danger, before saying, "I've settled the debts you owed at the bun shop." Ah Shui took a bite of the still-warm tofu bun, chewing slowly, curiosity flickering in her eyes as she looked up at him. "Where did you go last night?" "I went to see Chun Xiong. On my way back this morning, I returned the letter I obtained from Aunt Me and brought some pork for her and Zhang the hunter." Wen Chaosheng seated himself on a wooden stool by the bed, tossing a couple of meat buns into the bowl of doggy. The latter, initially sluggish and sleepy, perked up at the scent of meat, quickly devouring the buns before shaking its fur and scampering out of the room, leaving a trail of paw prints in the snow as it followed a familiar path out of the county. Since Fan Yue's death, the black dog had refrained from entering his room. Last night, it was Wen Chaosheng who had forcibly carried it inside. Once the dog left, Wen Chaosheng fixed his gaze on Ah Shui, seated cross-legged on the bed, his eyes filled with contemplation as he inquired, "Ah Shui, with your injuries, when will you be able to get out of bed and walk?" As Ah Shui chewed on the bun, she winced, the pain in her chest causing her brow to furrow. Yet she replied, "What is the matter? Is there something you need?" When Chaosheng nodded, "Do not worry. It's not about fighting. It's merely to reassure Chun Xiong when the time comes." He recounted what he had informed Chun Xiong the previous night. And after a brief silence, Ah Shui responded, "A warrior's body is not as fragile as you might think. I just need to rest a bit more. I should be able to get out of bed by this evening." Having finished her soy milk, she seemed still thirsty, lifting her gaze toward Wen Chaosheng and asking, "Did you buy any wine?" Wen Xiaoxing gestured for her to wait a moment before stepping outside. Anticipating her request, he returned with a jug of hot water. Shui looked at the cup of hot water he offered, taking it in her hands but not drinking. I won't drink this. I want wine. Wen Xiaoxing shot her a glance. This is all there is. Shui frowned, about to protest, but he continued, once you feel better in a couple of days, I'll buy you some wine. If you want to drink, you must recuperate properly. She stared at him, a moment of tension lingering before she finally lowered her head, bringing the cup of hot water to her lips and slowly sipping. Make sure to rest well. I'll go chop some firewood next door. It won't take long. Wen Xiaoxing removed his outer garment to avoid overheating while working. As he stepped outside, Shui's voice suddenly called out from behind him, Wen Xiaoxing, why didn't you go to Mr. L's place last night, as I asked? Wen Xiaoxing pondered for a moment before replying. If my memory serves me right, you should have asked me this question last night already. The L couple has treated me with immense kindness. I cannot bring trouble to their doorstep. Shui pressed further. Is that all? Wen Xiaoxing turned to meet her gaze. What else could there be? The two held each other's gaze for a moment before Shui averted her eyes. Responding softly, I understand. You may go. Chapter 79. The business within the 7 Kills Hall. Upon arriving next door, Wen Xiaoxing greeted Lu Jiming, who was enjoying tea in the early morning, and before he went to chop wood, he posed a question that had troubled him throughout the night. Mr. Lu, after chopping wood for so long, I feel as though I can wield a sword. Lu Jiming smiled at this remark and replied gently, that is indeed a good thing. It indicates your progress in cultivation. With sincerity, Wen Xiaoxing continued, yet, at times, I can execute formidable sword strikes, while most of the time I cannot. Lu Jiming followed his lead. Indeed, but why is that? Seeing Lu Jiming's encouraging demeanor, Wen Xiaoxing managed a wry smile. If I knew the answer to that, I would have come to ask you. Lu Jiming poured him a cup of tea and said with a smile, Xiaoxing, questions regarding cultivation are the most intriguing. What others tell you is of little use. It is sufficient if you can comprehend it yourself. Listening to Lu Jiming's discourse, Wen Xiaoxing felt as though he was receiving sage advice. He understood that if he could unravel this issue on his own, he would find a remedy. However, if it were merely conveyed to him by another, no matter how clearly articulated, it would prove ineffective. Thank you, Mr. Lu. He expressed his gratitude before turning and entering the woodshed to chop wood. Within the 7 Kills Hall, a crowd of people was gathered around a gambling table. Their voices raised in excitement as they watched the escalating stakes of the game. The participants were visibly agitated, the atmosphere thick with tension. Among them were 2 idlers from the county town, whose families possessed some wealth. They were ripe for exploitation, and the 7 Kills Hall, in dire need of funds after the death of Lu Jinshi, seized the opportunity to con them. With hundreds of mouths to feed, the hall's leader was burdened with worry. Previously, such underhanded dealings were beneath them, but now he turned a blind eye, for he could not let his brothers starve. As the game approached its climax, a guard burst into the hall, breathless and panicked. Master 7, Master 7. Outside, the county magistrate has arrived. These few words plunged the raucous hall into an immediate and profound silence, the tension palpable. After a brief moment of stillness, someone drew their weapon, and the sharp sound ignited a wave of panic. In an instant, everyone unsheathed their blades, the air thick with murderous intent. Master 7 frowned, intending to instruct his subordinates to sheath their weapons when a booming voice called from the entrance. Upon entering, you draw your swords? Are you so unwelcoming? The crowd turned to see Chun Xiong, now clad in a white satin robe, exuding an air of elegance devoid of any official authority. With his hands clasped behind his back, he strode forward, revealing that he had come alone, without any guards or attendants. The previously charged atmosphere lightened considerably. Master 7 waved his hand, signaling for everyone to lower their weapons, and he personally welcomed Chun Xiong, casting a glance at a few subordinates to release the 2 unfortunate souls who had been set up for the con. Lord Chun, what brings you to this humble establishment? A clean table was quickly arranged, and as Chun Xiong sat down, food and drink were promptly provided. He picked up a piece of beef with his chopsticks and took a sip of wine, saying, I intended to come yesterday, but I was delayed by some issues in the county. Master 7, sensing the subtleties, refrained from probing further and instead filled Chun Xiong's cup, saying, If there is anything the Seven Kills Hall can assist you with, please do not hesitate to ask. With a smile, Chun Xiong gestured towards him with his chopsticks. Master Seven, I do indeed have a matter I wish to trouble you with. Upon its completion, I shall ensure you are duly rewarded. Upon hearing this, Master Seven's heart raced with excitement. Just days prior, when Xiaosheng had mentioned establishing a beneficial connection between the Seven Kills Hall and the newly appointed magistrate. And now here was Chun Xiong himself. Please, speak freely. Chun Xiong took a sip of his wine, twirling the cup in his hand before stating, dispose of corpses. Master Seven's expression shifted slightly. Dispose of whose corpses? Chun Xiong replied with a smile. These are the remnants from the river of forgetfulness. I eliminated dozens yesterday, and there seems to be a master called Wu Jiao among them. I lack the time to handle them, and the gossiping guards at the county office could cause unnecessary panic and tarnish my reputation. Remembering his younger associate when Xiaosheng's discussion about the Seven Kills Hall, he thought to seek out Master Seven. If memory serves, when Lu Jinshi was alive, the Seven Kills Hall controlled the rivers and lakes around Kuhai County. You have boats and men, and during winter, the tributaries leading to the Chunsha River remain unfrozen. Would you assist me in transporting these bodies to the depths? As his words echoed in the hall, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Not only Master Seven, but also the hall's stewards regarded Chun Xiong with bewilderment. As the local power in Kuhai County, the Seven Kills Hall was well aware of the happenings in the martial world, and they could not possibly be oblivious to the presence of the River of Forgetfulness or the infamous Wu Jiao. To refer to such notorious figures so casually as remnants was utterly shocking. The nonchalance with which he spoke of such grave matters left the newly appointed magistrate's reputation shrouded in mystery and fear. In a matter of moments, Chun Xiong's image in the minds of those present transformed into something profoundly enigmatic and intimidating. Sensing their shifting gazes, Chun Xiong felt an inner satisfaction while simultaneously developing a sense of awe towards Wen Xiaosheng. He began to grasp the depths of this individual's intellect and cunning, which seemed far beyond his years, akin to that of a seasoned sage. Master Seven, seated across from him, did not immediately acquiesce to Chun Xiong's request. His sharp, calculating gaze flickered as he weighed the pros and cons, pondering the veracity of Chun Xiong's words. Realizing that his statement might not carry enough weight, Chun Xiong gently set down his cup and continued, as I am new to my position and lack substantial funds, I propose to offer you the woofing sword in exchange for your assistance with this collaboration. If you find a suitable buyer, it should suffice to keep the Seven Kills Hall in comfort for some time. What say you, Master Seven? Chapter 80. Numb Legs as the founder and spokesperson of the Seven Kill Hall. Even if the seventh master is not particularly cunning, he possesses a sufficient level of caution. Most individuals in the martial world harbor a degree of superstition towards the term Wang Chuan and do not provoke it lightly. After all, no matter how skilled a master may be, they cannot guarantee perpetual vigilance without rest. Although Chun Xiong holds the position of magistrate in Kuhai County, it does not imply that he is incapable of deceit. When he casually recounted the slaying of dozens from Wang Chuan, including Wu Jiao, who is ranked 7th under the Lin flag, the 7th Master's initial reaction was one of shock and disbelief. However, after the initial astonishment, doubts regarding the veracity of Chun Xiong's words began to arise. It was not out of paranoia, but rather the sheer incredibility of the affair in a place like Kuhai County. Yet, when Chun Xiong mentioned taking Wu Jiao's woofing as a token of gratitude, the expression on the 7th Master's face shifted entirely. Words can be fabricated, but a sword cannot. For an assassin like Wu Jiao, weapons are almost synonymous with their very lives. Unless met with death, the famed sword known as woofing would never befall another's possession. Weapons recognized by the Tianji Tower have their details extensively documented and widely circulated within the martial community. Thus, for anyone well-informed, discerning the identity of renowned swords and blades is quite feasible. Is Lord Chun's statement genuine? The 7th Master quickly organized his thoughts and inquired. Chun Xiong lightly tapped his fingers on the table. 7th Master, I am new to Kuhai County and have many matters to attend to. Do you think I am here to indulge in idle chatter? A slightly awkward smile flickered across the 7th Master's weathered face, but he soon cleared his throat and replied, "Since it is your command, we shall naturally comply." Pleased with his demeanor, Chun Xiong proceeded to outline some specific details before taking his leave. The seventh master and the stewards of the seven kill hall bid farewell to Chun Xiong, watching his departing figure. An elderly steward, filled with unspoken excitement, remarked, "Seventh master, this is a tremendous opportunity. At a critical juncture where the seven kill hall is being dismantled without the assistance of officials, we might truly be driven to our demise by the Salt Gang. If we can establish a connection with the newly appointed magistrate, we might sustain our former business operations, and those behind the Salt Gang would find it difficult to exert control over us." The seventh master gazed down at the snow-covered ground beneath his feet, his voice heavy. "We need Chun Xiong's connections to continue our trade. However, do not rejoice too soon. Chun Xiong is vastly different from the previous Lu Jin. In recent days, many from Wangchuan have flooded into Kuhai County, and I have even heard rumors of individuals arriving from the royal city. There must be more to this. Lu Jin's death was suspicious, and Chun Xiong's ascension may not be devoid of enigmas either. Wangchuan is a formidable force, and Wu Jiao, a killer of exceptional prowess. To put it bluntly, this fellow could wield 2 swords and, within a span of 2 hours, could slay hundreds within the 7 kill hall. Now, he has inexplicably perished at Chun Xiong's hands. I am deeply concerned." Upon uttering this, he raised his gaze to the rippling surface of the lake, his aged voice tinged with reflection. "I have a premonition. If we profit from Chun Xiong, the future days of the 7 kill hall may not bode well. Furthermore, let us set aside matters regarding Chang Feng and refrain from contacting Qiu Zihang for now. It seems that when Xiaosheng truly has some association with Chun Xiong, we shall wait until their grievances are resolved before determining whom to assist." Having finished chopping wood, Wen Xiaosheng retrieved some money and meticulously counted it before venturing to the market to purchase half a black chicken and a few medicinal herbs, such as ginseng, white atractalodes, and poria. Upon returning, he prepared a pot of black chicken soup. The courtyard was littered with corpses blanketed in snow, while outside, Chun Xiong's confidants observed Wen Xiaosheng expressionlessly simmering the chicken soup, their expressions a complex mix of emotions. Indeed, the winter snow is abundant, and the corpses carry no odor. But still, can one truly eat under such circumstances? In fact, when they caught a whiff of the fragrant aroma of herbs and chicken soup wafting through the air, they felt a twinge of nausea. At noon, Wen Xiaosheng carried 2 bowls of the prepared chicken soup to the residence of Lu Jiming, offering it for him and Madame Lu to taste. After savoring it, Madame Lu expressed her surprise and praised Wen Xiaosheng's culinary skills. "Xiaosheng, you can cook?" Wen Xiaosheng replied. "Culinary arts are easy to learn but difficult to master. I can prepare some food, but it pales in comparison to your exquisite craftsmanship." Madame Lu could not suppress a smile, lightly scolding him. "You certainly have a way with words. You've monopolized all the flattery." Wen Xiaosheng chuckled, taking 2 bowls of porridge from Madame Lu before returning to Fan Yue's quarters. He brought the porridge and hot chicken soup into the room, where Xue sat cross-legged on the bed, her eyes fluttering open. Upon noticing the chicken soup, she expressed surprise. "Wen Xiaosheng, you can cook?" Wen Xiaosheng offered her a bowl of chicken soup. "Give it a taste." Xue held the bowl and took a sip, her previously furrowed brow relaxing slightly. "It's acceptable," she remarked. After downing 2 bowls of chicken soup, they began their meal. Xue gazed at the remaining half chicken and the herbs in the pot, suddenly turning to Wen Xiaosheng and asking, "How much did this pot of chicken soup cost?" Wen Xiaosheng, engrossed in his meal, replied without looking up, "Not too expensive. I merely overextended a few of your drinking allowances." Upon hearing this, Xue's eyes widened slightly, fixing him with a serious gaze. "Are you taking advantage of my illness to extort me?" Wen Xiaosheng nearly choked on his food, turning aside to cough a few times. Rolling his eyes, "The money will be deducted from my share, all right? The fund for your drinks will be calculated separately." Xue nodded in satisfaction, lowering her head to scoop up some soup-soaked rice. After a moment of hesitation, she tentatively hinted to Wen Xiaosheng, "Actually, I'm almost fully recovered. If all goes well, tonight I should be able to." Wen Xiaosheng well aware of her intentions, unhesitatingly rejected her, given the severity of your injuries. You must abstain from alcohol for at least 3 days. After that, we will see how things unfold before I consider buying you drinks. Upon hearing the 3-day alcohol ban, Shui's heart sank. She immediately set down her bowl and, using her hands to support herself, attempted to stand, wanting to demonstrate her vitality to Wen Qiaosheng. However, after a brief attempt, Shui's brow furrowed tightly, her body stiffening for a moment before she ultimately chose to give up, gradually adjusting her position to settle back onto the bed. Gazing at Wen Qiaosheng's astonished expression, she nonchalantly remarked, "My legs are numb." Chapter 81. Then I shall not hold back after dinner. When Chaos Hen washed the dishes and then settled in the courtyard, taking out the brush he had purchased. He placed the slate over the fire to heat it and dipped the brush in water to practice his calligraphy. Due to the high temperature of the slate, the water would evaporate almost instantly. Following Cheng Feng's instructions, when Chaos Hen repeatedly practiced the character Eternity, a process that proved to be quite tedious. After approximately an hour of attempts, his hands began to ache, prompting him to take a brief respite. Finding the straightforward practice rather uninspiring, he decided to practice writing it in reverse. Writing any character backward resulted in a completely different essence. The hook transformed into hook, and the lightness of an upward stroke became the heaviness of a downward one. How could one achieve an exact replica? When Chaos Hen recalled how, earlier in Cheng Feng's courtyard, the latter had effortlessly pinned 2 nearly identical characters using entirely opposite strokes, leaving him in awe of the skill involved. He began to grasp the complexity of the task. How would he transform it into a... Was it a matter of controlling the pressure of his brush? Though challenging, when Chaos Hen gradually gained confidence, adept at deconstructing a troublesome problem into simpler components. Calligraphy was no different. Seated in the courtyard, he diligently practiced, and on the slate, and through his relentless efforts, they began to show a faint resemblance to one another. On the second floor of the house, Lady L observed when Chaos Hen practicing from over the courtyard wall. At some point, El Jiming had joined her, admiring Wen Qiaoshen's dedication. This young man possesses an impressive aptitude, she mused. Years ago, beneath the iron loquat tree on the snow peak of the Sword Pavilion, I sat for 3 years in silence, finally discerning how to stabilize my sword intent. Yet, Chaos Hen accomplished this in merely half a day. Lady L tilted her head in surprise, asking, "Can practicing calligraphy truly resolve such a dilemma?" El Jiming shook his head. "Not necessarily. The essence of sword intent lies in the principles of heaven and earth. It is typically the domain of those of the celestial human realm to capture and wield it with stability. For mortals, grasping the fleeting essence of the universe is akin to scaling the heavens. Moreover, integrating it into swordsmanship and executing it with steadiness requires mastery of both ends. However, I observe that as Chaos Hen practices his calligraphy, he is not merely honing his wrist and fingers, but also his heart. In theory, this could be effective. Yet, whether it truly is depends on his own future cultivation." After a full day of calligraphy, as the evening sky blazed with fiery clouds, when Chaos Hen finally took a break, he warmed the remaining chicken soup from lunch and prepared a simple dinner. Following the meal with Shui, he was pleasantly surprised to see her rise from bed and move slowly. While her steps were somewhat unsteady, her right leg had always been impaired, making it difficult to discern any significant change. "Are you not going to rest for another day?" When Chaos Hen inquired, Shui, one hand resting on the wall and the other on her waist, replied, "Moving around allows the blood to circulate. Only then can the rejuvenating effects of the spring of eternal youth be maximized. Staying in bed too long will lead to stagnation." Seeing her determination, when Chaos Hen refrained from further persuasion and washed the dishes. As the sun set, visitors arrived from the street, and, after a brief discussion with the guard stationed outside the courtyard, were permitted entry. The leader of the group was none other than the White Wolf of the 7 Killers Hall, accompanied by 5 others, each carrying large burlap sacks. Their purpose was clear. Upon seeing when Chaos Hen again, White Wolf's demeanor shifted to one of respect, even tinged with a hint of trepidation. Given the earlier discussions between Seven and Chun Xiong, it was evident that when Qiaoshen's ties with Chun Xiong ran deep, coupled with the fact that several figures from the River of Forgetfulness had perished within his courtyard. It was only natural for speculation to arise. Chaos Hen. My brother, we have come at Lord Chun's behest to handle the bodies, White Wolf stated. When Chaos Hen nodded, I am aware. Chun Xiong has informed me. Please, make yourselves at home. Additionally, remember to take this woofing back to Lord Seven, he said, tossing the heavy sword resting by the door to White Wolf. It was a blade far weightier than the average sword, and had it not been for Wen Chaoxin's significantly enhanced physical condition, it would have been challenging to wield. As White Wolf picked up the sword and unsheathed it, the moonlight illuminated its form, and a palpable aura of lethal intent washed over him, causing his eyelids to twitch and his back to chill. Regardless of whether this was the true Wufeng, White Wolf was certain that the weapon in his grasp was anything but ordinary. The intensity of its murderous energy was overwhelming. Quickly sheathing the sword, he expressed his gratitude to one Chaos Hen. The group then proceeded to place the bodies within the courtyard into the burlap sacks. The sacks were sizable enough to hold 2 bodies each. White Wolf, not idle, inquired, Chaos Hen, may I ask where the body of Wu Jiao is located? When Chaos Hen replied, I have placed it at the edge of the courtyard over there. However, you cannot take that body just yet. Once the other bodies are dealt with, you may return, and I will instruct you on how to dispose of it. White Wolf paused, curiosity flooding his mind, but he chose not to press further, casually stowing 2 bodies into his sack. As they prepared to leave, he turned to Chaos Hen once more, saying, There's one more matter, Chaos Hen. Lord Seven extends a warm invitation for you to visit the 7 Killers Hall at your convenience. He has prepared fine wine for you. When Chaos Hen nodded, about to respond when the door behind him was suddenly pushed open. Creak! A Shui stood at the threshold, her skirt swaying in the breeze, her eyes shining brightly under the stars. Then I shall not hold back, she declared. When Chaos Hen turned to face a Shui, momentarily silent. It was as if the timing of her appearance was perfectly orchestrated. The moment wine was mentioned, her spirit visibly lifted. The reaction of White Wolf and his companions upon seeing a Shui mirrored that of Wen Chaos Hen, though their eyes were filled with palpable fear. After only a few days, how could they forget this fearsome woman? Earlier, her feats at the 7 Killers Hall were still fresh in their minds. The way she shattered iron weapons with a mere flick of her fingers. The terrifying image of wine splattering uncontrollably remained vivid. Yet, how could she possibly be with Wen Chaos Hen? Unconsciously swallowing hard, White Wolf shifted his gaze to one Chaos Hen, who sighed and turned to reveal a forced smile, placing a finger to his lips in a shushing gesture. Brother White Wolf, please convey my message to Lord Seven. Chaos Hen will surely visit with friends for a feast on another day. Furthermore, matters that should not be spoken of must remain unspoken. Given the numerous bodies in this courtyard, adding or subtracting a few will hardly be noticed. Wouldn't you agree? Chapter 82 in the courtyard. The fragrance of Zhao's tea. The White Wolf, having traversed the martial world for many years, may not boast formidable skills, yet possesses keen insight, allowing him to discern the unspoken implications of Wen Chaoxing's words. On their way to dispose of the corpse, the White Wolf solemnly cautioned his companions about the gravity of the situation, emphasizing the importance of discretion for their very lives. Once the White Wolf and his entourage departed, Shui, filled with curiosity, inquired of Wen Chaoxing, why must the body of Wu Jiao be handled last? Wen Chaoxing, preparing hot water to soak his feet, spoke with a voice somewhat muffled by the falling snow. The influence of Wang Chuan is too vast. I can only manage Lu Chuan, while they remain beyond my control. After this night battle, with so many casualties on Wang Chuan's side, none can predict their potential thirst for vengeance. We are currently navigating murky waters, and the muddier the situation, the more advantageous it is for us. Therefore, should the opportunity arise, I wish to draw the White Dragon Guard into this conflict in Kuhai County. Shui pondered for a moment, an undercurrent of surprise threading through his calm demeanor. When did you begin orchestrating such matters? Wen Chaoxing replied, one must play chess step by step. No one can foresee every eventuality. For instance, last night's battle caught me completely off guard. What was meant to be a decisive move turned out otherwise, as we are not mere pawns, having escaped from the slaughter. Our next course of action, naturally, will be to strike back. In a game of chess against an opponent, it is merely a matter of countering their moves. The people of Chunyuan had been stationed outside when Shaoxing's residence for 2 days, and rumors began to spread like wildfire. Those who had long enjoyed a tranquil existence in the county were oblivious to the events transpiring within Wen Shaoxing's courtyard. All that was known was that the path through Osmanthus Alley had been closed off. Chunyuan's official reason was that the authorities were investigating a case, and civilians were advised to keep their distance. Yet, what kind of case warranted sealing off a residence for 2 full days? Could it possibly be a homicide? Speculation ran rampant, and as Chunyuan sat in the county office, sipping tea, he closed his eyes to savor the aroma of the leaves. Feeling the rhythm of his own heartbeat, he sensed that death was drawing near. The previous day, when Shaoxing had visited once more to discuss strategies for dealing with Luchuan, and the two rehearsed their plans multiple times, leaving Chunyuan feeling unusually tense. When Shaoxing warned him that Luchuan was a cunning adversary, and engaging him directly would be perilous, he had to maintain composure and reveal no hint of fear. To be seen through by Luchuan would mean certain death. When Shaoxing was not entirely clear on Luchuan's identity, but he knew enough. This man was notorious as a ruthless poisoner in the royal city, known for his extreme methods. With the residence locked down for 2 days and no news emerging, Luchuan initially suspected that Chunyuan might take action. However, as the days passed without any indication, doubt began to creep in. Yet, he remained patient, refraining from pressing Chunyuan, keen to observe how events would unfold. Estimating that the time had come, Chunyuan commanded his subordinates to withdraw from Osmanthus Alley and affixed a notice at the gate, declaring the incident a false alarm. The news spread rapidly. At this point, Luchuan became restless. After waiting for 2 days for a satisfactory outcome, he was taken aback by Chunyuan's conclusion of a mere false alarm after having stationed himself at Wen Shaoxing's door. Upon receiving information from Qianlu, Luchuan fell into deep contemplation. Sensing Luchuan's unease, Qianlu suggested, "Why not write a letter, and I shall deliver it. Perhaps invite Chunyuan to a meal to remind him of our agreement?" Luchuan declined the suggestion, opting instead to don a thicker coat and stride out. "No need for a meal. Qianlu, accompany me to the county office." The 2 men made their way through the snow to the office, where the gatekeeper, upon seeing them, neither obstructed nor inquired but respectfully stepped aside, saying, "Gentlemen, please enter. The Lord has been awaiting you in the guest garden, brewing tea for quite some time." Luchuan frowned at this, glancing at the gatekeeper. "Does Chunyuan know I am coming?" The gatekeeper nodded. "I am merely following the Lord's orders. I am unaware of anything else. If you have questions, it would be best to ask the Lord directly." Nodding, Luchuan swept into the building. As he approached Chunyuan's garden, the rich aroma of tea wafted toward him, prompting him to slow his pace, a sense of foreboding stirring within him. Inside the garden, Chunyuan smiled as he regarded Luchuan, a steaming pot of fragrant tea waiting on the table before him. "Why the delay in your arrival? This tea has reached the optimal brewing point. It is time to enjoy it." Luchuan scrutinized Chunyuan, feeling an inexplicable change in his demeanor. He lifted the hem of his robe, seated himself opposite Chunyuan, and brought the teacup to his nose, inhaling deeply before closing his eyes. "This is Xiangshan Taichun, from Zhao's Hongtu Prefecture, favored by the officials of the East. You have quite the skill, Chunyuan, managing to procure such a delicacy at this time." Chunyuan interrupted him nonchalantly. "I did not procure it. This tea was left behind by Lu Jinshi. I thought it shame to waste such fine tea, so I decided to brew it and see how it tasted." Upon hearing that the tea was a relic of Lu Jinshi, Luchuan's expression shifted subtly, the cup in his hand feeling unnaturally warm. He fixed his gaze on Chunyuan, implying, "Chunyuan, consuming the belongings of the deceased may not bode well. In my view, Lu Jinshi's death was suspicious, and his lingering resentment could be considerable. It would be wise to dispose of his possessions swiftly." Chunyuan merely smiled, raised his teacup, and continued to savor the tea. After a moment of silence, Luchuan shifted the conversation. "Moreover, have you forgotten our prior agreement?" Feigning ignorance, Chunyuan replied, "Oh, what agreement might that be?" Luchuan met his gaze, his gentle expression gradually sharpening. "Wen Shaoxing." Chunyuan chuckled softly, filling Lu Chuan's half-empty cup to the brim, even allowing some to spill over. Noting Lu Chuan's frown, he retracted the teapot, expressing, "Mr. Lu, it is not that I do not wish to eliminate him. It is simply that I fear to do so." Lu Chuan scoffed. "Fear? What is there to fear? As a mere drifter, I have nothing to lose, no family, no ties. A death is but a fleeting flame." Chun Yuan sighed, his words laden with meaning. "I am well aware of this principle. Yet, should he perish, I too will not be far from death." Chapter 83. Will you still kill me? Upon uttering these words, Chun Xiong immediately noticed a constriction in Lu Chuan's pupils. Even though he typically maintained a commendable control over his demeanor, the profound shock that pierced the depths of his soul at that moment breached his defenses. What did Chun Xiong mean? Could it be that he had seen through Lu Chuan's scheme? This statement struck him like a sword, chilling him to the core. As the secrets he had buried deep within, those that could not endure the light of day, were laid bare in that instant. However, Lu Chuan was no ordinary individual. Despite knowing that his sordid thoughts might have been exposed, he swiftly masked his surging emotions, nonchalantly sipping tea as a guise. "What does Lord Chun mean?" "I do not comprehend," he replied. Chun Xiong lowered his head and smiled. "Is the gentleman truly oblivious or merely feigning ignorance?" Lu Chuan clasped his hands together. "Indeed, I find myself somewhat perplexed today. I humbly request your enlightenment, my lord." Chun Xiong refrained from stating it outright, instead savoring a sip of tea. His expression relaxed as he clicked his tongue. "I wonder if Mr. Lu recalls the vial of lethal poison that went missing from Lu Jinshi?" At the mention of the nearly forgotten poison, Lu Chuan's countenance underwent a subtle transformation. Before he could utter a word, Chun Xiong suddenly produced a vial of poison and placed it before Lu Chuan. "Mr. Lu, could this be the one?" Upon seeing the poison, Lu Chuan first tilted his head back to gulp down some tea, concealing the astonishment that threatened to surface in his eyes. He then donned a smile, speaking softly. "I had thought that something had gone awry with this vial of poison, yet it seems you have found it, my lord. To speak truthfully, this is indeed my oversight. Now that you have rectified this matter for me, allow me to express my gratitude with 3 cups of tea." With that, he genuinely drank 3 cups of hot tea in quick succession. As he set the last cup down, beads of fine sweat began to appear on his forehead. After he finished, Chun Xiong cheerfully refilled his 4th cup, slowly uttering a chilling remark. "Mr. Lu, do not be so hasty in your gratitude. What if there exists a possibility that this vial of poison was never lost, but rather secretly concealed by me from the very beginning?" The smile on Lu Chuan's face gradually faded. The increasingly frigid glint in his eyes signaled to Chun Xiong that he was slowly tearing away at his fade. Yet, Chun Xiong remained unfazed by Lu Chuan's deathly glare, continuing to sip his tea with an air of tranquility. "Mr. Lu, do you know how I came to find this vial of poison?" Lu Chuan narrowed his eyes. "I would like to hear the details." Chun Xiong recounted the origins of the poison as told to him by Wen Chaosheng. However, this time, the protagonist of the tale shifted from Shui to Chun Xiong himself. Lu Jinshi was a man who bore grudges, and he was the greatest unforeseen variable in Lu Chuan's current undertaking. From the moment you entrusted him with this vial of lethal poison, he had already devised a plan to retaliate against you and that esteemed lord. To be frank, you should have killed him outright. Perhaps it would have spared you of this myriad of troubles. Lu Chuan toyed with his teacup, his expression devoid of emotion. "My lord, it is ill-advised to kick someone when they are down. Let's not forget, we are in the same boat. Should matters concerning Lu Jinshi not be handled properly, you two will bear responsibility." Chun Xiong shook his head. "No, that is not correct. Lu Chuan, we are not of the same ilk." He began to call Lu Chuan by name, and Lu Chuan sensed a profound danger in Chun Xiong's words. What exactly does Lord Chun mean? Perhaps it is best to lay it all bare? After all, today, there are only the 3 of us in this courtyard. Chun Xiong, undeterred by Lu Chuan's veiled threat, chuckled softly, laughter shaking his body. He had no desire to laugh, yet at this moment, he was compelled to do so. Wen Chaosheng had informed Chun Xiong that in order to instill a sense of trepidation in Lu Chuan, he needed to swiftly brand himself with labels of cunning and subtlety. He must masquerade as a meticulous strategist, utterly unafraid of death. All his performances before Lu Chuan served a singular purpose: survival. "Very well," since you insist on clarity, I shall speak plainly. You all deem me a fool, expecting me to cooperate in erasing Lu Jinshi's existence and to replace him as the magistrate of Bittersea County. Do you truly believe I would fall for such a ruse? With individuals like you, if I were to obediently erase every trace of Lu Jinshi, how could I possibly survive? Lu Chuan's smile was a facade. My lord, it seems you harbor some misconceptions about us. I believed we had no reason to harm you. Moreover, before our arrival, the lord had promised. Chun Xiong interrupted with a cold smile. He also made promises to Lu Jinshi, did he not? Lu Chuan, can the words of the living be as reliable as those of the dead? Killing Lu Jinshi, perhaps you would still exercise caution. After his demise, every detail would need to be meticulously managed to prevent any unwelcome secrets from surfacing. Yet, to kill me you might not even bat an eyelash. After all, Lu Jinshi possessed secrets that could directly threaten that esteemed lord, whereas I possess none. Once I have erased all traces of Lu Jinshi, the sole potential threat to that lord would be my own words. For I am the only one who had direct contact with Lu Jinshi's corpse in this case. I'm also the last witness to this secret. Am I not correct, Lu Chuan? As he listened to Chun Xiong speak confidently, Lu Chuan felt an involuntary chill running down his spine. He realized he had gravely underestimated this young man before him. How deeply concealed were his true intentions. With the mask of pretense stripped away, after a prolonged silence, Lu Chuan suddenly posed a question. Since you were aware this is a path of no return, why did you initially agree to the Lord's request? Chun Xiong leisurely poured himself another cup of tea, offering a silent toast to Lu Chuan before drinking it himself. A fine question. Historically, the greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. I dare to come here because I am not Lu Jinshi, nor will I ever be a second Lu Jinshi. His foolishness warranted his demise. As for me, I harbor a small ambition. That esteemed lord wields immense power. I intend to exchange the secret for some wealth to squander, making modest requests that he should not refuse. A cold, murderous intent gleamed in Lu Chuan's eyes as he sneered. If you are aware of the Lord's might, then you should refrain from engaging in such self-destructive actions. Chun Xiong laughed heartily, gesturing towards the formidable figure beside Lu Chuan, who bore a massive blade. Self-destructive? Lu Chuan, should he brandish his sword, I would perish here today. Yet I can also assure you, should I meet my end, all secrets pertaining to that esteemed lord and Lu Jinshi will return to the capital at an unimaginable speed and through unforeseen channels. Oh, even the White Dragon Guard outside the county will be informed. Tell me, will you offer me a funeral then? With a clang, as Chun Xiong's words faded, the formidable figure unsheathed his blade, slicing through the snowflakes and severing the steaming tea in Chun Xiong's grasp. The chill from that strike swept through his fingers, spreading throughout his body. The teacup shattered into two pieces. With a heart racing uncontrollably, Chun Xiong endeavored to suppress the fear within. Gently patting the tea spilled upon himself with slightly trembling hands, lamenting, "Ah, what a pity for this tea." He continued, "I understand your urgency, Lu Chuan, but please do not rush. Allow me to show you something first." With a smile, he produced the note that Wen Chaosheng had previously entrusted to him, which contained the secrets of Lu Jinshi. It bore only a few words, Longan Gu, Su, Yi. Upon encountering these 6 characters, Lu Chuan could no longer maintain his composure. His expression transformed dramatically as he lifted his gaze to meet Chun Xiong's steady eyes. The latter's demeanor remained calm, his tone unwavering. "I do not speak falsehoods, Lu Chuan. Everything Lu Jinshi knew, I now know as well. I comprehend the stakes involved, the fate of this secret, whether it is forever entombed in the depths of Kuhai County or, like the snowflakes that dance in the air, rests in your hands. Now, Lu Chuan, tell me, do you still intend to kill me?" Chapter 84. The knife as a pen gazing at the seemingly calm, yet subtly insane smile on Chun Xiong's face. Lu Chuan felt an indescribable fury bubbling within him. He had always been the one orchestrating schemes against others, yet today, he found himself ensnared in a trap laid by another. This defeat was particularly devastating, akin to a pitiful mouse being toyed with relentlessly. In any other circumstance, Lu Chuan would have found it intolerable to witness his long-standing pride obliterated so suddenly, accompanied by the sting of humiliation. However, he now fully comprehended the gravity of the situation and the dire consequences that could arise from any misstep. Remaining silent, Lu Chuan stood motionless, his expression shrouded in an unspoken gloom. After a considerable pause, he delicately raised his finger. Observing this, the nearby Qianlov slowly sheathed the massive black iron blade behind his back. "This tea is utterly dreadful," he remarked with faint derision, rising and walking towards the courtyard entrance with his hands clasped behind him. The atmosphere of this contentious tea gathering culminated in an unsatisfactory parting for both parties. Once Lu Chuan had departed, Chunxiong felt his body weaken, collapsing into his chair. His gaze fell upon the shattered pieces of the teacup nearby. As he reached to collect them, he discovered his hands trembled uncontrollably. As a distinguished martial artist, he found it alarming to feel so drained without engaging in combat. Moreover, Lu Chuan's earlier demeanor validated a crucial realization for Chunxiong. The warnings previously conveyed to him by Wen Chaosian were not mere fabrications intended to persuade him. Lu Chuan genuinely intended to kill him. Now, Lu Chuan's exit signified that he had been swayed by his own performance, beginning to waver and harbor trepidation. That night, when Chaosian boiled a pot of water, practicing dots and hooks on a stone slab illuminated by the stars and moonlight after the snowfall ceased. After 2 days of rest, Ashui was able to move about normally. However, when Chaosian discerned that the injury inflicted by Wu Jio's sword on Ashui had been severe, even now, her steps remained somewhat unsteady. She had requested alcohol from Chaosian twice during this period, but he had firmly declined both times. Recalling the seventh master's previous invitation, Ashui approached when Chaosian and inquired, only to find him diligently repeating hook and dot on the stone slab. Standing behind him with her hands clasped, she observed for a moment, her scrutinizing gaze making Wen Chaosian feel somewhat uneasy. He paused and turned to ask, "What's the matter?" Ashui stroked her smooth chin and replied, "What are you doing?" When Chaosian answered, "Practicing calligraphy." Ashui shot him a glance, "I'm not blind." "Speak plainly," When Chaosian said, clearing his throat and explaining his struggle to convert a dot into a hook. After pondering, Ashui frowned. "The difficulty is extraordinary. The techniques required for each are entirely different." When Chaosian exhaled, who would argue otherwise? "I have attempted countless times. Achieving mere semblance is already immensely challenging. To attain the elegance of Chung Feng's characters is akin to scaling the heavens." After a moment of contemplation, Ashui extracted a piece of wood from a nearby pile. Standing in the courtyard as she demonstrated with a single hand, mimicking the motions in the air, Wen Chaosian turned to watch her, captivated by the moonlight cascading through her hair. He noticed the persistent worry etched on her brow and how the piece of wood danced in her grasp like a sword. Relaxing, he lost himself in thought. Suddenly, Ashui stood before him, gently tapping his head with the stick. "Hey, Wen Chaosian, I have an idea that may not work. But are you willing to listen?" When Chaosian rubbed his eyes and nodded, "Go on." Ashui continued, "I know nothing of calligraphy, but I possess some expertise in swordsmanship. Just now I tried substituting sword techniques for writing, and it seemed feasible. Why not start with sword practice?" Listening to Ashui's proposal, Wen Chaosian's eyes brightened. "How should I practice?" "Come here," Ashui instructed. When Chaosian approached her, and she placed the stick in his hand, moving behind him to grasp his arm. "Grip firmly. Keep your wrist relaxed. Let it flow naturally." Following her guidance, when Chaosian felt Ashui direct his arm downward. In that instant, he seemed to grasp her technique. "Now lift." It's the opposite of the previous motion. "Feel the difference," Ashui's voice whispered in his ear as she raised his arm. Afterward, she released her hold and asked, "Did you sense the difference in technique?" When Chaosian reflected on the experience, nodding, then shaking his head. "Could you repeat that?" Ashui straightforwardly seized his arm again, but refrained from immediate action, stating from behind, "1 drink for each attempt." When Chaosian responded with a startled acknowledgement. But before he could react, Ashui had guided him through 3 successive sword strikes. Cough! After the 3rd strike, Ashui abruptly halted, coughing violently and releasing her grip. Turning around, when Chaosian saw a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth, unable to suppress his concern. "Is it worth risking your life for a drink?" Ashui silently wiped the blood from her mouth, avoiding his question. "Did you remember the feeling from earlier?" When Chaos-in hesitated before nodding yes. Good. Ashui glanced at him and said no more, limping toward her room. I'm going to rest. As she entered her chamber, when Chaos-in prepared to practice with the stick, only to hear the door creak open. A half-visible face emerged from the darkness, earnestly stating, 6 drinks, no cheating. When Chaos-in waved his hand dismissively, I understand. Chapter 85. Little Ingzhou with the assistance of a shui, when Shaoxing indeed began to grasp a sense of understanding. He did not hastily incorporate this feeling into his writing, but rather focused on reinforcing it. As the night deepened, when Shaoxing completed his evening rituals and sat cross-legged on the floor, resuming his practice of the eternal spring technique. Although he had yet to perceive any remarkable effects of this mystical art left by the Northern Sea Taoist on his body, he persisted in practicing diligently every night before sleep. Following the original method left by the Northern Sea Taoist, each night brought him a sensation akin to clouds and mist, causing his consciousness to waver and drift. As for the bed in the room, it ultimately belonged to a shui without question. Although the two had grown familiar, they were not yet close enough to share a bed. Moreover, considering a shui's injuries, when Shaoxing could not bring himself to allow someone who had sustained such wounds while protecting him to sleep on the floor. That night, as when Shaoxing practiced, his consciousness once again became ethereal. It gradually ascended, as if something were lifting him toward the luminous heavens. This was not the first time he had experienced such a sensation. Previously, a shui had mentioned that he slept like a log while cultivating, and when Shaoxing certainly believed him. Thus, he naturally assumed it must be a dream. However, after experiencing this sensation repeatedly, he grew increasingly alert, sensing that it might not be a dream. Who dreams of the same scene repeatedly, all while being fully aware? This night, upon feeling this sensation once more, when Shaoxing chose to empty his mind entirely, allowing his body to drift upward. In the past few days, he had deliberately controlled his consciousness to explore his surroundings, but had yielded no results. Therefore, today he decided to adopt a different approach. At this moment, his thoughts resembled clouds and mist, sometimes dispersed and at other times coalescing. Each time he ascended a certain distance, he would succumb to a state of confusion, losing all perception of his surroundings, as if he were the only entity in existence. This state persisted for several cycles until at last, when Shaoxing discovered he had arrived at the edge of the mist. Below him lay the vast ocean, boundless and deep. He could hear the rhythmic sound of waves and feel the unfathomable expanse of cerulean blue. Shrouded above the sea was a thick fog, obscuring something hidden beneath its veil. Though the distance was great, when Shaoxing felt an inexplicable allure emanating from the fog-covered area. Thus, he cautiously extended his consciousness beyond the clouds. But as soon as he peeked out, he found himself in free fall. He began to plummet rapidly, descending, like a stubborn stone falling from the heavens, crashing violently into the mist below. The jarring impact left him feeling extremely uncomfortable, yet his body suffered no pain or injury. When Shaoxing looked down, he was astonished to discover that his consciousness had assumed a corporeal form. He had landed on a small island. This island was adorned with vibrant flowers, and its trees bore extraordinary fruits and gems, a sight to behold. As he surveyed his surroundings, filled with awe and curiosity, suddenly, a multitude of colorful butterflies appeared from the horizon, swirling around him before transforming into a rainbow bridge that extended toward the center of the island. When Shaoxing stepped onto the rainbow bridge, journeying to its destination, where he beheld a grand lake at the center of the island. The lake's surface was crystal clear, revealing a small island in the middle, upon which stood a towering peach tree. Petals rained down around the tree, carpeting the ground with a thick layer of exquisite pink and white blossoms, resembling a luxurious tapestry. At the foot of the peach tree stood a middle-aged man, dressed in a straw hat and a raincoat, who was fishing by the lake. Upon Wen Shaoxing's arrival, the fisherman was startled, turning to gaze at him with eyes filled with profound astonishment. After a moment, the surprise gradually subsided. What a sight! After all these years, I finally meet a fresh-faced lad. When Shaoxing was not naive, he understood that this bearded middle-aged man was no ordinary person. After sizing him up, he politely bowed and said, "I am Wen Chaosheng, paying my respects to you, esteemed elder. May I inquire, where is this place?" The fisherman remained silent for a considerable time before finally responding. "This is Little Yingzhou, the place where the Taoist Master Zhuang attained enlightenment long ago." When Chaosheng was momentarily taken aback. Many aspects of this world resonated with his previous life, yet there were subtle differences, leaving him uncertain if the elder referred to the same Zhuang he knew. "Is the Zhuang you speak of the Taoist, Zhuang Zhou?" The middle-aged man shook his head. "Zhuang is Zhuang, not Zhuang Zhou. I do not know him." Pondering this, Wen Chaosheng respectfully inquired, "May I ask for your name, esteemed elder?" The fisherman lazily replied, "I've been a recluse for so long that I've forgotten my name. My Taoist title is Northern Sea. You may call me Northern Sea Taoist." After saying this, he observed Wen Chaosheng's demeanor and added, "You're quite young, yet burdened with formalities. Are you from Qi? Let me tell you, there's no need to be so restrained. It's just you and me here." Wen Chaosheng scratched his head. He had previously heard tales of the Northern Sea Taoist from Shui, and he found this figure shrouded in mystery. Now that he had encountered him, he couldn't help but question whether he was indeed dreaming. He approached the Northern Sea Taoist for guidance, who proved to be quite patient. After a thorough explanation, Wen Chaosheng began to understand the situation. "The three extraordinary techniques I left at the Cliff of Rocks were derived from Zhuangziyu. My intention was merely to leave behind a legacy for the Taoist community, but alas, for decades, no second person has appeared in Little Yingzhou. You, young lad, look so youthful. Have you mastered all three techniques from the Cliff of Rocks?" Confronted with this inquiry, Wen Chaosheng felt somewhat embarrassed and replied apologetically, "I've learned one technique, the Eternal Spring." These 11 words nearly left the Northern Sea Taoist speechless. "You learned the Eternal Spring, and that is how you arrived at Little Yingzhou?" Wen Chaosheng nodded. "Yes, a friend taught it to me, and after practicing for a few days, I came here." Upon hearing this, the Northern Sea Taoist regarded him with an expression of deep intrigue. He beckoned Wen Chaosheng to come closer and gently touched the center of his brow. In the next moment, he exclaimed in astonishment, "Interesting, you actually have no Dan Sea. Just a few days of practicing the Eternal Spring, and you can feel the call to come to Little Yingzhou. It seems you are indeed fated to have a connection with our Taoist teachings." Wen Chaosheng gazed at the contemplative Northern Sea Taoist, suddenly recalling what Ma Huan had told him that night, that this very individual was one of the few capable of healing a Shui's injuries. His heart stirred, and he immediately asked, "Esteemed Northern Sea, I have a matter that troubles me, and I hope you can enlighten me." The Northern Sea Taoist replied, "Speak." Wen Chaosheng continued, "If someone were to engage in battle with a celestial being and sustain severe injuries, leaving behind hidden wounds in their Tao essence, causing a decline in their realm, how might they mend these losses?" The moment he spoke, the Northern Sea Taoist froze. "What did you say? Please repeat that." Wen Chaosheng reiterated his query. After careful consideration, the Northern Sea Taoist shook his head. "What nonsense! The hidden wounds in the Tao essence caused by the battle with the celestial being can hardly be treated by any earthly medicine or stone. Only 3 methods are viable. Firstly, one might seek another cultivator of celestial rank or above to undergo a profound transformation, cleansing the hidden wounds within. However, this method inflicts significant damage upon one's meridians and acupoints. Upon completion, even in the absence of lingering aftereffects, one's martial prowess would remain stagnant for a lifetime. Secondly, your friend could stubbornly endure the obstruction of these hidden wounds and force a breakthrough, cleaving through the heavens until reaching celestial status. In such a case, the hidden wounds would naturally dissipate. Yet, among countless practitioners, there exists but a rare few capable of withstanding the burdens of hidden wounds while achieving such a breakthrough. Thirdly, deep within the 100,000 snow mountains of the Western Qin Kingdom lies the sacred site of Mithria's enlightenment, where a golden lotus has flourished. This wondrous lotus possesses the ability to revive the deceased and restore the flesh and bones. Should one manage to locate this golden lotus and have it consumed, it could indeed alleviate the affliction of hidden wounds. Chapter 86. Farewell to the 7th master of the Taoist from Beihai informed Wen Chaosheng of the 3 methods he knew that could potentially heal a Shui's injuries. After listening attentively,